And while many regions of the country still locked by winter weather, down here in the state of Florida, 71 degrees, ambient temperature, and sunshine. A beautiful day to start things off. The 2023 SuperKart USA Pro Tour. Welcome, folks, to coverage of the program and the Winter Nationals from Orlando Kart Center here on Kart Chaser. My name is Rob Howden, joined you in the booth to start the day. Alexander Searle. Alex, you guys have been here for what, your third weekend, I think, or fourth weekend here already this year. But the first for SuperKart USA, they get to start their 14th edition of the Pro Tour.
Yeah, no, it's exciting for sure. It's good to see, as we see, have one guy spinning a little bit of contact there in turn one, but it's good to be here. Obviously, third time in 4 weeks here. Obviously, the benefit of that is a lot of these guys have been here for that long, so the testing, these guys almost don't even need the practice, right?
Sure.
There's certain guys I've seen that are making their one-off appearance in the Pro Tour, and they're certainly struggling compared to the guys that have been here for USBKS and Rock. But obviously, different tire compound than those two, and different track completely. Got the bollards now, so I mean, certainly for the guys that this is their first time being here. While the bollards don't add a lot, having the bollards here, you don't have to hit the curbs as hard. Makes the track a little bit awkward, is what I've heard from some of the drivers, but certainly makes it a little bit safer.
Obviously, first of 2 days of racing is this year's Winter Nationals, as we have the 3 weekends of competition: Winter Nationals, Spring Nationals, Summer Nationals, but 2 full days of racing on Saturday and Sunday, qualifying, pre-finals, and finals. We're now underway with qualifying, getting things rolling here. The drivers, of course, rolled into the racetrack for a morning warm-up, and as Alexander had said, a number of these racers have been here through several different events that happened earlier in this month, and as we all know, the Winter Nationals initially scheduled to run in Louisiana at NOLA Motorsports Park, but a late change bringing the opening round of the SKUSA Pro Tour here to Orlando. And again, from here, so many of the teams will then start trekking over to Texas and to other areas of the racetrack. The Pro Tour itself starting here, as we said, the Winter Nationals, Spring Nationals, the first week of June at Utah Motorsports Campus. We'll see that event roll west, and then, of course, back to the essentially unofficial home, the spiritual home of the Summer Nationals, the final round of the Pro Tour at Newcastle in late July. Things getting underway right now, qualifying for the drivers in this Micro-Swift category, brought to you by Sodi Racing USA as they lay laps down. Take the opportunity to say hello to those of you who have joined us here on a Saturday morning. Great racing lined up for us here. And Alex, one of the things about this racetrack is there are lots of places to overtake, no doubt about that. It's a challenging racetrack and a lot of tight corners. The flow's pretty good, but we'll see a lot of drivers go defensive when we go racing. You can low line, white line this track pretty well, but when you do, we've seen guys make big passes on the outside as well.
Yeah, like those corners we're just watching right there. I mean, turn 4. The main pass point on the whole racetrack, in my opinion, it has such a wide entry. You could fit 5 go-karts wide there, and it narrows down to really 2 lanes entering turn 5. So it's really easy to defend in that corner, but it can bite you as well. And the over-unders are huge here. Obviously, you have this long back straightaway into the hairpin, hard braking zone. You see a lot of moves be made here. You see a lot of guys, bottle the braking zone a little bit and make contact. But for sure, it's a driver's track, but it's also it's a really good racing track, and that's why a lot of times you see the races here come down to the last lap.
We're expecting a lot of that. You'll see a lot of these drivers attacking the curbing here as well at OKC. There are particular parts of this racetrack where you've really got to kind of shorten that corner by pounding the curbs. We'll see so many drivers do that. Underway right now with qualifying, as we said, just getting a couple laps in here right now. Maxwell Macha's gone P1 with a 101.766, just about 7 thousandths quicker than Mikey Collins, who runs P2. Checker flag flying to end the session. Short session here with the length of the racetrack. Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres in third. Juan Garces Davila in fourth, and Luke Giglio in the 5th spot. Field looking like about 24 total. 2 drivers not making the call to qualifying out. Alex?
Yeah, one guy that I'm actually really surprised about, Josh Bergman. He was really quick yesterday. P2 this morning in warm-up, and I thought he was going to be the one guy to be able to challenge Macha, but P10 there just couldn't get the cart to come in. I was noticing we rode along with Macha for most of that session, and he had a bunch of understeers. You still see it right there. Track is, still pretty slick out there. Tires, it's not really coming up to temperature. And it must have caught Josh out there because I was surprised to see him down in P10.
I did talk to a couple drivers yesterday, one of them being Billy Musgrave, telling me that midday the shifter kart guys essentially lose anywhere from 6 to 8 tenths of a second just based on the slickness, how greasy the track got when it got warm. And we are expecting the temperature to potentially get up to 90 degrees, but drivers putting these final laps in right now. Provisional pole is De La Vega Torres on top by 2 tenths with a 101.197. Maxwell Macha holding into that second spot. Liam Nachawati in third, Mikey Collins in fourth, and Colton Schniegenberg working his way up to P5. Like you said, though, a couple of drivers we expected to be further up, like a Lugilio back in 11th, Josh Bergman in the 12th spot again.
Decay in P10.
He was 10th. I think he was 10th yesterday. Was he not in practice?
Yeah, but he was quick at the Rock weekend, so I'm surprised to see the pace drop off there.
Different power plant potentially, but the track is always going to change. Xander and I were talking about that before we came on air, how these tracks change quite a bit. You can roll into a track sometimes. You think you've got the setup with different tires, different engine, just obviously things will change.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and this track especially, we talked to some of the local guys here like Norberg, and he mentions it. It's track starts off kind of slick. It gets really quick around, 10, 11, and then midday comes, all of a sudden the track just falls off super slick as the temperature heats up. And like you said, I saw the temperature today looking to get up to 90 degrees.
Yeah.
It's going to be scorching out there.
I think it's going to be really interesting once we do get to that temperature later on in the day. How will this track evolve? As I said, Musgrave had said the track kind of fell off a little bit, so that may play to different chassis. You'll wonder if a guy like a Danny Formal, if the car starts sliding, but he's got so much upper body weight, and we know how much he's able to use that weight, he may be able to get that extra grip that others can't find. Because I know some karts, are intrinsically tight, some are more intrinsically loose, and we'll see how that plays in. But again, underway. We get our first group of qualifying done. Next up will be KA 100 Junior, presented by Greyhound Racing Seats. A pretty good field in all of our KA categories as well. You got to scroll down to 34 drivers here in KA Junior, Alex. And I think in watching the races you guys have broadcast from here at OKC earlier throughout the month, it'll be these 100cc air-cooled categories that are going to put on such a show.
Oh, they know how to do it right. I mean, obviously, like we were talking about, Orlando puts on a really good race, and these KA guys, it's a drafting sort of class, right? You see, 10-car train that can last for 25 laps, and they make it really fun for us. Obviously, this morning, pretty cool to see Weldon there in P1. The guy that we really expect, though, is going to be Ernesto and Stephen Miller for sure. I expect those guys to be, right up there 1, 2, or, in the top 3 at least. I don't like to base it off too much of warm-up because these guys are just trying to, break in, maybe a different setup or
Agreed, yeah.
different, engine tuning. So I'm not going to base it too much of what we saw in warm-up. Obviously, different racetrack as well. But for sure, like we saw at Rock and Newspeak S, these KA guys know how to put on a good show.
Indeed, and again, the early track conditions, a lot cooler, as I said. It was about 70 degrees when they rolled out this morning. We're going to go to a high of 90 for sure, so there is going to, again, be quite a bit of change throughout the day. Let's talk about the lineup, as we said. Micro Swift starting things off, KA 100 Junior getting ready to roll on track for their qualifying run. We'll follow it up with KA 100 Master, then KA 100 Senior. I believe then we got Mini Swift, X30 Junior, Pro and Master Shifter, and then cap it off with X30 Senior. I'm really looking forward to both of those races. That Pro Shifter category, I was talking to AJ Myers on the grid, and while there's 16 drivers, there are so many good pilots. Different chassis too, right? You've got the Magic, you've got Burrell, we've got GFC, and what else? We've got a couple drivers on the Tony kart. We've got the Cosmic, we've got the factory kart for Billy Musgrave, who was very good yesterday. Billy Musgrave, pretty happy being P1 yesterday on the IME 175 as well.
Yeah, I talked to Billy and AJ yesterday, and I think part of the pace that we saw there from Billy and the factory guys in general is they were on new tires, whereas we saw Formal, Kremers, and Myers go on pretty used rubber. Formal, I think, was on less used than Myers, and that's why Myers was in P9, 4 tenths off the pace. But he's felt really confident going into today for sure.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
But yeah, the factory guys were on new tires, which is part of the pace, and because we talked to Billy, and Billy said he's still struggling with the racetrack a little bit. Obviously, you have guys that have been here for a while, and he hasn't been here ever,
Indeed.
Right? And so it's not a tough track to learn, but obviously coming into the weekend behind the 8 ball, even for an experienced guy like Billy, it's not always the best feeling.
Especially, Alex, at that level, right? You're racing against
Yeah.
the top shifter kart drivers. We're talking about former world champions, multi-time SKUSA champions, race winners all the way through, whether it's Wick, or, Kyle Wick on the GFC, AJ Myers on the Magic, Martin Kremers, as we know, your reigning champion in the series on the Borel-Art as well. And that kart's been very good, as we know. The Borel-Art shifter kart chassis strong. And actually, the guys are looking pretty good in X30 Senior when we eventually get down there. Both Morgado and Ramos really good yesterday afternoon as well. That's going to be a great positive moving into Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, it caught me off guard a little bit because, for the first half of the day, we saw those guys, in P12, P15, kind of struggling a little bit. But what it really shows me is I didn't get a chance to talk to them. It might have been tires, but clearly that kart is working well in the hotter temps.
And here come the drivers in KA 100 Junior qualifying underway as we are rolling for the 2023 SuperKarts USA Pro Tour, the 14th edition of this fantastic program that launched back in 2010. First ever race was actually the Spring Nationals at Sonoma. Back in the early days of the Pro Tour, it was the Spring Nationals, the Summer Nationals, and then the actual Super Nationals in Las Vegas was the final round. They made the adjustment a number of years into the program to add the Winter Nationals because the concept was, you're rolling into the Super Nats. You want to think about scoring the overall win, but a lot of guys had that I'm trying to win a championship kind of in the back of my mind as well. So eventually SKUSA decided, hey, you know what, let's just make the Pro Tour a series in and of itself so when it's done, the guys can go to Vegas and focus on one thing, and that's winning the big show at the Rio.
No, for sure. Obviously it is cool to have Super Nats a part of the championship, battle, but like you said, people go in there, maybe not running as hard as they could, just knowing that they need P12 to win the championship. Where now it's like you just see guys, all the way down to 30th racing for the win, type of thing.
So drivers out here early on getting those Avincos up to temperature. And, of course, one of the key things is to get these tires up to temp early, even though it's significantly warm. Not cold here, 71 degrees trackside, but you got to get these up to temp quickly because these qualifying sessions are very short. And, again, we'll see some drivers work their way to the front. And Alex already kind of talked about kind of the rivalry we've developed over the start of 2023. Ernesto Rivera versus Stephen Miller. These guys have been battling every race they go to. They're the guys up front going head to head.
Yeah, so far this year, those have been the two. We've seen, Anthony Martella, Scorpione. They've snuck in there every once in a while, but it's really been those two. But looking at yesterday's final practice, we had Shea Aldrich actually go P1.
I saw that.
So that was really, really cool to see for sure. Obviously Miller P2. And then Ernesto actually in P6, behind his teammate Max Taylor. So we got a close field on our hands. Top 10 is within 2/10, and in KA terms, that's nothing, right? You throw 2/10 on the field in the top 10 and in the race, it'll be a train. And
you mentioned Oliver Weldon, a driver who was quickest in morning warm-up. He's a guy I think you're going to see get better and better throughout the year. Of course, a rookie in the KA 100 junior category, so he's just going to get faster and faster. Hudson Schwartz was second quick this morning. He was on the podium at the SKUSA Winter Series as well. Jackson Wolney, both Schwartz and Wolney for Rawlson Performance Group. Wolney had a podium as well in SKUSA Winter Series competition, so obviously guys that we expect to see do well here. Rivera was, P5 this morning or P6 this morning. Miller, P9. But, Alex, as you had said, drivers all kind of approaching that morning warm-up session maybe a little bit differently.
Yeah, to touch on Ernesto a little bit, he's actually been struggling recently on the KA stuff. We've been talking to him. He really doesn't know what's going on. In the Rock weekend at least for sure. Until that final, he was on pace, 11th, right? And that was something that I didn't expect to see there for a guy like Ernesto, but he figured it out in the final, and it seems that he's gotten that KA, tuned up a little bit. So I expect to see him top 5, where he should be. But for sure, the KA stuff and VLR, he's been not where we expected him to be. Whereas in X30 and the Rock, he's been P1, P2.
Yeah, gets that dialed in, right? Keegan Kaminsky on the GFC for Formula Works P1 right now by 0.3 of 58.174. What was again purple, but Alexander Gonzalez now gone up to the top with a 58.003, almost 0.2 quicker. Kaminsky sitting in that second spot. Alexander Vanchev now in third. Walter Jenkins fourth. And that is your early top 4 drivers. Just starting to get the tire temps up. We talked about the guys like Rivera. They're in that second group.
Yeah. I think when that second group goes out, we're going to see time start to tumble for sure. Yesterday we saw guys in the mid to high 56s, so that's really the range these guys want to be in. Obviously with a shorter qualifying session, Slick racetrack. They may not get that quick, but for sure, you're looking at least a low 57 is what you want in this first group here.
Yeah, Weldon was a 57.6, Alex, this morning, so you got to expect that's going to be, at the very least, the marker coming out of the gate. But as the temps come up a little bit, and again, a shorter session, that's the key thing, too, man. You got to get the job done here quickly. And I personally really like the short qualifying session. I don't like guys out there pounding laps off forever. We're seeing guys get 4 laps in the books, so you got to get out there, get the tires warmed up, and get the job done. And right now, Kaminsky's gone back to the top by 23 thousandths over Gonzalez, a 57.825. Yeah, 57.825 for Kaminsky, 57.848 for Gonzalez. Vanches in the third spot. Ty Fisher works his way up into fourth, and Max Wieland in the 818, rounding out your Fast Five.
I mean, how close is that, though? I mean, looking down the order there, it's 200th, 400th, 600th, 700th, a 10th, and then we get the 2/10ths for the top 7. But now we have, another 18 go-karts going out right now. Who knows how close this field is going to be?
Yeah, top 5 drivers in the first group here for this category, separated by just 800ths of a second. So, again, that's the first group qualifying. The big guns here coming out here from yesterday's happy hour session. So they split the category, as they do often, into 2 qualifying groups, short qualifying runs. So many of the drivers we expect to run for race wins or podiums here today in the opening round of the Pro Tour. Onto the racetrack right now. You can see them really working the tires. That's an art form for sure. One of the things that all these young drivers have to learn, and that's to build as much heat as you possibly can into the tires. The kart's going to be pretty sketchy early on, but you have to be able to control it. It's going to get some wheel spin. You could get the thing going around. But, Alex, you can talk about it. You've done a lot of racing in your life. To be able to have a short session like this, getting the tires up to temp quickly is going to be key.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we saw in micro, we saw in the first group there, the quickest guys on the racetrack have been the guys who go out there up front and just pump in the laps. Right now, you've seen how aggressive these guys are being on the opening lap. They need to get that track position, and they need to get the heat in the tires. And the best way to get heat in the tires, when it's cold out there, tires are cold, is just push. You're seeing these guys really push the go-kart around. They know, they're ducking already on the outlap. They know they need to work together. This is the group right here. We got Max Taylor, Enzo, Stephen Miller. We got Chase Biscaglia, and then Ernesto is right there too. So those are the top 5 that I expect to be there. And you see them already pushing, going to the T1 here.
We'll see if any of the drivers end up making a move to try to find a way by to get in front of Max Taylor. He is the driver out front right now in the Rawlison Performance Group. Cosmic number 833. Taylor actually in competition a couple of weeks ago at Sebring for the USF Pro Championships, running in the USF Juniors category, and I expect him to be a race winner before the end of the season. Very good speed running for VRD Racing, but stays in the kart, which is fantastic. Great seat time. These drivers rocking the curbs early on, and again working their way around the corner, getting back out. We'll see some lap times coming here pretty soon, but Alex, these guys are attacking this racetrack early.
It looks slick out there. I mean, we saw Max Taylor, full lock there on the curb. Miller lost ground on Max Taylor because he was also opposite lock. So it looks really slick out there. But like we talked about, that's the best way to get heat in these tires when you only have, 4 laps to do it. Yeah,
that's it, right? Drive it into the corners, get the thing to turn, let the actual, get the tires to really start breaking the front end, get it turned, and get that heat built into those fronts. That's going to allow you to point into the corner. Right now, Kaminsky still on top with the 57.825. That is the provisional time. He was able to get 4 laps in, so we'll watch these drivers slowly work their way up here. Chase Biscaglia up into the top 10, as is Alex Mercado. Mercado, the quickest of the group so far with a 57.878. He's got himself into 4th spot. Stephen Miller now up into 6th. Biscaglia into the 8th spot. Jackson Wolney in 9th. So a handful of drivers already into the top 10, but Kaminsky still with a top time of a 57.825. Halfway through this session, there's a potential move to the inside. Go. Yeah, thinking about it.
No, it was gamesmanship, actually. Taylor and Miller pulled aside. They didn't want to lead this group.
Right.
Because they know they're quick. I mean, a 57.8 on your first flying lap is pretty quick, considering how much they were sliding around. So they know they got pace, and they don't want to be the one leading these guys to pole. They want to be the one getting towed to the pole position.
It's it. And as the tires come up to temperature, the grip levels get to where they're going to be maximum on this session. You need to make sure you're positioned in the right spot. You can't be caught behind somebody that's likely going to be slower than you. You're going to find yourself falling down. Maybe give yourself a little bit of room if you possibly can, but you have to hit all your marks on that fast lap. You can't be making that inside move to try to pass somebody on lap 3 or 4 and expect to come away with a good time.
Yeah, what was curious to me was, I mean, we saw Stephen Miller just let those guys by, and then going into the turn 4, he already makes a move back, so he's in second place, right back to where he was. So there really wasn't a point to do what he did, where Max Taylor actually fell back to 5th. He's going to get a really good tow here. He's actually going to fall back behind Weldon, who's pretty quick right now. He's P4, but really the game is, because they keep playing these games, and they're going to have no laps to put a lap together, because right now we're looking at, where are they? Miller 17th. Taylor 22nd. Those are guys that we expect in the top 3.
Yeah, see how far down they are?
Yeah, but I mean, if they keep playing these games, they're not going to get a lap together. I mean, I don't hope they remember there's only 4 laps to do this.
They need 4 laps in, and Miller uses it lap 4. Miller goes P1, 57.320. Shea Aldrich, who was quickest in a happy hour, up into the top 5. Victor de Alencar now goes to the top of the charts with a 57.295. Miller now in second. Turner Brown third, Shea Aldrich fourth, Oliver Weldon in 5th spot, Christian Chiano in 6th, Mercado 7th, Peyton Westcott up to 8th, Anthony Martella 9th, and Hudson Schwartz in the 10th spot.
Wow, that's going to be it. Max Taylor's 22nd.
Keep going. Rivera 24th.
Just
Ernesto Rivera down in 24th, Taylor 22nd, and that's like just the playing around, as you said. Nobody really settled in. Luckily for Stephen Miller, he's able to lay down a really good lap late to go second. But Victor de Alencar in the number 877 to the top by 25 thousandths of a second. It is a 57.295 to a 57.320 for Stephen Miller. Turner Brown, Shea Aldrich, and Oliver Weldon round out your fast 5. There are some quick guys, Alex, deep in the field. Not down to the back of the top 10. We're talking deep in the field.
I mean, yeah, 20s. I'm sure when they woke up this morning, they expected to, be top 3, those 2 guys. I mean, that's what they've been all weekend long, top 5 at least.
Yeah.
Just they couldn't get it together. I mean, we saw Ernesto actually just get stuck in that mid-pack, but Taylor was he chose to go back to that mid-pack, and he never put the lap together, and it's going to cost him. We're obviously aiming for a really, really good pre-final for sure. Teammates starting on the, outside of the grid, 22nd, 24th, but again, really, that's crazy. But that is the beauty, in my opinion, of the 4-lap qualifying.
I love it.
I'm a fan of the one-shot qualifying.
You like that one
go
lap?
Go out there, do your lap.
I like it. It's a short amount of laps. You got to get the job done. You can't just sit out there pound laps. You have to make sure you're in the right spot, and that's really good for strategy and great for the young drivers to learn where they need to be. But this has really shook things up. And maybe, what do you think? Does it send a bit of a message throughout the paddock right now? Like, guys, this is a tight racetrack. It's not one of those wide open tracks like a NOLA, like some of the tracks where you're going to get more room to be able to kind of stretch out. This is a place that's a bull ring to a certain extent where you have to have your cart positioned in the right place. So if you're in one of these other categories, make sure you don't get stuck in a slower group. You could find yourself deep in the field.
No, this is exactly why I usually watched qualifying, or at least on my phone when I was out on track. I'd be on the race app looking at what's going on, because if I'm in KA Senior, for example, and I'm seeing Ernesto in 24th and Taylor in 22nd, I'd be a little worried, right? I'd know that don't do what they did and sit back in the middle pack and wait for the cart to come to you. You got to go out there and be aggressive.
That's it. Whereas, you may know you have the pace, but you can't hang around. You got to be aggressive here.
Exactly. We saw Steven do that, and maybe I questioned it a little too early, because obviously his best lap was he was making a pass doing that as well. So that's really impressive from him. But I mean. And his tires never actually came in, because I was watching his cart sliding around quite a bit during that lap. But I mean, that's the beauty of the 4-lap, like we said. Obviously, I think we're gonna see guys upping their tire pressure a little bit.
Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. You got to be ready on the last lap here.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, folks, we've got a couple of qualifying sessions in the books. Long day of racing for you here from Orlando Kart Center. Thanks for tuning in here to Kart Chaser. When we get back after this quick break, qualifying will continue. KA 100 Master on the grid and ready to head out onto the track.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Turney kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Welcome back to the Orlando Kart Center as qualifying underway for the opening round of the 2023 SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. It's the Winter Nationals here in Florida. My name is Rob Howden, joined by Alex Searle in the booth. And again, the engines are fired for the drivers in KA100 Master. This category brought to you by Aspen Sport Fuel. They'll be rolling out for what will be 4 laps of aggressive action. They're going to have to get down to it. We've seen in the qualifying runs we've seen so far that no time to mess around. Got to get the tires up to temp and get rolling. And again, this Orlando Kart Center has been a facility that has held a bunch of races here to start the season. Of course, here in the month of March as well. Kart Chaser has been here for the entire month. Let's have a look at this racetrack. And again, one that has hosted some major events to start the 2023 season.
It's good. It's easy. I don't have to worry too much about learning a new racetrack. You know, I've got a rhythm there. The rhythm works. All I got to do is, zone in on the setup, get it to work, and I'll be fast.
Orlando's a full-blown driver's track. I really enjoy driving at Orlando. It's nice.
I like Orlando. The facility is pretty nice. The track, it's small, but it's also, you can race quite good on it, so it's a fun track.
Orlando is good because it's like my home, like I live in Orlando, and I also like the track.
Orlando, when I think of it, it's like the most like comparable track you can get to F1. I think it's super smooth. You're racing inside a stadium, which is really cool. The curbing is like really. There's parts of it that are super rough. There's parts of it that are smooth. It's like, if I could compare it to F1, it's like the Brazil of F1 for some reason. The atmosphere that you get from it, it's really cool.
I definitely like the track. I don't really know what I like about it. I just like it.
When I think of Orlando, I just think about hitting the curbs and the chicane. I think the track is a lot of fun, and those curbs, they're very tough. But when you hit them just right, it just feels great.
Indeed, challenging circuit for sure. Drivers have worked their way onto the racetrack now for the KA100 Mastercast, brought to you by Aspen Sport Fuel. Wondering whether or not Mike Rawlison was going to take the green. We'll have a look to see whether or not he's out here. But again, Michel Garrido with the quickest outlap so far at a 60.063. Lucas Iglesias second, Luis Quinones in third, Mario Barrios in fourth, and Jesus Portillo rounding out the top 5 here on the opening circuit. And again, Alex, as we've seen through qualifying thus far, very crucial to get a lap down. It's not going to be as crucial, of course, in this particular category. Only 8 drivers we expect to take the green. So the bottom line is you're going to have more open racetrack for drivers in potentially the KA100 senior class, other class with more karts. I think you're going to have to be more focused on making sure you get that open lap when you need it.
Yeah, we're seeing Michel Garrido right here. He put almost 2 seconds on the field in that first lap. It shows me that he's got higher tire pressures than most people out there, but I think that's the way to go. I mean, you have 4 laps to do it. We've seen, guys like we saw in KA Junior, kind of sit around in the mid-pack, and it cost them dearly. And so I think going out there, open track, high tire pressures, to set the lap that you need is going to be the way to go. I think most of the guys that are going to be on pole are going to be the guys that go out there and do their own thing. As we're seeing Garrido here go P1 still, but only by a 10th on Mario Barrios. So Barrios' kart coming in a little bit, but Garrido looking pretty good. He's been really fast in every single event he's entered in so far this year, and hoping to do more. He told me he doesn't know if he's going to run the full Pro Tour, but hopefully we get to see him there. Yeah, it's the Alessandro's racing team. They have a bunch of drivers here in this KA100 Master category. In morning warm-up, Barrios was the quickest with a 58.694, so they're already about 0.2 quicker than they were this morning. But Barrios was right there, only 0.06 of a second back. So Garrido and Barrios P1 and P2 should not be a huge surprise right now as their third lap goes in the books.
Barrios took away the pole very briefly with a 58.192, but Garrido behind him 57.917. Garrido does have the advantage of kind of using Barrios right now as the rabbit as he's chasing him down. So the top two drivers on the racetrack pretty much together.
Yeah, for sure. I think part of that lap time that we're seeing those new sticker kits we see from Alessandro's. They look pretty good.
Speed in
I think
sticker
they're pretty
form.
cool looking for sure. I like them. But it looks like his kart's handling really well. I mean, I watched Garrido through as he's hitting a bunch of curbs here, maybe overdriving a little bit, but I watched it through 4, and he had the full right rear just in the air. That kart is hooked up right now.
There they are. Garrido 57.917, Barrios 58.194. Only one driver below the 58 mark, and that is Michel Garrido in the 407 for Alessandro's Racing. Luis Quillon is still sitting in third spot. Lucas Iglesias fourth. Jesus Portillo in fifth. Shenji Wu in seventh, and Diego Rodriguez seventh, rather than Tom Gerstner back in eighth position. 8 drivers in KA100 Master, and Garrido versus Barrios is the checker flag flying, and it doesn't look like either driver able to make moves on the final lap. Nope, they hold station 57.890. There he is, the 407 of Michel Garrido's in the Alessandro's Racing entry P1. It'll be he and Barrios on the start of on the front row for the start of that pre-final later today.
Yeah, that's going to be the race, really, of what we've seen so far all weekend, and especially in qualifying heroes. Barrios to take pole for 2 seconds. Michel goes right back, goes pole, but they were only splitting it by, a tenth at most per lap. Their final lap, they crossed the line at 0.08 of a second apart. So it's going to be a really, really good race, I think, KA Masters. Not a lot of karts, pretty big field spread, but I think we'll have a good race here for the win.
Only takes 2 drivers to battle it out for a race
Exactly.
win to make it exciting. I've said that before. And if Garrido and Barrios have very similar lap times, watch them lock up for the pre-final and the final to see who steps things up to go to the end. Masters now done. KA100 Senior, I believe, will be the next category getting ready to roll out here. Fernando Luque was the quickest in the morning warm-up ahead of Aiden Levy, Peyton Phillips, and Noah Rosser. Obviously, Phillips, the Winter Series champion. Aiden Levy was right there in the top 3 in points, a race winner as well. So we've got some very talented drivers here in KA100 Senior. The category brought to you by Nash Motorsports. That'll be the next group to roll out here. Frankie Mossman's been fast as well, as was Joseph Botting. He was up top. Henry Wheeler, Kane Martin, Josh Campbell, and Anthony Rivera capping off the morning top 10.
Yeah, let's see if these KA Senior guys learn from what we saw in KA Junior.
Right.
It pays to just go out there and just do your lap. Don't, the toe's important, right? But when you have 4 laps to do it and you spend 3 of those laps trying to find a draft, all of a sudden you got 1 lap to put it together. And if it doesn't work out, then you see like Ernesto and Max, you're in the 20s.
That's it. And they've obviously changed the complexion of their race day. Alex, you mentioned none of these guys woke up in the morning thinking they were going to be outside the top 15, outside the top 20. So really, it's crucial. Sometimes if you have the speed, you think, yeah, I'm just going to go out and knock out a good qualifying session, I'll be okay. But you can't roll the dice and make a mistake like they did, because they've really just changed everything that's happening for their race day.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously we have the pre-final, but it is, luckily for them, a track that is easier to pass on for sure. Like we talked about, turn 4 is one of the main passing spots that we see. Such a wide entry to the corner. You can see guys go 3 wide there and make moves. You have the hairpin, long back straight into a hard braking zone. Then you obviously have the straightaway entering turn 1, as we see Frankie Mossman there on the cam. Expect him to go, real quick. He's been quick all weekend long. He's been quick all year long that we've seen him in the kart. So good to see him, back here for the Pro Tour. But yeah, like we talked about, I mean, obviously it's a good racing track. So you can afford to have a poor qualifying, but it's not ideal.
Well, for us as the commentators, we're going to enjoy that the guys coming from deep in the field. Let's put it that way in that junior category, so because it's going to be fun to watch them work their way through. One of the great things about this program, folks, karting in and of itself, and of course the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour as well, is there are so many fantastic characters that we have within the sport. Not only is it about the teams and the brands themselves, but it's also about the drivers. We have a short feature here to get to know the drivers, folks, that you'll see here this weekend.
My name is Ryan Norberg. I'm 24 years old from Orlando, Florida, and I drive for Rollison Performance Group. So my introduction to racing, my family doesn't really come from a racing background. We got a little bit of horse racing in our family, but that's about it. My dad did a little bit of motorcycles, but not really racing. But my introduction to racing came just watching NASCAR. I watched Jimmy Johnson. That was the first ever driver I ever saw win a race, which was before he was like 5-time, 6-time, champion. So I wasn't a bandwagoner. I was on his side before everything went well. So I watched him win a race. From that point on, I was like, I really like racing. That's why I rocked the 48, and that was like my introduction to racing, was watching him win. It was like at Bristol or something. I can't remember. It was a short track, and from that point on, it was like I was hooked on the sport, and that's where it all started. Orlando Kart Center.
Of course.
And I didn't get paid to say that. It generally is though. Orlando is just a good track. I mean, I think like there's a lot of tracks. If you're slow at if you're slow at a lot of the racetracks, you're probably only going to be like 3/10 off. If you're slow at Orlando, you're about a half second, 6/10 off. It's a tough track. You can't just like get there and just like, if you're not a good driver, there's a big gap between good drivers and bad drivers. So that's why I like it. Jeez, I'm a terrible chef. I'm learning to cook better. Actually, a long time ago, not a long time, a few years ago, I made this dish with like some sauteed mushrooms and a little bit of soy sauce, and I was just throwing random stuff together to prove to somebody that I'm actually a good cook. No idea what I was doing. By the time it had simmered and set and I made these noodles and I put it in there, it was delicious. And it's fantastic. And I still make it to this day. I don't have a name for it. It's literally, it's like mushrooms and butter and garlic, and it's fantastic. And that's the best thing I can make. And like, to me, is like just all culinary skills. Like I was like, this is what needs it, this needs it, and that was it. And so I'm a terrible chef except for that meal. I have like a great sense of taste with that meal. I focus a lot more on the sport off of the racetrack. Obviously when you're young, you focus a lot on, like, you have school, you have friends, you have a lot of other things taking up your time outside of the sport. And then when you come to the racetrack, you're 100% focused on racing. I'm still 100% focused on racing when I'm at the racetrack, but a lot of my time and energy is spent on racing stuff now. And when I'm home, whether it's training other drivers or trying to get my little garage that I have built out, a lot of my time is focused on racing. That's why the gym has come into being important right now. It's, let's try and get everything in line with this sport and become the best that we can possibly be at it.
Yeah, when we're talking about personalities within the sport, that is most definitely one of them. Ryan Norberg, of course, has over the course of the last half dozen years or more, has asserted himself as definitely one of the legends of the sport, multi-time champion, of course, here in the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour and in other programs as well. 5-time as a champion here in the Pro Tour, and we'll look to go for another title here this year. Again, we'll have more of those personality focus, get to know the drivers here throughout the season. Now, getting set up to finally join me here in the booth after getting things dialed in, Xander Clemens. Good to have you back, Xander. We're underway for another year of the Pro Tour.
Yeah, good to be back, man. Good to be back for the SKUSA Pro Tour. We talked about it at the SKUSA Winter Series. That, of course, kicks off the road to Las Vegas, the road to Supernats 26. This is another step in the journey, and again, that first step of the national championship season. Long haul for a lot of guys to get all the way over here. You got a ton of California teams, Pacific Northwest teams making the trek here. Then the East Coast guys got to go out to Utah, and then we go back to Newcastle. Probably one of the most coast-to-coast schedules we've seen in 12 years so far? 14 years of the SKUSA Pro Tour. So super cool to see all guys from all over make the run here to Orlando. And can't blame them. Florida's not too bad this time of year.
I was going to say they're getting snow in a lot of other parts still. Even though spring is supposedly here, a lot of the northern states getting more snow. I saw someone posting from Wisconsin, it's snowing again. So the winter just not going away as of yet. And that's what makes Florida so great. We can get back down here and do some racing. And as we've said before, Xander, so many teams spent really have been here for the last 3 months with the Winter Series, the other programs as well. And, of course, here at the Orlando Kart Center as well. This has kind of been the home for many of these teams.
Yeah, it's been very cool to see the collaboration of all the different series to come together in the ways that they have. By lining events up back-to-back makes it a lot easier logistically for everyone. Makes it easy on the track as well because they do all that prep for one event. And talking with Andre Martins and Vitor with the team here this weekend, it's almost like just another day in the office for them hosting a national at this point with the third of the big three championships throughout the country coming here at the end of it all. They know exactly what to expect, how to run it, and, of course, what really benefits as well by doing this at the same racetrack for the series at the end of it all is the local corner marshals that the track employs are really up to par with what they need. Granted, this track is one of many that are, lucky enough to have a really, really solid club following. They've had an average of about 150 drivers at their club events throughout 2022. So, hopefully that'll continue through 2023. But, a national level where you've got back-to-back 30-plus kart grids, that's tough. That's a long day. The lunch breaks sometimes get cut because inevitably there's carnage and we run a little bit behind. So it's a lot to ask, and it's tough to kind of stay on your toes with it. But when you're doing it week to week to week, even you and I were talking about it right before we went live for us, having this be the fourth week of our KC March Madness now into the first 2 days of April, it's been easy on our end to set up. And, we can't thank the Orlando Kart Center guys enough for how, comfortable they've made us here with this tower where you and I are both used to calling a lot of go-kart races on some, sometimes on the ground, sometimes on a little elevated platform with an MG tire box to fit the laptop into and everything. And we're spoiled here, so I can't complain about being at Orlando for 3 big races in a row because it's an amazing tower that they've set up for us here.
Indeed, and the obviously drivers getting to work on the racetrack now for KA100 Senior. Nash Motorsports, the sponsor of the class. First group is taken to the racetrack to get things underway. A couple laps in the books, and as we know, which is 4 laps, we'll see the guys lay that big lap down on lap number 4. Frankie Mossman on the CRG for Tesoro Raceworks has worked his way to P1 right now. He's the guy up top here over Finnegan, Bailiff, and Joseph Botting. Just 17 thousandths of a second separating Mossman, who has a 57.018 and a 57.035 for Finnegan Bailiff. So the first group on the racetrack laying their lap times down, and Xander will see whether or not these quick laps are going to hold them to the point where when the next group goes out, they'll still have a chance to be up front.
One cool thing to note about Frankie Mossman, obviously the Tesoro Raceworks outfit has been the CRG race team here to start 2023 with Ron White Racing carrying the flag out on the West Coast at Challenge of the Americas, but they've been doing a little bit of R&D, and so for Frankie, he's obviously pulling double duty this week, K100 Senior and X30 Pro Senior. I was talking to him a little bit yesterday throughout practice. He said, dude, we've got a brand new brake system we just put on these chassis. I've only got it on my X30 kart. I feel like I can brake 6 car lengths deeper than everyone and come out of the corner the same or better. So he's like, X30 is like easy mode. I'm still on the older generation with the KA, but it's something they're looking to roll out in their 2023 chassis line for everyone across the board, buying a black and orange machine. And he feels like, in his opinion, obviously a little bit biased, being the top driver they've got in the senior ranks on the national circuit. It's the best stuff he's driven.
Yeah, 2.5 tenths up on Finnegan Bailiff last time by for Mossman. He is looking to get this 4th lap in the books as he works his way over the final couple of corners on this lap here. 56.549, quickest lap time. Joseph Biden goes to second on lap number 4, 56.724. So still just under 2 tenths. Here comes Mossman. Does he go faster again across line? Indeed, he does. Knocks it down to a 56.450. Pretty good lap time. He was 5th in morning warm-up, Xander. He's in the slower group for qualifying, so it could be an opportunity for Mossman to put that CRG still somewhere in the top 2 rows.
Yeah, that's what was interesting to note, seeing him out there. Obviously, you saw him drop to the back of the pack, potentially run the risk of losing that final lap, but giving himself plenty of space to lay down a good lap time, and now he moves into the hot seat as the fast group gets onto the racetrack, and we'll see how well he can hang on, and then he'll see if as long as he ends up in the top half of the field, the top 15 or so, he should be able to fight his way up to the lead pack if he's got the speed come that pre-final and line up in a safe spot for the main event. But for the fast group here, going back to yesterday, of course, a lot of the names that we've seen so far this season on the national scene at the front. Peyton Phillips here, Aiden Levy, 2 drivers that have already had a lot of experience running at the top end of the grid. Here's Noah Rosser, who I joked with him a little bit this morning that, I like to think and say a lot of the time that you got to lose about 5 races before you finally win one when you had the speed and you should have won it. So this being race maybe 5 or 6 in that rotation, maybe today is the day for the Floridian Noah Rosser to finally get it done, because he's had a lot of speed and it's just been one little mental error one way or another, left when he should have gone right, or just an all-out mistake and ends up with a DNF or a poor finish. But the speed's been there, and I know for team owner Gary Willis with the GWR Gillard camp, they're ready to get himself to the top.
You figure he's due?
I think so. Well, I mean, he's getting closer, but there's obviously a lot of guys due in every single division here. Aiden Levy was due for what felt like 2 years, and he finally got that breakthrough win at Homestead earlier for the SKUSA Winter Series. But I think Noah Rosser could be the guy to watch. Kid's grown up here in this state. He's raced this track plenty of times in the last few years, so no surprise to see him being quick throughout practice in the fast group. And initially right now, he's your quickest at the end of the out lap at a 58.570 here out of everyone in this group. And you can't talk about fast guys in Florida without going a little bit further back from him to find that magic card of Colin Lloyd. What a weekend it was. He's been so strong at the SKUSA Winter Series every year when it comes to his home racetrack at AMR Motorplex in Homestead, Miami, Florida. This year, again, even better. National wins in the senior class against some top-level competition. And because of that, and because of the home-based race team, the T1D Racers group, talking with his dad, Ryan, they got about 30 drivers in their kind of club compound down at Homestead. And between them, what they've worked out with the Magic Car Group to become an official dealer here for South Florida, it's going to allow Colin to get some more national race seat time, because for him personally, and for anyone really living in that Miami area, that's a haul to follow the Pro Tour. Imagine driving from Miami all the way to Utah this year, or originally to California.
That is 6 or 7 hours to get out of the state, right?
Yeah, it's sometimes as high as 8 or 9 with traffic. So, a kid who's run maybe a handful, a spotted schedule, basically a partial national schedule once the winter stuff gets done. This year, I think he's lined up for some more stuff, which is awesome, between some sponsorship stuff they brought and the Magic Car guys bringing him along. And, talk about national guys that are due. Peyton Phillips, I think, this year could very well be this year that he gets that first career national senior championship title, because he's been close.
So 2 things there. Obviously, Colin Lloyd, it feels like it could be that year where he gets to extend, as you said, from the regular success that he's had in Florida. Got a chance to potentially run this Pro Tour, so it'll be good to see what he's able to do. But then, like you said, Peyton Phillips getting the monkey off his back with first the victories down in the Winter Series, then the championship. We could see the emotion when talking to him, having won those races. This will be his opportunity, I think, to step to the forefront in this KA100 senior category, and we'll see as they lay laps down to see who works their way up front. It's still Mossman with a 56.450, but not for long. Aiden Levy and Peyton Phillips, 2 drivers we've already talked about, go to the top of the charts on lap number 3.
And how about the kid that just went to second? Fernando Luque on that Super Tune USA Tony karts, a little bit further back here from Aiden Levy as we watch him go to turn number 5. Luque in his senior debut, a kid who's been hot and cold, I think, over the last year. If you were to ask him of his junior performances, with some races right near the top 5, a few others a little bit further back. Even at the U.S. Pro Kart Series a couple weeks ago was running in junior. But this weekend, to himself, Ben Cruttenden with the team owner, they've decided to move him up to the big boys and girls here in senior competition, and a third-place lap where he sits right now, right behind Levy and Vinny Miskelis, who has gone to the top of the boards at a 56.34, and a cool part for both Levy and Miskelis, privateer operations.
Yeah, Luque actually quickest in morning warm-up as well, so that bodes well for him potentially finding more speed. There's a move to the inside for Luque there as he tries to get himself some more open racetrack. Another fast lap laid down the final circuit here for Aiden Levy as well, as a checker flag flying to end this session here momentarily. I believe 4 laps, right? Will they be able to get 5 laps in this category? I don't know. Potentially 4. 56.073 for Levy, 56.303 for Phillips.
And here comes Vinny Miskelis across the line. Anything better? It looks like he caught a little bit of traffic on his lap behind one of the Nash Motorsports EOS kart drivers. So not a good 4th lap for Vinny Miskelis. He doesn't improve. Stays 3rd. It's Levy Phillips, as you mentioned, over Miskelis. Colin Lloyd 4th. And we're still hearing them come by us, so they did not get the checker. Yeah. The KA seniors will get 5 laps here in the timed qualifying. It's officially, I believe, supposed to be 4 minutes per group from when they release. So it's borderline, depending on the speed of the class, to get the full 5-lap distance. And for these guys on the Avinco Blues, they'll be able to still have good tire tread to run that 5th lap. So final time, Noah Rosser jumps to 5th, Phillips to 2nd, Henry Wheeler, how about that there on the 948 to 3rd, make it 4th, Luque to 3rd. Levy does not improve. That time will hold. The only other driver that's been near the front is Vinny Miskelis. We saw him there catching traffic. He backed up a little bit on the lap. I don't think it'll be good enough for Vinny Miskelis on that Tony kart. It is not. He stays in 6th. So how about that? Aiden Levy, SKUSA Winter Series, first national win. Speed's been good. He'll start from the pole here today for the K100 Senior Division presented by Nash Motorsports. Phillips on the outside begins another championship-level bid for the 3rd-year full-time national driver. Fernando Luque, a very impressive junior debut into senior in 3rd. Henry Wheeler as well, to my knowledge, his first senior national start, 4th. Colin Lloyd 5th, Miskelis 6th, Rosser 7th, Caden Bell 8th. Mossman's time from the slow group ends in 9th. That's a safe place to start, inside lane, which in our experience of the 2 national races that have already been held so far this year here at Orlando, Rob, that inside lane on the starts is critical. You're looking at the outside at best losing 2 to 3 positions. At worst, sometimes we've seen drivers get shafted and lose as many as 10 to 12. So with 2 right-hand corners right off the bat, a full 180, that inside lane's at a big, big advantage. And being able to start 9th should be very, very safe to start for Frankie Mossman, pending pushback, bumper penalties, and more. But at least K Senior is all wrapped up here, so we'll take another commercial break and come back with more action live from Orlando Kart Center. You're watching Kart Chaser's coverage of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. We will be right back.
International Motorsport has you covered on every level of karting, and starting here in 2023, in cars as well. For your very first step into an F4 race car, try out the Formula Inter Arrive and Drive F4 Championship, hosted here at the Homestead Miami Speedway. Along with that, of course, the International Motorsport team covers every base of the karting pyramid, from the local to the national and international level. For more information, follow International Motorsport or Formula Inter on social media.
Welcome back here to Orlando Kart Center for the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. My name's Xander Clements here with the voice of SKUSA and eKarting News, Rob Howden, as well for the call here this weekend. The engines are just getting ready to fire for the Mini Swift class presented by Avinco Tires, the first of 2 groups. And this class, we talk about it every national race weekend, the number of walk-ups, where that number ends up being. I think this class was under the 30 marker on pre-entries. We are at 42 drivers on our entry list here, so accounting for a good amount of walk-ups to have a full grid of Mini Swifts between the ages of 9 to 12. That's cool to see, to have a full grid of 42 here all the way in Orlando.
Yeah, it's always great to have the drivers in the cadet categories shown with big numbers, because that's obviously the future of the sport. The more drivers you have in the micro and minis, the more you're going to have in junior and senior over the next 3 to 5 years. So always good to see big numbers there, and a lot of talent too, because one of the things I love most about watching the micros and minis is some of the times they have better racecraft than the other categories. We see really good battles up front. The lead groups trying to pull away, trying to drop that guy out the back of the peloton. It all depends on obviously the maturity of the drivers as they start working their way forward. But to me, I'm always so impressed by how good these drivers are in terms of racecraft.
And a little bit of that is, of course, by force, as we see one of the drivers get a little loose down the backstretch, go around. But, with only 9 horsepower to work with, 9.5 if you've got that thing dialed up, they're really dependent on working together with each other. And we're going to see that here in qualifying, and probably see a little bit of gamesmanship in that second faster group to go onto the racetrack right here, headed down through turn number 1. One of the Ryan Perry Motorsports drivers headed through in the front of that pack. It looks like Michael McGoy in the 161, so talk about a quick kid who's put up a lot of good numbers here this year to be in the slow group after final practice yesterday. Interesting to see, but the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro car driver will lead this pack of a handful of new faces and new names that we need to update ourselves and follow, as we've got so many kids moving up here. Some of them moved up during the Winter Series. Some opted to wait till the regular season got underway to move up from either regional racing to the national stage or from the micro to the mini class. There's a lot of new names for us to get used to, figure out them on the racetrack, and of course everyone plays a little bit of musical chairs. Felt like March this year was more silly season than even December was.
Indeed, number of drivers moving teams, but again, Michael McGoy, you mentioned him first, obviously a Super Nationals winner last year, so getting things underway to start the 2023 season. Someone's lost the front or the nose off the front. That's the 119. That is not a good thing there for the 119. You're going to go to the tail of the field and get that black flag. So tough there for the 119 energy driver. Might have been Kennedy
Luca Popescu,
No.
the driver we lose there.
Oh,
so
no. There it
there's
is.
the bumper right there.
There
We
it
saw
is.
that actually come off right on camera. Good catch by our guy Aaron down here at turn number 8 to see that came off right at the exit of the corner. So, again, for a lot of the drivers, mechanics, they're running with the bumpers loose up to the grid to show that they can hand tighten them right before they go into the grid when SKUSA does their spot checks for the pushback bumpers. And obviously just didn't get it tight enough.
Talk about changing the course of your day, going from qualifying to potentially get yourself somewhere up front, especially in a 42 kart grid. Popescu is going to be at the very tail of the field, and again, as I had said to Alex earlier, any drivers that have trouble in qualifying, sad for them, of course, but maybe a positive for us to a certain extent of some contact further back. A couple of drivers together at the end of the straightaway down into turn number 9. But yeah, anytime something happens like that, Xander, we're going to have somebody to talk about in the pre-final.
Yeah. So we'll see what Luca Popescu can do because obviously, again, like you said, front bumper loss, meatball flag will come out. He'll get, unfortunately, disqualified for losing bodywork parts on the racetrack, so he'll go all the way to the rear. So someone to watch here. How about another one to watch? Jackson Porter on his first start of the season on the factory kart cadet program. One cool part about having the press conferences we did yesterday was we did the top 3 drivers from Pro Shifter and from X30 Pro, and Billy Musgrave got to chat a little bit about all the extra R&D they've been trying to do on their cadet program. They got a cadet shifter they've been doing a little bit of R&D on to have some fun with. More than anything for him, he was like, I got into the sport late. I was a moto guy growing up, so I've never raced a mini Swift. I have no idea what it needs, what it takes, any bit of it. They've learned kind of with Jackson and with a couple other drivers that they've got out west, and they would have liked to add a lot more seat time than what they've had because it's been rain season in California since January 1st.
It has.
And to the point that the tracks get flooded, so you can't even go out and do rain testing. But at least with a little bit they've got, they've felt like they've got more and more solid footing with that American-made factory kart in this year. Now that they feel like they've got good product, now it's time to start pushing it out and really scaling their operations up as we see the first couple lap times coming in now in the peak parts of the session. 3 laps complete. There's Kai Mars making a move. Lots of shuffling around the racetrack, so we'll see how many drivers really get clean laps and how many big-name guys that we've seen at the front of the field get shuffled further back in this first group out. Jaime Garcia is your quickest. Jackson Porter second. Kai Mars on your screen, and that TKG Kart Republic is third. McGoy fourth. Riley Harrison fifth. Braden Wagner 6th, Matthew Cagle, Tyron Scott, McLaren Carroll, and Martin Jaramillo. But it's an 8/10 spread on that top 10. Granted, part of that's to be expected with a couple of fast guys like Garcia, Porter, Mars, McGoy that we're used to seeing in the lead pack being here running quick times. But even then, they're spread apart more than expected. So let's see, with lap 4 coming in, does anyone get a 5th lap in like we saw in K Senior? They will not. Across the line for the lead group here, McGoy can only go to 5th. Jackson Porter with a burner on that final lap. He'll put a 60.429, jump 2/10 over the whole grid to the top, but Garcia can't improve. Kai Mars improved a little bit when we watched him make a pass, so he didn't get the best lap. Porter running by himself without anyone really in front of him. Ended up being the best strategy here in this first group.
Yeah, I like this program for Porter, obviously with the Hy-Vee sponsorship on the side of that kart, the factory kart machine. Not only is he just jumping behind the wheel to drive something, but he's actually having to work with Billy in terms of R&D as well, really trying to to talk about the way the kart's feeling, really communicate to Billy what they potentially want to make changes on, whatever it may be. So really a good opportunity for Jackson Porter to stretch himself as a young driver. He's been doing some dirt micro-sprint racing as well, but very quick out of the gate here, 2/10 clear of Jaime Garcia. Maybe that 2/10 of a second may help him to find out where he's going to end up. What do we end up having? How many karts do we have in the first group? Do we end up with a 21 or 22? 21. So we split the 42 evenly, 21 and 21. So at the very least, you're going to see Jackson Porter start 22nd, but 2/10 clear of the next driver. That may put him somewhere higher up into the top 20.
And everyone in that group we saw, if it's going to be any indication of what this next group will be, there were a lot of guys that probably felt like they had a lot more left in the tank, but caught traffic. Now, when you go to the slow group, you're around drivers that maybe are still figuring things out on how to go fast on their own, and so they're more so focused on that. When they're at the top of the grid, that level of driving is subconscious, and they're consciously thinking of where they need to position themselves lap to lap, corner to corner, and that's what we're going to see coming out of the grid right now. Obviously, a lot of them want to go all in that main group out front, so they're going to release them all. But now, does anyone go slow to try and drop back? For the moment, we've seen a couple guys make some passes there into the hairpin, and here we go. Marco Romero is going to drop back. He'll let one of his Bennett teammates,
all 4 of them,
lead him all the way out. Yeah, they got their whole contingent right there. There's Lucas Palacio big-time winner back at Homestead, Miami. What a year it's been for young Lucas Palacio. One of the younger kids on the class structure, and he has been phenomenal.
Yeah, definitely. I think a guy that's going to be watching probably comes in as the primary title contender for this Mini Swift Championship battle here in the SKUSA Pro Tour. Palacio on the Kart Republic has been so good. Coming out of the gate to begin 2023, already locking the championships down, race wins, so the confidence very high as we're watching the 4 drivers from Team Bennett all run together. There's Palacio there in the number 102. He's got a couple of his fellow Kart Republic drivers with him as well. We'll see how it all plays out, but indeed, I think he's going to be a driver to watch throughout the entire 2023 season.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think he's going to be, again, the kid to beat. We talked about Winter Series setting the tone for the year when everyone's jostling to be who's going to be top dog in the class, who's going to be the one that's going to have stopwatches on them from Thursday on no matter what. And I think Lucas Palacio has definitely made that point clear that you need to be timing him to see where the benchmark should be for the quickest driver out there. We had Kai Johnson on our screen. He's also been a contender and has had really kind of his share of both good and bad luck through the winter season, but he has been very, very active behind the wheel. And last year we lost him in a handful of American races due to a European schedule that he'll be doing once again this season, but at least in the wintertime, he's been in the go-kart at a top-level event, seems like almost every single week. So he's tuned up, and the same for Antonio Pizzogno-Nito, who just made a pass there. Now we'll go a little further back and find Palacio behind his teammate in the 129 machine. We'll try and ID who we've got there in that one. That is going to be Travis Pettit. So Travis Pettit, interesting to see there. Talk about new, old faces, new places. We've seen him with the his father-owned Solo Kart USA operation, but as basically an independent, the only mini driver in the category. Obviously switching gears to run with the Trinity Karting Group. Try them out here this weekend and see what the benefit is of having teammates to share data off of, guys to work with in qualifying, and he's so far benefiting from it by being around the kid that everyone's been chasing this season.
Yeah, good to have a teammate that has the pace and can roll that data over. And, of course, the Bailiff brothers are running the program here this week. A little smaller program than normally running for Trinity, but they've got some tremendous drivers under that tent, Hayden Jones and Caleb Gaffera as well. But, yeah, we'll see what happens here with Travis Pettit now running in that team with Lucas Palacio. As I said, sharing that data, being able to overlay it when you're doing the debrief is going to be very good for that young driver out of the Northeast. But Palacio will be a guy to watch here for sure. Things just getting dialed in here, starting to get some speed. Jackson Porter, that 60.429, still holding the provisional time as drivers just starting to come up here right now. Max Christia, Pizzogno-Nito, Kai Johnson, Tyrone Kemper Jr., all now into the top 5.
Yeah, more shuffling there in that middle group. I think the kids at the front here in this first group of 3 might be a little better. We just saw a pass there with Royce Vega dropping back behind Rocco Simone and that Motez Sport Parolin. So they're going to kind of not be on the best lap with that pass we made in the hairpin. But I think this front group of 3 Bennett should be pretty good. Kai Johnson looked good. He was good. 59.95. He'll get bested by Tristan Murphy, who's tail end Charlie on that second group in the 111 for Ryan Perry Motorsports. But Kai Johnson with a good lap. Now he'll go by Marco Romero. And this would be the final shot, it looks like, if it's anything like group number 1. So the 3 Bennett kids working together. The 140 leading the charge of Troy Ferguson, the micro standout from last year, moving up to mini. The California-based driver sits 10th at the moment, and part of that is the downside of being the one to be the one to first up to hit the air and lead that pack. And now Johnson's just going to pass him all the way through. He'll go by him into turn number 9. So there he goes, and there goes the lap.
Yeah, solid lap right there for Johnson. Get that the opening part of the lap, 8 corners, big, long run down the straightaway, get the draft, pull by the inside, get through turn number 9 cleanly. Johnson lining himself up to potentially try to go to P1. Up top right now, as we had said, Tristan Murphy with the fast time at 59.902, but no, Johnson drops another couple of tenths off. 59.738 for Kai Johnson, goes P1. Cameron Marcia in second at the checker. Rocco Simone in third. Tristan Murphy fourth. Travis Pettit actually quicker than Palacio. So Pettit very strong there. That Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic. He'll go P5. Royce Vega 6th, Alexander Procuna in 7th, Romero 8th, Palacio back in 9th position. If there's been only any kind of chink in the armor, Palacio has been kind of a little deeper in the field in qualifying. He's found his way to the front in the main events. Then we have Fion Shi in the 10th position, Ashton Moon in 11th, Pizzogno-Nito in 12th. Where do we go back to Jackson Porter, 19th? So a couple of drivers, maybe three drivers quicker than he was quickest in that first group. But so he's got work to do still. But 19th, not the worst place to start a race.
No, not a bad place to start there for him. At least again inside lane, like we've talked about. So
True.
should be safe to roll from it. But how about that from Kai Johnson? And again, how about that from Cameron Marsha, who was kind of nowheresville, and also another driver. First weekend here with the Trinity Karting Group camp today. First day with them. So
put what? Marsha in second, Pettit in fifth, and Palacio in ninth. They've got that Kart Republic dialed in pretty nicely.
Very impressive from them. Again, the Bennett guys have their contingent. Johnson first, Vegas sixth, Romero in eighth, and then RPM has Tristan Murphy in there. Parolin's got a handful because they've got half the team go-karts as well with Alexander Procugna on that FLC Parolin in seventh. But again, here's a look through your top 15 on the results so far, where they all stack up, and the gaps to each other. It's about a 3.5-tenth spread for the top 10 or so. Then it kind of goes a little further back. But your next class getting set to go, X30 Junior, presented by Rolison Performance Group, is coming up next. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Kart Chaser's coverage of the SKUSA Pro Tour. Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Turney kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Well, if you were watching when we had the qualifying for K100 Junior, you saw that one of the top guns currently in junior karting here in North America struggled a bit, and I'm talking about Ernesto Rivera outside the top 20 in qualifying. That group kind of just dilly-dallying around a little bit. No one able to get a good lap in. A number of drivers we thought we saw go deeper in the field. We thought that maybe Stephen Miller might have been able to get locked back there as well, but he was able to, on the final circuit, find some speed to work his way up front. So wouldn't be surprised, Xander, to see Rivera potentially try to get out front, get some open racetrack, and pull away a bit here, because obviously he will not be happy with the qualifying he had in KA 100 Junior. And I guarantee when they sat down with the crew from the Rawlson Performance Group, they were talking strategy and how to avoid having another issue and putting him deep in the field.
Yeah. Now, granted, he would probably prefer that to be in this division at 20 drivers strong versus 30-plus in KA Junior, but at least jitters out of the way, and he can start on the class that, as Alexander Searle mentioned, he seems to have been a little bit stronger. Yeah. He's been good, and that's just par for the course, right? The faster you go, the more that's in the driver's hands, the more that's in the tuner's hands. The slower you go, the lower the bar is to reach the top level, and no different than a number of laps in seat time. So for KA Junior, more draft dependent, it's easier to both kind of get up to the top level speed. At the same time, there's so many guys that one little mistake in qualifying means that, well, you're not just going to have half a second on the field. You might be the same pace as them, and he's going to have to hopefully bank on a lot of battling in that pre-final to get into the mix by the main event. But it can be done. There's a lot of ways to pass around this racetrack, a lot of ways to lose time for that lead pack, because there's so many hairpins that if you block into, you'll lose a lot of ground on exit. But at least here for X30 Junior, where he seems to have had a leg up on the field in terms of pace dating back to the Supernats 25 with how quick he was there with him and Caleb Gaffera, and then all the way through the Winter Series, through the Rock Winter Tour, through the U.S. Pro Kart Series. He has been phenomenal in 125 junior competition. Stephen Miller's thrown everything he's had at him, and sometimes a little bit too much, just to try and keep him within striking distance sometimes. So no surprise that he's going to go quick on the opening lap. He goes second, though. How about Oliver Weldon on that JC Karting Lando Norris kart? A little bit further back here in the group on his opening circuit, but Oliver Weldon in that bright blue and yellow machine was your quickest driver on the outlap.
And he was P5 in KA 100 Junior as well, so good speed, good feel for this racetrack for Oliver Weldon at the Lando Norris, as you had said. But to be honest, let's just talk again to cap it off for Rivera. This kid's really been the top driver since the end of last year, was able to best his teammate Gaffera at the Super Nationals. Already 2 Winter Series championships, to 3 actually for him, with one in the Rock Cup USA program here as well. He's going to be looking for another championship here in the Pro Tour. It's going to be a while till he figures if he can lock that one down. But the Rawlson Performance Group guys have been really good here in X30 Junior out of the gate.
And he's doing a great job towing the line for the kid we followed that last half a lap. Diego Ardiles was quickest on lap number 2 by following their quickest kid so far. So Rivera into the top 10 was 6th on the second lap, just going to poke his own hole in the air, whereas Ardiles getting to trail him around the racetrack is your quickest. They've shuffled a lot in this next group further back here in the group. Oliver Weldon's going to go by on what looks to be not Max Taylor. That might be Jackson Wolney in the 796. Going on through there. Yes, Jackson Wolney there was the driver. He went on by. So
that's tough qualifying in a session like that, where you have to be that aggressive to find a way by. That means you haven't placed yourself well. And look at we're 3 wide coming into this corner here at the turn number 4, and one driver getting shuffled off. I think that was Welding off the outside. That is not the way to put a good lap time. Now this feels like a heat race more than a qualifying session.
And they're all fast kids. Christian Cameron, Emma Scarborough, Anthony Martella, I think Caleb Campbell, the other one in that mix. They're all quick, and they're all beating each other up here. The unfortunate part is they're going to have one more lap at best. This is lap number 4 already here in RPG X30 Junior, as more passing going on through all the way. That's going to back them further away from the faster drivers up the road, and it's going to make it that much tougher to get a clean lap in on the final lap around. So one more shot. Hopefully your tires didn't get too dirty. No more shots. Lap 4, that whole group is going to get burned. Ernesto Rivera is the big benefactor right now, even by himself. Quickest by a 10th, 54.848. It'll stand because only half the top 10 went quicker on their second lap thanks to all that shuffling. Weldon gets bumped all the way outside the top 10. So does Christian Cameron. Emma Scarborough also down there. Oliver Weldon 16th from inside the top 5 the lap before, thanks to all that battling going on. Not all his fault. Some of it a little bit of everyone, but it's Rivera over Stephen Miller, Teddy Musella. Big-time shakeup with some movers and shakers. That'll start way back, including the biggest of them all, Oliver Weldon, down in 16th.
Xander, you can imagine the mechanics up on the stands watching here, just losing their minds, watching their drivers dice and throw moves to the inside, trying to get open racetrack. Almost sometimes better just to stick behind the driver you've got and push them as fast as you can, because to be making those moves to the inside, you're losing lap times. There's no way you're going to have a super fast lap time when you're running a shallow entry on the inside trying to pass someone, maybe some contact. And you mentioned a bunch of names of drivers deep out there. Scorpione 9th, Taylor 10th, Cameron 11th. Again, you mentioned Weldon, who was P1 for a time in the first couple of laps, ends up finding himself outside the top 10 as well. So, man, that's tough, but when it's not really you in control, right? Other drivers around you, if they're going to get aggressive and dive down to the inside, it's not your fault that you're getting hung out to dry, but we had a little bit of chaos happening, and the drivers were outside the top 5 for sure.
Yeah, so that's a big time shakeup here as the track cleanup continues from X30 Junior qualifying. Pro and Master Shifter presented by PSL Karting and International Motorsport down on the grid, and they've got a few minutes to wait here, so let's go down trackside and we'll keep taking a look at what they've got down on the grid. Emery Lida, Alexander Searle, and Kendall Hedge getting a whole lot of intel, and we'll get to hear from them or talk to some of the drivers throughout this weekend. And as you mentioned, Rob, a very, very stacked grid of Pro Shifters, a good amount of Master Shifters as well, for 25 total in the group. And, yesterday, a lot of different tire strategies because they all knew that they would all be one big group for qualifying, didn't have to put a lot of pressure on happy hour. So we don't really know, to be honest, where everybody kind of stands and locks up for this weekend, because everybody was on a different strategy throughout the day of when they were putting tires on,
Indeed.
when they weren't. And, of course, you imagine a lot of them were on their B motor throughout most of Friday, maybe tried out the A motor in that happy hour session, maybe not. So we don't know where they're all going to stack up, and part of that also of being willing to just run one set of tires throughout the whole day for A.J. Myers, Marion Kremers, and company as well. They've done that 3 times over now here with plenty of testing. AJ was working at his 9 to 5 all the way through Thursday and then drove in Thursday night. So, they didn't need the whole week of testing, whereas the guys like Billy Musgrave, Remo Ruschetti, coming over here for their first race of the month so far, they have had to play a lot of catch-up to the rest of the guys, and they were putting new tires on a little more. They were making sure they made it for every single session because they needed it.
Yeah, really interesting, too. I was listening to David Cole and Nate Dean in our EKN Outlap preview podcast talking about all the different nationalities as well. I think there's 8 different nationalities on the grid here in the Pro Shifter class, but again, just the different brands as well. This morning in warm-up, Marion Kremers was quicker. There's the Burrell. Danny Formal was second on the Cosmic. Kyle Wick on the GFC was third. Billy Musgrave on the factory kart was fourth. Myers fifth on the Magic kart. So a bunch of different brands, a bunch of different nationalities as drivers have come in from Canada. We've got Jay Irwin here as well. The Kiwi we saw run, you go back to the days of him running cadet at the Super Nationals. He made his debut last year in the Pro Shifter category at the Super Nats. Great to have him back here as well, running for PSL Karting. So just a bunch of different drivers coming in from all over the world, different brands. Lines up a bunch of great storylines throughout the entire weekend here in Pro Shifter.
Yeah, that's a healthy sign to see, right? And for a lot of them to want to come out here to get the exposure on the national stage, onto the live broadcasts, onto all the press that comes with it, that's why they're making the trek all the way out here. That's why Ramo and Mario Gill shipped their go-karts in a container and sent it all the way to Florida from the Pacific Northwest. Why Billy Musgrave and his dad Willie drove their truck from California all the way straight here to get here on Wednesday. And, a cool story I got to hear a little bit earlier this weekend, speaking of Frankie Mossman from earlier, part of his ride and part of the sponsorship he was able to get to be able to run the F4 US Championship this season with J. Howard Driver Development came off of the viewership and exposure he got for running up front at Supernats 25. Wow. He said if we didn't have that race broadcasted to the world, if I didn't perform at that level with the amount of eyes on that deal, we would not have had the budget to go run F4 this season, and he would have had no other option. And he said the big reason why he's back running the Pro Tour is because of the exposure that he still is able to get running kart races. In fact, they're going to hit, I think it's all 3. I think one of the F4 races might hit Newcastle, so at least 1 or 2, but still making a bunch of active karting starts with that DeSoto Raceworks CRG team as much as he can to try and benefit from all the added exposure that comes from competing at the national stage. And then again, for seeing all the different brands as well, hopefully winning races here, running up front with a lot of different drivers, not only speaks well to your team, but puts your product up front and helps you move product down the road.
Yeah, that Super Nationals one you're talking about for Frankie Mossman, most definitely the breakout as he was out front there there, and obviously in the spotlight throughout the entire weekend, and we'll see what he's able to do in F4 this year. But great to see him with Tony Tesoro as well in that new Tesoro Raceworks program. Good to see CRGs out there as well. A number of drivers putting them up front and into the spotlight. So the bottom line is there's a number of great drivers with an opportunity to go racing, and one of them right here. I think we're probably almost ready to go. Indeed, let's head down to pit lane right now with one of the drivers who's been a star for many, many years, standing by with Alexander Searle.
Oh, a little bit of tech difficulties. We'll send it on down to Alex here in a minute or get the backup mic set to go. First interview, never going to go our way a little bit there, but we'll get down to it. They've got at least a few minutes to hang out here, so hopefully we'll get them sorted with what they need down on the grid and on pit lane. AJ Myers, kudos to him for spending some time with us. We got to chat with him a lot at the end of the day yesterday. It's tough to find him, like I said, because his schedule just keeps him so busy, and it's really cool because working a full-time job, not a lot of guys would want to, spend the rest of their weekends busting their butt and racing, and working hard or even coming out to coach on the side. But AJ's dedicated. He's just as full-time as anyone else in the sport. That job is the side hustle, and this is really full-time. It's just that job happens to pay a little bit more.
It's awesome, right? Because you kind of go to the guys that run kind of the amateur racing side, whether it's stock cars or whatever. You work a 9 to 5 or whatever, a 7 to 6 or whatever end up you do to get a chance to be able to go to the stock car track on a Saturday night or head out to an SCCA race, whatever it may be. This is about a guy who just loves racing and being out here. He's got the full-time job and building the career, but he's still one of the top drivers in the sport, as we know, and will be running for a championship this year.
Yeah, he jokes about himself getting old, but I don't see him stopping anytime soon. Until he really starts slowing down, we're going to get to see a whole lot of A.J. Myers with the setup that he's got and that great relationship he's built over the last half decade with the Checkered Motorsports Magic Kart USA camp. That's a deal and operation you won't see probably splitting ways anytime soon, and we're lucky to be able to witness that and to see, again, something we don't always get to see, kind of ebbs and flows a little bit in the sport, where you see guys be able to stay around and keep running for a long time, right? Billy Musgrave joked he's getting up there, 31 years old, still getting after it full time. Raymond Ruschetti with the Catalyst Driver Development Camp. COVID kind of slowed them down from being able to travel quite a bit for a lot of their drivers because they've got a lot of regional and club guys and some north of the border in Canada. But this year, full Pro Tour, he said a big part of that, again, they know how big the Supernats can be for their brand, for their race team, and for all their drivers. He's like, I'm tired of trying to go and do it as a one-off. I can't just be a Vegas specialist because it's so hard and the level is so high. So they're committed to the full Pro Tour for the season. They're going to be at it a lot more. Ramo's been around for a long time. The whole Pro Shifter class, Hunter Pickett as well. All of them were joking when we were talking about pushback bumpers a little bit yesterday, how they don't feel like they need it and the respect in the class. And Billy was like, dude, I've been racing this guy since 2012. I've racing this guy also since about 2012. We're old, we get it, but we all have a lot of respect and race with each other. And that's what's cool about watching them on the racetrack is they all have this unspoken code that is more prevalent in their division than any other class because they all know they're going to race against the same guys week in, week out, year to year, and see them next week. And, they don't want to have any kind of just nastiness or lack of respect. There is a ton of respect between all of them.
And isn't that interesting that, you see what's happened with the X30 senior category with drivers coming in as young as 14. It's like 14 to 17, maybe 18 years of age for a majority of the drivers in that category. A lot of times they'll then move to cars or whatever they decide to do. It's the pro shifter guys that have been here for the longest time and remain running shifters, right? They didn't make the move to cars. They want to be professional kart racers. They want to get themselves into the industry as well. Obviously you mentioned Raymond Ruschetti, he and Scott Hargrove and Stefan Rudzinski running their program, their Catalyst program, as you said. A lot of driver development there as the drivers finally start to pull off. But I think that's one of the things I love about the shifter kart category. It seems like a place where if you're a guy who wants to be in this sport for the long run, you can do that here in the pro shifter class.
Well, it looks like they did end up doing them in 2 groups here. Funny enough, I thought we would be at 1, but over the 25 marker, they've split them in 2.
Okay.
So that's going to have pretty much all of our master shifters on the racetrack, I think, except for maybe 1, because they were all right around, again, being that heavier weight, being not full-time professionals, and maybe some former professionals in it that you're going to see in just the Masters onto the racetrack here for this time. So let's see them across the line. Daniel Debos was super quick yesterday, and the Florida-based driver has been kind of off and on a little bit throughout the years, but this year, ran a winter tour, opening race back at St. Petersburg, race winner, and then kind of hot and cold through the winter series. But now he's excited for the full SKUSA Pro Tour, and hopefully we'll get to see him at all of it. I know with International Motorsport, they've typically been, again, one of those, like we talked about, Miami-based operations. That's a long haul and really expensive to try and chase the national circuit when it leaves the state of Florida after the month of March. But with the support they're getting from the Lenzo Kart Factory operation, I think we expect to see them at a lot more big races this year before Vegas.
Yeah, they've been very strong, as we had said. Giorgio Carrera, of course, has been right in the front there as well. He's been on the podium several times. Debos was the quickest driver yesterday as well. This morning in the warm-up session as well, I believe he may have been the fastest driver in the Masters Class 2. Yeah, Daniel Debos, he was P12 overall, almost quicker than a bunch of the pro drivers as well. Michael Gouache was right there, as was Morn Von Tak, Luis Quiones, and Luis Mendez. So again, primary the drivers here in the Master Shifter category rolling out. We expect them to likely get 5 laps in. Majority of the categories getting the 4, but we may end up getting 5 rolling out here at this point here. Masters drivers onto the racetrack, as we have said. Morn Von Tak with the fastest out lap of 54.651. Daniel Debos in second, Luis Quiones third, Michael Gouache fourth, and Robert Fiege rounding out the top 5. Fiege, the reigning champion of this Master Shifter category from 2022. Farshad Bagheri coming in here to run as well. So we're going to have the Master Shifter drivers out first. So the split was indeed just the Masters qualifying by themselves. Then we'll bring the Pro drivers out. So that indeed is confirmed from SuperKarts USA and Race Control. So Master Shifter out for their qualifying run. Debos on lap number 2 goes quicker, 0.6 faster, in fact, than Luis Mendez. And he goes with a 51.688. Debos looking really good, quicker than 3 or 4 of the pro drivers. Sander in the morning warm-ups. We expect him to be the driver to battle for the race win here today.
Yeah, I think he'll be definitely the contender here for Daniel Debos by 0.6, like you said. That's massive, even though it's only lap 2. A couple guys may have waited, done one more slow lap, then they'll push on lap number 3. But with Antonio Pizzonia gone, I think that's probably a breath of fresh air for these guys, because he absolutely put a whooping on them 2 weeks ago at the Rock Winter Tour. And part of the reason why he wanted to go up and play in Pro Shifter, we've seen that out of Rubens Barrichello and his number of starts when he was racing with his boys. And now that the older one, Eduardo Barrichello's moved up into Formula cars, there's a little bit less karting for them, but cool to see that for Antonio to go and run in Pro Shifter and drop inside the top 10. And I think the Master Shifter guys are like, yeah, we like to have fun. We like to look at ourselves as stars, but that guy is an ex-Formula One superstar. Make him go run Pro Shifter. Let us have our fun in the part-time, race when we can, drive something fast when we can, and go back to work on Monday class.
Debos, Quiones, Mendez, Van Tak, and Bagheri as the drivers potentially slowed on the racetrack. The 6:03 of Michael Gouache, who was P3 in the morning warm-up, is going to pull off the side of the racetrack. Looks like a flat left rear. So Gouache on the Magic Kart, flat left rear for the driver from Northern California. That's going to put him at the tail of the field. He'll have work to do in that pre-main to get himself forward. Gouache off the track over, I believe, in turn number 4. Debo still on top with a 52.049, but Luis Quiones has dialed it in. It was 0.6 of a second a couple laps ago. How about just 0.08 as checker flag flying? Final time around across the start-finish line. That is, I believe, Farshad Bagheri on that TB kart working his way up to P5. He's about a second off. Debo's 52.049. I thought we may have get a driver potentially rolling in that 5th lap, but no, everybody lap 4 laps, or Gouache losing that last one's only 3 for him. Everybody else 4 laps. 52.049, Daniel Debos fastest. He'll start on the pole alongside Luis Quiones, but that big gap, as we said, ended up only being 0.08 of a second as Quiones' last lap of 51.803. Very quick. So right there. 51.603 for Quiones, 51.520 for Debos. So, indeed, Quiones was faster on the last lap as well, but lap 3 was the best for both of those drivers. Luis Mendez ends up in 3rd, Morn Von Tak in 4th spot, 5th, Andre Martins. 6th was actually Martins in the last lap. He goes 52.467. So, the track owner, Andre Martins, ends up going P5, Bagheri in 6th, Ken Schilling in 7th, Michael Gouache 8th, and Robert Fiege rounding out the top 10. And that was Remo Rusciti, who we talked about quite a bit, the driver out of British Columbia, Canada, on the Catalyst driver development machine, the ITAL kart, rolling off onto the racetrack as we've got 16 drivers and Pro Shifter set to go. And the first guy out looks to be Danny Formal, that number 237, the Rawlson Performance Group. Cosmic, a big pickup, of course, for them last year to get Danny to come over to run with that program. He'll do a bunch of sports car racing throughout the year, his primary focus, but a big opportunity for him and big for RPG as well to have one of the best drivers we've ever seen in a shifter kart in North America kind of heading up their program.
He's so thankful, and again, he's had such a fun month of March here, being able to race the U.S. Pro Kart Series, then go to Sebring. Unfortunately, not the best of luck, but still a good weekend as a whole, and then to come over here and to get the opportunity to run again. And he said this is the first time for him to run for the full championship in the SKUSA Pro Tour since 2017. He is stoked about it and ready to try and bring Rawlson Performance Group and OTK their first Pro Shifter National Championship in a long, long time. Broke through, got them their first KZ victory in a while and their first Pro Shifter victory in about 4 or 5 years since Kyle Wick got that inaugural 175 SKUSA Winter Series win with the team many years ago, back I believe it was 2019 or 2020. So for Danny Formal being able to be the guy that can take a brand back up and get it going feels cool. Billy Musgrave obviously has done the same with his own go-kart brand with a factory kart camp, and he goes quickest on the outlap. So how about that for the man that was quickest in final practice yesterday to go fastest here to start qualifying in that 211 black and red Musgrave Racing Company factory kart. And it makes it a lot easier for him to coach those mini kids if he goes out there and still shows he knows how to get around this racetrack.
Obviously very impressive and a really good storyline, I think, here for the Pro Shifter category as well. So many Italian brands. Then you have that American-made chassis, American steel, chromoly, constructed, welded, all built in Southern California. Billy Musgrave, as we know, 4-time Super Nationals winner. Wanted to dive into the manufacturer side, his own designs, obviously working through the shifter kart. They've got he's very, very happy with the way they are right now with their single-speed chassis as well. We talked already about Jackson Porter and the design they're working with their cadet chassis too, but very happy. This thing's ready for production, and they've already sold a bunch of karts in this factory shifter. And again, Billy Musgrave looking to see if he can't be up front here and potentially challenge for a championship. 31 years of age. And again, looking to battle against the best of the sport in his own machinery. I think that's such a great storyline.
Yeah, and again, one of the only guys in the field of both Pro and Master Shifter on that IME 175 where he's got a lot of bottom end torque. He's put it to good use so far. Quickest over Formal. Here is Marin Kremers, the number 1 plate holder, wants to get around Remo Ruscetti. He will, so Ruscetti will let him go, and now he gets to start his probably final push lap here on those Avinco Reds. They are all worried about tire management here today. Wouldn't be surprised to see if you guys pull in. Oh my goodness! Antonio Pizzonia, AJ Myers has just been sent into the wall. That was one of the weirdest crashes down the front stretch. We saw it coming together and caught the end of it. Pizzonia was kind of weaving. I don't think if he knew AJ was there, maybe he did. And when he swerved to the left, AJ's front bumper just went up in the air, and then he was a passenger at that point, and it slammed the outside plastic wall. So
you could see the look on Myers' face when he stopped. You couldn't see obviously in the visor, but his hands were. What just happened?
Yeah, what are we doing out here? Luckily, his lap coming across the line, wrecking, was still fast. A 50.29 has him third, crashing at the end of the lap. So, I guess missing the braking zone, that helped. But now, the push lap for Marin Kremers. Where does it put him? 5th. Not a good lap there on lap number 4 for Marin Kremers standards. P5. Formal with a phenomenal lap to a 54 or 50.070, and Musgrave pulled in on his third. So Musgrave was sitting on the third lap, will sit on it through here for lap number 5. It's pushed him down to second. Kyle Wick with a good lap, jumped to P3. There's AJ Myers checking out the damage on that Factory Magic kart. He's down to 4th now and will continue to drop if anyone else can find more speed here on the final few laps. It's Formal, Musgrave, Wick, Myers, Kremers. Here is problems for Antonio Pizzonia slowing down. I don't know if he's just going to pull on in or if he's trying to find clear racetrack. There's not enough time left for him to do either, so he may just pull it into the scale line. Formal went for one more. It did not go quicker, and I don't think a lot of other guys did. Kremers went for another, didn't go quicker. Ruscetti, not better. Pickett, not better. Everyone's slower on lap number 5. Ruscetti actually a little better. He goes to 7th, but here's Pizzonia, slowed down, picked up pace. I think, no, it looked like the bumper was jabbing. It's not.
Probably the only saving grace for A.J. Myers, that contact with Pizzonia happened after he was able to get that third lap in. It looks to be the best lap for everyone, lap number 3. Kremers actually went faster on lap 4, but he and Formal, most of the drivers lap number 3, so luckily able to get that lap in, a 50.291. The contact puts him into the barriers on the outside of the opening corner. It ends up being Danny Formal by 52 thousandths of a second over Billy Musgrave, who pulled in, as you said, after just the 3 laps. Kyle Wick of the GFC goes 3rd, A.J. Myers 4th, and Kremers in 5th. So again, 5 different chassis in the top 5. We've got Cosmic, Factory Kart, GFC, Magic, and Burrell Art. And then we've got Jacob Gulick in 6th, Raymond Rashidi in 7th. We've got Giorgio Carrara in 8th, Hunter Pickett 9th, and Jay Irwin rounding out the top 10. A very interesting qualifying session. Not what we would have expected, but a good job there for Danny Formal to lay down a lap.
Yeah, AJ's going to do a quick little start test here and at least try to get a handle on the clutch, whereas that front end of the go-kart might be a little bit bent up for him. And here he is, of course, the way it's going to play out. He's going to pull into the scales right behind Antonio Pizzonia. So those guys might have a couple of words with each other of, what are you doing, man? But how about that for the big man Formal? We'll try and get a word with him here in a moment. In the meantime, the first of the 2 groups for X30 Pro Senior on the grid here. It's divided into at a total of, I think, around 36 to 37 drivers. Always a packed house for X30 Senior. And just like yesterday in Pro Shifter, a lot of different names at the top through X30 Senior, and one driver to note that'll be in this slow group after a rough qualifying. He's lined up 5th there on the inside lane in that white Kart Republic. Joe Turney, your 2023 SKUSA Winter Series X30 Pro Senior champion, had a mechanical issue in the final practice session, and the Englishman for the Factory Kart Republic squad will have to fight his way out of the slow group here for both days of qualifying. And again, talk about a hindrance. Right next to him there, Jorge Ortiz as well into the slow group on that Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed, who has been a top 5 contender and on the verge of his first podium in his rookie season. But for Joe Turney, a favorite coming into the weekend, one of the highest picked drivers on the Fantasy League, one of the guys that everyone expected to be quick all the way through. Not a good end to Friday, and it sets him back here on the back foot for Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, a light inconvenience, would you say, potentially for Joe Turney on that Chad Dawkins Racing Kart Republic, but he was the quickest driver this morning in a warm-up, so that bodes well. He's going to have to really play it here, and that'll be the key right now. We're going to see essentially his maturity and his experience come to play here. He's going to have to find open racetrack and do what he can because he's got the speed there. He just needs to be able to have the opportunity to lay that lap down. We've seen so many drivers get caught up with those in front of them, potentially running in a pack. He's going to have to focus on trying to find that open racetrack. So on lap 3 and lap 4, potentially even lap 5, he's able to lay down that magic lap.
And we've been able to see him carve through the grid and get through to the front. We saw that in that pre-final on Sunday at the SKUSA Winter Series finale. Started back on the 5th row, drove all the way up to the lead, was there by the halfway point for him. Austin Garrison and Ryan Norberg duking it out. Talk about experience. How about a good guy to see back on the grid? John Burke in that Motav Sport Parallel lines up 3rd here, just below the cut line to go to the slow group in the number 304. Talked to him a little bit because he's been somewhat kind of in between opportunities over the last few seasons. And for John Burke in the Motav Sport Camp, this was always part of the plan. He's got, I believe, Miami Grands on the schedule, hopefully the full SKUSA Pro Tour, a handful of U.S. Pro Kart Series starts, and I'm sure he's looking forward to a home state race at Speed Sports Racing Park in Houston, Texas for the Dallas-based driver here in a month's time for the U.S. Pro Kart Series event. So he'll be competitive, and hopefully he can fight his way out. So at least a couple big-name guys in the slower half of the group for Joe to run around.
First driver to roll out. Interesting to see the Sodi Kart brand come back for the first time on the SuperKarts USA national level. We've, of course, seen big wins at the Supernats in the hands of guys like Anthony Abbas, but the PK Sport team signing on as essentially the West Coast race, or East Coast rather, race program for Sodi Kart and Sodi Racing USA. Patrick Ronveau there in the number 355. They've got the British driver Harley Keeble over here this weekend, so good to see the Sodi Kart name back. They've been, of course, major players in the sport for many, many years. Go back to David Terrion, a former winner of the World Championships in Formula A. I remember those days with David running those karts back then. So good to have Sodi Kart here and see that program kind of take a step forward.
Yeah, cool to see them take a step forward here. So for X30 Senior, we'll adjust that graphic on the top right of your screen to get it proper here for the session. But it's time for the first of the two groups to go. The 1 minute signal has been given, where the engines are fired up, and we're about to let them loose. And let's see what kind of games they play. Look at them all converge together to go onto the racetrack, 2 wide over the access road. Hopefully everybody can find some space. And you saw one driver there with maybe a PSL karting suit and a familiar helmet. That's Jeremy Fletcher. Overnight class change from KA100 Senior to X30 Pro Senior. He has to go dead last in the slow group onto the racetrack. You already see him make a few moves. They tried where they could to get him up to speed in KA Senior, but they felt way under on horsepower with the KA package they had. And so finally, like, well, we know we've got good X30 power because we went first and second in happy hour. Let's see if we can dig you something out of the garage, and we'll throw you in that one. Because, again, his deal with them this weekend, a one-off opportunity, home race, has the SKUSA Pro Tour Champion Circle money and entry fee and tires all kind of put together. So just needed a go-kart to play on. Tried to put him in KA because they didn't have anyone really in 100cc. That didn't work out. All right, we've got 4 guys in X30 that we feel like are competitive. Let's make it 5. So Jeremy Fletcher now becomes another data point for them here on this grid. But we'll look around for that Kart Republic of Joe Turney to see where he ends up here in qualifying and what he's going to do to get clear racetrack, because I wouldn't expect him to run in the middle of that pack. For the moment, he's got a couple lined up behind him. He's got a few karts to chase down the road, and he's typically, what we've seen from him, do 2 slow laps on the tires and then start to push on the 3rd or 4th lap. I think we might see the same.
And let's be real, if you're behind Joe Turney right now, you're not going to be the guy that's going to try to go by him to potentially find a way through. No, you're going to stay with Turney. You realize he's the guy that's going to potentially take you to the front. That would be a big opportunity to get behind Joe Turney right now in that Kart Republic. As you said, a couple of slow laps to get things going the way he likes to approach it. But, yeah, that's a guy. If I pulled out in the racetrack behind him, I would be thrilled with an opportunity to be able to chase him down.
Yeah, I would be stoked as well. So hopefully those drivers behind Turney are going to get the opportunity to learn and maybe hang up there with them here a little bit. So we'll pull the live timing on your screen here in a moment as we see John Burke making a move there on that Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony kart of, I believe, Luis Colomodio in the 346. New operation for Luis. We've normally seen him with the T1D group, so different camp there, but there's Turney already starting to edge away a little bit as they go to the final corner. Let's take him across the line for the first lap at full speed. Now down to turn number 1. There's Ortiz going by for a move on Nolan Bauer in that Prime Power Team Bureau Art. He'll go to 3rd. McIntyre to the top. Colomodio to 2nd. So T-Mac all the way up. Where is Joe Turney? It looked like that lap might have still been an easier one. 54.81, 11th. Here in the grouping. Not where the reigning Winter Series champ needs to be, but a good lap for John Burke.
Look what he's done there, though. He's been able to, like you said, a slower lap. He's built a nice big gap in front of him for Joe Turney right now. Didn't want to be right up behind somebody. You'll see as they work their way up again down here to turn number 9. He's got lots open racetrack in front of that's Rondo, I think, in front of him. He's going to want to leverage that. But again, having to look over the shoulder, he's got to time that last lap for lap number 4.
And he did not like that gap he had, so he's going to back up again.
Indeed.
Unfortunately, it might hurt John Burke. I think he timed that one pretty well, so Burke should still be on a good lap. May actually work out a little better, getting closer to Joe down the front stretch. But Turney, not happy with the gap he set for himself, resets that gap, and is now going to try and go on the 4th lap. So he's only got one more shot at it. Let's see what the Englishman can do here this time on that Factory Kart Republic. And beyond him, while we keep an eye on Turney, Dario Vizzaro, the International Motorsport pilot with a good bit of open-wheel racing experience, jumps to the top of the slow group. Ortiz to 2nd. Fletcher goes to 3rd, ahead of his teammate Timothy Pernod, and Luis Colomodio 5th here on the 346. But let's keep our eye here on Joe Turney. Is this going to be the lap for the 307? That's where everyone's probably got their eyes right now to see if he's going to be able to set something that puts him in the top 10 when that fast group hits. Here he comes to the final S's.
He is so much quicker than the drivers in front of him. You watched as he closed right back up. And as Xander said, he checked up to get that last gap that he needed. They'll work their way across the line. What does Turney do here? He does go to P1 by a half a second. 53.155, a half second quicker than Jeremy Fletcher in 2nd, Wes Duchak in 3rd, John Burke 4th, and Jorge Ortiz.
Ooh.
And I'll tell you, that is a lesson for any young driver. When you are struggling in a session to try to find that open racetrack you need, you just need to reset, get the lap you want. He pulled back coming through the last couple of corners, right? Got himself enough room, really got out of that last corner, turn 13 or 12 over to 13 cleanly, and he's still able to put the magic lap down. That was really a lesson in being able to control where you need to be on the racetrack to get that final lap.
Well, good stuff for Joe Turney. While we wait for the fast group to go on the racetrack, let's send it down trackside to the fastest man in Pro Shifter, the big man, Danny Formal, on the pole in Pro Shifter, and Alexander Sherrill's got him. Alex?
Thanks, Xander, here with Danny Formal. Danny, pole there in Pro Shifter. Really, that lap came right at the end there. We talked before you had pressure set for 2 minutes, so that's why you're qualifying. How your weekend's been as a whole so far?
First of all, I want to say thank you to RPG for giving me such a rocket of a go-kart. My mechanic, Mike, everyone under the team, just working hard on this shifter program and trying to match our junior and our X30 programs. So super excited. Pole position, track record, official. So super happy. The go-kart was great. Yeah, I think the times are a lot closer than I expected them to be. But yeah, our pace is really good in the long run. So now we go back on the drawing board, see what's going on, see what we can do for the pre-final. Billy in the 175 is extremely fast on the straight line. He was behind me in qualifying, and he was catching about 3 or 4 go-karts on the straight. So, yeah, the first couple laps, having him behind me on the straight is going to be complicated. But, yeah, let's go see what we could do. The go-kart's fantastic. My mechanic Mike and I have been working super hard on the carburation, try to get it right. And, yeah, happy and excited for the pre-final and the final.
Yeah, I mean, Musgrave being on the 175, being much quicker on the straight line. On the shifter, you can defend a little bit easier, white line a little bit more, but now with that pace advantage on the straight line, I mean,
it's definitely difficult. Definitely going to have to try to go to first gear right in front of him, so he has to go to first gear too, and that 175 first gear is not very good. So, yeah, it's he has pace, I have pace, AJ has pace, Myron has pace, everyone has pace. So, hopefully I can do consistent laps. Hopefully get a gap on him and where he can't pass me on the straight. So that's the plan. That's the game plan. Hopefully I get a good start and, yeah, go from there.
Thanks, Danny. Good luck.
Well, there you hear it there from Danny Formals. We got problems for the number 1 of Ryan Norberg and problems for the number 2 of Hayden Jones. Jones has not gotten off the grid, and down on the grid there, they're still working on that TKG Kart Republic to try and fire. And Ryan Norberg as well has problems over at turn number 8. So the top 2 championship contenders from last year, the reigning champ and the reigning vice champ, problems in qualifying, and it looks like a chain is popped off on the 301. He's trying to throw that back on and get a lap out here. This is frantic stuff, Rob.
Wow, what a way to start off the Pro Tour season for Ryan Norberg. Not only does he have the advantage of this being his home track and understanding, obviously one of the best drivers we've had in this sport for the last 20 years, struggled to see if he can get this thing back going again. What an opening for everybody else in this category, is potentially seeing the 301 of Norberg start at the very back of the pack, a huge grid as well. Tough here right now for Ryan Norberg.
This is awful stuff here again. It seems like the curse of his home racetrack that was so good to him with one U.S. Pro Kart Series sweep last year. Then he comes in a half-pound underweight, has to go to the rear, qualifying on the pole there. Now here, first day of the SKUSA Pro Tour, the other race he was set to race at home. He's got friends and family in his suite over by turn number 3. He's got the kart back together. So give it to Ryan Norberg, able to put the chain back on. Obviously probably popped the curb at turn 7 a little too much. The downside again, he's going to be short on laps here. So for the driver that's been so quick at his home racetrack, he's now going to fight an uphill battle. At least he's going to get a lap in. Not sure we'll be able to say the same for Hayden Jones, who is still working to get off the grid. But the first few laps have come in already from the fast group. Paulie Massimino on that Speed Concepts Racing black and red speed sets the pace. 53.505, still 3.5 tenths to get to Joe Turney, but at the end of the second lap, he is the quickest of this grouping as we see Norberg trying to put some heat in the tires and clean them off because he had all kinds of dirt and crud on them coming out of turn 8.
Brandon Carr goes up to second, but so far looks very good right now for Joe Turney. He's still a tenth of a second. Frankie Mossman has now gone into the second spot. Make that third as Massimino goes back up to P2. So it's Turney, Massimino, Mossman, and Blake Nash to fourth. Brandon Carr, P5. Still keying on Ryan Norberg, trying to get at least one lap in here, or maybe a second lap rather, as he's trying to work his way through these last couple of corners onto those curbs. And again, the checker flag not yet here. He may get one more lap if he sneaks it in. Let's see. He does. He'll get another lap. So, indeed, the first circuit there in for Ryan Norberg. You got to keep scrolling down to try to find out where he is right now. 26th position for Norberg. He'll get one more lap. Xander, this is where he'll have to draw on all the experience and all the skill that he has to potentially salvage something here for a starting grid position for race number 1.
And let's see if we can move the cameras around to a few of the other quick drivers, because it's about to get really tight at the top of the field on this final time. Checkered flag is out. Massimino, the third lap was good enough to go to second, but he's 7 thousandths off of Joe Turney. Aiden Ingrata improves on the final lap. Will not be enough to go over him. Frankie Mossman talked about him earlier, quick, fourth, but there's Massimino currently on the off pole, led the majority of the laps at the U.S. Pro Kart Series main event here, and just faded in the final 2 to 3 and lost that first shot at a big-time national win for the veteran. Now, Norberg, last one across the line, 8th. Safe recovery from what could have been a disastrous qualifying. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for Hayden Jones in the Trinity Karting Group camp. You can see the disappointment there in Ryan Norberg's face, hitting lap. I guarantee he crossed the line and felt, oh, it's just about to be good. Checkers are out. I got nothing time.
He could just feel it probably starting to come in, right? And for him, listen, that's what it could have been. This is big to be 8th, because he's going to be able to be the outside of row number 4. He'll attack quickly, but hey, again, Joe Turney with the trouble, as we said yesterday, he's going to be in the slow group of qualifying for both days. Does not matter for the driver in that Kart Republic machine. Turney in the 307 ends up going 7 thousandths quicker than Paulie Massimino. Aiden Ingrata makes it a couple of Speed Concepts drivers there on the 2 front rows. Frankie Mossman strong again in the CRG 4th. Blake Nash, Brandon Carr, row 3. Harley Keeble on the Sodi Kart in 7th alongside Norberg. And then it's Diego Ramos and Alessandro De Tullio, the 2 Burrell drivers on row number 5. Where's Margato?
13th for the guy fastest in final practice. Woo! Austin Garrison 15th. ZCD 16th. Fletcher 18th. Burke 20th. Ortiz 21st. Gafera 23rd. Vizarro 22nd. So, as always, a stacked field here. Not that we expect anything less, but, you got guys that may be able to set the world on fire tomorrow that might be 20th here today, or in the case of Norberg, 8th. But how about that for Joe Turney from the slow group? Made only one lap with clear enough track to do it, puts him on pole. However, on the other end here, with only one lap to put himself anywhere decent before a crash takes him out of qualifying, AJ Myers is standing by here with Emery Lida to try and get us a breakdown of where that session went for him. Emery?
Thanks, Sander. Here with AJ Myers. AJ, your lap was looking really good till the last corner. You get into a bit of traffic, cross the line, go P3, and then crash with Antonio Pizzonio. Just walk me through that sequence.
Yeah, pretty embarrassing qualifying on my part. I mean, it's totally my fault what happened, but just traffic that lap. I knew I was on a lap and a half. I knew that would have been pole right there. I had traffic the last 2-3 corners, and I was pushing him across the line, trying to finish that lap. He got to the brake slightly before me. My front bumper got into his rear bumper and got hooked in there, and I was for a ride. Kart's okay, but man, I got pace, and I'm looking forward to this race.
Yeah, and talking about the pace side of things, I mean, yesterday we saw different tire strategies. We saw you, Marian, Danny, all you guys go out on used tires, and obviously today, or with both finals being kind of on used tires, talk me through the race pace, what you've been seeing so far through the sessions, and kind of how you expect that to go over the course of the day.
I mean, we're not going to know until we go out there, but I'm feeling very confident. I know last round we were here, I had the race pace, and the car's feeling even better than it did then. I feel really good.
All right, AJ Myers able to get one lap and then gets in a crash, but still a solid starting spot for the Magic Truck driver. Back to you guys.
So they'll get the number 2 fixed up here and send him on to the racetrack for the pre-final. But credit to AJ Myers. Took full responsibility. Said, look, just dumb move on my part. Kart's fast. I feel confident. And, again, he got a little bit lucky with that. And, again, for Ryan Norberg as well, with the way that chain was so loose, he couldn't take any bit of curbing at a racetrack. You have to plow them. So even more impressive to be 8th with that only 2/10 off.
Xander, that's exactly what I was thinking, that he was going to have to back out a little bit, because once you've got that chain off, the new chain's going on that thing for the next race.
Yeah.
You know that, because the minute it comes off, you're going to stretch it a little bit. And you always have to worry about when you're pounding the curbs for it to come off again, because that would have been complete disaster. 37 drivers in the field. The recovery over those last couple of laps laps, even to go to P8, not able to get the max lap out there, having lost a couple. I think for him it was a huge recovery. It could have been horrible, and to still be an opportunity for him to get up front, potentially go pole for the main event.
Right, because again, in his mind, he did have to come from the back of a 40 kart field, the U.S. Pro Kart Series as well, but he had 2 stages. He had all 3 of the heats to get himself good, and then he had a pre-final and then a main. So he had time to move himself up the order and to get himself in contention for the main as well, whereas this time it's one shot.
Yeah.
Could do or die in that pre-final to get yourself good for the final, and you line up from there. Microslip, presented by Sodi Racing USA, will kick off our pre-finals, 4 of them in the morning, 4 of them in the afternoon after the lunch break. For now, though, we'll take a commercial break to have a word from our partners, and when we come back, it's time to go racing and drop the green flag for heats here on the SKUSA Pro Tour. Don't go anywhere. You've got Microswift and a 25-plus driver grid ready to go.
International Motorsport has you covered on every level of karting, and starting here in 2023, in cars as well. For your very first step into an F4 race car, try out the Formula Inter Arrive and Drive F4 Championship, hosted here at the Homestead Miami Speedway. Along with that, of course, the International Motorsport team covers every base of the karting pyramid, from the local to the national and international level. For more information, follow International Motorsport or Formula Inter on social media.
Way with De La Vega Torres and Macha as the leaders coming through. Opening couple of corners. The first lap is rolling, and Maxwell Macha in the 23, we believe, to P1.
And as well there, looks like a good start for Liam Nakawati to second. Here's Colton Schneegenberg fending off a charge from Mikey Collins inside the top 10. That's behind Diaz de la Vega Torres, who blew turn one a little bit. Went in too hot, went wide, fell back to third. So your top 5 as they run. Macha over Nakawati. Then you've got Diaz de la Vega Torres, then Schneegenberg, then Mikey Collins, and then I think you've got either Zane Burgess or Pasha Ali on the bumper of the fifth place driver. Ali back in 7th. It's Zane Burgess there up to 6th on this opening circuit of the pre-final here. So let's put them up, take them down. 1 lap complete. 9 laps to go as they cross the start-finish line here down to turn number 1.
Indeed, 10-lapper for the drivers here in the cadet categories in the Micro Swift class, brought to you by Sodi Racing USA. Clean opening circuit. So for the first time in 2023, the Pro Tour has gone wheel to wheel here at Orlando Kart Center. There's a pass a little bit further back for position. That, I believe, is the number 37 working his way through there as well. That is De La Vega Torres getting by Nachawati up into the second spot. So good battle early on here right now, and those are the drivers up front. In fact, that is for the lead. I believe that was for P1, indeed. De La Vega Torres going by Macha. No, there's the lead up front. Better run here as they come into turn number 8. There is Macha in that number 23. The gap last time by was 0.3 of a second. But second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, pretty close. Then it's the gap back by 3 or 4 tenths of a second to Pasha Ali. So he leads the next group of about 5 drivers. But, man, big lead right now for Maxwell Macha in the number 23. Great opening couple of laps for Macha. Has given himself some significant breathing room. Lap number 2 about to go in the books. They'll come back into turn number 1. Indeed, almost a full second for Macha over De La Vega Torres. And then you see that next group with Nachawati in third, Schniegenberg fourth, and Zane Burgess up a spot. Started P6. Burgess in that number 54 turns the fastest lap, closing up to within 2 tenths from Schniegenberg. Burgess in that number 54. So, indeed, the opening couple of laps, clean and green for the drivers here in the Micro Swift category. Again, 10 laps, as I had said, for the cadets, watching them work their way through 7 and now 8. Cadet drivers not taking near as much of the curbing through turn number 7, much lighter karts than some of the other categories. But when we start rolling through, you're going to see way more drivers jumping on that curb in turn number 7. There's a good pass there for the second position.
Oof. That was a little bit of hip checks there coming out. Diaz de la Vega Torres getting around Nakawati, brought Schniegenberg with him. So there's a shuffle in there for second, third, fourth, and fifth as it's allowed Maxwell Macha to start driving away out in front of the number SLA karting number 33. Another lap complete. Now we've got 3 down, 7 laps to go as they head through turns 1 and 2 and over to 3. Down to 4. It's a second gap here. Let's go side by side and go down to pit lane as some of our X30 Pro seniors have made their way through the scale line. Zane Burgess going back and forth with Nakawati. We'll keep the action on you and hear from our top contenders in X30 Pro down with Alexander Searle and Emery Lida here in a moment. But in the meantime, with Burgess going back and forth with Nakawati, that's opened the gap up to the second and third place drivers a little bit. And again, it's a 1.3 second margin. How about that for Maxwell Macha? He's not the quickest. That's Gavin Decay and the bright yellow Zanella Racing Bennick at the end of this grouping. But Macha has gone, checked out, left the room 4 laps in, 6 still to go, and he's out of there.
Yeah, there was a lot of racing for second, third, and fourth over the opening couple of laps, and Macha able to take full advantage of that open racetrack out front, just hitting the lines. Everyone else kind of side by side for a second. Schniegenberg doing the best job out of the gate here. Started P5 up into third, right on the rear bumper now at De La Vega Torres. As you can see them working their way through it. Again, the gap essentially second all the way back to about 7th. You got 6 drivers lined up: De La Vega Torres, Schniegenberg, Nachawati, Burgess, Collins, and Gavin Decay. Up 5 spots, 12th to 7th for Decay in that number 75, but Xander, it's still Maxwell Macha out front.
He continues to lead. Let's go side by side now with Zachary Clayman DeMello, 16th in qualifying, not where the Lenzo kart driver wanted to be, and it's the same for his teammate in Vizarro. He's down with Alexander Searle and Emery Lida. Boys?
Thanks, Xander Heroes. ZCD, Zach, you were strong yesterday, pretty strong in warm-up, qualifying. Didn't really go your way. Quality session.
Yeah, I thought the pace was good. We made some small changes. Kart felt strong. Would we have fought for pole? Probably not, but we are definitely a top 10 kart out there. On my best lap, I clipped a curb funny and maybe lost a tenth or 2, so don't know where that would have put me, but 16's not horrible. I can move from there. I've done it before, and I'm excited for the chaos that's going to go on.
Thanks, Zach.
All right, so there we go from ZCD, expecting a little bit of chaos. We got a lot of fast movers and shakers that start further back. We're seeing chaos right now, but it's not for the lead. It's for second. Nakawati now up to second. Diaz de la Vega Torres on the outside as Gavin Decay gets to third. This pre-final here, 5 laps in, 5 laps to go as they run through the sweeping right-hander in turn number 6. We'll head to 7 and 8 here for the lead pack, and it's all Maxwell Macha. It's a 2.5 second margin for the lead right now as he rockets down that long back straightaway we've got our eyes on the fight for second, and they're going to keep fighting, and he's just going to get further away, Rob.
What a great drive so far for Gavin Decay. Started in 12th, now up into the 3rd position, I believe, coming across. When he gets set to come across the line, he's definitely the driver on the move right now. You got to go deeper in the field, I think, to probably find the fastest lap. That's Davila back in 11th. But, yeah, Macha out front by over 2 seconds now. But a good scrap here between De La Vega Torres, Nachawati, Decay, all in the middle of the fight. Nachawati now up into 2nd. Decay up a bunch of spots. 9 position improvement for Decay. Now up into 3rd. And, man, that's even if he holds this spot anywhere in the top 5, it's going to be good for him to potentially battle for a win. But there's the 75 right there. Decay having a tremendous run here so far. P3 started outside the top 10. Anytime you see a driver work his way forward like that, you know he's having a good day. And again, the starting position, somewhere in the first couple of rows will be part of that lead group. But yeah, look at the gap there for Macha. 3 seconds up. He doesn't have the fast lap. In fact, he's about a 10th off the fast lap, but the ability to use that open racetrack, Xander, not have to go head-to-head. You're not battling. No one's diving to the inside. You're not having to low line at all. Open racetrack, and that's given Maxwell Macha a great opportunity to pull away.
Yeah, it's allowing him to get further and further up the road. So now here with 3 laps to go, he resets fast time, 61.14 for Macha, 61.3 or a 2 for the guys in this pack. In the first lap, they kind of got lined up again and have sorted their differences for now. Liam Nakawati, though, is going to come under fire. Gavin Decay looking low, won't go clear, actually gets bumps off the rear bumper at the end of the corner. He'll pay for it in turn 5. Diaz de la Vega Torres, and that Alessandro's Racing CRG goes back to 3rd and gets Decay back to 4th. But heck of a drive forward for Gavin Decay. Got a big-time win here, his first on the national scene 2 weeks ago at the Rock Cup Florida Winter Tour. They've been working so hard and getting closer and closer to that top level. He's picked up 9 spots already here, 8 now with being back to 4th, but a good run from 12th on the grid, outside lane, row 6 to crack into this group and get to the forefront of it to set himself up for a good main event.
I mentioned Juan Garcia Davila sitting 11th as the fastest driver. He just went back-to-back purple laps, 60.990. He's significantly back from the leaders, but Davila is the fastest driver on the racetrack right now and has open track. In fact, he's gone to P8, so 11th to 10th to 9th, now to 8th, just 0.3 of a second back. He was a half a second faster than Zane Burgess last time by, so Davila, who started 8th, fell outside the top 10 and scrapped his way back forward, and 3 consecutive purple laps, Xander. He's the driver on the move right now.
Yeah, he is hauling the mail here, Rob, and he's getting closer and closer to Zane Burgess, that is the group, part of the end of this group. You've got kind of 4 breaking away. Nakawati's going to come under fire. There's a nice pass from Diaz de la Vega Torres. Takes back 2nd. Nakawati's going to look for 3rd, and oh, man, I hate the swerving stuff that we've got going on right now. Diaz de la Vega Torres doing an awful job of it, I'll be honest now, Rob.
And that was a move on defense as well. You're allowed to make that initial move. You come out of a corner, you can make the initial move to the inside, but when you're making a move in reaction to another driver, that's what's going to grab the ire of the race control. And you know with SuperKarts USA, they've got cameras all over this place. White flag flying this next time by, and I guarantee they're going to have a look at that one because that was a move potentially to the inside, then a move to cover as well.
Oh, my goodness. We're banging tires here through turn number 4. Colton Schneegenberg is dirt tracking it. He pulls back wide into the corner. He's going to go wide and miss it. And Mikey Collins will pull alongside as Decay and Nakawati go at it. And they're all still slipping inside. And Schneegenberg still got dirt in the tires. And what an over-under from Gavin Decay. So luckily they'll have probably a penalty coming for Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres with all that reactionary blocking and side-by-side swerving on the backstretch because they've lost him here on this final lap. They have lost their heads a little bit going at it. They're still going at it further back. Look at Zane Burgess driving down to the bottom of the racetrack to defend his position. He'll open up, though. Bad move. Second move. Pays for it anyway as Davila gets by. And all the while, Maxwell Macha, phenomenal drive here through this pre-finals. They fight behind him. He's across the line right now, and he will take the checkered flag. The first of the SKUSA Pro Tour pre-finals. Macha leads flag to flag. Diaz de la Vega Torres crosses the line unofficially 2nd. I think we'll have some intervention there. Gavin Decay 3rd. Mikey Collins 4th. Schneegenberg, Nakawati, Davila, Burgess, Bergman, Isaac Payne. But how about that for the kid in the 23 of Maxwell Macha? That's a heck of a start.
Yeah, and just so you know, folks, that was just a pre-final.
Yeah,
that was not a main event, although it looked like a main event at the end, the way those drivers were bobbleheading and swivel-heading to try to do some blocking and some defensive running. There it is, Maxwell Macha. The 4.4 second advantage was a big one for the Parolin driver. Diaz de la Vega Toro got himself back into second, but as Xander said, there could be some type of intervention. I like that term. Gavin Decay started 12th. He works his way up to third. Really good run for Decay. Collins and Schniegenberg 4th and 5th. But I'll tell you, Juan Davila in that number 36, fastest driver. He put 3 consecutive fast laps down. His 8th was his best. Eventually got 1 spot, Xander. Started 8th, fell back to 12th, clawed his way back up to 7th, but the speed is there. So that's an inside row 4 starting spot for Davila. That's not bad. You mentioned already a couple of times, inside starting position. The inside row is a better place to start. 4th row, he could easily be in that lead group when we go green for the main event this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, hard to say exactly how far back he fell on that opening lap. We saw for Santiago's Diaz de la Vega Torres how far back he went. Davila went all the way outside the top 10 to 14th at the end of the first lap. So, of course, it looks like it was not much of a net gain, but he picked up 7 spots from the end of the first lap to the end of the race. Caught that group, caught another group, passed and passed and passed. So for the Ursuline Racing Parolin driver, that's at least, like you said, inside lane versus outside for him, which is good to see. Now let's go trackside here. We've got some more intel from some of our X30 Pro seniors. Aiden Ingrata, solid qualifying effort, not pole, but safe here to start the pre-final. He's down with Emery Latta. Emery?
Xander here with Aiden Ingrata. Aiden, yesterday down in the top 10 in the final practice. Today, though, in qualifying, you end up third with a solid lap within a 10th of pole. Walk me through the lap and how you were able to make that improvement.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty good lap. I think I should have took it more easy. Everything's good going into pre-final. And should be good.
You've been really fast in the first 2 weekends we've seen here. This weekend, obviously, different tire compound, a little bit different, not getting to run on fresh tires for the race. Walk me through kind of what you've seen from the race pace side of things this weekend.
Yeah, I think the race pace is good. We've been very consistent in the sessions. We know what to do with the old tires. I think it's good. I'm glad Paulie's up there. I got a teammate up there in top 3, so worked with him. Gagger's on pre-final for the final, and should be good.
All right, Aiden Ingrata starting third here for the pre-final here in the X3 Pro category. Back to you guys in the booth.
Welcome back to Orlando Kart Center, folks. We are getting set to go for another wheel-to-wheel battle. It'll be KA100 Junior and their pre-final. This run scheduled for 12 laps. You can see Victor Dallin on the pole position after a great run in qualifying. He'll start alongside Stephen Miller on row 1. Turner Brown and Shea Aldrich will be row 2. Oliver Weldon and Christian Chiano on row number 3. Alex Mercado alongside Peyton Westcott on row 4. And Anthony Martella and Hudson Schwartz on row number 5. Deep in the field is some fast drivers. Jackson Wolney, 13th, who was a podium finisher at the Winter Series down in Homestead. Enzo Vidmontien back in 13th. Keep deeper in the field. Gonzalez in 17th. Max Taylor all the way back in 22nd. Ernesto Rivera back in 24th, a row 12 starting spot for Rivera. Long way to go to catch up to the front-running drivers. Dallin and Miller on the front row, Brown and Aldrich on row number 2. That was not a qualifying run we expected. There they are right there. That is Max Taylor and the 804 of Ernesto Rivera. Xander, deep in the field right now. They've got work to do, but they have to be smart here. Watch for the pushback bumper penalties and take advantage of every opening you can possibly get.
Make up where you can. 3 drivers here real quick. Max Weiland pulled it here a couple weeks ago. He's back there as well. We're green down in turn 1. Look at Stephen Miller on the outside. He'll go through to the lead from second. One of the first times we've seen that here in our entire month of March, to go from the outside pole. And we've got a big crash, and it's collected a number of them. Max Weiland's involved. Rivera and Taylor missed it, but had to lose a lot of time. That's about 6, 7, 8 go-karts there. One more is off. It is one of the Motorsport Paralins down by turn 3. That's Enzo Vidmontien. Yeah. Heavily damaged there. You can see him holding his back. Obviously must have got knocked around pretty good, and that right rear tire was the whole axle looks just demolished on that Motorsport Paralin. So tough start for Enzo Vidmontien. On the flip side, the driver he's battled with in Florida growing up, Stephen Miller, phenomenal start. Leads by about 5 car lengths over what looks to be that Speed Concept Racing red speed at Turner Brown in second.
Yeah, Victor Dallin did not get aggressive on the start and did not able to take it. Normally you'd be in the inside into that turn number 1-2 complex. You get a little wider through 1, able to hold on to 2, but a better start there for Stephen Miller, and he was the driver able to come through this corner. Then, of course, the bottleneck happening coming into turn number 3, which collected so many drivers that we saw there on the opening circuit. Otherwise, Miller, very strong out of the gate, but more battling just outside that lead group. Look at this, Xander coming back over here. A ton of battling back and forth.
My goodness, are we going side by side here down into the corner. Turner Brown's going to give a spot up to Caleb Campbell. He slots in line back to 4th. How about the run for Shea Aldrich there in that RPM Tony card up to 2nd? They're going to fight further back. This will allow Miller's lead to grow. They're going to go nearly 2 or 3 wide down into the hairpin. Oliver Weldon wants a move made. He'll make it himself on the Zanella Tony car to Christian Quijano, and there's contact. Off the racetrack goes Turner Brown. Oh, man. Talk about hero to zero. Brown's now trying to just survive as they go into the infield section. I think he's heavily damaged and very dirty tires. He'll lose about probably 10 or 15 spots by the end of the lap. So Turner Brown backwards, more drivers forwards, and, of course, a lot of drivers taken out of that opening lap crash. Now, with the big lead for Stephen Miller, let's go side by side. Joe Turney, proven it can be done from the slow group with just 1 lap completed in X30 Pro qualifying. He is your top qualifier by 7 thousandths over Paulie Massimino, and he's standing down here with Emery Lida.
Thanks, Xander. Here with Joe Turney. Joe, it was a pretty good session for you. It looked like you were going to be pretty good after that, but to get on pole from the slow group is something else. Walk me through your lap and how you were able to get it done.
No, it was tough. I mean, we knew that it was going to be hard in the slow group. We didn't really have anyone too solid to follow, but managed to do a lap by ourselves. Only one of them, but that was enough to get pole.
Yeah, and talking about how you're set up for the rest of the weekend, I mean, obviously yesterday you had a lot of pace up until happy hour where you had the issue in the last few corners. But talk to me about kind of what you're feeling in terms of the race pace and the tire day and kind of what you're looking for heading into the pre-final and final.
It's going to be tough. The track's hard on the tires, so we're going to have to manage it a lot to the end. But I'm looking forward to it. It looks close, everyone at the front. I mean, we got pole, but only just, so the racing's going to be tough.
All right, well, Joe Turney pulls off an incredible feat, gets himself on pole position from the slow group in qualifying. He'll roll off P1 in the pre-final here in X30 Pro. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emery. My goodness here. Everyone's trying to roll off second, and KA Junior, it seems like. I mean, they are throwing hands at each other, pod to pod, wheel to wheel, all the way through. It's Caleb Campbell now to second. Who knows how long that'll last?
Xander, I wanted to see what you're going to say coming back in from that interview, because you and I were kind of watching the battle that was happening. Great interview with Joe Turney, giving us kind of his insight on what he feels he's going to do in the pre-final. But you and I were kind of watching everything that was happening.
Oh, my gosh.
Indeed. They were just going at it. Guys going down the inside. We were 3 wide at one point. This has allowed Stephen Miller to stretch away to a nice little advantage. 2.7 seconds. Everything he would have wanted in the pre-final, having started from the outside of the front row. But now Alex Mercado's now into second. You mentioned that Shea Aldridge was up there for a bit. Victor DeAlencar fighting his way back. Oliver Weldon. Big mover, actually. A couple drivers. Oh, the driver's gone off, and the 809 driver has gone around, and that is in.
That was around in the middle of the field
Yeah.
there. That was Christian Garduno in 30th going out. But
yeah, just to come back where I was, big moves by Hudson Schwartz, up 5 spots. Same with Jackson Wolney, up 7. But look at Christopher Aiken. He and Eric Suesto, I think the biggest moves way deep in the field.
wow, 21 spots up for Chris Aitken. 18 up for Eric Cuesto. We've still got 7 laps to go this time by, but I think right now the best way to describe this race, a typical junior situation with a lot of battling that maybe doesn't need to take place every single corner. It has, though. Oliver Weldon's at least settled out things for now, up in front of Alex Mercado and Victor DeAlencar for second, third, and fourth. They've got a big gap to Hudson Schwartz. That's all spread apart. Then Shea Aldrich, and you're not seeing as much. You look further back, here comes a handful more. There's Jackson Wolney and Chris Aitken that have survived the carnage. There must have been a lot more through that middle of the pack beyond that first lap crash that's taken some guys out. Here's your update on Max Taylor and Ernesto Rivera as they trade spots through turn number 5. Where have they gotten up to? Well, they're up to 17th and 18th. So not too bad, not as good as probably where they would have liked to be so far. And the downside is, with how much battling and carnage and attrition they had to get through in the midfield, they might be able to get up as high as about 11th or 12th. But these guys even here, 7th and 8th, are seconds down the road with 7 laps to go. So there won't be a lot of time for them to make up more. Let's keep the action kind of focused on where these two go, because this pack's about to heat up. And at the same time, let's go side by side down to pit lane for some more intros and interviews to our X30 Pro field.
Thanks, Xander. Here with Hayden Jones. Hayden, you had a solid practice yesterday. Obviously, P5 there in happy hour. You go out there for qualifying. Car doesn't start. Walk to me. What happened there?
So Joe basically told me to do some professional tire saving, but no, the cart wouldn't start. We tried everything. We tried 2 external starters. We think it's either the coil or the starter, so we're changing those, and hopefully we can make up a lot of positions in the pre-final.
Yeah, obviously, like you said, starting in the back there, you have to make a lot of positions up. Talk to me about yesterday. I mean, what did you notice? How your cart handled in the long run, short run? Do you think you have a good pace in the final or in the race coming up?
For sure, there was more time in happy hour for us. We just didn't get the lap together, so I know we're going to be very fast. And, you know, just putting those laps together over and over, passing as many carts as I can is just our plan.
All right, thanks, Hayden. Good luck.
And Xander again. I
don't know, man. I don't know what's going on with these KA junior kids. Maybe it's on cue when we go to interview. I think maybe we should stop for the parents' sake, because every time we've gone side by side, they have tried to send each other 6 feet under. And in that case, it was Salvador de la Vecchia coming together with one more over in turn 9, and they're still shuffling. Now, kudos to Rivera and Taylor. They have somehow carved through that with a butter knife, and they've got right behind them Walter Jenkins, the 4th there. So they are 13th, 14th, 15th. But again, even though they survived it, they lost so much time avoiding all that attrition. They are now 13 seconds back from the lead. They're a second back from the next driver, Keegan Kaminsky, in 12th. I think Taylor, looking at his bumper, it's definitely caved in on the air, and it might be a pushback penalty for Max Taylor, which will send him back down the grid no matter how many spots more they gain. So it's good and bad for them. I'm sure they did not expect the race to go as awful, really, because the driving has just been off the wall right now here in KA Junior. And it's made, I think, in my opinion, their drive to the field a whole lot harder.
Yeah, they've obviously, we've seen drivers making big moves and big aggressive moves. Not even really, I think, high percentage, low percentage. Guys have been everywhere. They've been diving on the inside, been trying the outside. They've been pushing guys off the track as well. Again, there's the open racetrack you see for Rivera as he's got guys lining up behind him. But again, like you said, the amount of stuff that they've had to avoid has put them further back. They may be able to get into the top 10. I think that's going to be the best opportunity for them to catch up to Siesto. But otherwise, Scarborough's potentially there. Kaminsky's there. Rivera's closing up now, 1.4 there. But with laps winding down, where are we on laps right now, Xander? Still 4 laps remaining, 2.2 seconds up for Stephen Miller. I'm surprised by kind of the aggression we've seen in this race, especially for some of the drivers who are running in pretty good positions.
Oh, man, Walter Jenkins, I don't know if he got help there from behind or if he overcooked it a little bit. That Magic Kart just tried to defend on the inside in the turn 9 hairpin. They're coming at us. We don't know if he got help or if he didn't, but he just lost the corner, went way wide, lost 3 more spots. Hard to see for him. Good run for Chase Buscaglia. Another driver up a lot of spots is Christian Meyer on that Motaz Sport Peril into 15th. He's up 16 spots. So while the attrition sent a lot of guys backwards, it's also sent a lot of guys forwards as well through from where their poor qualifying efforts have been.
Yeah, look at lap times for Max Taylor and Rivera, 57.7s. They're over a half a second faster than Emma Kate Scarborough, 0.2 quicker than Keegan Kaminsky. Laps are winding down. There's a chance to potentially get into the maybe 11th, as I said. That wouldn't be the worst starting spot for Rivera. Knowing what we're going to see potentially at the start of the race. It'll be a longer run as well for the main event. Otherwise, there's been a bunch of different storylines throughout the field.
This lap will be a good test, I think, Rob, because the leaders are doing 57.2s to 57.4s. That's 3 to 4 to 5 tenths quicker than what those two have done. Now, this lap, they're going to get right up to Emma Scarborough. They'll get the toe down the front straightaway. Won't be closing up to pass her, but they won't get held up by her here. So this is the first clean lap in a while I've seen for these two RPG teammates. Now we're going to see the metal get tested a little bit. Do they have enough to get up to the lead pack when they line up for the main event? That lap, 57.4s, not bad. However, Stephen Miller by himself is punching in 57.3s lap to lap. Here they go on Scarborough. This is for 12th on the racetrack. One gets through. Taylor's going to follow. Scarborough blocks the next corner. Now he'll have to find another creative way to get around her, probably this time coming in turn 8 right in front of us here by the grid corner. So let's see if he does it here. That's the next really prime passing zone. Up and over the curb, turn 7. He's not close enough, and she defended a little bit as well. I think he was planning on it. You saw him hit that inside curve. He went narrow also, but didn't get a good launch into turn 9. Does he dive it here? No, not close enough either, so that'll impede his progress a little bit. More passing further back there with one of the factory kart drivers. I believe that might have been Truly Adams in the 847 going on by on Christian Quijano, but not 100% on that one here, as now he gets by there in the final corner. White flag in the air for the whole group. They might get to Keegan Kaminsky. Let's go ahead and start switching our way back up the order here. Here's a look a little further down the line. Jackson Wolney, Chris Aitken, and Turner Brown all going at it. Remember, Turner Brown was second, was in the lead for second, and then went all the way back to about 15th. He's picked up some more. Here's that battle with Taylor, Scarborough and company. He's going to get mired backwards.
Scarborough got back by.
Yeah, she did, so that'll hurt him. But Stephen Miller, through turn 9, safe out front, been able to cruise, take care of the equipment. Oliver Weldon second. Good start to the day.
Yeah, only issue here for him was starting on the off pole. He was able to get the lead coming through 1 and 2 on the green flag and has not been touched since. It's over 2 seconds now, and I think Miller probably backing off a little bit to save the tires. As you can see, Oliver Weldon having a really strong run into second. The victory ends up being 2.1 seconds. Miller wins, Weldon second. Victor de Alencar started on the pole, did not get the start. Get the lead at the start, but here's that final battle further back. Oh, that's 4 wheels off.
Hang on, Christian Meyer.
Wow.
Keep your foot in it. My goodness.
Wow. Yeah, full wood all the way through there.
More contact further back. Max Weiland, heavy damage here on the final lap for the Magic Kart. Another one off. That's the 872. Tony Kart, that is going to be Sebastian Frigolet. Oh, no, the chain's off. Comes up 50 yards short of the start-finish line, if that. You can see he's almost to the start box, and poor Friolet will be out there on the front straightaway. So let's take you through the results after all that carnage that we just witnessed in what was a scary race. And that's why the delta all the way through the field, 20 seconds, 30 seconds back there. They weren't that much slower. They just all were after each other's throats from the first lap on, and it just set the tone. And whether it was the first lap wreck that had everyone kind of unnerved or whatever, it spread the field out. But Miller, Weldon, de Alencar, Mercado, Aldrich with a great run survives it. Schwartz gets back to 6th, so that's a good recovery.
Agreed.
Aitken, Brown, Wolney, and then Eric Questo in 10th. 17 spots gained, and again, can't give it up enough for Christopher Aitken with a race that messy to pick up 22 positions from way outside the top runners to 7th. Really, really solid job by that Zanella Racing Tony Kart driver.
And another little bit here, Shea Aldrich, who was quick throughout this the last couple of days. Fastest driver on the racetrack with a 57.224, 2 laps from the end. Lap number 10, Aldrich, who was able to gain a spot to go to P5, moves now to the inside. of row number 3 with good speed. I think all the drivers up front looking good. We saw Weldon be aggressive early to get himself up. He moves up 3 spots to get into second position. The Allen car still holding on, but that good speed for Shea Aldrich could keep that driver in the fight for a race win.
Yeah, good speed for him. Inside lane, row 3, safe spot to start for what we would expect for the main Victor Day Allen car. First time, I think, so far in his junior career to have a pole where he's leading this field this big, so just kind of got out-muscled maybe a little bit through the first corner. You know, he was trying to take it easy going in, even got shafted a little bit wide, so he survives. And for Oliver Weldon, joked with Oliver here walking by this morning, said, you know, is it finally time for some good luck to come your way? Is it time to get that big-time junior national win once again, get the year rolling? Said, yeah. No, nothing else.
That was it.
Yeah, that's it. I'm ready. I'm ready to get after it and get myself a win here on the season. So, KA Juniors wrapped up. We've got 2 more pre-finals to go here before our short lunch break. During that, if you watch the live stream, you'll get to watch the coverage from yesterday afternoon following happy hour with interviews with Billy Musgrave, Hunter Pickett, Remo Ruschetti, Ryan Norberg, Diego Ramos, and Harley Keeble in X30 and Pro Shifter. That'll be coming during the break time in between the pre-finals that get split in half, 4 before lunch, 4 after. So 2 down, 2 more to go before a little break in the on-track action. And again, coming your way, we've got KA Master and KA Senior, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour opening weekend here in Orlando. We'll be right back.
And just a couple of races still on the docket before we head into our short lunch break. Halfway through, we'll move to our lunch, then come back with 4 more pre-finals. Welcome back, folks, to Orlando Kart Center as the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour for 2023 underway, the 14th running of this program. Of course, 2 full days of racing here on Saturday and Sunday for this year's Winter Nationals. Spring Nationals in Utah in early June, then late July, we'll head to Newcastle Motorsports Park, and the Summer Nats to cap off the season. So far, Xander, let's maybe kind of categorize things. It's been pretty hectic. It's been a little bit chaotic. I think drivers really getting aggressive.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Rob. I mean, it has been just without anything held back to start the year. So whether that's setting the tone for this weekend, setting the tone for the season, Hopefully it'll be dialed back a little in the main event. I always like to say I feel like there's one bad race in a weekend. If a pre-final's too tame, that final's going to be crazy. If the pre-final goes over the limit, maybe things come back for the final. But the fun and unpredictable part about kids in the micro, mini, and junior classes is it's always unpredictable. You have no idea. Whereas maybe the senior and the shifter guys and the masters will be like, all right, that was too far, and they all kind of realize it, collectively get together. The kids, you just never know. You put them on the racetrack, and fireworks and sparks will fly every single time. And that's what we've seen so far in the first two races.
You never know what happens when these kids get up in the morning, right? Or they're ready to attack, whatever it may be. Again, focused on trying to work their way forward. I always say everybody's got a little bit different story, right? If you didn't qualify well, but you expected to qualify well, then you've got that little added urge to kind of get yourself forward. I deserve to be up front. That's where I need to be running. And we've seen a number of drivers make some pretty, I don't want to say questionable moves, but really aggressive moves for sure. And this racetrack kind of opens the door for that, doesn't it? A lot of the times for a fast lap, you're opening up the entry to get a better run through the corner. It's so wide in the inside. Guys will try to make that move to the bottom. But they're even doing it in some of the tighter corners, not just the open corners as well. I think that's why we've had so much contact early on.
Yeah, I mean, places where you wouldn't think there'd be a passing zone or a passing opportunity have become passing opportunities forcefully or unforcefully, and a lot of unforced errors as well. But for KA Master, we expect things might be a little bit more tame here in this one. A little bit of a lighter grid to start, but still solid through the Winter Series, and I imagine we'll pick up some more. Again, there's obviously a lot of fatigue with how much racing's going on. Every one of these drivers here, no one's a professional. They're all coming to do this on the side, like we talked about with AJ Myers with a full-time job. So they've got full-time jobs or businesses. It's tough to take a lot of days off in a single month to race a ton. So to have the 8-9, we have that here for KA Master presented by Aspen Fuel is solid. 12 laps on the board. Michelle Garrido on the left side on the inside lane. Mario Barrios, the reigning Master champion, on the outside. We're through the start box on the power. Green flag down to turn number 1, and Garrido's teammate and Luis Iglesias will follow him through to second. And unlike KA Juniors, looks like we've safely survived the first 3 corners.
Yeah, and otherwise, unlike that junior class as well, the outside front row starter, Mario Barrios, not able to get a big jump like we saw to Stephen Miller. He was actually able to lead through the opening corner. Good start for Garrido, and he brings his teammate Iglesias, as you said, with him because, again, you get caught out to dry on the outside at turn 1 and 2. You're very likely going back to 3, as was the case with Barrios, but he'll immediately look to the inside over in turn number 8. Can't quite pull the trigger. And here's the first run down the straightaway. Iglesias going to go on the defensive, much to the delight of Garrido as he's going to be able to stretch away. Good move for Barrios and uses him up on the outside of that corner. Good pass there for Barrios.
Nice little late move on him now as they spread apart here with the end of the first lap coming to us. We've got Kyle Wick down trackside who was really nowhere to be found in Friday happy hour. However, a solid qualifying effort has him in a pretty safe place to start the pre-final, and he's down with Emery Lida here on the grid. Emery?
Here with Kyle Wick. Kyle, you had a little bit of a rough day on Friday in terms of pace just because of the used tires and happy hour. You were outside of the top 8, but still put it together in qualifying for a solid 3rd place. Walk me through how you were able to do it.
New tires helped a lot, but we're just working on learning the track, working on the carburation, and hopefully we have some long-run pace today.
Yeah, looking ahead to the races, obviously you start 3rd. You got AJ alongside you, Musgrave and Formal on the front row. Where do you think your long-run pace stacks up to them from what you saw over the course of testing?
In testing, it didn't look very good, but we're hoping it's going to be a lot better today. Billy's going to be challenging to pass with the 175. He drives the track in a much different style, so we're going to see what we can do.
All right, Kyle Wick, a much better day today so far. He'll roll off 3rd in the pre-final in Pro Shifter. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emery, there. Good to hear that insight from Kyle Wick to be still in good spirits after what he said was not so good yesterday. Hoping it'll be a little better, but he seems to be at least happy enough with that qualifying effort on new rubber.
I was intrigued by his insight as well on the differences, of course, between the KZ power plant and the IMU 175 that we'll see with Billy Musgrave. They're obviously different power deliveries. They're going to drive them a little bit differently. Gearing spot going to be quite a bit different for them as well. And again, Musgrave was the only guy out there with the 175. That'll be a good storyline for us to follow throughout the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, he's been the only guy, the whole Musgrave Racing Company and their 175 engines are the only team still really using those and has figured them out. over the course of the last 2 seasons. Stuck with the program, found good power, and he's been competitive with it pretty much everywhere they went. The balance of power between the two motors has been strong. And then at a racetrack like this one, where we hear from a lot of drivers that it feels tight, it feels a little more narrow. You've got, of course, the tightest hairpin in the entire North American National Circuit at turn number 9. So for an engine that's notorious for having more bottom-end power and torque off the corner, that's what Kyle's really referring to, right? Not only is Billy maybe driving the track a little bit differently, but because he's able to have that extra power launch, he can really kind of break away at the end of the corner and put himself outside of striking distance by the time they get to the end of the next straightaway and the next ideal passing zone and braking zone. So not only that, Billy Musgrave, being a motocross guy, he's very used to getting good hole shots and good starts, and he gets the clean side of the racetrack on the outside, a front row, no one in front of him. We saw him at Utah last year go from 4th to 1st in a pre-final hole shot. I would not be surprised to see the Afro Man get himself a hole shot here in that pre-final this afternoon.
He's obviously focused on shifter kart racing, as we know, building his own kart, you name it. But remember, he comes from a motocross background. Not surprising. We've always said that coming off the line, he's going to be one of the best you're going to get. And from the outside of the front row, as you had said, he could be very, very dangerous. Drivers getting some laps in here in this KA 100 Masters category, brought to you by Aspen Sport Fuel. Michel Garrido, leveraging that pole start, as we had said, gets out to a 1.2 second advantage. Barrios was able to get his way back into second. He's got 7/10 on Lucas Iglesias, but there's a bunch of more battles further back. Kind of things stretching out here, though, over the last 2 laps.
Yeah, we watched the last lap or so. Jesus Portillo and Luis Quinones for 4th and 5th, kind of trading a little bit of room and real estate, but they've separated now by about 0.8 of a second. Lucas Iglesias that time only even to Barrios, wasn't any better, wasn't any worse. So all the gaps have kind of stabilized. It gives us a little more time to go back down trackside for some more driver interviews and intel. Let's send it on down to the boys and girls down low and see what they've got.
Thanks, Xander. Here with Stephen Miller. Stephen, I know it's not Sunday, but it looked like a Sunday drive out there for you in the pre-final. 2-second lead there over the whole field. Really fast laps the whole session. Walk me through your pre-final.
The start of the race, I went outside of Victor, and I got the move, so I was able to check out from the first couple laps. The tire pressure was perfect. I came in right at the end, and I was able to maintain my 2-second lead and win that.
Yeah, but obviously with the guy that you've been racing with the whole year so far, Ernesto, starting near the back there, made his way up to P12. What do you expect for the final? Do you think you have a good piece?
I think my kart's perfect. We're dialed in right now, and I think if I keep doing this consistently, I'll be able to win.
All right, thanks, Steven.
There you go, Stephen Miller, feeling really good.
Yeah, the battle he's had throughout the season here with Ernesto Rivera, we expected that to kind of spool back up again. We're going to see it next 30 Junior as well. They've had a bit of struggles, as has been detailed in the KA program for Rivera. One of the key things, I think, is you think about the fact that a long championship with 6 races over the 3 weekends, and there's a lot of points up for grabs in the pre-finals as well. This puts Miller into a really good spot coming out of the gate with his primary championship contender. He would have figured battling with Rivera starting at the back in qualifying and then going into 12th. And so the points just aren't there. This could be a really good start to the season here on a Saturday for Miller.
Yeah, big swing for him. And again, if Rivera can't really salvage a ton of points in that final, if anything goes awry for him, you do get one drop in the championship. But the last thing you want to do is burn that on weekend number 1, day number 1 of the title fight, and give you with no fallback or insurance as the year plays on. So let's keep our eyes here as the race continues to work its way into the second half. We're going to come this time by to put 7 down, 5 to go. Mario Barrios, last time by, reset quick time of the race and picked up a 10th on Michel Garrido. So the RPG Cosmic is starting to close a little bit. And while he begins to close in, let's go down trackside for some more intel as well.
Thanks, Andrew. Here with Christopher Aiken. Christopher started there in P29, finished in 7th. Obviously, got a bit fortunate there with the incident in turn 1. Made up like 10 spots, you told me, but still really, really solid pace there. Finished P7. Talk to me about your race.
Yeah, well, the start went really, really good. I made up like 10 positions, maybe more, and the tire pressures just came in perfect. And engine wasn't really good all weekend long, but we made some changes to it, and it really helped us out. Like the things Zanella, and yeah, it was a really good race.
Thanks, Chris.
Calm, level-headed. happy with the result.
You take the opportunities when they come, right? Again, a couple of spots at the start there and was able to work his way forward. Nice to see that they were able to dial the package in a little bit and get the speed he wanted. Tires came in exactly as they expected as well, so the Zanella Racing guys doing a great job with Aiken there. And, hey, listen, talk about a change of fortune. You start all the way back outside the top 20 for the pre-final. It's going to be an inside row 4 start. Different mindset going into the main event for Chris Aiken for sure.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think, now you go from survive and pass at every opportunity and then get a clean lap where you can to racing in that lead pack and trying to be a little more decisive and strategic of when you want to kind of make your power plays for position and when you need to kind of guard your spot in line. Starting 7th, you'd imagine inside lane's been good. That start wasn't good, but Stephen Miller's experience, he's on the inside leading them, so that'll probably be a good place to roll off from in that main event later on this afternoon. We'll keep the eye on the leaders right now. Go down for one more interview during this race here really quickly for KA Master presented by Aspen Sport Fuel. There might be a last-ditch effort here from Mario Barrios. He was 0.3 better the lap before, a 10th better that time. It's down to 0.7 and closing with 3 to go at the line, and we go back down trackside for more. Emery?
Thanks, Sander. Here with Ernesto Rivera. Ernesto, obviously not even close to qualifying. You would have won it in KA, but you were able to make your way about halfway up through the field there in the pre-final. Walk me through how you were able to do it.
Well, in qualifying, I couldn't get a lap. I was really slow. I don't know what happened. And then we started 24th. I kind of crashed in the first lap, and I was almost last and made my way up to 12 with my teammate Max.
Yeah, I'm looking ahead now to the final. I mean, you've got a longer race. You're further up through the field. I mean, you guys have had a good amount of pace. What's your mindset to try to get up through the field over the course of the final?
We want to have a good start and work together as a team and finish 1-2.
Gotcha. Ernesto Rivera, he's been incredible in the X30 this weekend, but even in KA, it's just a solid place to get up to 12. Back to you guys.
Yeah, that's it, right? Get a good start, work your way up, finish 1-2. That's the plan. Sounds like a great idea to me. But again, as he talked, essentially, you mentioned it before, got involved in that incident coming out of turn 2 over to turn number 3, was essentially last at the tail of the grid and was able to fight his way forward.
I don't know what's happened to Mario Barrios, by the way, Rob, but he is slowing big time here. Whether it's an engine issue or he was just I can't with this guy. And we joke about it every week. The most unpredictable driver. All right, maybe this time it actually is an engine issue, but now it looks like he's kind of back to full speed. I don't know. All of a sudden, all that pace has just gone out the window. He lost a 1.5 seconds last time. Luckily, he pulled so far away from Lucas Iglesias. Iglesias is nowhere near as well. Whether he's just cruising or if he's I don't know. I don't know what's going on here with Barrios, but he's slowing down big time. He's looking at the engine, looking like there's something amiss with it. Maybe some loss of power for the number 1. So not good for the reigning champ because here it's off the corner. That's where it is. He's slowing all the way to a stop now.
Yeah, something happened coming in through the corner there. Now he's actually going to come to a complete stop. He slowed coming out of the same corner on that last lap, and that's a driver from P2 is going to fall to the tail of the field. He's going to end up 7th because Diego Rodriguez already out of this race. So he is going to go down to P7 for the driver who was essentially reeling in the leader, Garrido. He was quicker by a 1/10 or 2/10 for several laps in a row. White flag is being thrown here right now. 1 lap to go. Garrido, Iglesias now 1-2. Portillo goes up into 3rd. Quinones in 4th. Wu in 5th. Gerstner 6th. And Barrios, as we said, now essentially dead stick on the side of the track coming out of turn number 9. So a tough one there for Mario Barrios in the RPG number 401. But here is the leader, Michel Garrido, in the Alessandros Racing number 407. He'll be able to cruise it home now. Not challenged all throughout the race, was getting closed in on a bit by Barrios, but he'll have a clean and easy run to the checkered flag to cap off the pre-final here for the drivers in KA 100 Master.
So there you go. Pre-final winner, Michel Garrido across the line. Iglesias will get 2nd. Portillo should be able to hold on to 3rd safely as well. So it'll be the Alessandros Racing USA boys 1st and 2nd. Jesus Portillo ends 3rd. Quinones 4th. Chengyi Wu in 5th. Tom Gerstner, Barrios, Rodriguez, obviously 7th and 8th. And old Mike Rollison, well, he's played sometimes. I guess maybe it's a busy weekend here for Mr. RPG, but no entry for him here, I don't think, today. No. Unfortunately, got to see him obviously on the racetrack in practice, and he helped out Barrios. Barrios going to need a little more help there, having to roll tail end to the field for the main event later on. So unfortunate deal for Mario Barrios.
Plays well for Michel Garrido to come out of the gate with a potential race win. He's got pole position. He's got a pre-final victory, so max points already right now for Garrido. We'll see whether he's able to capitalize when we go main event racing.
Well, speaking of pole position, how about we get to know Joe Turney a little bit better? The Englishman is set for what is a full-time European season and a mostly full-time American season as well. We're privileged to have him here. He starts from the pole out of the slow group in X30 Pro Senior. Let's get to know the English driver a little bit better.
Hi, I'm Joe Turney. I'm 21. I live in England and I'm a factory driver for Kart Republic. Like a birthday party rental kart.
Yeah.
When I was like 9, I think, and then sort of like enjoyed it, did a bit of that, built up. Pretty normal after that. I mean, nothing crazy happened after that, but yeah. I guess Hamilton's a good one because he sort of came from nothing, and what he's doing now is crazy for like on and off track. So I'm gonna go with Hamilton. And he raced for Dino, who's Kart Republic. I started as a factory driver in 2019, so I did 2 years of senior as well before that. I mean, like, people helped along the way and everything, but I only started as an official driver in 2019. I'd sort of raced in England and Europe for 10 years, and I'd won a lot of what was possible to win, so I didn't want to carry on doing the same thing that I was doing. I wanted to try and progress, so I spoke with who's the dealer of Tony Kart in the UK, and sort of got him through that. So yeah, I was like to him, look, I wanna go and do something different. And I think I was racing for a team against him as well, so he kind of wanted me to get out anyway, so he sort of helped me, yeah. The racing in the UK, from what I hear, is pretty similar to the racing over here. Like, I'd say in Europe, the class that we do, I mean, like, there's not a lot of slipstream in there and stuff, so if you start first and you're the fastest, you just go away. Whereas here and in the UK, with the X30 and road tax and the rock and whatever, racing always seems pretty close. So I think the racing in Europe's maybe, I mean, the level's obviously high, but the race in itself maybe isn't as exciting as over here. So we did the World Championship in 2019 in Alahama in Finland, and that was a really cool track. It was inside a theme park, but the track was like CIK regulated, but it was like up and down. Like, driving it was like a roller coaster, so it was a pretty awesome track, but now it's not regulated because they built too much theme park on top of it, so it's not safe anymore. But it was good. I'm not a good chef. I try to not cook really, probably to save myself, but I can make toast, I guess, stuff like that. I mean, my limit's pretty low on cooking. At the moment, the priority's in Europe, but if we do all right over here, then hopefully we'll be back for some more stuff, yeah.
Welcome back to Orlando Kart Center. Again, that was our get-to-know driver profile on Joe Turney, the man that'll be leading off the X30 Pro pre-final here later on today. However, for KA100 Senior, that sees a lot more youthful exuberance and hopefully a little bit more dialed-back aggression than what we saw in their KA Junior counterparts. The National Motorsports sponsored class is onto the racetrack here as we get set to go here on the outlap, and we're going to get ready to let them loose here in just a few moments. So let's take it to the starting lineup, beginning with Aiden Levy on that privateer Operation Alonzo kart there on the pole. Peyton Phillips will start alongside him in the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony kart. Row number 2 has senior rookie in his senior national debut, Fernando Luque, will start on the inside in third. Henry Wheeler here has had a phenomenal run here this weekend in the 948 BJR MDR Orlando Norris kart. He'll roll off in fourth. Fifth will be Colin Lloyd on that T1D Racers Magic Kart. To his outside, Vinny Miskelis, another one of the many independent operations here this week aboard the 912 Turney Kart. Row 4 has the 932 Gillard Team GWR entry of Noah Rosser, and Caden Bell will join him on row number 4 in the MDR BJR Lando Norris kart. A couple of their entries inside the top 10. Fast Frankie Mossman on that Tesoro Raceworks CRG rolls off 9th, and rounding your top 10, it'll be Anthony Rivera aboard the 921 Privateer Energy. So your 30-plus driver, or 30 driver in total, Nash Motorsports K100 senior class comes into the tram lines. 2 drivers already with national wins, looking for a national championship bid. It starts now into turn number 1, and Aiden Levy's going to get a bit of a nudge from behind, but he hangs on to it. Good save through turn number 1, and we'll go 2 and 3 wide down to turn 3. It'll send a couple off. Josh Campbell just got knocked up out of the seat there through the dirt as they go down to turn number 4.
You can literally feel the intensity of the opening couple of corners. These drivers with elbows up. Big move to the inside there, further back. A lot of drivers dicing into turn number 5. Some really aggressive racing, but really more purposeful as opposed to guys getting into each other. More just being really aggressive and trying to find a spot through turn number 7 and 8. First time down the back straightaway. Levy Xander had to get super aggressive, had the car sideways. Little contact from the back coming through turn number 1 and 2 on the opening circuit. Otherwise, drivers did a good job through 9 and over to 10, 11, and 12.
Yeah, welcome to the big leagues, Fernando Luque, as there's more carnage in the back, but Luque fell back about 3 spots from third on the inside, and there's contact in the final corner. Vinny Miskelis was trying to send it on Joey Botting, and they came together. They both are back going, rolling down the front stretch now, and it'll be a little bit tight, probably down to turn number 4. That is, again, Miskelis, Botting, and Finnegan Bailiff through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, not sure how happy Botting will be with that one. That was a very aggressive move. As here comes Mossman down the inside. Contact, that's Levy.
Levy is
out.
the
leader. Yeah, the leader. Out in turn number 4 as he went around. He potentially, Peyton Phillips making contact coming into the corner. You could see coming down the bottom was Frankie Mossman. He may have come out to this with the leader, second spot.
Yeah, I don't even know if Phillips got into him, Rob. I mean, it looked like there was a little gap going in. I mean, they were 3/10 apart at the line. I don't know if Levy just locked up or what, but Phillips survives. Bumper looks clean. I don't know if he got into him, but how about that from fast Frankie Mossman down the inside? They'll go side by side for the lead. Phillips trying to find a place back as he realizes the mistake was that crossover attempt. He'll lose second to Colin Lloyd, and now you've got Frankie Mossman from 9th to the lead here by the end of lap number 2. Hello, Tesoro Raceworks. Hello, CRG to the point.
Great start. Great opening couple of laps from Mossman. The Californian able to work his way methodically up to the 3rd or 4th spot. Then, of course, whatever happened over in turn number 4 here to Levy just 1 lap ago. Mossman had to dive that CRG down to the apex to avoid any contact. Again, as we said, Peyton Phillips had gone through to take over the lead. Mossman eventually going by over at the end of the back straightaway, turn number 9. But another driver has looked really good here, up 5 spots. Colin Lloyd on that Magic Xander right in the fight. Another move to the bottom of the racetrack. Great. I like that pass, that move out of 7 to the inside 8. You give up a little bit of the straightaway, but a pretty good move there. I believe that was Luque going back into the position?
Indeed, yeah. Quick recovery drive from Fernando Luque to aggressively get his way back to 3rd. He was going back and forth with the veteran Peyton Phillips, and Phillips had to finally give way there in 8, and now there's a little separation. Miskelis still trying to fight his way through. He gets around what looks to be, I think, Henry Wheeler, and so he gets back to 6th. Here come Bailiff back under fire from Wheeler, who kind of sends a halfway pass to 1, doesn't complete it. Botting's in that group, and then end of the train is going to be Jordan Hernandez. The Miamian is up 5 spots as well as Botting goes through on Wheeler in 4.
This reminds me of obviously things we've heard from Ryan Norberg before of pass or be passed. It seems like what these guys are doing. Anytime there's an opening, these guys are throwing it down the inside. Here comes another one right there into the inside. I believe that might have been Botting going
Hernandez.
in. Oh, that was Hernandez?
Mm-hmm.
All right, making another pass. Again, everybody, the minute there's an opening, these guys are capitalizing on it. No one taking any time to settle back. It's if I got a chance to move forward, that's exactly what I'm doing. And we've seen passes into at least 4 different corners in this last lap and a half.
Yeah, and it's a couple more to join. Here comes Braden Robertson, as well as the energy of Anthony Rivera to get back to the fight now as well. Botting set fast lap last time around on that Gillard chassis, so he's looking pretty good in that PK Sports North America camp. But let's go side by side here for a little bit. We're a couple laps in, 4 down, 8 to go in this KA Senior Pre-Final. final. Battle for the lead. Luke Hay is going to take over the top spot away from Mossman. Mossman crosses him up there, and again, the rookie just getting taken to school a little bit here by the veterans around him. Phillips first went at him, and now Mossman staying out front, leads them through the S's here over through the long sweeper, then that quick left-hander kink, and then into turn number 8 here. We'll head down the back straightaway. 3-driver break. Mossman, Luke Hay, Colin Lloyd. We'll keep them here and go down trackside for more here from Emery Lada and Alexander Searle. Boys?
And are here with Austin Garrison. Austin, you were quick yesterday in practice, pretty quick in happy hour in the opening parts of the practice session there. Warm-up was pretty good for you. Qualifying didn't go your way. You told me you kind of missed it on the setup there. Walk me through qualifying.
Yeah, so, the setup that we had, I know in happy hour yesterday, we were, top 5. Actually, we were, first for a majority, the first 4 or 5 laps in happy hour. And then we left the same setup going into qualifying because we know it's only going to be basically 4 laps. So we left that setup, and it just didn't pan out for me. Car was a little bit overstuck in the rear. My teammates did really well, so we're obviously going to go and lean towards their setup, obviously. But besides that, that was about all we had for qualifying.
Yeah, obviously you see your teammates up there in second and third on pretty much the opposite setup of what you were running from what you told me. Now you're going to their setup. What's your mindset going to this pre-final? You're feeling confident?
Yeah, no, I'm for sure. I'm super confident. I know my piece is going to be good. I've been just as fast as them when we have the same setup on. I know Aiden's doing a great job, and so is Paulie, because they've been on top of their game in USPKS and the Florida Winter Tour. But for now, starting 15th, if I just get a pretty good clean start, I think I should be okay for the pre-final.
Thanks, Austin.
Well, there you hear it from Austin Garrison. Some opposite going 2 different ways and then finding one that works out of the team carts. It's the benefit of being with multiple teammates here. Doesn't feel like anyone's on the same team, which granted they aren't right now in the lead pack, but you'd think they would try to play a little bit nicer together because there's already rubber marks on half of those go-karts here in the lead group. It's now Mossman, Noah Rosser up to second, Colin Lloyd back to third, Phillips fourth. Now, if Rosser, I think if the kid can follow and push with Frankie, they've got right now just enough of a gap from second to third. They could try and break away. He looks back, checks the margin to Lloyd, Lloyd to Phillips, and Luke Hay has been bounced out of that group again for the second time. He's back to 6th.
Looked like about 4 or 5 corners ago, looked like a little communication between Mossman and Rosser. Rosser with the fast lap of the race so far, lap number 5, as he was able to work his way to second. But maybe didn't understand it kind of worked together a little bit. Colin Lloyd's been right there. The other driver on the move is Peyton Phillips fighting his way back up. So 5 drivers really in the lead group. And then we go back to Luke Hay. And as Xander, you mentioned, Luke Hay was up to second, then he fell back, on his way back there again. Now you can see that he's dropped off a little bit as Finnegan Bailiff getting himself up into P5. Luke Hay 6th. Maskelis, Hernandez, Braden Robertson up 14 positions to 9th, and Anthony Rivera holding on to where he started in 10th. All told, the battle up front's getting aggressive. Look at this again. There's a driver getting shuffled back to 4th. Who was that was up there?
Phillips went to the outside of the exit at 5 and then kind of lost a spot to Finnegan Bailiff, who's going to lose another one now to Luke Hay. Look at all this battling up front. We've got about 15 cars now lined up as Bailiff goes by on Colin Lloyd. And thankfully, again, that gives a great opportunity for Rosser to follow Mossman. Mossman had to low-line it because the whole pack caught them. Now they're going to break away as Luke Hay, big-time slider there in that final turn, just kind of overcooked it a little bit. And that's one thing I think that's par for the course for a lot of juniors coming to senior, dealing with that extra weight. The kart's not as light and nimble and stuck to the ground as the 320-pound minimum for KA juniors. They're still fighting further back. Wow. You see a lot more of guys struggle with the heavier go-karts that the tire wear is a little bit more, and you can't do the same things in junior that you can do, or in senior that you could do in junior. But this group now, how about Braden Robertson on that Tesoro Raceworks Arcane CRG? He's now got himself up to 6th, around Luke Hay, behind Peyton Phillips, and a little gap out back to Anthony Rivera, as here's Josh Campbell was off the racetrack on the opening lap, Rob. He's back in the top 10.
Yeah, he was 4 wheels off, dirt everywhere. And I'll tell you one thing, is that battle between Phillips going at it there with Robertson really had to put a big block on him coming out of turn number 3 and 4 to be able to hold him off. So, again, there's a move there. Another guy deeper into the corner. That's Botting gets to the inside once again. Remember, we had Botting up into the top 10 at one point. He's fallen back into 13th. Was that a move on Wheeler or was that a move on Hernandez? It might have been Hernandez. He was able to get by. Luke Kay, even with that dive bomb move that he missed, he gets a fast lap of 57.053. So the speed is there for Luke Kay. Xander, you said as a young driver coming up here from junior to senior, he's having to get a feel for everybody he's racing with, a feel for the package itself. The pace is there. He's just got to settle in and be able to get the spots he can.
Lots of lessons being taught to the rookie here in this opening pre-final as Robertson's gone around Peyton Phillips, and now Mossman is under heavy fire, and he's going to drive Noah Rosser all the way into the dirt on the inside of the racetrack. Now they're 3 wide for the lead. Rosser's going to come away with it, and I'll give it to Noah Rosser there. He played that one clean. I didn't really like what I saw out of Frankie that time, and I'm a big Frankie Mossman fan like the rest of the field as well, but that was a little bit over the edge in my opinion, continuing to drive him down when he was already alongside.
And looking down to the right. When you're literally looking and driving a guy down, I guarantee there's going to be a talk with he and Bo Barfield on that one. They're not going to like that at all as Mossman kept moving to drivers right, but he said Rosser just stayed right where he was, held the spot, and by the time they got into the braking zone, Luke Kay now back into the position, but again, by the time they got to the braking zone, everybody tightened up, and it really shook things down for Mossman. He really kind of penalized himself getting moved back to P5.
And talking about Noah Rosser again, one right move, one wrong move there, 2 to go. You think, all right, the pack's behind you. You got to hear him. You got to feel him. You got to defend in 4. He left that door wide open. Credit to the rookie, Fernando Luque, for making the pass. Now, Luque might be a little bit overconfident thinking they'll work with him, but for now they are, as Phillips is going to go on Robertson, Mossman on the outside of Rivera. That's going to cost them some more time. How about Finnegan Bailiff avoiding the fray? He's in no man's land in 4th right now. This time by Rob, it feels like it's been the last lap every lap. This time it'll actually be the last lap. White flag in the air down to turn number 1.
3 drivers lining up, Luke Kay, Rosser, and Lloyd. And to be honest, for Mossman, well back now as he's fallen all the way down into 8th, full recovery to try to see if he can't get a couple of spots. Luke Kay's going to go wide, brings it back down to the inside, a little tight on the entry. That's going to stack things back up with the top 3. Luke Kay, Rosser, and Lloyd. Then a little bit back to Bailiff, as you had said. Final lap, 3 drivers in the lead group. The young driver, Luke Kay, trying to hold off Noah Rosser and Colin Lloyd.
Yeah, so a lot of youth here in this front pack right now, and then you got the veteran Finnegan Bailiff as Luke Kay really stacked him up there into 9, but I think it's into 8, and it's going to hurt him. He eventually got the momentum to get back clear. Now he gets himself clear, goes low. Pushing from behind. Rosser's going to move him out of the way there in turn number 9. And now here comes Colin Lloyd. He'll get through as well. So Noah Rosser puts the bumper to Fernando Luque. Can the bump and run stick? Here comes a crossover from Colin Lloyd. They'll drag race out of the final turn. It's going to go side by side of the line. They bang tires, bang pods, across the start-finish line. 3 wide. Rosser, Luque, Lloyd to 3rd, Bailiff 4th, and the top 4 within 700ths of a second there at the checkered.
So much to unpack from that final lap when they got 3 wide coming down into turn number 9, the right-hander. I thought that maybe Bailiff was going to be able to line up an over-under and potentially beat them all out of the corner, but he got a little bit too far up alongside of Lloyd and couldn't pull the over-under and actually had some contact hit with the left front of his nose, getting, I think, into the back of Luke Kay. In the end, Rosser able to hold the spot. He low-lined it coming through turn number 12. A good over and a good line for Colin Lloyd to be able to come side by side. Both those drivers, though, losing coming out of the corner, and that allowed Luque actually to nip Lloyd at the line by just 0.02 of a second as they were 3 wide. Rosser, Luque, Lloyd, Bailiff, and Peyton Phillips, although a second back, ends up finishing P5.
How about that as a close finish to start your SKUSA Pro Tour? 0.14 of a second to separate the top 3 at the checkered. That's incredible. Noah Rosser, nicely done, but a lot of contact in that one, so I wouldn't be surprised to see some movers. Braden Robertson was the biggest one in the top half of the field. 17 spots gained from outside the top 20 to 6th, and he might end up a little better than that if some penalties fall in his favor for the 5 in front of him. But it's Rosser, Luque, Lloyd, Bailiff, and Peyton Phillips, your top 5. Our lunch break starts now. We're going to have an update here on when we set to go green. Mini Swift will get underway at 12:50 local time. It's 12:19 p.m. Eastern time, so 30 minutes exactly here. If you stay on the live stream, we're going to hear from some of our drivers from yesterday's happy hour that were really quick with some information as well. Pro Shifter and X30 Pro. If you're just watching for the on-track action, it kicks back off at 12:50.
Diego? Billy, kick it off with you, man. Lone guy on the 175, factory American made, P1 today, man. Talking about the day and the week so far.
Yeah, we just like to be different over here. No, honestly, we showed up Wednesday, didn't even know there was practice. Was like, hey, that we should put a go-kart on the track and see what this is all about. Was pretty lost. This place, I've never been here in my life, and it is a interesting go-kart track. Very deceiving, technical. Apexes kind of fade away from you a lot. So, I mean, honestly, all day Thursday was really just kind of feeling out the car, feeling out the track. Unfortunately, yesterday, the go-kart felt great. The track felt great. I felt terrible. Now today, I started feeling a little bit better, and then the go-kart track was like, nah, screw you guys. We're going to go to hell. So those last 2 sessions, I've never seen a track deteriorate that bad. So that was pretty wild. Apparently all the locals say like that's the normal situation over here. So, yeah, at the end of the day, kart's been fast all weekend. Really haven't touched anything. Just been kind of mellowing it out, trying to figure out the curb, trying to figure out the lines, apexes, all that stuff. And yeah, it's been good. So made a couple little mistakes. Had my airbox mount break off in that last run, so cut my lap a little bit short, but still fast. So we'll take it.
And Ramo, what about you? Is this your first time over here to this place?
Yeah, I'm very similar to Billy here. Showed up Wednesday. Got the kart on the track for a couple sessions, but yeah, never been here, and yeah, crushing curves.
Oh man!
And like Billy saying, the deterioration of the track this afternoon, we saw like almost half a second drop off after lunch, and the degradation is so big. I spent a lot of the day yesterday trying some different stuff to see if we could make the kart run better in the long run. Tried to go a little bit the different way today, and just been trying to dial it in. You know, a lot of these guys have been here for the previous race rounds, and I guess we're both playing a little bit of catch up with the other manufacturers that are running here. So good end to our day.
And Hunter, what about you? You've been here for the Rock race. I can't remember. Were you here for USPKS as well?
Both.
Yeah, both. So a lot of laps around here for you. Has anything been feeling different this week? Are you doing anything different, or is it kind of just loaded up the same way you've had it?
Well, just chasing it. I mean, we've been here on 3 different types of tires, so everything feels a little bit different. But no, it definitely changes. In the morning, it feels great. Then you get to the afternoon, and you're like, what just happened? And it's like that since I've been here. And no, it'll be interesting. It races different. You can block in a lot of areas, and it's hard to get around. You know, some guys are pretty good here. They've been driving here for a long time, and they know, the area. So it'll be interesting.
And unlike the youthful kids in all the younger classes, you guys all have a few years on you, and this track is one of the roughest ones when it comes to pounding the curbs. They've got some pylons up, but it just means you hit the other one. So how's the body holding up? Billy, you first.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, I'm 31 now. Definitely getting there in the age. But honestly, physical-wise, I mean, I almost fell out of my go-kart earlier today in front of AJ. It was pretty hilarious. I saw Danny go through a curb, and I'm like, oh, I can do that. No, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot do that. That man is a generational, one-of-a-kind talent. So it's just been kind of learning what I can and can't get away with. But honestly, towards the end of the day, just kind of been mellowing out, trying not to be so aggressive. I came out of the box trying a little bit too hard. Trying to catch up because I know everybody's been here for a while, so we're kind of like, okay, let's get on it. And track's not like that. You actually have to kind of be a little bit more mellow, a little bit more precise, just kind of take it easy, take what it'll give you, you know what I mean, and do the best you can. So last couple of sessions actually felt really, really good. Just kind of been cruising along. So like I said, I think we'll be good. We got a fast piece for tomorrow. I know we'll be up front. No, we just got to keep it up there.
And to Ramo, you too, right? I mean, you guys are based up in the Pacific Northwest. There's not a lot of racing going on during the winter. And is this your first time in a kart this year so far?
Yeah, no. No, I've done I held some winter training sessions with some of my drivers, and I try to get in the kart as much as I can and try to hit the gym a little bit more than I have of late to try to keep up. But my body's actually holding up a little bit better than I expected. I thought it'd be like a rib killer. But yeah, so far so good. But yeah, like Billy said, I watched Danny's on board before he came here, and he's literally hit every single curb around this place. But just trying to get alongside of that, and I know he's he's pretty quick today. I mean, on new tires today or this afternoon. Sorry, old tires. Couple laps old.
Yeah.
But we've seen that the pace is pretty good for him. So we'll see where we all end up tomorrow.
And, Hunter, when we talked to you, last time we really had a longer time to chat with you was at the beginning of this year. And, you said even with the races you had joining the team in the summer last season, still felt like you weren't maybe fully comfortable or you were getting more comfortable as the weekends went. Now with the amount of winter racing that you've done with PSL and on the barrel, how do you feel? And do you feel like you're kind of, at 100% comfort, I would say, like coming into your own a bit with the team, the package, everything?
I would say it's definitely getting better. These are all tracks I've never been to. I've never really done Florida. I've done one race with Gary. It's probably 2019. I think it was St. Pete. But before that, there wasn't much. And one in Ocala right before it shut down. But other than that, I haven't gotten much exposure over here. So just gaining experience, figuring out the carts. It's definitely different than what I've been on. I mean, everything I've been on is mostly like 32s. This is a 30. So, but it's pretty good. I mean, we're meshing well with the guys. They're a great group of guys. PSL's great. Dominic and Franz are fantastic. This year I got a new mechanic, Gaga. He's great. There's a little language barrier there. He's Hungarian, but great guy. Harrison's now at home. Not married yet, but basically, But and
we miss him.
Right? I know. He tries to call me after the session. I'm like, no, you got to be here. So I'm not going to answer that. But and the physicality of the track, I didn't think it was too bad. The one that gets me is the slow. What's that corner?
The left-hander.
By, like pit.
That's where I almost fell out of the go-kart.
I bounce off.
Oh, dude, I almost died.
But the fast ones aren't too bad. They kind of remind me of Sonoma or the old Sonoma track.
Yeah.
The good Sonoma.
The awkward one is here in turn 3 or whatever. When they put the pylon there in 3, it's like, I don't know. I still haven't figured it out. Like, I don't. It's a weird one because if you hit the curb wrong, the whole go-kart just goes right off the track.
Skips.
Yeah. It's got some character.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk a little about you too, Billy. With the factory cart operation, where's everything out west for you guys? You've been busy over the winter, I assume. Probably full throttle, barely making it out in here in time. So how's that project been for you?
So funny story. Since Supernats, I've been like nonstop on development with our Mini Swift chassis. So working with Jackson Porter and John McClellan and a couple other kids. We have a pretty cool little cadet shifter program coming. That's for later. But we've just been trying to dial in our Mini Swift program. So I've been making a ton of changes to the chassis. Just kind of been fine-tuning some stuff. I'm learning a lot because I never really raced a Mini Swift. I got into go-karts late. So it's been educational for me, but the material's been working good. Been making a lot of progress back home. But unfortunately in California, it's been raining like nonstop for the last 4 months. So the amount of track time has been severely limited as opposed to our standard California winter time. So unfortunately, I haven't been in the go-kart nearly as much. Haven't been doing as much testing as I would like, but still been productive in the shop, making changes here and there. But no, like our shifter program, that chassis has been solid. Super happy with where we're at with everything. All-American 4130 chromoly, 2-year warranty. So no, this year we're going to try pushing hard with our factory cart program. Now that we kind of worked out all the kinks, just been trying to make sure everything's competitive. Everything lasts a long time. There's no failure, stuff like that, and it's been super solid. So to come out here, track we've never been to before, and just kind of lay the thing on the ground and be fast like this right out of the box, I'm pretty stoked.
Ramo, our first introduction to the Catalyst driver development team and to seeing the Intel carts again was really at Supernats last year for us with the KC team. So, what's the team kind of about? Is it a relatively new program over the last couple of years doing it?
Yeah, we started, I guess, right before COVID. I think 2019 we came to Rock Vegas the first time under our program. And then COVID obviously put a good stop to that for us traveling for most of our drivers. But we're pretty big in the regional stuff and the club level, and hopefully we'll have a bigger presence in the national stuff towards the end of the year here. I know that we're going to bring a good couple shifter drivers and probably some single speed stuff to Utah a little bit closer for us. I know Mario and I shipped our stuff down for this event. And thanks to Thomas Silva for setting us up and not having to bring everything so far away. But yeah, hopefully it keeps growing. Our goal is to be bigger presence on the national scene in all categories. But yeah, we'll keep developing it to get there.
And is that pretty much what you're full-time working on right now, or are you kind of in and out with them and some other projects?
Yeah, I wouldn't say in and out. It's definitely in and out. It's a full-time program. I have some full-time guys at the shop. And between my two partners, Stefan and Scott, we get to share the workload pretty well. It makes us free up from some other stuff and grow the program in different directions. And sometimes working with partners can be difficult, but in this scenario, it kind of works well because we all have different strengths to grow the program in a direction that we're wanting.
And you got to be excited to be racing national stuff again, right?
Yeah.
I mean, outside of once a year at Supernats, that's not enough. No?
Yeah, I mean, the 1 year at Supernats is just tough to throw yourself in the deep end and just be on the race level as everyone. You can bang a lap out here and there, but just the race level is so difficult, and being in the Northwest is not a huge amount of competition unless Wick and Gulick come to race, but and some of the GFC guys I know are pushing down a little bit, but this year was like, I'm gonna commit to doing it again, try to run the whole national series and be ready to give it a shot again in Supernats.
And Hunter, this is this about the most amount of seat time you've seen in the first start of a year racing, right? Because you've done the Challenge of the Americans, won that championship, 3 races there, but now you've got 3 winter tours under your belt. You've done some test weekends here, USPKS, now this weekend. Do you feel, I'd say, almost like warmed up or more in a rhythm even than years past by having this much national level seat time?
Oh, definitely. I mean, there's not much that goes on in California this time of year. And I was actually excited that it's raining in California, so we can actually get some testing in. But the tracks are even closed down due to all that flooding and stuff. So it's just, you don't get to catch a break, right?
No, it's been
Have
terrible.
you got any testing done down?
Barely. Yeah, barely.
Right?
Like literally none.
I'm the opposite. I want the dry. I want the sun sometimes in the winter. Vancouver's not good for my other businesses. But,
So
but
10 years racing in California.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but I've done 2 rain races. 2.
Yeah, I think I've done 3.
And it's mostly been down in LA.
Yeah, literally 3. The third was Pro Tour 2019 at Cal Speed, which was fantastic.
Yeah, that was a tsunami.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, California in the rain, it just hits at the worst possible time. But yeah, the off
comes
season
down to Vancouver, you guys can get some rain.
Yeah.
So last question. We'll start and have each of you guys kind of talk about it. But, we've obviously got a long main event for each day on scuffs, after a pre-final, after qualifying. You mentioned tire deg a little bit early on. So, how do you feel with the long run pace? Billy, you first.
So I actually feel pretty good. I think, honestly, my biggest weakness so far has been putting together, like, a proper fast lap. Every time I think, like, we put tires on, I'm like, I'm going to go get it. I mess up like 4 or 5 turns. It's bad. It's like just very awkward. So still learning the limits. But once I calm down and kind of mellow out, the car actually has really good long pace. So, we've been just as fast, like lap 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think the longest run we've got is like maybe 10 or 11 laps. And it's been fast all the way to the end. And like you said, it's physical if you start driving the track, I think a little bit too aggressively, which may not necessarily be the fastest way around here. So, like I said, I've maybe just kind of taken a step back, tried to mellow out everything, mellowed out the setup on the car a little bit. Instead of trying to hustle it and just get in and out, just kind of mellow out, take what the track will give me. It might not be the outright fastest thing, but I think over 20, what we got, 22 laps, 26 laps, something like that? A lot of laps.
22, quite a few.
Yeah, I think we'll be good because I know the fall off is going to be huge. I'll probably bet from what I've been hearing. Again, I don't know personally, but everybody's saying like we're going to fall off a second to a second and a half from like lap 3 to lap 20. So it's going to be interesting.
Well, that's what Danny did. I was looking from the previous race. Danny was like over a second drop off.
Oh my
from
God.
stickers.
Dude.
So
I thought Buttonwillow was bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
This is nothing.
No kidding.
And Ramo, on to you, right? Throughout the testing day, figuring out the track, getting the right setup, but, watching your tire wear throughout all 5 sessions, where do you feel you're at?
Yeah, that's one of yesterday was pretty much everything that we worked on was trying to make the long run good. Like Billy said, we really haven't gotten a true test to see that. I'm thinking it's good. I'm hoping it's good, obviously, but I guess, yeah, we'll obviously find out tomorrow. But, yeah, it's going to be one of those, you know, who can manage the tires the best. I feel like the pre-final is going to be kind of, you know, manage and baby everything, you know, not slide the kart, be super smooth on the throttle out of the hairpins.
Yeah.
And I'm sure we're not going to see everybody, you know, just driving gingerly around some points, but the back markers will probably, not back markers, but the guys behind will probably push the front pretty hard, and I'm sure the leader will probably hold the pace pretty slow. And yeah, like we saw, the blocking was pretty aggressive here, even last weekend. So
even in shifter?
Big time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I need to catch up on. I need to do some studying.
Yeah. The pre-final at the Rock Race for Winter Tour, Pashawicz put on new rubber, and Marian was still on his 4th session old, and he blocked the whole 12 or 14 laps.
Oh, that's phenomenal.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think he tried to do the same thing to Wick the next race, and it ended a little differently.
Yeah, Gerard, Wick.
It ended much differently.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, I guess that's another thing, right? Everybody, are we all in agreement here? No pushback bumpers are needed for the shifter stuff at Pro Tour? What do you guys think?
I mean, I don't think so. I mean, like, dude, I've been racing this guy since 2012.
Yeah,
like,
probably,
dude, I've been racing this guy since just about 2012, 2014, 15. Like, dude, most of us, we've been around. Like, we know each other. We know the limits to push. I mean, if you try to drive way in over your head or do some stuff like that, like, you're not going to last long in this class. Like, it's just not going to end well. So, you know, most of us have a lot of respect for each other. We'll throw it in there, but, you know, you can bounce out, run too wide. You know, I think, you know, for me at least, like when people start blocking really aggressively, especially in the shifter stuff, then you might see some tempers flare. You know what I'm saying? Because in the shifters, it's like we shouldn't really have to drive that way. But, you know, maybe this track's a little different. But even then, it's like we have so many more tools at our disposal that, you know, I think you can move people around and do things a little bit cleaner without, you know, crashing or doing things, you know, ruining go-karts. Let's just say that.
Yeah, and we've seen a bit of it. You know,
Yeah.
Marian and AJ getting together a couple of times. You know, last week with Wick and Carrara, and they're all here. So I'm sure that's got to be fun for you guys to not be involved in any kind of rivalry like that.
No, not at all. I've got nothing. I'm the nice guy.
Hunter, over to you again. You know, like a lot of people have been saying, though, even weekend to weekend, this place sometimes feels a little bit different. So is there anything you feel like you can take away from, you know, the USPKS or Rock that you kind of know over the course of a 20-lap run, 22-lap run, or is it still kind of just shooting in the dark?
I mean, I would say I'm probably not focusing too much on, like, the fast lap and qualifying, personally. I'm looking at it more for, like, the longevity of the pre-final, the main event. I think the last 10 laps of the main event, or 5 laps, is going to be, I think someone can win from, you know, pretty far back. So that's the kind of the approach that I'm taking, and we'll kind of see how it goes.
Thanks for getting over your secrets there.
I'm going to take the opposite approach. I'm trying to be in the front, and I'm about to package a lot of stop and go, so we're just going to play that to our advantage.
Sweet. Well, thank you guys for the time. We appreciate it.
So yeah, we weren't like that fast. We were like 2 or a tenth off like all day. But we're making some changes, expecting tomorrow to be faster and fight for the top.
I mean, it was a pretty good day. We started out a little rough, but we made some changes to kart in the last session, and it went a lot better. So we'll stay there tomorrow.
All right, thanks, Caleb.
Yeah, thank you.
That's all we need.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely struggled yesterday. I mean, we're making big progress. 10th and a half off, 7th and happy hour. I'm pretty sure I had more fuel in the tank. I wasn't driving that good. I didn't put a lap together. So I think we should be all right. I think we need to find a little bit more for the win, to be honest. But I feel like compared to USPKS, the tires are totally different, in my opinion. Way more grip than USPKS. Maybe the fuel a little bit, but we're working away at it. We're figuring it out, so it should be good tomorrow.
Yeah, we've been having a pretty big issue with tires, actually. Trying to figure out the tires from the MG Yellow to these are for sure different in some type of way. You know, and for me not being here for the 3 weeks, or some people have been here for a whole month out here testing, don't really think it for sure benefits them a little bit, but I mean, we're struggling with different problems. Aiden's been doing a really good job at adapting to the racetrack, and he obviously knows how the track works from the morning all the way till 4 p.m. when he goes out for the final, and he's been doing really well. Me and Paulie are kind of in the same boat of getting the go-kart and the tires right, and just trying to put a good lap together. I think we're driving fine. The whole team's doing good, but we obviously want to be more upfront than what we are now. From them being so fast during USPKS and all that, they were top 5. They're like the ones to beat, but here we're kind of set back a little bit. We're just slowly, working the tires, figuring out, what we got to go and do to leading into tomorrow. So.
Yeah, just working with everyone. Obviously, we have Joe this weekend, but working with Eric, Daniel, Arias at USPKS, and now Joe, it's been amazing to see their feedback from the kart and understand why they're making the changes. So the past 2 weekends, we've just been improving, and the car was really fast today. We were P5 and happy hour, and looking for more tomorrow.
For sure, for me, today was a great day. We just put new tires in the first day, in the last one, and we had a pace. We've used tires and new tires, and this is very good for the team. We did P1 and P2 in the happy hour. We are looking strong, but for sure the weekend is just like beginning, Let's see.
We had a solid day. We have a new go-kart in the last round, so we've been testing a lot of different things. Our goal in the happy hours was literally only to make the fast group, so we tried something quite drastic. Definitely didn't work out how we wanted it to, but I think our overall race pace is quite strong. We need to find a little bit more on new tires, but I'm not worried. Wherever I qualify, you guys seen in the past, I'll find my way in the front.
Well, the track is definitely changing a lot. I mean, Wednesday we were doing 52.7s on old tires, and now we're at high 53s. So the track's definitely evolving in the wrong direction. But that's the thing about Orlando, is it's really difficult to stay, up with the track and stay on par with everybody. And so there was a few sessions we were trying things and went the wrong direction, and the track went, the opposite direction we would have liked it to have gone. So it just magnified our problem. And so, yeah, we were just struggling for pace, but we'll always be there. We can always, figure something out to get it up front. And we put on new tires, and I just knew I had to put in a good lap to just make sure I'm still up front. So I put in one, and, it was consistently pretty quick. We can definitely find a little bit more time, though.
Any major differences from a track standpoint compared to Rock and USPKS?
Not really. We're kind of talking about, obviously, it's fast in the morning and it slows down in the afternoon, but, like throughout the weekend, it's not like it really gets faster. You know what I mean? It's not like we're gaining 2-3 tenths consistently, from day to day. And yeah, it's going to slow down some in the afternoon, but we're always running the same times, if not a little bit slower. So, interesting.
Well, again, first of all, I'm so thankful to be here again, racing and doing what I love, which is karting. Mike from Rollison Performance Group just gave me an opportunity again, and everyone on the RPG, my mechanic Mike and myself, have been working on the engines. Alberto from Europe, left the engines ready from USPKS. So it's been a great weekend. New go-kart this weekend. It was out of the box, was just a rocket ship. Today, the last 2 sessions I stayed on old tires. It's a little different than USPKS here. We're going to qualify pre-final and final all on the same tires, so the tires are going to be almost 50 laps old by the end of the final, so they're going to be really old. So that's why we kept them on. Actually really happy to be only a 10th off. And the guys that were, first and second and fourth all had new tires, and fifth. So very happy, I was a good margin faster than the guys that had the older tire, consistent-wise in happy hour. The go-kart's just been working fantastic. The engine's been working fantastic. Everyone under the tent it's going really well, especially our juniors, which is my little what I like to work with, and the coach David Serra working with us this weekend, also helping out the juniors. Cedric Lupien also helping out the juniors. So yeah, it's going really well. Really happy. Tomorrow, Saturday, race 1, and Sunday, race 2. Hopefully we have enough pace. Keep the pace going to get my first win in Pro Tour in a while. This will be my first year since 2016 that I do all 3 Pro Tour rounds. So it's a big deal for me. It's been a while. 2017 is a long time ago. So super happy to be here to make weight. That made me really happy. Crossed the scales today at 394, so 4 pounds overweight. So it's super awesome. And it shows on the track, right? The pace is there, and super happy to be here.
It's been pretty good, to be honest. I was hoping to be on top 10, so top 5 it's a bonus for sure. But tomorrow is what really matters. But I mean, I'm quite comfortable with the track. It's like my home track, and we've been working a lot on the chassis to improve a little bit more, and hopefully find another 10 or 2 to be closer to the top. That's the plan.
And talk to me. What's the main differences you see from master shifter to pro shifter? Driving style, how the car handles, etc.
Obviously, less weight, which makes a big difference in handling the car, especially when you go over the bumps and curbs. It's a little bit easier, and obviously the level is a lot higher. You have like 10, 15 guys doing pretty much the same lap time or very similar lap time. And the race is a lot harder because everybody is so close together. But we'll see. I'm 42, but I'm feeling like 15, so hopefully I'll be in good shape for all the heats and the final.
It's been a good day. I only put new tires in the second session, I believe, and then just tried to work on my long pace run, so be fast in the finals on old tires. So that's what I did. Didn't go new tires for happy hour like most of the other guys did. So yeah. I think overall we're looking strong, but it didn't really show in happy hour because we were not on the same tires as the other guys.
Yeah, I mean, I figured I'd spot these guys a day or 2 of practice. I had to work yesterday, so show up today, had a mechanical in the second practice, so I'm running a little low in practice, but honestly, the car's feeling good, the engine's feeling good. It was just tires out there the last couple sessions. I didn't put new tires on, a lot of guys did. But with the guys on old tires, I'm not off, and I'd expect to be top 3 right there first thing in the morning.
Talk to me about it. P1 there in the final practice.
Yeah, it's been fast all weekend. Was fast yesterday. I still don't really know where I'm going out there. This track is small and tight and a little bit different than our normal Pro Tour races, but I don't mind it, honestly. It's more of what I'm used to from California, a lot of tight, twisty kind of stuff, and we've been fast. I thought the track was really good yesterday, and I was bad, and then I started getting better today, and then the track got a lot worse, so it's kind of evened out somewhere in the middle there. But yeah, no, the motor's working good, chassis working good. Still got to fix a little bit of the driving, but we should be good.
Welcome back here to Orlando Kart Center. A sunny Florida afternoon. Temperatures just moving up into the lower 80s, highs of 70s through the morning. Clouds in the sky here, no rain in the forecast. Should be another beautiful day of racing, and the 1-minute signal just going up there on the far side of the racetrack, down on the grid for the mini Swifts that are getting set to go green here for their pre-final. My name is Andrew Clemens with Kart Chaser. Alongside me, Rob Howden, the voice of SKUSA and the voice of ekartingnews.com as well. So far, halfway in through the heat races here to start the 2023 SKUSA Pro Tour. 4 down, 4 to come. We've seen a lot of aggression, even in classes that we didn't fully expect it at this point in the weekend.
Yeah, very surprising. The way these guys have been battling it out. With the very first race, we said it felt like it was a main event, not a pre-final. That kind of kept going through the 4 pre-finals that we've had. So, again, hopefully things have calmed down. People have had some food. They've had some lunch right now. Maybe they can settle back in. But, again, the morning runs there through the pre-finals were pretty hectic.
Yeah, they were all the way through. K Jr. especially, but K Sr. was very hectic. It felt like anytime we'd cut away or look away for a moment, the whole leaderboard would change up. And, in micro, where a lot of the kids here in mini where they just graduated, they watched where Maxwell Macha got way away from the field because they battled for second a little bit too early on. And the same, of course, in KA Jr. Granted, Stephen Miller and Maxwell were both super quick, arguably the fastest karts on the racetrack. So maybe they felt like they lost hope early on when they started to pull away that they weren't going to get them anyway.
Yeah.
But, you never want to give up too early in a race. A lot can happen. Guys could fall off. Parts could break. Something could go bad, just like it did for Mario Barrios and KA Master. So it's not worth, I feel like, in my opinion, battling for second that hard on lap 3, lap 4 when the leader's still only a second out down the road.
Well, Xander, a lot of the times we'll see a breakaway pack, right? Even if one driver stretches away, third back to fifth are going to work together. We saw no one work together for the 4, at least 3 of the 4, because there wasn't really any racing in the KA100 Masters class. But otherwise, there was literally nobody working together. There were no packs working together. Every time there was an opening, somebody was diving for it. And that kind of played to the guys who was up front, Stephen Miller pulling away, the Maxwell Machas pulling away. Everybody kind of battled out for second after that. I was very surprised that we didn't see even a little bit of teamwork, at least cooperation happening up front.
Well, we've at least now got the karts on the racetrack here. The lunch break has concluded. 4 heat races and then straight into main events following opening ceremonies for all 8 divisions on the SKUSA Pro Tour. You've got Mini Swift on the track right now. Up next will be X30 Junior. Then that Pro and Master Shifter combined heat race. And then right after that, X30 Pro for those double headline shows to cap off the rotation on the roster. So for Mini Swift, presented by Avinco Tires, let's take you to the starting lineup of how they'll grid for their first heat race of the season. Kai Johnson on the Team Bennick PSA race team number 157 will lead them to the green. Alongside him, Mini Swift rookie Cameron Marcia in that Trinity Karting Group Nitro Kart switched over to that camp here overnight, and the first day with the team, heck of a start to the program. Rocco Simone in the 109 starts on the inside of row 2. Alongside him, Tristan Murphy for a couple of Parallel and Nitro machines from the Motaz Sport Camp, and then Ryan Perry Motorsports on the second row. Row 3's got Travis Pettit in his TKG Kart Republic debut alongside Royce Vegas, Bennick. Alexander Procuna then rolls off to the inside of row 3 and 7th alongside Marco Romero. Theon Shee and Ashton Woon, your top 10. Keep an eye on the driver starting tail end Charlie. Luca Popescu in the 119 had a problem at the beginning of qualifying. He rolls off 42nd aboard that Nash Motorsports Energy.
Wow, look a little further back to the driver we expected to be up front. Now back in 14th, Lucas Palacio. Again, very strong in the Winter Series, as we know. Starting back on the outside of row number 7. Otherwise, it'll be Kai Johnson on the pole. Cameron Marcia on the outside of the front row. Drivers nice and slow into those staging lanes, the tram lines to get things underway. Everybody looking good coming through here. And again, Johnson on the inside, Marcia on the outside. It'll be a 10-lap pre-final, and we're underway.
And lots of bogging down through the field with how slow Kai Johnson brought him down. Hopefully that'll keep everybody spaced out and clean through turns 1 and 2. I saw Palacio duck out of line and pick up a couple as soon as they got underway. But so far, so good. And you can see the corner marshal, hands in the air, saying, hey, good job, boys and girls, all 42 of you survived my turn. Now hopefully they'll get the rest of the 10-lap heat race here as we go side by side for third. Marcia getting that spot back away from, I believe, Tristan Murphy's RPM Nitro kart. And so Travis Pettit locks into 5th, Vega to 6th. Here they go through turn 8, first time by the top 2, little bit of a breakaway. Cameron Marcia, Rocco Simone, single file for the first 6 cars headed to turn number 9.
They'll work their way down in here right now. It's the 157 of Kai Johnson leading the way. Rocco Simone and the Parolin up into second. You can see a little bit of a gap back to P3 right now, which is, I believe, Cameron Marcia. So we'll see if the front 2 drivers can pull away. As we talked about earlier, we haven't seen anybody work together up front to potentially try to stretch away. They've been attacking. We'll see whether or not Simone keeps up that theme or whether or not he locks himself on the rear bumper of Kai Johnson and tries to pull away.
So as they go through turn number 3, here's that first big opportunity. Does Simone take a swing? He does not. Single file for all 5. Smart driving on the opening couple laps so far for this lead pack, and that's exactly what you would hope to see if you're any of the drivers in that group or the mechanics and family standing on the sidelines, as there has been no movement, and that's going to allow them to pull further and further away. From about 7th on back, Marco Romero back to Alex Procuna is already up to a 2nd. Romero in those bright yellow gloves aboard the Bennick at the end of the train. And this is what he hopes to see. At worst, be where he's at as long as they play nice with each other. And so far they are here with, again, 1 lap on the board, coming to put 2 down. And so far, so good for Kai Johnson and company as he leads them into the S's once again.
You know, I wonder whether or not, Xander, some of the team owners and coaches maybe sat down and said, guys, look what we just saw in the first 4 pre-finals. Those super hectic guys that maybe shouldn't have finished up front did. Guys that were up front ended up falling to the back, man. Just settle back in. Let's see if we can't pull away. And that's what we got right now. We got a 5-driver breakaway, a little gap back now to 6th and 7th. And look how far back to 8. There's a move a little bit further back there. That's a move for P6. But nonetheless, the gap from 7 back to 8 is big because the lead group, before I started talking, was playing cleanly.
A little bit of a jinx there, of course. But that also, you could kind of see that storm starting to form as Cameron Marshall was picking up ground on Rocco Simone. So he closed that gap to him, took over 2nd. Simone to 3rd. Murphy still 4th. Pettit still 5th, as now he's actually going to fall back to 7th. Good pass there by the other Team Bennick entry of Royce Vega. They'll go side by side, though, at the back. Nope, Pettit pulls back in. That'll help them, but that little bit of shuffling, all of a sudden, that ground they were pulling away from 8th there, and Alexander Procuna is kind of going back to the wayside. Lucas Palacio, like we talked about, as they battle for 2nd. Simone through on Marcia to take that spot back. Murphy to follow, gives Johnson a bit of a lead, but your Lucas Palacio update, 5 spots gained so far into the 9th position behind Alexander Procuna. And with the domination and the speed he's shown this year, it looks like he's got that pack under control, that second group to try and hunt down the leaders. As we go to 4, Romero has started to climb his way up this pack. He's now up into 4th, takes over that spot from Cameron Marcia. Little slide through 5, but he hangs on, and then here's a look further back. Fion Shi has locked on to the rear bumper of Lucas Palacio, hoping that'll take him to the promised land of the lead pack as they go through the sweeping right-hander turn number 6 over to 7 and 8.
Interesting, Xander. Like, you think about the fact of some of the tracks we're going to be at this year. Obviously, we're going to go to Utah Motorsports Campus. We're going to go to Newcastle Motorsports Park. It wouldn't be the same kind of racing, even though there's lots of opportunity to overtake at Newcastle with those long straightaways. Everybody understands you push the guy in front of you, try to stretch away. We have not seen any of that at this particular track. It's a lot tighter, I think, than obviously than Newcastle. There are places that you can make a dive bomb move and potentially come out the other side. We've just seen a lot of drivers with no patience early on. Now, we're getting a little bit of that finally up front, but, man, even over the first couple of laps, we've had guys making moves in turn 4 down the inside. They've made moves down the inside in 5 as well. It just seems this track isn't playing itself. There's another one coming down the inside of the corner, side by side, and they'll lose 4 kart lengths coming out of that corner in turn 4.
It's just so tempting right here as we see Marcia try to go back on Travis Pettit, gets through with help. Royce Vega follows as well, but you've got a racetrack here with a lot of switchback corners where so you start on one side of the racetrack, move all the way to the other side, and sometimes it's an increasing radius entry to the corner, so it starts kind of easy going and then tightens up on the back end, so it naturally makes itself for the racing line a late apex turn, and it just all adds up to a very, very tempting passing opportunity. It makes it so easy. We've seen 2 together back here. That's the 127 Parolin, and then I believe Jaime Garcia on that Super Tune entry, and Kai Mars collected as well. So a couple drivers there. Garcia in the 130, the 127 involved. That was McLaren Carroll. That was back in 25th and 26th. So 2 drivers mid-grade here of the 42 car pack out. As now, speaking of packs, Lucas Palacio was making ground up forward, is still, but since they battled for 4th and 5th, they've lost track of the leaders a little bit, And looks like Fianché's been tired of following him. He just went by for the 9th position, but at least now they've caught up to Alexander Procuna, and they're up to the end of the top 5 battle with Cameron Marcia versus Royce Vega versus Marco Romero for 4th, 5th, and 6th here headed through turn number 8.
Yeah, finally that 4-driver breakaway of Johnson, Murphy, Simone, and Romero was 1.3 seconds back to the group, but look what happened. There's the gap there. Now they're going to keep racing there for 5th, 6th, and 7th. That was Royce Vega that was up in the spot at one point. I think that might have been Cameron Marcia moves back by. Indeed, a lot of action. Fiancé up a couple of spots as well. Everybody's in the fight here, but that's behind the top 4. Marcia was leading last time by. 4-driver breakaway.
3-driver break, up front. Johnson, Murphy, Simone headed over to turn number 4. Still leading the way and working together nicely here as we have passed the halfway marker. 6 down, 4 to go. Let's go side by side for the aftermath of some of that KA senior craziness. Frankie Mossman was in the mix of it and led quite a bit. He's down with Alexander Searle here on pit lane. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, Frankie, it was a solid opening couple of laps for you in that KA pre-final. You know, you got into it there with Noah midway through the race. You got a penalty for it. Talk to me about the incident with Noah there and then how your race went after that.
I mean, I just got a little anxious, and it wasn't right for me to do that. I mean, of course, I kind of suffered for it. So I got that 3-second penalty, so I'm going to start 11th for the final. But I just got a little, like I said, anxious, and thought it was 2 to go, saw the flag go down, and just tried making the move, and I wanted to win it. But it is what it is. I'm going to work forward in that. But my main focus right now is the X30.
Yeah, I mean, talk about X30. Pace looks really good. What are your expectations going to the pre-final, and, you know, made any changes to your kart from the quali?
No, we've left it so far, but it's been pretty strong. We're just going to try to manage our tires as much as possible. The outside row, definitely, as we saw in the KA, they got really screwed off, so I'm going to try my best to hold my position, stay with the lead pack, and do the best we can to try to get the win in the pre-final and start good for the final.
Thanks, Frankie.
All right, there you hear from Frankie Mossman. Very gracious about that. Said he just, got into his head a little bit and, said he was wrong to do it, deserved the penalty, but still 11th, inside lane, safe place to start for that KA main event. And like I said, he's running double duty, so he's got to switch focus, get back to a mental neutral state so he can have a good drive forward here in that X30 pre-final coming up. The lead groups pulled away. This is the midfield battle further on back here. This time by, we'll come to see the 2 to go signal. We've got more interviews coming your way here in just a few moments, but as they head down to the S's, this is Travis Pettit, Fiancé. So 5th and 6th and 7th for Lucas Palacio. The leaders are long gone at the moment. The top 4 are way down the road. Credit to Marco Romero for tracking them down. They kind of got away from him for a little bit, and he's pulled back up to them as Cameron Marcia has fallen further back. Now to the outside edge of the top 10 as he loses a spot to turn 1 to Royce Vega. So up in the lead, Johnson going back and forth there with Tristan Murphy. They're both going to lose it. And how about it for the kid Marco Romero to take the ultimate opportunity to get to the top spot?
Yeah, you saw them going inside there in turn number 4, pushing wide on the exit. A nice big over-under. Great line there again for Marco Romero in the 171. He's been able to pull away a bit because the 111 to Tristan Murphy is scrapping it out with Johnson as well and Simone. Look at this. They've almost let the leader pull away a bit here. And indeed, they'll see the white flag this next time by. And right now, Romero with a nice little advantage as those around him battling. Will he be able to bring it home through turns 10, 11, and 12? And again, look at this lead coming out of the corner there for Marco Romero. As Xander had said, he fell back a couple of tenths of a second. And now it's the 109 of Simone and the 157 of Johnson scrapping it out. Oh, across the bow comes Johnson. Tries to hold the position, gets it back through 2 to 3. And this has essentially let Marco Romero, Xander, pull away with the lead.
And that right there, I think, was a little bit of a elder kid over a little bit younger and Rocco Simone going at it. Look at this. Wow. Big shove there from Ashton Woon to force Procuna to go forward on Lucas Palacio, and they both got by in turn number 4. So side by side for that further back. Again, there's your lead pack coming through. Here comes the next group a little further behind them through turns 4, 5, 6, and 7, and 8. But down the backstretch here on the final time, Marco Romero's driven a fine race thus far here in the Avinco Tires Mini Swift division. Like Rob said, he fell back a little bit. The top 3 looked like they might have been able to break away. He tracked them back down. He put himself in a great spot, over-under from 3rd to 1st, and they battled behind to allow him this lead that he's got. He'll cruise it all the way to the finish. Heat race winner, Marco Romero on the Team Benek, number 171. Murphy 2nd. Johnson over Simone for 3rd and 4th, And that big group coming across the line, side by side, all the way back. Vega versus Palacio for 7th. Palacio wins the fight out there. Pettit and Fianchy got a little bit further up the road to 5th and 6th. But let's pull up your results really quickly just to run you back through the top 15 and on back here in this 42-driver field. Romero over Murphy, Johnson, Simone, Pettit, Shi, Palacio, Vega, Woon, and Alexander Procuna and Cameron Marcia, after leading laps there and running inside the lead group, falls back to 11th. Credit to Luca Popescu. We talked about him there on the grid. 42nd to 22nd, 20-spot gain. That's big. Unfortunately, it's going to be tough to win from there, but he makes up a lot of ground. And then bad news there for McLaren Carroll, Michael McGoy, Jaime Garcia, Kai Mars, John McClellan, and a bunch more taken out in that one, unfortunately. So with that all said here, we've got some more interviews coming your way. Let's send it down here to Alexander Searle, who's caught up with Noah Rosser, who was able to get a pre-final win. Unofficially there first across the line, as we heard from Frankie Mossman. Lots of officials keeping a close eye on it. Let's hear what he has to say. Alex?
Thanks, Andrew. Here with your KA Senior winner. It was very chaotic for you, Noah. Obviously, halfway through that race, we spoke with Frankie. I'm going to speak with you with the same thing. You had the contact there. He drove you down a little bit into the grass. You were able to hold on to it. It went in your favor there. You got the win. Walk me through the incident there with Frankie at first.
There's nothing I really could have done besides, turn down on him, which is obviously not the case. I just wanted to hold my line. If I was in the grass, I would have backed out. But, I held the spot. Just more dirt on my tires. Like, the whole race was just so dirty, like, on the track. Like, everybody was just on skates. It was hard to win. And I'm surprised I came out with it.
Yeah, talk to me, because obviously Aiden Levy spun on his own there in the dirt. How difficult is it to handle the ever-changing conditions of this racetrack with the dirt being thrown on the track at all times?
Oh, everybody had to go offline going into the first hairpin. It was super tough to maintain grip. It was a pain, like watching, Aiden's a good friend of mine, it hurt to watch him spin because he's been super fast ever since he came to the track, But I hope the track doesn't get as dirty as it was.
All right, thanks, Noah.
Obviously the wind here picking up and blowing some of the dirt and obviously the concrete dust and just everybody going off the racetrack. And, again, this track's not in the ideal conditions. You talked about it coming back. Xander, temperatures are rising. 87 degrees trackside right now. And, again, we're right about that hour from yesterday where the track went greasy. It got super warm outside. And, again, with the stuff being blown on the racetrack, just the actual nature of the track itself, it's going to get tougher to be able to put down good laps.
Yeah, it's going to get trickier and trickier. And, again, what they're talking about with the dirt, right, obviously we've seen a lot of guys go off right there on your screen at the exit of turn 3 off that pylon because it's really a single file section. You can barely get through too wide, but you have to get onto the binders pretty hard and slow the car down to both have space to get through. So we're seeing guys get pushed off there. They go through the dirt. There's also all the time that they spend in the air at this racetrack jumping over curbs. Sure. And sometimes that kart, while it's in the air, may touch and graze over the grass or the dirt inside of the curb, drag that on, and all those curb sections usually lead you right into a heavy braking zone. So it makes it super, super difficult. The only corner that really doesn't get too dirty is turn 9. At the same time, it still can be because offline on the inside on that backstretch is all kinds of dirt and marbles. And with the amount of rubber that gets laid down on a national weekend, especially with track time starting on Wednesday, testing last week, and races here the entire month, it's got all kinds of dirt, marbles, rocks, pebbles, you name it, off the standard racing line. When you get pushed off, when you get past, when you even have to go low, it just makes it that much tougher. And from a lot of drivers, they say it sometimes takes a lap, sometimes 2 laps around the racetrack to clean them off. They're clean and green here for this one, though. X30 Jr. underway to turn 1, and what a power move by Stephen Miller. He has figured these starts out, Rob. From second, falls back to third, over-unders Teddy Musella. Rivera leads him to 4, but fantastic start from the CDR Kart Republic driver.
Watching the drivers work through turn number 4 right now. Pulse to Rivera got a good start, but as Xander said, a strong run there for Stephen Miller to work his way back into the second position, although he does have Teddy Musella closing. There's a driver off already, Ty Fisher. Ty Fisher, the TB kart, off the racetrack on the opening lap. Looked behind like there was a mechanical. But getting underway, the opening lap of what will be 12 at a pre-final for the drivers of X30 Jr. Down to the inside, a little bit of a defensive line into the corner for Ernesto Rivera. That's going to bring his teammate Teddy Musella back into it. And also up there, I believe, is Diego Ardiles. He's been able to work his way, and I think right by Caleb Campbell.
Yeah, nice move by Ardiles to get up into that 4th spot there. So good move from Diego. Meanwhile, the top 3 have gotten away. But let me tell you something, Rob. Being here for the entire East Coast National start to the year, Stephen Miller and Ernesto Rivera have no love lost, and we just saw it right there. Miller putting the chrome horn to Ernesto Rivera in turn number 1 and moves him out of the way. Now he's got Musella in front of them. These two have had probably the most elbows-up contact out of any duo so far in the junior and senior classes combined. Both of them at the forefront every single week, opposing teams, opposing chassis, and Rivera's going to give it right back to him and say, all right, you want to move me? I'll move you right back, and I bet it's coming right there, and there it is. Another bumper to Rivera this time. Miller gets away a little bit better. He might have pushed that front bumper in, but I don't think he cares. This is a war between these two kids, and it has been that way since the drop of the green flag in Homestead in January.
Yeah, that's 2-1 right now because obviously Miller got into the back of Rivera. Rivera kind of gave it back to him a little bit, then a real good shot coming into that corner there for Miller, and indeed there could be a pushback there for Miller as he got deeply into the back. A really hardcore hot shot to the back of Rivera coming through the corner. And now they're lining things back up. Teddy Musella's been the benefactor of this as he's been able to kind of pull away a bit up front. There's the lead over Miller. And as that, Ardiles now, I think up into the 3rd spot. So move Ardiles right behind him. And then we have Jackson Wolney, I think, up there too. So a number of RPG drivers there as the fight is underway.
Yeah, fight underway here in X30 Junior, and I'm sure it probably adds to it for Stephen Miller to be surrounded by a sea of purple and pink machines. He's got Max Taylor and Diego Ardiles on, or sorry, not Max Taylor, Jackson Wolney on his bumper. That's how many of them are in the top 10 for the Rollison Performance Group camp. Miller's kind of the lone wolf up front because Emma Scarborough, his teammate, is a little bit further back, so he probably feels outnumbered. And again, already, him and Rivera have had plenty of run-ins this year that have not been the cleanest. So, like you said, score, count it 2-1 so far. We'll see what the penalties do if they come in. You'd imagine there'd be some being at the front end of the field. But nonetheless, for the Orlando local, Teddy Musella leading them here through turns 1 and 2. We are 3 laps in, 9 laps to go as they head down through turn 3 and over to turn number 4. And while we have this little break up front while they battle for 3rd, Wolney down the inside on Ardiles. We'll get set for a little more intel down on the grid because, of course, up next, Pro and Master Shifter presented by PSL Karting and International Motorsport, and X30 Pro to follow. We've been chatting with a lot of those drivers throughout this weekend to get an idea of where everybody stands because there's so many players in both of those divisions here this week in Orlando that could all really make some noise and move some hay come the race time here in their heat races that are again come up right next after this. Here's Caleb Campbell on the inside of Ardiles, overshoots it, undercut there by Ardiles with a nice crossover, gets back to 4th, and Rivera not going away, not giving up. He's back at the end of this lead pack there in 6th.
Yeah, that last shot that Rivera got from Miller sent him off the racetrack, and a bunch of drivers able to slide on by, including Ardiles and Wolney and Caleb Campbell. So Rivera running now in the 6th spot. As you can see, Miller slowly trying to reel in your leader, Masello's got a bit of a mid-corner slide there. That kart just starting to break loose, and he's had to go defensive. He'll go down to the inside of the corner to turn number 5. It'll be a better run out of there for Stephen Miller. So things are stacking up for sure. There's the 793 of Ardiles. Both Ardiles and I think maybe Rivera able to get by. Here's a move for the lead to the inside. Book it. He's through. Stephen Miller goes back out front as he's got Musella and Wolney right with him. There goes Musella. That's Wolney to the inside right now.
How about that from Jackson Wolney? What a start to 2023 it's been for this kid here. Big-time gains. Been spending a lot of time here in Orlando as well. Attending the Norberg Karting Academy. He's been here for, I think, 3 sessions from what Ryan told me. 3 couple-day sessions, and he has turned into a top-level contender week in, week out, beginning with that first career national podium back in Homestead, Miami. And he leads the way right now here at the halfway marker. 5 down, 7 to go. 3 drivers up front, and Rivera's gotten through to 4th, and this is going to help him get a little closer. Miller doesn't know that. He's just thinking, get back to the lead and hang on to it. So now he's got it into 5. He'll block. That'll back him up a little bit. So it's Miller over Wolney, Musella, and here comes Ernesto Rivera back into the mix as they come through turn number 6 and 7.
Yeah, this feels to me like things are just starting to percolate a little bit. This is going to get really good by the time we go main event racing. But as you said before, look at all that pink and purple lined up here in the top 7. Miller out front, but Musella's in there. We talk about Wolney. Here comes Rivera back. You know, Rivera still with like a check mark that he's got to take care of in this race here after getting unceremoniously dumped off the track there by Miller. But got behind them as well as Campbell, Ardiles, and look who's working his way back in here as well. Max Taylor started 10th. He's up to 7th.
Yeah, Taylor on the way to this group here. Nicely done by Max Taylor with 3 spots picked up and has gotten away from that pack behind. It's about 2.5 to 3 seconds back to Leo Scorpioni in the 8th spot. Here's Rivera taking over 3rd from his teammate. Taylor does the same away from Caleb Campbell for 6th, so double passes there in turn number 4, and Ernesto Rivera is now 1 spot closer to getting back to Stephen Miller. It's going to come down to crunch time here because they'll hit 5 to go at the line, and we are absolutely going to see the 2 top dogs so far in junior go at it again. It's far from over. Here comes Taylor down the inside on Wolney versus Ardiles. Pulls back in line. Ardiles goes low to block. Teammates battling it out. This is where if you're Mike Rollison or Joni Texera, you're like, boys, please be smart. It's a pre-final. We can all start in the first couple rows. Don't kill each other.
Yeah, we're in a good spot right now. If you're Rawls Performance Group, they're lining up to have, 6 guys in the top 8 right now, so that's what they'd like to see. Here comes Masella. He's going to go back to the inside, move Masella to the leader. And again, trying the side-by-side potentially through. No, Rivera's going to get in there as well. Rivera's going to go to the inside of Masella. 2 corners, move Rivera back to P1.
And in the middle of turns 1 and 2, I haven't seen a single driver look back. In the middle of turns 1 and 2, Miller looked back, saw that Rivera was there, and then he tried his hardest to get ahead of Musella through turn number 3 on the outside and lost out. Let's go side by side as this battle heats up here in X30 Junior presented by Rawls Performance Group. Down to pit lane, 4.5 laps to go.
Thanks, Sander. I'm here with 2 of your guys in case, Senior Vader Robertson, Peyton Phillips. Brandon, I'll start with you. A fantastic run through the field, 17 spots gained. How did you do it?
I just really kind of sat back and just waited for everyone to pass, and everyone was blocking. So just kind of tried to capitalize on everyone else and worked out the best.
All right, and Peyton, looked a little bit rough for you at one point in the race. You were able to kind of hang on inside of that top 5, ended up with a solid result. Just walk me through kind of what you learned from that pre-final.
We need to find a bit more personally in my driving and in the go-kart setup, but it was good. Bit lucky that they were all battling. I think if they stayed in line, we would have been fighting for maybe a top 10, not top 5, but yeah, it was good.
All right, you guys going to work together in the final?
We'll just have to see, I guess.
Nope.
All right, we'll see how it goes. 2 of your top finishers in the KA senior field. Back to you guys.
Oh, man.
Robertson's like, and no. Peyton's like, no, that's not a
chance.
Not a chance.
I think they've all seen nobody's been working together in that KA senior class at all,
Agreed.
and I don't think they anticipate that to change. Now, speaking of working together, enemy of my enemy is my friend. We're seeing that with Teddy Musella pushing Stephen Miller because Ernesto Rivera on his own is trying to get away. 3 to go here at the start-finish line, and there's about 2 to 3 car lengths from first back to second. Miller picked up, he lost a couple hundredths last time, but he's closing back in. He's saying, keep working with me. Teddy's going to play by the rules here that Miller's setting so far and follow him forward. It's also helping them get a little bit further away with Ardiles pulling away from Max Taylor, so that's helpful. They picked the 10th up on 5th, 6th, and 7th here that time. Let's go side by side one more moment here during this X30 Junior pre-final for another quick bit here down on pit lane. Boys?
Thanks, Sander. Here with Marian Kremers. Marian, starting P5, I mean, you were quick all day yesterday. Warm-up was pretty good for you. Quali, you never really got the track position you needed for a good lap there. Gotten a decent one at the end to put you P5. Walk me through Crawley and then talk to me. Have you changed anything from qualifying to pre-final here?
Yeah, so yesterday I didn't go new tires and happy hour, so that set me back a little bit for the qualifying grid. I thought I could get a good lap in towards the end, just trying to get through the field early on, and that's what I did. But then by the time I was alone, I didn't really have the pace anymore to do a good lap. So, yeah, I think maybe we picked a little bit too early in the session. Wasn't really clear on track, and then, yeah, kind of fell off. So P5 is what it is. Going into the pre-final, small difference in the gearbox, but that's about it. So go-kart felt good. So, yeah, hopefully we can hang on these tires for all of the laps in the final as well, because it's going to be a hot one.
Yeah, like you said, it's going to be a hot one. I mean, what do you guys expect going into this race in terms of how the track's going to handle, how the tires are going to be able to grip up to the racetrack? Is it going to be really greasy, you think?
Yeah, definitely. I think it'll be greasy. It's going to be sliding a lot. I think I'm going to try to save the tires a little bit this pre-final, make sure I can come out swinging for the final.
Thanks, Marian.
All right, there you go. You hear it from Marian Kremers. Now the white flags come out here. We've seen Stephen Miller throw punches. We've seen Ernesto Rivera throw punches as well. They're as close as they've been the last couple of laps here through turn 3 over to 4. Rivera knows he's low. He's going to go low to block. Miller on top of the bumper tried to dive it down the inside and get into him, and he launched himself into the air. He's back to 5th.
Wow, that looked like a bit of a takeout move there potentially as he tries to throw it all the way down the inside. As you can see, he was not able to make the corner, almost climbed up over the back. Luckily for Rivera, it didn't take anything off the back of the go-kart, and that actually has allowed Masella to come through. Here's Caleb Campbell battling out a bunch of the Rawls Performance Group drivers, and it's Masella versus Rivera up front. Over-under potentially coming from Masella. He'll look over his shoulder to gauge the situation as Ardiles is right there as well. Down to the inside of turn number 12. Oh, a little wide on the exit coming for Rivera, but he's going to get enough of a run out. And we'll see if we get a move potentially from Masella. Not quite enough at the line. Ends up being 0.06 of a second. Rivera right there. What a run there for Rivera. Very happy with that. But what do you think about that last run through turn number 4?
Man.
Looked to me like Stephen Miller threw it down the inside.
Yeah, he had a Hail Mary move like that at the USPKS main event here not long ago as well. But let's hold on for that for one moment. Before Pro Shifter gets underway, a very gracious Billy Musgrave giving us some time before he throws the helmet on. He's down with Emery.
Hold up, one sec. Thanks, Xander. I'm here with Billy Musgrave. Billy, starting outside front row, different engine package compared to everyone else. What's your plan to kind of deal with that, and where do you think you're going to be stronger?
Well, I know we got some acceleration, so we just got to make sure we kind of manage the tires, which so far we've been pretty good on. The chassis has been really good on the tires. Track is going to be greasy, so total game changer from what we just ran in qualifying. But I think our long-run pace is actually pretty good, so we'll see if we can get a whole shot here and see what we can do.
All right, first bit of racing here in Pro Shifter coming right up here. It's the pre-final where Billy Musgrave will start on the outside of the front row. Back to you guys.
A very happy Billy Musgrave here in good spirits, obviously, and there's a look again down on the grid. They're having a little bit of a talk about the start light procedure here. Orlando Kart Center has that overarching 4 lights here. Let's see if we can get an idea of what they got coming. There is, of course, head on-track race official Neil Strickland going over all the information for them. So they're going to take a look at what the lights are going to show, I believe, because back at the U.S. Pro Kart Series and the Florida Winter Tour standing starts, they had a little bit of difficulty with the start light procedure because the drivers were told what the expectation was of how many seconds it was going to be, and then it felt like it was a little bit different. And so a lot of them got caught out on the start, and you saw kind of unpredictable hole shots, Rob, because nobody knew exactly when those lights were going to go out. So they're trying to prep the Pro Shifter guys so they have an idea. We know where everybody lines up. Of course, Danny Formal, the big man, on the pole here. He has been unbeaten in the last 14 months at Orlando Kart Center, 1 at the Winter Tour last year, 1 at the U.S. Pro Kart Series here this year, was racing Sebring, so he missed the Winter Tour round.
That's it.
But 2 for 2, can he make it 3 in a row for all of his starts at Orlando? He's got a good shot from the inside of the front row. Who do you got here for this pre-final?
Well, again, when talking to Billy Musgrave yesterday, he was very happy with the way the kart was, but he did say they all fell off on pace based on the way the temperature kind of came up. So this is interesting because, again, as I said, we're up to 88 degrees right now, potential high of 91. It's going to be even hotter when we go main event racing this afternoon. Whether or not Formal and all that upper body weight, he's able to get that to transition. If the grip does kind of go away, it could play to Formal. But again, as I said, we've got 5 different chassis in the top 5 right now, which I think is interesting. You got the Cosmic OTK for Formal. You got that factory kart, American-made machine, Billy Musgrave's own design and own construction off pole. You got Kyle Wick in the GFC in the 3rd spot. You go back to A.J. Myers on the Magic and Martin Kremers on the Burrell Art. So there's different material out here as well. Everybody's got a different approach to the chassis setup, which is going to play to these particular situations, right, the conditions.
That's a very PC answer of you, Rob. I was hoping for something direct. Come on, give me something here.
I'm going to take Billy Musgrave right now. I'm going to take the one guy in the 175. Let's say that works for this pre-final at least.
I think that's a very safe bet. I got Billy Musgrave on the whole shot. I don't think there's anyone better right now of getting off the line than Billy Musgrave, and that bottom-end torque is going to help him with that IME 175. The rest of the field on the KZ packages, of course. I think personally, A.J. Myers left a lot on the table with the contact into the wall in qualifying. It looked like he was about to get a little bit faster. He was in some traffic, to be fair. But I think the 202, and again, he's got a chip on his shoulder. Comes out of 2021, dominates the Pro Tour. KZ champion, goes into Supernats, pulls it, has some issues in the heat races. Vegas gets away. Go to next 2022, fast forward. Marian Kremers gets signed by PSL Karting to run full-time here stateside, and he beats him.
Yep.
And you know AJ is dying to get back to that success that he's had. And watch right there, well, we just saw Danny Formal do a little skid mark on the inside lane. That's to lay some rubber down so he gets hopefully better traction on the start.
Not a bad call at all, Vetra move. And yeah, so there you are. That is kind of the outlier, right? We don't really have a good indication of how good AJ Myers is. He only put 3 laps in the books, did not get that forced lap. So maybe he P4 is not really indicative of the pace he has. We could see Myers, he's been pretty good getting off the line as well. Kyle Wick is something he's always been challenged by, getting off the line there. So all told, we'll see what happens with Danny Formal on the pole alongside Billy Musgrave, Kyle Wick, and AJ Myers on row 2. Marian Kremers will start alongside Jacob Gulick on row 3. Remo Rusiti in the ITAL Kart in the number 295, starting 7th alongside Giorgio Carrera on that Lenzo. And then wrapping up the top 10, Hunter Pickett and Jay Irwin, the 2 Burrell Art drivers.
And not to overshadow the Master Shifter drivers, Daniel DeBose was pulled by quite a bit there in their qualifying session. They'll all start in this mixed grid of 25 total. Luis Quinones will start on his outside. Luis Mendez. Morn Van Tok was the driver you saw at the top of your screen that was struggling to get off pit lane and missed the outlap, so his tires will be a little bit colder. Rolls off in that 5th position. The owner of Orlando Kart Center is out there playing. Andre Martins is up there. He'll start 6th on the outside of row 3 in that Master Shifter grid. So here they go into the lanes, and now we'll start to line them up. Formal and Musgrave into their boxes here. Kyle Wick said he didn't have good long-run pace yesterday, but he's hopeful about it here on Saturday. We heard from Marian Kremers there in that interview on the grid. He expects a very, very slippery racetrack, and Billy Musgrave echoed the same in his interview, that it's going to be very different. And, Rob, you're pointing out there a couple things to notice.
Yeah, a little carburetor adjustment there for the 237. You can see Danny Formal is getting himself prepped up. He liked the angle of the attack as well. Didn't pull straight into the box. He wants a little more of an angle to get himself set up. All the drivers kind of going back and forth on those tires, getting ready to roll things up. Good grid of drivers, and talking to everybody, they're all super excited about the drivers we have in this program. 16 in the pro category. Of course, the Master Shifter class, part of it as well. One driver stalling further back.
Antonio Pizzonia is stalled there in the middle of the grid. So they're going to try and fire him up one time. If he can't get going, they're going to wave it off, and he'll go to the tail. They can't wait too long because they got the external water pumps, and it looks like we've got to start. So here we go to the lights. Pro and Master Shifter here in Orlando. All red lights are on. Pop it into first. A little jump start from Jacob Gulick, but they get away, and Formal has the lead. But look at Musgrave ripping the top side through turn 2.
Not able to get to the inside at turn number 2 there, and he was able to hold on through 3 down to the bottom of the racetrack. Look, good start for Myers. There's a move from the outside to the inside for Musgraves. He's trying to hold Myers back, but the whole shot confirmed for Danny Formal. He puts the RPG Cosmic out front. It's the factory cart of Musgrave sliding into P2. Tire management will be key. So early on, these drivers will fight for position. We'll see how they handle the subsequent laps after that. Good start for AJ Myers and Marian Kremers, up a spot to go to P4.
And smart move by Marian Kremers. He really parked it there in turn number 8, so that way he get the launch to 9 and not get dive bombed by Kremers. He's given himself a little bit of a gap. It cost him some time to Musgrave and Formal, but I think he's probably banking on Billy to get up there and mess with the big man. So let's see. Danny Formal down the front stretch leads lap number 1 as they head to turn number 1, and Musgrave is all over him. He's going to force Formal to probably continue to defend for a couple of laps at least. That'll keep him stacked and packed into 4. Here comes Musgrave looking into 4 and not going to get there.
The one thing about Musgrave, knowing the power, that is the bottom power of that 175, he can kind of diamond the corners a little bit. He doesn't have to make a big, wide, sweeping arc there to be able to get the spot, and he's going to see if he can't use that to his beneficial side, because right now putting a lot of pressure here on Formal. Do we see another driver stack it up in turn number 8? We don't. Big run down the straightaway. Looks like about 6 karts in the lead group. Xander back, I think. Who's at the tail of that group making a move to the inside? Was that Gulick?
Gulick on his teammate, Kyle Wick. Kyle Wick's had a bad start here. He missed a gear in the opening lap out of turn number 4, and then there gets passed by his teammate and Jacob Gulick. So 5th and 6th for the GFC karting boys, switching positions there into turn number 9. Loses a little bit of time, but not a ton. And again, Formal continuing to just kind of hold the bottom side a little bit on the entry to the major braking zones. It's keeping Billy Musgrave at bay. He's almost there. And how long is he willing to wait? Now, again, these guys got pushback bumpers, so Formal knows he can block, and there's not much Billy can do about it. It's so much tougher for them to pull that move off, like with Noah Rosser with that bump and run on Luque, because, again, that extra force of downshifting with the front brakes, It's so much easier to knock their bumpers in. They've been asking for it to get removed. Right now, it's, of course, we're seeing it in action where it's keeping them clean, but it's also making it where Danny Formel can continue to block and keep them all at bay.
Yeah, Musgrave made a big move, a dive down to the inside of turn number 4, coming out of 3, but Formal came across the bow from left to right and held him back. And again, as you said, there's nothing that Musgrave could do to potentially give him a little bump and run into the corner. He's got to be very precise when the overtake does come. And watch the driver back there watching it all happen, just taking it all in, feeling comfortable. A.J. Myers, P3. You can see he's right there as well. This time, again, still a lower entry to the inside of the corner for Musgrave, like he's trying to cover off the bottom of the racetrack a bit.
But at the same time, it looks like he's able to do it. Look at the launch he gets out of these hairpins here. He pulls away so much from AJ, who has to go wider and carry a little more momentum, whereas Billy can really dive the bottom side. And one point there that he mentioned in his press conference, for those of you that watched that or stayed during the lunch break, is Billy said that curb at turn 7, the way Danny hits it, he could not figure out how to do it and set himself up for 8. And that's where Formal really only has the edge right now, is there. And then through these S's, how much Danny flies the curb compared to the factory car to Billy Musgrave. Musgrave a lot more conservative on jumping in the air, and it's costing him just a little bit, and he knows it. But in his eyes, he's like, look, Danny is a once-in-a-lifetime talent of hitting curbs the way he does and being as fast as he is. He hits every single curb on this racetrack and is fast doing it, and no one's able to do the same. Even in turn 4, he just barely nips that inside curb. He'll do the same into 5, and he's able to get the launch that nobody else can do. It's phenomenal to watch.
Somehow still up on just the 2 wheels, right on the right side wheels. He's still able to get that power down. I'm seeing a good patience right now here as well from Billy Musgrave. Let's roll that edge. There's been times that he could throw the hammer to get to the inside, but he hasn't quite done it, although we have seen a move into P3, and that was Marian Kremers going by the inside of A.J. Myers.
Yeah, nicely done by Marian Kremers. Obviously felt like A.J. Myers might have been taking it a little more conservative on the tires. At this point here, it does make a bit of a difference starting on the inside, but A.J. started 4th, ended 3rd, so I think he's probably content either way it falls for the second row. And I don't think either of them want to go up and fight with Danny or Billy right now, whereas, again, Billy is all over Danny Formal. So for Billy Musgrave here, this has so far been the best start to a SKUSA Pro Tour he's had on his factory kart operation just now. We talked to him throughout 2021 and into 2022, and through those years it was still a lot of development as we got problems for the reigning champ. Marian Kremers has a mechanical coming out of turn number 5, and he is going to screech to a halt coming into the scale line.
Tough one for the PSL karting driver. Your defending champion in the Pro Shifter category has stopped coming out of turn number 5. And again, as Xander had said, waiting for everybody to pull across, and I think he'll maybe pull right into the scale line. Indeed, he will. That'll be it. And another driver to talk about coming from the tail of the field, because Marian Kremers will start the very back of the grid for the main event this afternoon. And that's, listen, we talked about this earlier, Xander, for all intents and purposes, that's going to be the drop for Marian Kremers here to start the 2023 season.
Yeah, not the way you want to start your title defense there for Marian Kremers. The worst possible outcome is going out in a pre-final, because, again, not only do you lose those pre-final points, but it's such an uphill battle to go forward, as we're seeing here in the shifter class in the main events. Right now we're seeing them start to spread out. I think Billy Musgrave maybe made a mistake, gave up a little time, and at this point he's probably just going to try and ride this thing out and bank on a hole shot in the main event. We're already at the halfway marker, 6 down, 6 to go, and I don't see him making another leap to go forward to Danny. So that's something I think that we're starting to see come out in action right now.
I think a big thing of it as well is these drivers, now that they've got 6-7 laps down, they're going to be able to feel what these tires are doing. Do I need to take care of my tires a little bit? Do I need to hold off a little bit? You can see now A.J. Myers actually closing right up onto the bumper now of Billy Musgrave. What is the tire situation? Did Billy push him hard, trying to find a way by, run that inside line? Here comes a move for second. Book it. A.J. Myers goes to P2. Musgrave back to 3rd.
So just like that, like you said, not only is it tire deg that they're worried about, but tire heat has been a big topic of conversation with this last generation for the last couple seasons on these MG and Avinco tires, is that when you push hard for a couple laps and they get too hot, you have to really slow your pace down and take care of them for another couple of laps to cool them back off. And we saw Musgrave all over Formal, might have heated them up a little bit, and has been having to take it back easy here in the end of this one. So he falls to 3rd, Myers to 2nd. Let's keep that in mind here and go side by side for a moment. I believe we've got some intel down on pit lane here with Alexander Searle. Let's send it on to him. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Here with Blake Nash. Blake, up to this point, pretty solid for you, right? P5 here, an X30 senior, going to the pre-final. Walk me through your weekend so far.
Yeah, pretty consistently we've been, up front. The chassis felt really good, and P1 engines has given us a great piece to work with. So, yeah, other than happy hour, we were, in the top 5 the whole time. So, just looking forward to this heat race and trying to be consistent, take care of the tires, and hopefully have a good weekend.
Yeah, and obviously chasing that elusive first X30 senior win over there in California. You got a bounty on you for OKN. You think you got a good piece for this for your first win here in X30?
Yeah, I think so. We did some gear change just to try to make up for the greasy track, but I'm feeling really good. I think we have a good chance.
All right, thanks, Blake.
All right, that's Blake Nash getting ready to go in that X30 Pro pre-final coming your way. 3 laps to go here in Pro and Master Shifter presented by PSL Karting and International Motorsport. It's spread out a little bit up front. We got a new face closing in on the top 5, though. Hello, Giorgio Emiliano Carrara. He's closing up, and again, the driver he's going to first arrive on the scene to. The last time they were together, sparks flew. Kyle Wick and Carrara traded blows in that Rock Winter Tour Rock Pro Shifter main event, with Wick moving Carrara out of the way and Carrara coming in and taking him out in the next corner. So that battle for 5th could get really gnarly. Let's go side by side, though. Marian Kremers has gotten through the scale line. Let's see what happened to him.
Thanks, Xander. Drama here in the Pro Shifter class. Marian Kremers. Marian, started P5, found your way in P3. Looked like you had a solid go-kart under you for this pre-final. What happened?
Yeah, I had a good jump off the line and then stuck behind AJ for a little bit. I knew I was kind of faster, so I was just waiting my time to see where I could get by. As I made the move, the next corner I felt the go-kart start sliding, and I thought it was just the dirt on the tires, but then through the chicane it didn't get better, the last corner didn't get better, turn 1 I almost lost it, and waved AJ by, and then I knew I had a flat tire right at that point. So yeah, I pulled along to the side, let everybody go by, and went back into the pits, and yeah, regrouped for the final. It's going to be hard starting from the back, but it's a long race. I've got better tires underneath me, so yeah, hopefully if everything stays in one piece, it's going to be good.
Thanks, Marian.
So there you have it, folks. A flat tire for Marian Kremers. This time by a white flag, a wave. Looked like Carrara was gaining time, and he has been. He's been the quickest driver on the racetrack last few laps. In fact, Danny Formal really slowed his pace down last time by about nearly a second to take care of the Vinco tire rubber. So a 51.9 to his best of a 51 flat. He knows he's got the lead. He's got the insurance built up. It's still 1.1 seconds back to A.J. Myers. On your screen is that fight for 4th, 5th, and 6th from Jacob Gulick to Kyle Wick to Giorgio Carrara. I don't think we'll see too much out of it, though, Rob. It looks pretty safe and sound for the top 6 to the finish.
Yeah, I got a feeling like everybody's kind of taking care of their tires right now. They spent the first, 3/4 of the race getting what they could. Now they've kind of settled into positions. No need to push as hard. They are where they are right now. Musgrave could potentially get back to Myers, but even an inside second-row starting spot is not going to be bad for Billy Musgrave, so potentially wanted to hold on to that position. But again, as we said, these laps wind down. Final lap, white flag flying this time by. The gap pretty solid right now. I think that's the checker. That is the checker. 7/10 of a second for Formal over Myers. Obviously, I don't know. I guess they won't even know whether or not Kremers was gone. That would be one of the things I think would have been in their head had they saw it coming back around. But nonetheless, for Danny Formal, check mark number 2, right? Qualified on the pole, wins the pre-final. He's in really good shape right now. I'd be interested to hear from the drivers, was there any tire management in the second half of that race, or at least the final quarter?
You'd have to think so, looking at the way that it shook out there. Daniel Debos, obviously the winner in Master Shifter over Luis Quinones and Andre Martins. Luis Mendez, Mike Gosh, the top 5. But here is your Pro Shifter results. Formal, Myers, Musgrave, Gulick, Wick, Carrara. Remo Ruscetti got going early, kind of faded backwards in 7th. Hunter Pickett and Jay Irwin, they're 8th and 9th. And Antonio Pizzonia, after having issues getting off the grid, picks up 4 spots, the most of anyone in the field in the Pro Shifter class, moves up from 14th to 10th. So good drive forward for the Orsolin Racing Bureau Lart driver of Antonio Pizzonia. And fast lap, credit to Billy Musgrave. I mean, the speed's there. He just couldn't get around Danny, and he was trying, and again, it looked like he kind of just started, okay, I can't get around him.
Yeah.
I need to fade back a little bit and just take care of my stuff.
And did he hurt the tires a little bit? Did he beat him up just enough, knowing that he was laying the fast laps down? I think in his mind was probably, if I can get by, I make that move, I'm going to be able to pull away. He knew he had a good cart off the get-go. He knew he was going to be strong, but just didn't quite play that way for him. As you can see, Formal over the first 3 laps was super defensive. He was making sure nobody was getting by him in turn number 4.
Not a chance. Well,
it probably won't be the same level of defending being as successful in this one. Speed Concepts Racing X30 Pro Seniors on the racetrack. Fences line here for the second of our two headline shows. Joe Turney will start on the pole after going P1 out of the slow group by just a mere 7 thousandths of a second. Paulie Massimino in that SCR Red Speed has his teammate right behind him. He'll make up the outside of row number 1. And Aiden Ingrata, the rookie sensation, has been sensational, to say the least, here for the month of March. And he was so close to getting that first win in both the U.S. Pro Kart Series and the Florida Winter Tour with speed. Just the luck and the cards didn't go his way. He's got a good safe place to start there in third. And to his outside, Frankie Mossman on that Tesoro Raceworks CRG. Super quick, locked in, and ready. And again, the youthful exuberance continues down the top 10. Blake Nash in his second full pro season rolls off fifth. Brandon Carr's RPM Tony Kart, another one of the standouts in the rookie class, is right around his fellow countryman, Harley Keeble, who's spent more time behind the wheel of a gearbox machine this year than he has a single speed, but he looks like he might as well have been running single speed. The Sodi Racing USA PK Sports driver rolls off seventh. Ryan Norberg, we saw him in qualifying. The chain came off early on, got it back on, had to miss every curve and go only a lap in at full speed. Qualified in 8th, so keep your eye on the reigning series champ, Mr. 7-time Pro National Champion, trying to collect number 8 on the SKUSA, or 6 on the SKUSA Pro Tour, 8 overall. He rolls off in the 8th position, just ahead of second place in Friday Happy Hour, Diego Ramos. And it's an all PSL karting Prime Power Team Bureau Art, row 5, with his teammate for the weekend, Alessandro DiTullio, on the outside.
And big guns outside the top 10 as well. Laurent Legault and Donovan Bonilla for PSL karting. Then, of course, you've got Mateus Morgado starting 13th, Austin Garrison in 14th. Two drivers you would easily put some money on to potentially win here this weekend. Zachary Clayman DeMello and Jacob Cole are rounding out the top 18, or top 16. And then the driver making that debut, Jeremy Fletcher, moving over from the 100 class over to X30. We're underway. Green, 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 and they work their way through 1 and 2, and a solid opening lap. Xander, how about 4 wide and one driver way off the racetrack through 3?
Big crash out back as well in turn number 3. About half the field collected there. It looks like one of the RPG Cosmics. Caleb Gaffera is involved. Looks like Patrick Ronvo is involved. Noah Jackson is in it as well. There was a lot of carnage. Gaffera's kart is stuck together with fellow rookie Caleb Schrader in turn 3. And they are trying to get them unhooked so they can move them out of the way. They're done. Ortiz is out as well. Lots of contenders gone.
Was that Aiden Ingrata who went 4 wheels off on the outside of turn number 3, I think?
It was. So up and down starts for the Speed Concepts Racing Camp in their sponsored class. Massimino's gone to the lead. Turney back to second. And like you said, Rob, Aiden Ingrata was about 5 feet in the air. Motocross whooping it out of turn number 3. He's recovered to be in the top 10, but he's faded back quite a bit there at the end of the opening lap. Good start for Norberg, up to 6th. As he crosses the line behind Brandon Carr. Blake Nash is 4th, and Massimino is going to start defending a little bit to 4 from Turney and Mossman.
And look at that group. There's the big gap from 6th back to 7th. That was the gap from Ryan Norberg back to Diego Ramos, 1.5 seconds. Front-running 6 drivers. Massimino, Turney's now gone to the lead. Yeah, Turney up to the lead. Mossman up into second. No.
Massimino
front.
Second.
He literally was far enough away from the screen that I wasn't able to see him. A lot of action further back. Nash side by side. Who else is in there? Brandon Carr.
Mossman versus Carr, wheel to wheel. Here's Norberg saying, thank you, boys.
Wow.
You 16, 18-year-olds, you can go at it. Oh, no, Blake Nash hard off the racetrack there. Mashed off for Blake Nash. He survives behind DiTullio, who has come out of nowhere into the top 6 now. And all of this playing perfectly into Paulie Massimino and Joe Turney's hands as they lead down to turn number 1. It has been chaos from start to finish every single class here this week. There's Ingrata just ahead of Laurent Legault and teammate Austin Garrison. He is 11th. Legault 12th. Garrison 13th. DiTullio's trying on Mossman. Mossman's trying to close the door. Everyone is throwing elbows out at each other here, and he survives the onslaught for now, but DiTullio has a lot of speed. I don't see him going away. And also part of the reason that gap kind of opened up, Rob, between Ingrata bringing dirt on the racetrack and that big crash in turn 3. You could see the lap before they went through this section. Everybody was probably 3 to 4 tenths slower.
Yeah.
They were all having to tiptoe it with all the dirt on the tires. Now the track is clean enough. And it's clean up for the top 5, top 6, but you could see at the end of this frame, this is craziness. Harley Keeble, Mateus Morgado, Ramos, Ingrata, Nash. This big pack has been throwing battle markers back and forth. Now Morgado up and over the curb. Here goes Ramos around him. and they're going to race to the line here for 7th and let the leaders get further down the road.
Yeah, Margado put a little bit of bumper on the Sodi kart there at Keeble, and that allowed Ramos to get through. Margado was getting aggressive there. That's that next group you can see is stacked up behind him. But I'll tell you, is this the first round of the Pro Tour or what? These drivers are all at it right now trying to go after this championship. And early in the run, as we said, talking about this pre-final, but every pre-final we've seen has been hectic. The intensity has been high. Everybody's scrapping for position. Here's 3 wide coming over here as well into turn number 6, 7, and 8. They'll work their way through here again. We've seen some really aggressive racing. And out front, Joe Turney slowly starting to reel him in. That's the leader, Paulie Massimino, getting reeled in there.
Laurent Legault with a problem.
Yep.
He got knocked off the racetrack there through turn 6, 7, and 8 here. So, like you said, though, Turney quicker than Massimino, was 2/10 better last time by. And this, again, just shows the experience of Turney and Norberg knowing how to navigate that chaos, get yourself a little bit of a gap, and then get rolling, let the race come to you. Turney looked like he was kind of getting taken advantage of in the opening laps. Let the guys do it, found a place to hang on to, and now he is on the bumper of Paulie Massimino. Here he comes inside, new leader, Joe Turney, out of turn number 5.
Swap for the lead, first and second. Turney to P1, Massimino back to second. Purple lap last time by for Ryan Norberg. Just a couple laps in qualifying, started 8th up to P3 early. And the RPG Cosmic driver who calls this track the home of Norberg Nation, working strongly up into the 3rd position. And he likes those guys battling up front. Maybe doesn't want to see Turney get out front, but likes the fact that they're going head-to-head.
Well, it helped. I mean, even last lap with Turney hunting down Massimino, Norberg was about a half second quicker than both of them. So he's got to feel pretty good about his piece right now. And there's still, Rob, we're not even at the halfway mark yet. We're 5 in now. We've got 7 laps still to go. Joe Turney continues to lead the way. Let's go side by side here down to pit lane for a little bit of info as things start to spread apart in this X30 Pro Senior Heat Race to Alexander Searle with AJ Myers. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, AJ, P2 there. You didn't seem to have maybe the pace that you would have liked, but a lot of that is due to tire saving. Just walk me through your strategy going throughout the race.
Yeah, going into it, I just told my mechanic I wanted to save the tires the first couple laps. Billy and Formal here were going at it pretty hard, and I was hoping something would happen. I ended up falling back to 4th. Cameron had the problem, got back up to 2nd, and after that, pace took over. There's no point to push. Formal backed off. I started to back off. It's tough to say who has the real pace, but we'll see in the final.
All right, thanks, AJ.
Xander, kind of what we were talking about, right? Everybody realized that tire management was going to be key through that pre-final. Find yourself with a spot early, then settle back in. Good insight there from AJ Myers.
Yeah, good insight from him. And now tire management here. How much do you play into it? How much do you not? For Joe Turney versus Ryan Norberg. We've got more lined up here, but we've got a pass coming for second. Here it is, turn 4 inside. Ryan Norberg to second. He takes that away from Massimino, and you've got the best in North America versus the best in the world right now. Joe Turney leads over Norberg and Massimino side by side for a little more. Down to pit lane with a heat race winner and pro shifter, Danny Formal.
Thanks, Xander. Here with Danny Formal. Danny, solid heat race. You were able to kind of block and defend from Billy the first few laps and ended up putting it together and pulling away at the end. Walk me through how you did that.
Well, yeah, first of all, again, thankful with Rollison Performance Group for this rocket ship of a Cosmic kart they gave me. My mechanic, Mike, yeah, we got the kart pretty dialed. I don't know, man. In the first couple of laps, the tire pressure were not coming in, and Billy was on it from the get-go, so drove defensively, never really blocked, just kind of drove defensively. He was really respectful, and I thank him for that. And yeah, just held him for a couple laps. Once the tires came in, was able to gap him a nice little distance, maybe about a second lead. AJ got by him, and then as soon as I saw that, maybe 4 laps at the end, I started backing off quite a bit, about a second off the pace, just saving the rears. 24 laps for the final with, already 15, 16 laps on these tires. It's something we really haven't experienced much in these 4 weeks we've been here. So, yeah, excited to see what happens. Our go-kart's been really good, long pace, and
my teammate, good job.
so really happy with that, and yeah, we'll see what tire management does. Again, our go-kart's really good in the long race, and the engine's a rocket ship right now. We got a great start, and hopefully I get another good start in the final, and we could go back-to-back final main event wins for the shifter for Rollison Performance Group.
All right, Danny Formal, we already saw a great effort from him winning up at USPKS. Now looking to do the same here on Saturday in SKUSA. Back to you.
Thanks, Emery. So there you hear it from him. Now, Ryan Norberg last time by a 10th better than Joe Turney, who has slowed his pace down just ever so slightly here. He took a look back there. You saw through turn number 6 to check the margin back. And meanwhile, another driver going backwards is Massimino. Here comes fast Frankie Mossman to the inside for third. Massimino's going to go back on him. Mossman sees him there saying, hey, man, the leaders are getting away. Let me go. Massimino's trying to hang on for third. He's going to throw Mossman to the wolves. Brandon Carr gets through, trying to get back in line, and he makes contact with Mossman. That might draw a penalty there, Rob.
You think? That was a move across from right to left there for Carr. Coming right across, contact was made. Mossman's going to settle back in. I'm sure he's not happy with it at all. You can see as well Alessandro D'Attulio, a benefactor, as he's able to get by Mossman. So we've seen a number of drivers make some interesting moves, try to defend here. And this is now D'Attulio potentially going by both. Over-under for Carr. He'll hop the curb. And he'll go back into the position as well. So Carr's going to go to the inside. Mossman back through. A lot of action right now. Third back to sixth.
Again, those two corners on the racetrack, the most inviting, in my opinion, for a big dive bomb. And we saw just two for ones and 2 crossover moves. Here's Massimino back on Mossman. Mossman's going to return the favor from a lap ago. He'll go back down the inside of Massimino. Here comes D'Attulio to follow. Massimino tries to tuck in line. He does. And they've allowed Brandon Carr to get further and further up the road. So that's your deal for those two. Now, 2 to go this time by here for Ryan Norberg versus Joe Turney. Let's turn our attention up towards the front of the field because it's tightening. Last time by, Norberg a 10th better. This time, Turney a 10th better. It's still half a second between the two. Does Ryan Norberg hit the gas all the way down? Does he try to take it easy? How bad does he want that inside lane starting spot? Because Turney's been clean, and I don't think he's got any penalties coming, so he's going to have to fight and get around him the old-fashioned way if he wants that pole position for the final.
Yeah, I think listening to what we got there from Danny Formal and A.J. Myers, that the tire conservation key, of course, in the shifter kart category, I think it's going to be crucial here as well in this class with these long main events for sure. And indeed, as we're going to see the white flag coming this time by, we got a lot of action. I just think maybe Turney and Norberg are going to settle in, Xander, and potentially try to stay where they are. No need to burn the tires off and bring everybody else back into the fight.
Yeah, I think so. At this point here, again, they both can take it easy because they know that the fight's going to be coming at the start of the final with the gap they have over the rest of the field. The pace is definitely there for both of them, and it's 2 of the best in the world right now. Ryan Norberg hunting down Joe Turney. That time he picks up the pace back, goes back to a 10th quicker, but it still might be a little bit too late. Final lap underway here. I don't think you see Norberg make anything aggressive. I think he wants to keep the pressure on Joe, maybe force a mistake. You never know what can happen, but half a lap remaining and a 4-car length lead should be more than enough for Joe Turney. Hot off that opening round weekend win at the FIA Karting European Championship last week. He rolls into Orlando, Florida here with the pole in the slow group after a problem in happy hour, and he's on his way to a heat race win.
Yeah, Joe Turney's on him a roll of momentum right now, confidence for sure, and of course when he did come over here to the Winter Series, did extremely well as we know, so the confidence is there to keep rolling this powerhouse run for Kart Republic as he'll work his way now through the final couple of corners. The gap last time by was just under 0.6 of a second out of 13. And it will be a victory for Joe Turney. The fight further back is continuing. Turney wins over Norberg, but the battle behind has been aggressive over the last couple of laps. Very exciting for sure. A number of drivers coming across, and it ends up being Brandon Carr. All that action with Carr potentially getting into the side of Mossman. That caught us both off guard coming out of that turn 9 corner. We'll see whether or not anything happens from that, but as they roll in, Carr ends up in third. Frankie Mossman in fourth spot. D'Attulio able to get by Massimino in those last couple of circuits, Xander. He goes P5. Massimino 6th. Big run for Mateus Morgado, though, back into the conversation again, up 6 spots. Started 13th, ends up in 7th.
And notable for him and notable for Diego Ramos, both of them have the 2 best lap times of the field so far. They were a 10th better than Norberg and Turney. Ramos was 2 tenths better. So Ramos ends 12th. Morgado ends 7th. Austin Garrison, we talked to him. He picks up a couple, gets to 11th. But that's your results here with Joe Turney winning out over Ryan Norberg in the pre-final. Norberg hit his personal best on that final lap, pushing one more try to get to him and to keep Turney, probably also to keep Turney on his toes and working on the tires as well. So Turney, Norberg, Carr, Mossman, D'Attulio, Massimino falls to 6. Morgado, Keeble, Ingrata, and Blake Nash, your top 10. And then, of course, a couple drivers we lost. There was some big carnage on the opening few laps. John Burke collected, Noah Jackson, Laurent Legault, Donovan Bonilla, Jorge Ortiz, Caleb Gaffera, Caleb Schrader, Patrick Ronvo, 7 DNFs there, and a lot of them from damage sustained in the opening couple laps or from the carnage there on the first couple corners. So big storylines going into the main event later on this afternoon for the Speed Concepts Racing X30 Pro Seniors. For now, Joe Turney leads the field into the break here before they come back up at 4:30 p.m. Eastern, 1:30 p.m. Pacific. Set your alarms for it, but keep your couches warm and ready because main events are coming your way next up here live on Kart Chaser.
International Motorsport has you covered on every level of karting, and starting here in 2023, in cars as well. For your very first step into an F4 race car, try out the Formula Inter Arrive and Drive F4 Championship, hosted here at the Homestead Miami Speedway. Along with that, of course, the International Motorsport team covers every base of the karting pyramid, from the local to the national and international level. For more information, follow International Motorsport or Formula Inter on social media.
Welcome back here to Orlando Kart Center. Lots of cleanup still to go from that wild Speed Concepts Racing X30 Pro Senior pre-final here, Rob. Your thoughts?
Again, I just talk about intensity, right? It just seems like everybody is so fired up to move their way forward. Really, the only time we saw anybody kind of settling in and getting the understanding of what was happening was in these two pro classes, Xander, where they realized that tire management is kind of the key. We're not seeing that in the lower horsepower classes, so they're really going at it every lap like it was the last lap of a main event. So we'll see if things are going to settle down. I don't think they are. We're only going to dial up the intensity even more coming into the main events.
Yeah, no doubt. And again, to add on for those higher horsepower classes, right, they are on a different tire compound. They're on the Avinco Reds, which is identical to the MG Yellows. That's the softer of the two. So it's going to have more grip at the beginning. It will fade off and degrade a lot quicker. So that's also why these guys are concerned. Not only are their karts a little bit heavier than some of those lower horsepower classes, they do have more horsepower to work with. They're on a tire that is quicker at the beginning and falls off more than those Avinco Blues at the 100cc KA classes, and of course at the minis and the micros and the X30 Juniors are on. Those X30 Pro Seniors and Pro Shifters, they're the most worried about tire degradation because they have the tire that is going to fall off the most as well. So again, that's what you saw, and it was interesting to me to see Norberg and Turney still pushing, right? Yeah. Norberg kind of forcing Turney to work on his tires a little bit more and not back off, right? You'd think they both have 3 seconds, they both are front row. All right, if I'm Ryan, I'm going to wait and I'll lay back a little bit. But he was still on it all the way to the checker with his best lap of the race. Granted, those guys are so talented normally, they can still put good laps together and save their equipment, but he was pushing, and I think he wanted to wear Joe out as well.
Is there a possibility there's somebody maybe deeper in the field, just inside or outside the top 12, that maybe took care of the tires a little more? We could see them come on through a 24-lap race. I think the last 8 laps of the main events for both those pro classes are going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, we saw as much as a second to second and a half fall off in the 24-lap and 26-lap main events for the U.S. Pro Kart Series here 4 weeks ago. Now, granted, in that event, of course, they were starting on new rubber, so that's going to be the biggest fall off. It's like driving a car off the lot. The first session is the biggest drop off. The rest of it is a little bit less in the increments. However, with as long as it is and with as much wear as it is, where does that cliff, where do you fall off the cliff, right? Because in a normal tire, the first session, the first heat cycle, that's obviously the quickest. Then from there, the second one to the third, not so bad. But at a certain point, if you're going from a couple tenths down over the course of a run or from session to session, it will drop off the face of the earth. And you're just trying to manage your stuff so you don't fall off before the guy around you does.
And you think about it, if you're going to be behind by a couple, 2-3 tenths of a second, you can go backwards, you can go forward. The amount of opportunities you're going to give everybody behind you is the same thing. So the guys that maybe took care of the tires a little better through the pre-final could be the guys that got aggressive early on. But again, once those tires start getting up to temperature in the main events, I think all bets are off. We're going to see a bunch of different drivers work their way forward.
We could see a lot go forward. And again, with Ryan Norberg and Joe Turney dominating in the way that they have, it is obvious that they've got a target on their back going into this pre-final. With the speed they had, they end nearly 4 seconds up on the rest of the field. So you can bet for sure that Turney's going to have to defend on that opening lap. And if Ryan isn't able to get in right behind Joe, they are going to try to throw him to the wolves and get him out of the race as well. And not out of the race in terms of wrecked. I mean, some might, but more than anything, they want him out of the picture, right? They want him shuffled back so he can't get into it anymore. Speaking of those,
just look at the aggression from the guys behind. His Carr and Mossman. We know how aggressive both those drivers are. Alessandro DiTullio, if he gets an opportunity, he's going to the front as well. I just think to kind of cap off what we saw there, there's a lot of drivers in the back that really have a lot of desire to work their way to the front.
Well, they got to get around this guy. Joe Turney, pole award in qualifying and the pre-final win as well. He survived the chaos early and got to the lead and pulled that gap over Norberg and company. He's down with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Like you said, survived the chaos there. He fell back to P2 for a bit, got back to P1, extended the lead quite a bit there. Norberg came back, closed the gap towards the end. Walk me through your race, and how important is it tire management-wise?
Yeah, another tough race, but the start there was just dirt everywhere because there was a crash, and then that closed the pack up a bit. I managed to get past Paulie, I think, at a good time, and then Ryan must have followed me through, and then he was coming at me at the end, so I think we'll have to have a look at the long-run pace for the final.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've had a lot of the drivers talk to me about how hot it is, and a lot of you guys are sweating more than usual for sure. I mean, how much has the track evolved throughout yesterday into today?
Well, if anything, got a bit slower for the races now. I think we're running like over a second slower now in the race, so gonna have to change some things with the kart to adjust for that. But no, it's hard. The track's pretty relentless. That's why we're all sweating. So yeah, tough.
Thanks, Joe.
All right, so we move on from Joe Turney there with the information. We'd like to announce everyone to please rise and remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get set for more main event action coming your way here. While we get set for the Micro Swifts to take onto the racetrack, let's go ahead and send it on down for some more intel following that X30 Pro Senior pre-final. Ryan Norberg had to work his way up from 8th. He gets to 2nd, closes in on Turney. He's down with Emery Lida. Emery?
Thanks, Sander. Here with Ryan Norberg. Ryan, starting in 8th after a very interesting qualifying where you almost lost it through the mechanical failure. Got your way up to into 2nd and almost ran down Turney. Walk me through your race and kind of what you learned from it.
Well, yeah, we had a difficult qualifying, obviously, with the chain coming off. Luckily, I was able to get it back on and get going again and put in a lap, but it was difficult. I mean, we got to 2nd, and at that point, you know, I know Joe what Joe's doing. You know, he gets, you know, in 3rd or 2nd at the time, and he just kind of sits there, waits for his cart to come in, and then he doesn't really push the go-kart, and so he's saving the tires for the final. And so, you know, I could have chased him down and gotten the win, but I didn't want to be stuck for the final. So, you know, I was running him down a little bit, but it was mainly just trying to just maintain the tires a little bit better and keep the cart underneath me. So it's difficult to push and try and catch somebody while saving tires at the same time. So trying to do that, though, and keep the cart clean. And, yeah, I mean, looking forward to the final. You know, ideally we saved as much tires as Joe did, and, you know, hopefully there's no dirt on the racetrack and we can just go at it for the rest of the race.
Yeah, talking about the dirt on the racetrack and the fact that, I mean, looking at the times, you guys were over a second slower than the fastest times we've seen over the course of the weekend. What sort of changes does that kind of bring in terms of how you drive the kart, as well as sort of, are you setting up to sort of get ready for the dirt, or is it something that you just kind of have to deal with and kind of live with and run with the setup you already had?
You kind of had to deal with it. I mean, I do so many laps around here. I kind of know how to get around here when the track gets bad. So, yeah, I mean, the dirt gets out there. There's a little bit of different line, but that's something 100,000 laps around this place will teach you. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, Ryan Norberg, more experience here than just about anyone. He finishes 2nd and the pre-final after difficult qualifying. We'll see what he can do in the final. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Ryan, for the time. Microsurf presented by Sodi Racing USA getting set to go. We'll have some more interviews from the drivers once we get this race underway here, Rob. But after their pre-final, similar to the X30 run, similar to a lot of pre-finals, a couple of leaders got away. In this case, it was one kid, Maxwell Macha, who starts on the pole with the target on his back.
Yeah, some chaos behind him allowed him to pull away and get a pretty solid victory in the pre-final. It's going to put him on the inside of the front row heading into turn number 1. It'll be Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres on the outside of row number 1. Row 2, great start from 10th up to 3rd for Gavin Decay, and on the outside of row number 2, Mikey Collins.
Colton Schneegenberg and Liam Nakawati will roll off on row number 3 with the Ursuline Racing parallel and Juan Garcia Arstavila on the inside of row 4. Alongside him, that PK Sports Sodi Racing entry of Josh Bergerman, who would love to get a win in the sponsored division. Isaac Payne and Pasha Ali will round off your top 10.
Going out to row number 6, Zane Burgess on the inside, Luke Gilio on the outside. Row number 7, 13th and 14th, Drew Jensen and Lawrence Perriman.
Nolan Carney, Byron Borneman, Grayson Walcott, Ian Hamaker, Nathan Ramirez, Mika Barrow, all the way through the micro field here, 30 drivers strong. We go to the tram lines to try and get them going here for the first try. We get it. We're racing down to turns 1 and 2, and there is all kinds of carnage getting set to maybe unfold, but they survive the opening hairpin.
Couple drivers with a shallow entry into the corner. Otherwise, people coming out of turn number 3 cleanly. Macha shot out of a cannon again. Gets a good start and a good wide line for him through turn number 4 and through turn number 5. He's running those nice wide race laps. He'll take about 5 or 6 kart lengths over to turn number 6.
Big battle there with Colton Schneegenberg and Juan Garcia Arstavila trading blows. They'll still go side by side through 6. Davila is going to get through, and he'll hang on to that spot. And now Schneegenberg has Diaz de la Vega Torres back down the inside. So the off-pole kid is back up to 4th after falling to 5th here in the opening few corners. Schneegenberg wants it back. He will take it back in turn number 9 with a nice move. And now Diaz de la Vega Torres is on the outside. Here comes Nakawati looking low. He'll get through, but all the way back and forth, crisscross through the S's, and it'll stay single file as they come across the start-finish line. So down we go to the start-finish line straight. Maxwell Macha leads here. 1 down, 19 to go with Gavin Decay behind. And I know we got more drivers we'll talk to in a minute as there's contact there. Mikey Collins and Josh Bergman come together and somehow save that one.
Luckily, they continued to get together after the initial contact and actually rewrited one of the drivers. And there's a round. That's That is De La Vega Torres around. And the number 37 in turn number 4. Everyone trying to make evasive maneuvers, and he simply tried to roll too much corner speed, put a lot of wheel into it, and lost the rear end.
And you can see the emotion and disappointment there. Heartbreak for Diaz de la Vega Torres with how fast he was.
Yeah.
That one kart that went by collected him, knocked the front bumper off, so his day is done. And with that, it has spread the pack out tremendously. The top 3 are gone. 4th and 5th are together. And then it's everybody else, led by Zane Burgess, headed through turn 9 as they're 2 abreast of the midfield.
Good opportunity for the leaders now to kind of stretch away and see. You can see at the top of the screen, they've really started to gap out on each other. We'll get a better feel of everybody here as they come through. Yeah, 1, 2, and 3 pretty separated apart right now. 3 back to 4 is a big gap here, putting lap number 2 in the books. It's the top 3 drivers separated by about 0.8 of a second. Then a full second back to Colton Schniegenberg, who runs 4th in number 17. It's Macha, Decay, and Davia up front, 1, 2, 3.
Great day for the We Can All Race W Car Drive for Diversity program with 2 of their drivers here, Maxwell Macha and Gavin Decay, going 1st and 2nd. Different race teams here, but a part of the same development opportunity. And Macha leads him by about half a second, although Decay was a tick quicker last time by. Let's go down trackside here for some more of the aftermath from X30 Pro Senior. Brandon Carr was able to survive the madness, and pending all the interventions here from the officials, he looks to line up 3rd. He's down with Emery.
Thanks, Xander. Here with Brandon Carr. Brandon, a solid race for you. You were able to get yourself up into 3rd position. Some tough battling there with Paulie and Frankie. Walk me through your race.
Yeah, we had a good start and just kept pushing all the way through. It got a bit hectic at the end, but we seemed to stay there and came out with a decent result.
Yeah, and pace-wise, time-wise, did not look too great. You were 54.3, about 2-3 tenths off of the fast lap of the race. What do you think you need to do to kind of get that pace up a little bit better as we head into the final?
I think we need to just have a look at the car and see what happens, but because the track's been fast and this is the first time it's sent to slow down a bit, so we'll just make a couple of changes and we should be there in the final.
All right, well, Brandon Carr, solid run for him. He ends up 3rd after a chaotic battle between him and Frankie Mossman and Paulie Massimino. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Emery. So good result there for Brandon Carr. Here's a look at the battle inside the top 10 right now. That is Mikey Collins on the inside of the 28, Machina Lawrence Perriman on the JC karting entry. Right at the end of that group is going to be Isaac Payne, Pasha Ali, Bergman's in there. This is all about 6th on back, while the top 5 are now more than 5 seconds up the road. There's more battles further down into turn number 9. Luke Giglio is going to lose 2 spots. He'll try and pick one back up at the exit of the corner and does. But single file, this midfield is the biggest fight, and you can see there is no one in frame in front of them, Rob. With this early in the race, it's unfortunate to say it, but outside of an act of God or a red flag, they are not going to be going any higher than P5 today.
Yeah, they're really fighting it out amongst themselves, and they probably know that. They can see it up the road that the leaders have kind of checked out, so they'll do the best they can. Because, again, we're talking about a long championship chase. You know, a good 7th or 8th place finish could keep a driver in championship hunt much better than a DNF for sure. But just to go back quickly to talk about what Brandon Carr said there in the interview on pit lane was, you know, really we've talked about tire management. We've talked about how some of the drivers are going to kind of dial things in. But really, this is going to be a big play for the mechanics as well. They're going to sit down and say, hey, listen, how much experience do you have on this racetrack when it's been this hot, when the tire starts or when the grip starts going away? Brandon said, we got to go back and make some changes. Our tires are pretty good, but the track's really kind of fallen off. This is an opportunity for the teams, the drivers, to sit down with their mechanics and figure out, hey, you know, what do we do to give us the grip that we need?
Oh, hang on to her there as well for the 54. Zane Burgess going a little bit wide out of turn 9, but a great point, Rob. Again, you heard it from Brandon, and this has been somewhat typical of Orlando Kart Center, that this racetrack is really fast, and as the Florida sun beats it down, by the time you get to the afternoon, it really gets slippery out there, and that's what you saw a lot of the time. You heard a lot of drivers say in a dirty racetrack, sometimes it's tough when you can't physically see the dirt. What's dirt and what is just a slippery racing surface as a whole? But for everyone, the times were a lot slower than qualifying. That's to be a little expected from tire fall off, but more than anything, the track slowed down, doesn't have the grip that it needs. And again, you heard it from Brandon Carr saying, we got to look at the data, look at the video, try and make adjustments and say, all right, looked like we were, you know, maybe going to be good. Track went one way and it got ahead of us. And now we've got to get back not only up to where it was at that pre-final, but try and guess what it's going to be like in the final. You know, it's just no different than keeping up with your competitors. If you fall back a little bit, they're going to keep getting better and progressing. So you've got got to double the acceleration. You've got to progress to catch up to them, and that's where the guys like Carr and on back, they've got to not only catch up to where the track just was, they've got to get ahead because the track is going to change again before that main event at 4:30.
Keen on this battle right now between 8th and 9th place running William Roberts and Lawrence Perriman. Both those drivers on Orlando Norris karts. That is just inside the top 10. Both those drivers battling it out. A little position swap last time by. Roberts goes to 8th, Perriman back to 9th.
So here they come down to turn number 4 here all the way through. Again, this pack is now 10 seconds away, so not going to be much more than where they are at the moment for 6th on back. The top 5 have all stayed the same. Macha, Decay, Garcia's Davila, who went purple last time, so he's closing in. While they have a moment before we fight for the lead again, let's go back down to pit lane. Mateus Morgado had one of the biggest drives forward in that X30 Pro pre-final. Let's hear what he's got on his mind here. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Mateus, you've had a really good pace all weekend long. You know, first and happy hour. Went in the qualifying, made a mistake. That's why you started 13th. You're on your way, making your way through the field there. Got a bumper penalty that should put you P9 for the final. But overall, you and your teammate Diego, 2 fast guys on the racetrack. Walk me through that chaotic race.
Yeah, for sure. I'm ashamed for quali. I got dirt in the track, so I ruined my lap. We had the speed all week. I'm really happy for all the team, for all the work they have been doing, so we can reach the top. Now it's really hard race. Many drivers closing for 5 laps, fighting for 9th position in a pre-final, which I think is ridiculous, but it's racing. Still, I managed to finish P7 on track, got a bumper, so for now I start P9 for the final. Once again, I'm really happy for the speed, and I think we can be on top at the end.
Yeah, and talk to me. What you learned from yesterday and even this morning, do you guys think you have a good kart for the long run? Obviously, tire wear could be kind of a factor. You know, we've had a few guys say it is, some guys say it isn't. Do you guys think your kart is good for the long run?
I think we have a go-kart good for the new tires and also for a long-run race. I'm really confident. Every lap, the go-kart starts getting better. You can see also Diego with the fastest time of the race. So, yeah, really excited for the final.
Thank you, Mateus.
Well, there you go from Mateus Morgado here in the feedback from him, Rob.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that. I think there's going to be a couple of really good guys that aren't in the top 5. Like I said, did they save the tires? Are they going to make the right moves? I think we're going to see a potential couple of surprise guys. Maybe not. Morgado's not a surprise, but again, where he qualified, where he was able to run up to, I think he could be a factor, at least for a podium before it's all said and done.
Well, we saw, again, going back to him at the Pro Kart Series main event, he and Arias Duke Medjin were 3 seconds away from the leaders, tracked them down after a bad start, and ran them down by the end with the tire fall off and the little battling they did. He got up to second. Unfortunately, was disqualified in post-race tech inspection for an engine issue with the seal. However, the speed looks good again this week. We saw how fast he was at happy hour yesterday. That was at 4:15 or so that was right around that time of the main event. If the track is similar, the day conditions look pretty similar. Mateus Morgado could be sitting pretty with what he learned in that happy hour session of what they need to do to that PSL Karting Factory Beer Alert to contend for the race win. As Maxwell Macha here is currently on par for the same in Micro Swift, presented by Sodi Racing USA. We're coming up to the halfway marker in their 20-lap final. 9 down, 11 to go, 3-car pack.
I like this lead up front right now. We've got ourselves a battle that has finally settled in. We talked about it during the pre-finals, was that we didn't see a lot of drivers working together. Everybody was dive-bombing each other. Every opening, guys were trying to fill it to see if they could get a spot. Now, really about over 3 seconds from Gavin Decay back to Liam Nachawati. So literally, we have a 3-driver fight up front. These guys can kind of settle in for maybe 5 more laps, get themselves a little bit closer to the end, and then go to work. More of a textbook, national-level main event. Macha, Davila, and Decay, the 3 drivers that could be in the fight for this one here. Although Macha's looked good from the entire day. He's got the pole. He's got the pre-final win, so looking to try to go perfect. But Davila and Decay both have looked really good.
Yeah, they have looked good. They definitely have stepped up a little bit from that pre-final, but also, like we talked about in that pre-final, Macha got outside that drafting window, and then nobody could run him back down. Unfortunately, that's not been the opportunity he's had so far here in this one because they've stuck with him from the drop of the green and will not let him out of their sight. You can even see here coming out of turn 5, Macha can pull sometimes as much as 2 or 3 car lengths, but this not lower horsepower, more draft-dependent micro Swift division with lower top speeds allows them to make up for lost ground on these long straightaways, like here coming down to turn 9, and that run down to turn 1 as well. Even the run to turn 4 is almost full throttle for these young guns, so they're able to stay with the leader and maybe, without inviting those turn 4 or 5 hairpins are, make a move to try and shuffle him back down the order. As here we go with one right on cue. How about Juan Garcia Davila to the lead on a turn number 13?
There it is right there. He'll tap the back of his head this time. My time to lead. You come with me. We'll see if we can't drop Decay off the bottom. And again, that's always what these front runs are about. You know, there's 5 drivers in the lead group. Do what you can to drop the guy in 5th. Then you drop the guy in 4th. Then you got to drop the driver in 3rd. All goes well, and you end up with a 2-driver battle at the end. This is still 3 as Decay has not gone anywhere. But as we have said, Davila able to make the move by here. Still early. We're only past the halfway point, so a long way to go. So really just an opportunity for Juan Garcia Davila to be able to go out front for a bit.
Yeah, just a little bit there for him to have that lead. It's a half car length, and Macha stayed pretty close to him this lap, just kind of studying him. Again, for Maxwell, he had no time to really learn from where his weak points and straightnesses are in that pre-final by leading every lap. Now he gets to see, all right, where am I better than Juan Garcia Davila? Where am I a little bit worse than him? And know when to pick his move for the win and the pass back for the lead at this point. So he can study him with these amount of laps to go.
You got to go to school right now. As you said, he had really no opportunity in the pre-final to get to gauge anybody around him, and this is his first opportunity to see what he's up against here now. So obviously you think get a guy like Davila, it's like, hey, listen, I'm going to go up front, see if I can't pull away. Give myself an opportunity to see if I got the speed to pull away. If I don't, then I'm going to be in the middle of a battle. And now for Maxwell Match in the 23, he has got to go to school. Like you said, study the guy in front of you. Where are you potentially quicker? How is he approaching some of the corners maybe a little different than I am, so I can line things up. Look at even a bit more of a look coming through the corner here through turn 6 up into 7. He's tighter coming through that corner, a little bit earlier of a turn-in to get a feel for it. I like what Macha's doing right now. But I tell you, I wouldn't mind being Gavin Decay either. Why don't you sit back there in 3rd and see what happens?
How about the kid back in 4th going by your shot right there? Liam Nakawati, last time by, thanks to the pass for the lead, was 4/10 quicker. So that Parolin machine for, I believe, the pole position motorsports camp is all of a sudden going to have a shot at this thing if they continue to battle. He's still 2.5 seconds back, don't get me wrong, but 7 laps to go. If they fight enough, we could see a newcomer into this lead group.
And this is one of those tracks, again, that as soon as people start fighting or start low-lining, right, covering off the bottom of the racetrack, then their lap times just fall off completely. If he's able to keep running race lines, Nakawati could most definitely be in. Here we got to move again. This time Decay able to go by Macha, so we've essentially flip-flopped everything. And again, this is going to bring Nakawati back in. And it's just keep pushing, keep putting the laps down. Once these guys get to those last 5 laps and start going defensive, game is on.
Yeah, and most of the time at a lot of tracks, we normally see guys want to position themselves to be either the leader or second. You see a little bobble from Nakawati there coming out of turn number 8. But here, we've seen the kid in 3rd win as much, if not more, than the 2 leaders because of how low they have to go to block and how tight this hairpin is, how tight it is in the final corner and that long run to the finish line. So I don't think Macha's in a bad spot there running 3rd as well. And now, obviously, we're seeing more shuffling there with the lead. Decay tried to go by Davila. Davila said, don't go by me, push me. And now, where's our gap? It's 3/10 lower that time by 2.3 seconds back from Liam Nakawati.
Look at that lap time, a 101.969 to the leader's 102.3, so almost 4/10, over 4/10 quicker than the leader on that last lap as Decay has now gone to P1. Move Davila into 2nd. It's Macha 3rd, and we may have ourselves a 4th driver. There's a move to the inside. Book it through turn number 6. I talked about Macha's tighter line inside turn 6. This time he uses it as an overtake. He'll go back to 2nd.
Good heads-up driving there from Maxwell Macha. Now he goes to the bumper of Gavin Decay, and the 2 of them link up down the backstretch here. Davila almost, I don't even think he wanted to pass Macha, but Macha kind of went a little wide in the braking zone, and Davila had to go a little low and kind of cut his apex to be a little more narrow, and he's lost some ground to him. So out of the final turn, 5 laps to go across the start-finish line, and Sodi Racing USA Micro Swift 2 car lengths back from the two of them to Juan Garcia Davila, and the further back Davila fades, the closer Liam Nakawati gets. He's still 2.3 away from the lead, but now he's only 1.7 seconds away from third. He gets that under 8/10. He's there.
Oh, no doubt. He'll get that draft coming down the back straightaway as well. 1.7 seconds behind, 2.3 behind the leader. Again, last time by, he was about 0.2 faster than the leader, a 101.8. He's putting down consistent high 101s. So, again, Nakawati in the number 8, putting his head down in that pole position. Motorsports paralleling. Up front, though, Decay still leads. Macha's moved his way into second, as we know. And there's that driver back there in P4. P5 significantly back, 4 seconds up the road. So at the very most, it's a 4-driver battle. But Nakawati's still a ways back. He needs these guys to start running that defensive line. The minute they do, he's going to be able to close up. But as you said, Xander, you got to chip away 2-3 of a second at a time to get close enough to make it happen.
Yeah, just got to get a little bit more. Needs a little more passing up there. 4 to go across the line. Gavin Decay still the leader. Maxwell Macha second. Davila has not closed it back up enough. He closed the 10th last time. He still fell back half a second, so he's still got to get going. And I'll give credit, man, to Liam Nakawati. He was 0.3 faster than the two leaders, pushing each other last time by. He's 1.5 back from Davila, 2 seconds even back from the lead. And if they battle again one more time, 2 more times, Liam Nakawati will be there. Unfortunately for Colton Schneegenberg, can't say the same for him back in the 5th spot. He is in no man's land. 4 seconds out from 4th and about maybe 4.5 to, more like 8 back to William Roberts, who, by the way, the kid in 6th, William Roberts, 17 spots gained.
That's amazing. Well, good done for him. All the way back at 23rd, has battled his way up in to the 6th spot. Good jumping off point to move into race number 2 on Sunday. You get the success. Despite the fact you started deep in the field, you have the success. You'll get the momentum and the confidence. We'll look for Roberts to be in the top 10 throughout the day tomorrow, maybe get a better starting spot. Otherwise, across the line to put lap 17 in the books. 3 more remaining. Nakawati just turned his fastest lap, all over 4/10 quicker again than Decay. 1.1 second back from the back of Davia. He was 4/10 quicker than Davia with 1.1 in 3 laps. It's essentially going to put him right on the rear bumper on the final circuit. Unless they start battling, we've seen 0 defensive running so far from Gavin Decay up front.
And that would be huge for Liam Nakawati here. I'm not even sure he's gotten himself a national podium, much less a national win yet. Macha got his first couple earlier this season. Decay won his first big race 2 weeks ago. Davila's been close a number of times, and he's had something go wrong one way or another. At one point at PK Race Park, him and his teammates crashed out of the lead and the win with 2 laps to go. So he's looking for that first breakthrough win. And Nakawati, it would be a big-time win for him, at least a big-time weekend here already in the books, I would say, for Liam Nakawati.
How about Gavin Decay having not run that defensive line yet? He's still running clean laps out front. He hasn't started low lining at all. He's doing a great job out front. Maxwell Macha, of course, biding his time as well. 2 laps remaining. Will we see the defensive line this time coming into 4? A little bit tighter. No, still pretty much a racing line. Maybe mid-groove. Allows Macha to close up. And again, Nakawati quicker by 0.2 this time by. He needs a little bit more. He needs them to fight if he wants to come back into this fight.
Macha looks like he's definitely trying to keep Juan Garcia Davila at bay for now. He wants to be able to hold out as long as he can. I'm sure, again, the dads and mechanics here, the mix of them all, are trying to tell the 2 kids and the 3 kids up front, don't pass yet, don't pass yet. All right, fine, go for it, whatever. Maxwell Macha to the inside in turn 9. New leader here with a lap and a half to go.
And there he is right there. Nakawati is closed right up. It took that 1 pass. Let's see if he gets a little closer this time by. He could be there to clean up. There's a move to the inside. Decay goes back to the point. So move Decay back up front. Macha goes to second. Here comes the final lap, and Nakawati is close to the back. Yellow flag flying. Here comes the defensive laps down the inside. Goes Decay through 1 and 2. He is the leader. Nakawati to within about 4 kart lengths.
He's so close here, and there's still a lot of racing to go, Rob. Down to turn 4. Decay to the inside. Davila is going to take advantage of Maxwell Macha, who opens the door in 4. Macha's going to open up in 5. This time, Nakawati too far back. How good of a run does Macha get? Not enough to really do anything with it. He closes up to 6. Davila looking for that first career win. Gavin Decay trying to go 2 national races in a row. Half a lap to go.
Big move there. Nakawani goes to the inside for third. He gets by Macha. They'll go side by side coming up. Decay on the middle part of the racetrack. To the bottom goes Davia. Here comes Nakawani, potentially setting up for an over-under. Contact between the two on the exit of the corner. He'll lose a bit of forward bite. Here comes Macha back to the inside to take over second. Davia has the lead. Back to Decay on the inside. Nakawani trying to get the run done. This is going to be Davia. Xander coming across the line. He's the guy that gets out front of the entire battle, and he is the winner. Juan Garcia's Davia winning by almost 4/10. Gavin Decay in second, Maxwell Macha in third, and Liam Nakawani, who closed on the final circuit, his fast lap, the best of the bunch on lap 19, just comes up short, trying to find his way through. Hey, but Garcia's Davia, that's that win you said he was looking for. A big day for him as the winner in the number 36.
How about that? Welcome to the National Winners Circle here in the States. Juan Garcia Davila, your winner in Microsurf, presented by Saudi Racing USA. Decay, Macha, Nakawati, Colton Schneegenberg snags another top 5. There's the back half of the field there. Obviously, heartbreak for Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres, the DNF. But the rest of your top 10, William Roberts up 17 spots to 6. Mikey Collins 7th. Josh Bergman 8th. Pasha Ali 9th, and Isaac Payne on the number 77 Parallel rounds off your top 10 ahead of Luke Giglio and company. So the day wrapped up here, round 1 of the 2023 SuperKarts USA Pro Tour in the books for the first of our 8 divisions. Microsurf presented by Saudi Racing USA. We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, it's right back into it. KA Jr. is lined up next. Welcome back here to Orlando Kart Center for the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour live on Kart Chaser. We just finished up the first main event, Rob, and we talked right at the commercial break. The first clean race it feels like we've watched all day.
Indeed. Good job for the drivers in micro. Clean run up front, the normal kind of pack racing up front, everybody working together, settling in. We saw some drivers chase that pack. All in all, great start to the 8 main events that we'll have here on round number 1 of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour, this year's Winter Nationals. Can the same be said for this next one?
Don't know. I do not expect it. Let me tell you that
Neither
here.
do I.
Any sports bettors in the paddock, you will be betting on this one to have a lot of torn up go-karts, and not a matter of if, but a matter of when and how many. However, we're going to hope for the best, and we're going to line them up nice and easy here for this start. Stephen Miller on that Chad Duncan Racing Kart Republic will lead him into the tram lines from the pole, with Oliver Weldon's JC Karting team entry on the outside of row 1.
Victor Dalloncar starting in the 3rd spot, inside in the 877. Outside, Alex Mercado, one of the stars of the pre-final.
Shea Aldrich had a breakout pre-final. He rolls off in the 5th position to his outside, Hudson Schwartz on the RPG Cosmic.
Row 4, both Turner Brown and Jackson Wolney showing great pace throughout the day.
And around your top 10, Keegan Kaminsky, Ernesto Rivera rounding off the first 10 starters.
Drivers work their way into the staging lanes to get things underway. Into the tram lines for the start of this main event. This one's scheduled for 22 laps. Miller on the inside, Weldon on the outside. Field set. Green, green, green. Into the inside comes Miller. Outside goes Weldon. And the drivers from the middle of the racetrack trying to hold on to positions as well. Clean through the opening couple laps, way off the racetrack to the side. And we'll see some big defensive run. Mercado down to the bottom of the racetrack as well. Can they get through turn 4 cleanly back to turn number 5? Different lines being taken, a number of them deep in the inside of the racetrack. Others trying the wide line to get the run, but I believe it will be Miller working his way out as the leader. Indeed, Miller goes to P1, Weldon sliding into 2nd.
Yes, Oliver Weldon here looking really good to start this main. Clean start for him. Big contact. One driver just got put in the wall. They're out of turn number 8. And I'm not sure who that might have been Eric Questo, but I don't know for sure. However, everyone's at least survived through to turn number 9. Problems for Sarah Bradley in the 841 Motorsport Paralyn. Looks like the 841 kind of got turned around earlier on in this lap and knocked backwards, so she started 14th. Unfortunately, she goes all the way to the tail. Up front, though, here's your lineup at the end of the first lap as they trade for 4th. Aldrich gets by on Mercado. So Shea Aldrich to P4, 3rd for Dalloncar, and it's Oliver Weldon versus Stephen Miller up front as we go head-to-head again for 3rd. Aldrich wants the 3rd spot, and he'll take it away in turn 4.
And again, not surprising, this is exactly what Stephen Miller wanted. He wanted to have that chaos a bit through the first 3 or 4 corners, get a little bit of a gap, give himself 3, 4, 5 kart lengths to work with, and that's what he's been able to use. He goes as the quickest driver of the opening laps, spooling things up, and there's the fight as we expected deeper in the field. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, all scrapping it out. There's a couple of the RPG drivers, 7th and 8th. Go back to Hutchin Schwartz and Jackson Wolney.
Whoa!
That's the leader. What happened there?
I have no idea, Rob. Now, granted, we saw those guys go off in turn 8, kick some dirt on the racetrack, and he was the first one through it. Stephen Miller might have just been caught out in the same way Aiden Levy was and spun under braking in turn number 9. And give it to Oliver Weldon, the kid that has seemingly had the worst luck and some great speed all year long. He's now got a big-time lead handed to him on a silver platter in Greyhound Racing Seats KA Jr.
So the key now is what can Stephen Miller do? Can he put his head back down and work his way forward? He fell all the way back into the 7th position. He's 3.2 seconds behind the leader, which is now Oliver Weldon. Weldon was 2nd and is running good laps out front, so he's 1.5 seconds ahead of Shea Aldrich, Alex Mercado, Victor Dalloncar, and Keegan Kaminsky. There's Miller. That's the gap. It's a pretty significant gap between Kaminsky, Schwartz back to Miller. That's what that position was, 6 back to 7th at the line. We'll see how it happens coming through here now. No, in fact, that's Miller through for another spot on Schwartz. So Miller back into 6th position, but man, he has got so much work to do to try to close back up.
Yeah, they fought through that opening sector of the racetrack there from turn 1 all the way until about turn number 8, that lap there to sort out their differences, and now it's just, again, added to that margin. So now where does it sit? Miller is 4.1 seconds out of the lead. The good news is he's only a 1.5 seconds back from the next pack. The bad news is Oliver Weldon is still putting some good laps together. Mercado is still a little bit quicker than Weldon. This won't help, though. Aldrich looking to get around him, and big slide there. Everybody is just driving on ice right now here, Rob. It seems like between the battling that drags the dirt back onto the racetrack and just how greasy it is, and, of course, cold tires, low air pressure anticipating this 22-lap main event, all that combines to seeing a lot of unforced errors here in this race that we're not used to seeing.
I think it's a perfect equation. Perfect line from you there is the fact that these guys are on low tire pressures. We know this. The kart's always bad at the end, at the start of a 20-plus lap race, right? You got the tire pressure set low. You got to drive it and wait for the kart to start coming in. Then you throw in how hot it is, 89 degrees, the greasy nature of the racetrack, drivers going off left and right, kicking dirt back up onto the racetrack. It's a potential for major issues, right? And the drivers who are handling it are doing well. You can see the lap times are down still. They're going to keep coming in. But right now it's a 1.8-second lead for Oliver Weldon, who's doing pretty solidly so far. Both he and Aldrich, very similar lap times. He's trying to capitalize on this opportunity because in this category, opportunities like this don't happen very often.
I'll give a lot of credit to Stephen Miller. He doesn't seem too rattled by the spin. That time by, he was 9/10 better than everybody up the road from him. He already got around Keegan Kaminsky. Now he's on Day Allen Kart. He shaved a whole second off the lead to Oliver Weldon as they go down the back. Here he comes for fourth. Miller, bumper, looking inside. Stephen Miller takes over fourth from Victor Day Allen Kart.
Yeah, own the apex, own the exit. Gets to the bottom, drives out to the outside of the racetrack. He'll move Alex Mercado next. We'll look at lap times when they come back around as well. 58.514 for Miller. He was almost a full second faster than Oliver Weldon on that last lap. He is rolling right now down to the low 58s, 58.144 for lap number 5. Wow, big speed.
Yeah, here comes another one looking for third on Alex Mercado. Mercado is going to let him go. And again, Miller, that kart looks so much more planted. That spin might have worked out good for him, Rob. It might have heated up the rears and gave them a little bit higher pressure than everybody else right now. And, he's hanging on to it. I mean, we have not seen a spin and full-on win since that Ugo Shukwu Micromax main event years ago.
You're going deep into the history books on that one. Look at the lap times. Miller literally 7/10 faster than Mercado and Aldrich, and over 8 faster than Weldon. The kid's just the fastest driver on the racetrack right now by a mile.
Unbelievable stuff from Stephen Miller. Now he's locked on here to Shea Aldrich. This is for second coming up. We'll probably see this move in turn number 4, maybe as soon as turn number 1. Weldon across the line, still the leader. Here comes that Chad Duncan Racing Kart Republic to the bumper to 1, and he's taking his time with these passes now. I think he's seeing how quickly he's carving through the field. Now it's coming down a little bit as everyone's starting to come in. He only picked up 4/10 only by you again, but gets second there from Shea Aldrich. And now the force goes towards the lead built by Oliver Weldon as we switch around here to turn number 6. Miller, Aldrich, Mercado, Day Allen Kart, your top 5 with Keegan Kaminsky back there in the 6th spot. And don't cut out Ernesto Rivera as well. He's not as fast as the leaders right now, but he does have his teammate Hudson Schwartz pushing him with no other traffic around. They might be able to hunt down Keegan Kaminsky here in a little bit.
Indeed, but Miller going purple last time by 57.908, fastest driver on the racetrack. That's the Allen car making a move. He's battling it out with Alex Mercado, who shows him the inside line there. So those are the drivers running 4th and 5th. You'll see Kaminsky come right in there in the back, and then it will be Rivera and Schwartz a little further back. A couple seconds down the road for those two RPG drivers. But up front, we're going to watch this lead and whether or not it evaporates quickly between Weldon and Miller last time by. Again, Miller just a little less than 4/10 faster, 1.4 seconds the gap. If all stays the same, it would be less than 3 or 4 laps for him to find himself right on the rear bumper of Oliver Weldon. But as you had said, potentially the lap time's starting to equalize a little more as opposed to what they were early when he was so much faster at the very start.
Yeah, again, like you said, they're equalizing more. They're still not fully equal. He is still closing, but it is getting better and better on minimizing the bleeding for Oliver Weldon of that lead he had. Again, not long ago, just a couple laps back, it was 4 seconds. It's less than a second and a half and closing. The question is are Miller's tires going to be a little bit too cooked by the end of this final? He's great right now. We've still got 14 more laps around this place here as they come down the start-finish line straight. So Weldon, that time, still 3/10, gave up about 3.5. It's down to a second even for him back to Stephen Miller, who's closing on in and is by far the quickest driver on the circuit here in Greyhound Racing Seats KA Jr.
This is one of these races where, at least to the mid part, we start watching more on the lap times and the splits. No one really battling it out too aggressively right now, at least inside the top 10. So, we talked about Rivera and Schwartz only together by a couple of tenths. Those two drivers lined up in the RPG karts. But more about this battle to see whether or not Stephen Miller has what it takes to reel it in. And for all intents and purposes, he's got everything he needs because another 0.3 of a second faster. He's got it down to less than a second, at least at the stripe last time by. It's significantly more than that. The draft is going to start playing into Miller's hands as well. So these two Florida drivers running 1, 2, Shea Aldrich in third, Dale Carr fourth, and Mercado fifth. But I'll tell you, this has been impressive. We've expected Xander to see Steven pull away. He got a really good start. It built up a decent little gap from the beginning. Then the spin. Then he comes back. Now he goes purple again on lap number 9. 57.779. Another half a second faster. It's only a matter of time, I believe, before he goes by Weldon.
And a matter of time as well for this battle for third to start to heat up. Shea Aldrich gave up 0.2 to Dale Carr last time by. Another 10th additionally to Alex Mercado. And Keegan Kaminsky's also pretty quick as well. So fight for the lead coming. When is it going to happen? Stephen Miller has this race in the palm of his hand right now. He's the fastest by far. Just set quick time. Here he comes, looking for the lead to turn 9, and Weldon's going to let him go before the braking zone. No fight at all there from Oliver Weldon at this stage. Maybe hoping he can hang on to it. And also, we've seen that so much this year with drivers saying the track going offline gets the tires so dirty you lose more time. You're better off if you see the guy and you can tuck in behind him and get on the standard racing line. That's better than trying to fight the move.
And we even heard that this weekend as well. You're right. If you go off that line trying to make something happen, it's not going to work for you. And this is a good opportunity for Weldon. You know what? Thinking about tomorrow as well. Where is he quicker than us? You know, we got a chance to really run with him here right now. What kind of lines is he taking? Is he doing something maybe different than me? I could go back and tell my my crew, hey, listen, this is where he's beating me. He's coming out of the corner here. Maybe he's got some different gear setting than I do. So, again, ratios for gears always crucial. Lines are different. This will be an opportunity for Weldon to really go to school here with Stephen Miller.
Yeah, he's not lost too much to his credit. Only about a car length from the lap prior, so that's maybe a 1/10 of a second better for Miller. He'll gain back up here in the tow, and Weldon's second best to him, really. A couple guys that maybe a little better lap times than Oliver, but this lap I think he'll probably be the second fastest on the racetrack, set his personal best. Let's look a little further back down the road. Here we got Chase Buscaglia on that Team GWR Gillard chassis leading a sea of purple and pink.
Yeah.
Rivera over, what's the 829? Is that Hudson Schwartz, then Max Taylor, then Jackson Woolney, all lined up there in that train down the front stretch here at the halfway mark.
Yeah, that is what, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. All those drivers, those RPG drivers lined up behind Chase Buscaglia in the 7th position. They're about a second and a half behind Keegan Kaminsky. So for a time I thought they may be able to reel in Kaminsky, but they're kind of battling it amongst themselves right now. That's giving Kaminsky some breathing room. He's almost 2 seconds behind Mercado. He's a second and a half ahead of Buscaglia. So as he runs right now, 3 positions up from his 9th place starting position, Keegan Kaminsky solid into P6.
Yeah, solidly in there with, again, like you said, gaps out back, gaps out front. He was making up a little time on those guys inside the top 5, lost some time last time. And at the end of this RPG train, you got Emma Kate Scarborough in that CDR Kart Republic. You have to think she's got something similar of a setup to Stephen Miller, so maybe she'll have a little more pace to work on it as she makes a little carburetor adjustment. You'll see that a lot, of course, in the single-speed classes, and even a little bit we saw with Danny on the grid for shifter, but they got less time to move their hands around where they're going to reach down in front of the engine and just turn the needles a little bit.
And look at this as well. I said that Kaminsky solidly into the 6th spot. He just turned his best lap with a 58.384. Buscaglia did a 57.7. He was essentially 0.6 of a second faster. He is a man on the move right now. Chase Buscaglia started 15th, and he may be able to work his way up to 6th. And, in fact, he was a half a second faster than Mercado and Dale Carr as well. Very good run here for Buscaglia.
Yeah, so this pack might think they're safe. They are not.
No.
2 seconds away for Keegan Kaminsky here, and he's picking him off here at this rate, be there in a couple of laps, and the same for Buscaglia in that number 852 GWR Gillard. Meanwhile, at the front, Oliver Weldon found some speed last time by and reset the fast time of the race. 57.497 for the Hot Wheels JC Karting Team Lando Norris car driver. As he comes across the starting line here, he'll lose a little bit back to Miller, half a car length between them. But give it to Oliver Weldon. He's not going to let this fight go away. He played his cards smartly so far. Now he can ride in the wake of Stephen Miller. He can learn from him, and he can wait for his kart to be ready to battle again in the closing stages of this main event because there's still 9 laps left. A lot of time still.
I love the way this is playing out. We saw how good Miller was out of the gate, was a rocket after that spin, reeled everybody, and it was over 4 seconds behind the leader. He was able to get to them. Here's this scrap again for 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and there's a strong move there for Dale Carr as he's able to go to the inside of Aldrich. Mercado's going to come with him him as well. And here comes that next group. Kaminsky and Basalia all closing up as well. That is, what is that? That's 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Awesome racing so far.
Yeah, all the way there, and now Max Taylor's worked his way around Ernesto Rivera. He's up now 12 positions in this main event, so the RPG Cosmic of Max Taylor, also one of the quickest drivers on the circuit, has one of the fastest lap times, one of the only drivers in that 57-second bracket, so keep your eye on the 833 bright white suit and purple and pink machine to catch this pack if they fight a little bit more. Buscaglia is getting to the bumper of Kaminsky. I think we'll see a pass maybe in turn 4 this time. Here it is inside for the GFC karting driver, and Buscaglia is going to follow Kaminsky but can't quite do it. Back and forth we go with a good answer by Shea Eldridge, and now Kaminsky, he's going to be in a bad spot here. Luckily, Buscaglia did not get a good exit from 5. He can tuck in.
Yeah, he would have been right there, wouldn't he? He would have been able to follow him through. Buscaglia not able to get it done, but he's going to get a good over-under here. Yeah, he's going to get the big run on the corner. A better line coming out. Let's see if he makes a move. A little look over the shoulder there as well. And there comes Kaminsky to the inside of Shea Aldrich. And Buscaglia got to settle in here now. He knows he's got a good kart. Don't get too over-anxious. There's lots of time. Xander, you mentioned there's still 8 laps to go, right? Long way in this one here. And there's the move there. Can he get the pinch out? He does not. But Kaminsky goes by. This is just good racing. And some contact, actually, coming down into turn number 1.
Yeah, Kaminsky was trying to keep the door closed on Aldrich. Aldrich hung at the right rear tire, and it's going to burn them both. Nice move by Chase Buscaglia to get around both of them headed to turn 4. Got to watch this right here, though. They might try to get you. He's luckily far enough out. Kaminsky's going to battle. That'll give him the space he needs. Now Buscaglia can run a normal line. And here comes Max Taylor with a nice crossover move. Move Taylor up another spot. What's another one?
Yeah.
That's 13.
Moving forward for Max Taylor, but Buscaglia very impressive, able to see the situation happening. Here comes another move to the inside of Taylor. He'll go another spot, and he gets Kaminsky as well. But Buscaglia was seeing it happen, did the over-under through 1 and 2, and came out cleanly on the other side, all the way up into, I believe, what's that, 5th position now, I think, for Buscaglia. Great drive for him from deeper in the field. So a lot of movement happening right now, and the leaders still right together, Xander. Miller and Weldon. We may have thought that Miller would be able to pull away, having eaten up that 4.4-second lead, but no. Weldon has matched him, and they now run just 0.4 of a second apart.
Yeah, he stayed even with him stride for stride as they go down to turn number 4 here. That next group still, again, kind of switching up the total number of drivers in each pack. Buscaglia in 5th, trying to track down Alex Mercado de Alencar for 3rd and 4th. He's about a 1.5 seconds away, so we'll see if he can get to these two. They're separated enough where they're not battling. These two, obviously, not battling. You want to guess how far out they are? They're 6+ seconds over Victor de Alencar and Alex Mercado. That's, again, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, how far back they are with Buscaglia there. And Max Taylor, again, he's not giving up. He's already driven forward from 20th on the grid. Max Taylor's got work still to do. He could get the top 5 from Buscaglia, who's already up 10 on his own. And both of them, at the moment, quicker or at least even to Victor de Alencar and Alex Mercado. It'll come down to who's got that last little bit of juice left here with 5 laps remaining.
And indeed, whether or not they start racing as well. As we know, we saw that in the micro category. The minute they started the battle, everybody else closed right back up. And this is the kind of track that once you start running that low line, you give up so much exit speed. There's a lot of tight corners here for one. If you run the inside line through turn number 4, you're giving up so much exit speed. And drivers who are able to make that big wide line coming through the corner can really shrink that gap. Right now, that's the fight we're seeing here for further back. That is Max Taylor, who's got Keegan Kaminsky right hit with him. I think that's 6th and 7th right now, I believe, on the order. There's Buscaglia right there, P5. Yeah, that's 6 and 7, and a little bit further back, the remainder of the next duo, actually, another one of the RPG drivers battling it out. Buscaglia's speed, not enough to allow him to close up that much. It's 57.8, a little less than 0.2 faster than Mercado last time by with 5 to go.
Yeah, right now Chase Buscaglia is a big-time Alex Mercado fan. If he wants some hardware, he's hoping that he can really get on his horse and get to Victor de Alencar. He made up some time that time by, so that helped. 0.3 away for 3rd and 4th, 0.3 for 1st and 2nd, and then a couple seconds back to find this big group here. Taylor and Kaminsky were making a lot of hay on Chase Buscaglia the last few laps, but Buscaglia on that GWR Gillard just pulled away from the pairing here. He is the fastest driver in the top 10 as of last time by that for Chase Buscaglia in 5th. So they need him to go up and battle because they're not going to catch him on raw pace.
Buscaglia behind Mercado by 1.3 last time by, 4 laps to go. He was quicker by a little bit less than 0.3 of a second. So with just a 4, not quite enough potentially for him to get up to Alex Mercado, but nonetheless still a pretty solid top 5 run as they sit on the racetrack right now for Buscaglia, who was up 10 positions, Xander, started 15th, worked his way up to P5.
Yeah, he's done a great job here. Credit to Chase Buscaglia and the development that he's had over the last couple of months, even last couple of weeks with the races here at Orlando Kart Center. And he's been really close to getting himself a good podium finish and potentially a race win. It may not be fully in reach yet, but that third place spot is not terribly far away. He lopped off 3 more tenths last time by. It's 1.1 seconds to the bumper of Mercado, who's caught up to De Alencar. So we could see them fight for third, and all of a sudden Chase Buscaglia might be able to get himself onto the box here today. 2.5 laps to go. The double sticks will come out this time by, and everybody knows in racing, while you try and watch the laps on your Micron, you see those 2 to go signals come up, and then you start really going at it.
That's it. This is when you turn the screws and get back at it. Again, the lead here for Stephen Miller, almost a half a second right now as he's been able to pull a comfortable little bit of a gap. This is deeper in the field.
He pulled even more that time by, Rob, as well. 4 tenths added on. And Oliver Weldon, big time bobble that lap. I don't know if the cart went away or he made a mistake, but that's the last thing Oliver Weldon needed to happen here in the final few laps of this main event here, is to allow Stephen Miller to get away. He has been so fast all the way through, and for Oliver Weldon, I mean, a second-place result is going to be bittersweet with the luck that he's had throughout the entire year. Just to have a clean race day, good qualifying, not having to come from the back, good pre-final, leading laps in the main event, and for a moment was the benefactor of Stephen Miller's unforced error, the spin out of the lead that was going to give him a shot at a win, and his first on the national stage in the junior classes here, at least first in a while, first of the year for sure. However, Stephen Miller has now nearly a second as the white flag will wave this time, and this battle for third, and once that white hits, it's going to be 3 drivers going at it. Mercado trying to get it around De Alencar. Here comes Chase Buscaglia to the line.
This is it. The white flag will fly this time by. This is it. Buscaglia right there at the right time as they're getting ready to go to work. Mercado, look at the over-under again. He's already done this one time. Wasn't quite close enough to do it here. This is the battle for the final spot on the podium. Mercado's got the position. De Alencar down to the inside. Here's a big over-under coming from Buscaglia again. Again, to it one more time. Over-under. Can he get the job done? Not quite yet. Buscaglia working it hard, but Mercado going to low line it coming down into 6. Little contact.
Oh, yeah, De Alencar is going to move him up the racetrack a little bit through 7. Now into 8. Mercado goes so low. De Alencar expected it, gets a big run. There's Miller coming out of 9. Your leader is safe. Weldon, unfortunately, got to settle for second. Look at this fight for third to the hairpin on the final lap. De Alencar trying to go around the outside. Just fully gets closed off. Here comes Buscaglia. Meanwhile, Stephen Miller will win the main event here in KA Junior. Oliver Weldon second, and down to the final turn. Buscaglia's got around Mercado. Welcome to the podium here. Chase Buscaglia steals third on the final lap.
What a drive for Buscaglia from deep in the field. Started 15th, worked his way up to 5th, reeled in the group for the final spot on the podium. And as we expected when they started racing, he had his opportunity, and he had 4 or 5 of them, but waited to the very end. The over-under coming through turn number 9 as they were crowding each other to the outside of the racetrack. Xander, that may be the drive of the race. A spin and win for Stephen Miller. A great drive for Weldon, and 15th to 3rd the podium for Chase Buscaglia.
And a much cleaner main event for these kids than what we saw in the pre-final, which was good to see. So again, Miller, your winner over Weldon and Buscaglia. Looking further down the order, shout out to Enzo Vidmontien, climbed all the way up to 12th, 20 spots gained. We saw him in that turn 3 crash in the pre-final. Makes up for it, gets some decent points. Unfortunate on the other end of the spectrum for Truly Adams, Turner Brown, Sebastian Frigolet, Bristol Borneman, Remy Andretos, all collected there. We saw Eric Questo get damage on that opening lap. He survives to finish, but down in 29th. But big movers there. Emma Scarborough up a couple. Vidmontien up 20. De La Vecchia up 18. Alexander Vanchev up 9. Max Taylor up 13 to 7th. Congratulations, Stephen Miller. A spin and win here in the second SKUSA Pro Tour main event of the season. 2 down, 6 more to come your way here, folks. KA Master on deck. KA Senior will follow. Then through X30 Junior and Mini Swift in 6th and 5th. And then, of course, the double headline main events kick off just after 4 p.m. local time here with Pro Shifter and X30 Pro Senior to wrap your day up. So don't go anywhere. Stay seated. Grab a drink during the commercial break to keep yourself hydrated and be ready for more racing coming your way here after this.
International Motorsport has you covered on every level of karting, and starting here in 2023, in cars as well. For your very first step into an F4 race car, try out the Formula Inter Arrive and Drive F4 Championship, hosted here at the Homestead Miami Speedway. Along with that, of course, the International Motorsport team covers every base of the karting pyramid, from the local to the national and international level. For more information, follow International Motorsport or Formula Inter on social media.
Welcome back here to Orlando Kart Center. Aspen Fuel KA100 Master on deck, set to go as we've wrapped our KA100 Junior main event. Congratulations are in order for Stephen Miller. Oliver Weldon gets a solid second-place result to start his championship with a couple of top 5 finishes through the pre-final and the main to get a good amount of points. And Chase Buscaglia on that final corner, final lap from the run to turn 9 to the finish line, steals third away from Alex Mercado and Victor Day Allencar to get his first career podium. So cool to see first for kids, right?
I like
Especially,
that.
To have that breakthrough. That's just makes you feel good.
Yeah, I always love it when we do the podiums. Give a little extra round of applause to the driver's been there for the first time, whether you're on the podium or your first big national win, whatever it may be. It's always good to see drivers get that first one because it always seems to kind of fuel the next one and the next one, right? Gives them some momentum, gives them that confidence that they're often lacking, getting a chance to realize, hey, I can do this. I can run up front. And for Buscaglia, that was a great drive to come from the back. He could see it happening, right? Closer and closer. And is it going to play out for me? Am I going to get an opportunity on the last lap? And he played it perfectly. They pinned down to the inside of turn number 9. He did the over-under and got the spot coming out and was, the man through 10, 11, and 12. So kudos for him. And he got challenged out of turn 12. They were side by side coming out of 12 to the line as well. So I love it. That's a great, great run for Buscaglia.
Yeah, really, really cool to see for Chase. So he gets a podium again. You got a lot of big movers in that one. 20 spots gained, the hard charger to Enzo Vidmontien from the tail end of the field to the top 15 and 12th. And you won't see maybe as many spots gained with a few less go-karts on the racetrack for the Aspen Fuels KA100 Master class. But one driver starting tail end, Charlie, is Mario Barrios. And we got problems already. Looks like Tom Gerstner on that Magic Kart is having the right rear bumper bolt already breaking on the outlap. So the 406 was slated to start 5th. That's good news for Diego Rodriguez or Mario Barrios. Whoever lines up in 7th, they're on the back row. Whoever's set to line up P7 is going to move up to 5th.
Indeed, Garrido starting on the pole. Michelle Garrido alongside Lucas Iglesias. Row 2, Jesus Portillo and Luis Quinones. Then it's Gerstner, as we said, was scheduled to start P5, but as we both picked up there, broken right rear bumper bolt. That's going to move Rodriguez up into his spot. Shengyi Wu right there as well. Mike Rollison is on the live timing if you're watching in from home, but not running here this weekend. Mario Barrios then will move up a spot as well. So Barrios coming from the tail of the field. Michelle Garrido able to pull away. Iglesias has got to find some speed early. I think we're going to see how this thing plays out pretty much over the first 4 or 5 laps. We'll see whether or not Garrido can get away because he and Barrios really have been the drivers with the pace to pull away.
Yeah, they have. And again, Barrios was quicker than him before the engine woes kind of took him out of contention. He was starting to track him down. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Mario Barrios make quick work of this field and track down the leader from the tail. Let's see how they line up here. Gerstner's going to line up for the start. Barrios looks like he'll line up in the 7th spot. Rodriguez in the 8th spot as they come down to the tram lines. And we'll see if that does anything for Tom Gerstner on the opening lap. When we see those bumpers sometimes drop and drag the floor, it'll get the little bit of oversteer in the center of the corner. Well, we're green down at turn 1. Garrido gets the lead, and it's teammates on the Alessandro's Racing USA camp going side by side. And Iglesias gets around and he moves Jesus Portillo back to that 4th position while Luis Quinones moves up into 3rd. Barrios picks up one on Gerstner, who falls to the tail end of the field here, and Diego Rodriguez got ahead of him as well. So Rodriguez to 6th, right behind that factory kart entry here as they head in through turn number 6 for the first time.
Yeah, Gerstner's eventually going to get the meatball flag once they identify that for the officials. But here's the racing deeper back. We've got a lot of contact coming through there as Iglesias going at it. Quinones as well up front. Garrido trying to stretch away. It's going to be the battle for 2nd spot. Garrido's going to leverage this to try to pull away very quickly.
Yeah, he definitely will here. I don't see any slowing down in that battle anytime soon. You can see right there Portillo wanted to get back up at least to 3rd. Couldn't do it. Barrios now to the inside. The national number 1 gets around the factory cart of, I believe, Shengyi Wu. So he moves up into 5th on the racetrack as there's the meatball flag for Gerstner, unfortunately. So there he goes, and he'll have to pull into the scale line this time. But we're underway now with one down, 21 laps to go here in Aspen Fuel KA100 Master. Michelle Garrido, Lucas Iglesias, Luis Quinones, Jesus Portillo, Mario Barrios, Diego Rodriguez, and Sheng Yi Wu, your 7 that'll stay on the racetrack. And Barrios is all over Portillo here coming out of turn number 5 through to 6. We could see a move maybe in turn 8, if not for sure something down in turn 9. He's going to try it. Deep move on the brakes, gets the curb, gets clear. Barrios up to 4th.
And he's got to do it right. He's got no time to waste. He's got to make every pass he could possibly make. He's into P4, as you said. Needs to get cleanly through turn number 9, get the speed he needs. Didn't like the fact that he got tapped a bit from the rear, I guess. Not sure why the hand went in the air there as they were coming into the braking zone. But Mario, always a guy who is very vocal, whether it's with the mouth or with the hands.
Yes, Mario Barrios definitely wears his emotions on his sleeve.
Agreed.
And you will never, be unsure of what he's feeling at the moment. So right now, he's obviously a man possessed as he clips the pylon there coming through turn number 3, getting every bit of curb that he can. He deep dives it down to turn number 4 on Quinones. Can't fully get there to him, but he'll be on the bumper in a moment. The downside he's got to worry about is if the 2 teammates up front don't battle too much, it's a 2.5-second margin he's got to chop down over the next 19.5 laps here. So Barrios up here now in this battle for 3rd looming. Luis Quinones 3rd, Barrios 4th, exiting turn number 8. And down the backstretch we'll go here to turn number 9. Barrios is close enough. Does he want to dive it? He does. Inside, Quinones gets caught off guard. He takes over 3rd. Quinones back to 4th. And Mario Barrios now to P3 on the national number 1. Leads the duo into the S's. And we get a better gauge of where he's at on the gap now to the top 2. Unfortunately, Lucas Iglesias is losing time to Michelle Garrido. Surprisingly enough, Barrios went purple. Fastest driver on the racetrack with a dive bomb in turn 9 that time by. So impressive stuff for Mario Barrios to be the fastest driver on the racetrack with a pass in the slowest corner on the circuit. That shows you that number 1 RPG Cosmic's got a lot of speed.
Yeah, driving with purpose right now, too. Obviously, knowing he starts at the tail of the field, he's got to put his head down and work his way forward. Good job thus far. Last time by quicker, but not by a much. A couple hundredths of a second. Nonetheless, he was significantly quicker, half a second better than Lucas Iglesias. So if you're thinking long-term, Xander, not just today, but potentially trying to defend that number 1 plate and win this KA100 Master Championship, Barrios would be strong for P2.
Yeah, he would be a very strong bid, at least for that. Now, as they go into the S's here, we do have our winner through from KA Junior, Stephen Miller, a spin and win down with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Steven, spin and win. I mean, it might have been better for you, obviously. I heard Xander mentioning it. Those first 10 laps, you were between 5 and 9/10 faster than the whole field. That spin might have heated up your rear tires pretty good for you there. You told me some things about your setup there that I'm not going to share because you probably want to keep that to yourself, but the car was absolutely on rails that whole session. Walk me through your race.
So at the start of the race, we were pretty good, and then I went into a corner, the last corner, the last straightaway. I went in it. There was dirt on the track. I went through it, and I braked, and I spun out. And I thought at that point the race was over, but I kept on pushing and never gave up. And then I got to Weldon, and then I regained hope, and then I passed him, checked out from him, and went and won.
Awesome. One more thing, Steven. Who would you like to thank for this victory? Obviously, they've given you an absolute rocket of a go-kart.
I'd like to thank my mechanic, Chad, Kart Republic, and Kart Sport for this. And I would like to thank my sponsors, Sunprint Racing, Allison Racing Engines. And I would like to also thank Jeremy Fairbear for the tips.
Awesome. Thank you.
Well, there you go from Stephen Miller. Like you said, kind of felt like he lost the race there, but he kept his head in it, kept driving, kept pounding laps, and then finally started to regain hope once he got the lead, and from there pulled away. Flawless drive there. What we expect to see from the X30 Junior race, I think there might be a little more battling going on.
Obviously, as you know, different kind of setup for the different power, whatever it may be. But man, he learned something at least. Good speed in that one. They can transition maybe some of that over to the X30 machine.
I mean, he looked more planted to me through turn number 4 and turn number 5. We get a really good overhead shot of those 180 corners where you carry a lot of speed because it's wide in, wide out. I mean, his hands did not move that whole main event through that section, really from lap 4, lap 5 on. So, like you said, they might really have learned some stuff on the chassis that they can take away from it. And a driver that's got a lot to take away here. Again, a bittersweet ending for Oliver Weldon. Led a good chunk of that main event. Comes up just one spot short in second. He's with Emery Lida. Emery?
Here with Oliver Weldon. Oliver, you had a solid start to the main, got into second, ended up in first after Steven looped it around in turn number 9. Looked like you had the pace to possibly keep up with him and eventually win, but eventually fell off. Just walk me through your main event there.
The start, I had a pretty good start. I got back into second. I started second. I kind of just, Steven was pulling a little bit, and then obviously he spun out. But my kart didn't really come in, so I was just trying to keep up with him as much as I could, but...
Yeah, and this year so far it's been a little bit rough for you. You know, you've had, moving up to the junior, you've had a lot of pace, but kind of maybe not the results you would have wanted just because of some bad luck, some incidents and whatnot. What can you take away from today and having a clean run all the way through qualifying, pre-final, and final?
Yeah, should I say who I think? Yeah. So, yeah, today was just a pretty good day because I got P2. But I want to thank Leo, everybody under the team, my brother, my mom, and, yeah, just my whole family.
All right, Oliver Weldon came up one spot short, but some good development here in this race. He ends up P2 just behind Steve Miller. Back to you guys.
Yeah, I'll tell you, great run for him for sure. And maybe another issue for Barrios. You got to be kidding me. He had worked his way from the tail of the field up into second spot. And Barrios, I believe, may have already lost a position. Another potential mechanical for him as he looks again back down to the right side of the cart. Man, tough one for Barrios. He was running the same lap times as Garrido up front, but again, some kind of an issue here for the number one.
Yeah, sad to see there for Mario Barrios. He's already given up that second spot to Lucas Iglesias, and it seemed like, maybe more of a carburetor issue, I think, than actual engine issue, with it being kind of intermittent and almost seeming like it gets choked out of fuel coming out of a corner. So Barrios, you can see another little adjustment on the needles to try and give it something. Might have went the wrong way right there. He's going to tune them again here through turns 3 and 4. But nothing right now for the number one when it comes to the low-speed stuff. You can see he's on the power and just not enough oomph to get out of the corner. He gave up another 2 seconds last time by to Michel Garrido, who continues to edge away here in the lead. So at this point, you got to stay out there until it dies and just hang on for dear life. Yeah. He saved the tires by pulling in early in that, pulling off to the race side of the racetrack in that pre-final. But now he's 5 seconds away, and just not going to get there. But credit to the kid that did get there at the very end of that cage in your main event. First career podium for Chase Buscaglia down with Alex.
Thanks, Xander. Here with Chase Buscaglia. Chase, I might have to call you Mr. Crossover. You had a few of them in this race. I mean, what a charge to the field to get your first national podium. Walk me through that race.
Had a little bit of a rough start. It fell back a few positions, but I put my head down. I knew I had a great kart and engine in front of me and under me. So I just started picking off one by one, and then on the last lap, I just over to under third and fourth and ran away with it.
Yeah, I mean, talk to me about the mindset, right? Because you didn't start maybe where you would have liked, didn't get the start you would have wanted either. You know you're sitting, maybe 12th, 15th place there. What's the mindset knowing it's a really long race, one by one? How do you handle that?
Well, I know I have the speed to be up front. In the pre-final, I made it from last to 14th, I think, purple, and I just knew I was going to be fast, and I decided to just go and see what happens.
Awesome. Thanks, Chase.
There you have it from Chase Buscaglia with his first career podium here in KA100 Junior. The KA seniors are getting loaded up onto the grid for what should be an action-packed final. Hopefully the antithesis of what we're seeing right now, because Michel Garrido, his lead at the line, what's it going to measure out to? 5.5 seconds to his Alessandro's Racing teammate of Lucas Iglesias. And Mario Barrios looks like he has sidelined the number one machine. So the RPG Cosmic pulled in, and his day is done. Not a good points haul for the reigning series champ, but on his way to a good points haul for Michel Garrido. The Miamian leads them through the S's over to 6, 7, and 8. And while he gets ready to try and bring this race home, we got some more drivers down on the grid with us here, ready to chat about what we've got coming our way. Emery? Let's send it down to Emery Lida. Emery, you got us down on the grid?
Thanks, Xander. Here with Aiden Levy. Aiden, there's a pretty solid qualifying. Pre-qualified on pole, but then he won, or the pre-final, not the best race. Walk me through what happened in turn 9 and beyond.
Yeah, so there was some dirt on the track, and I didn't see it, and I went in like I normally would, and the wheel got so heavy, and then I dropped the tire at the end and spun out like an idiot.
All right, well, looking at the pace you've had, obviously qualifying on pole in the pre-final, you had good pace throughout the race, working your way back up to 15th. What sort of takeaways can you take from that and looking ahead to the setup for the final?
Well, we had solid pace. I was pretty happy with the go-kart. Takeaways were probably not to spin out in the lead on the second lap, and yeah, that's about it.
One last thing, we've seen a lot of really intense racing up at the front. Do you feel like that's going to play into your factor as you try to move through the field?
Oh yeah, for sure. If they can fight and I can make my way up there, I think that'd be good. I'd be really happy.
All right, Aiden Levy should be in good shape if he doesn't spin out again. We'll see what he does. Back to you guys in the booth.
Ruthless.
Hoping they all just get after it and just beat each other up, beat their tires up, and let him get up into the mix. So we'll see if he can get there. The North Carolina kid, Aiden Levy, trying to take the Team TARP, Kart Republic, that's what they're calling that privateer operation of Palacio, Levy, and Kai Mars is Team TARP for those privateer guys. No walls on the tent, just a couple pop-up canopies and Palacio's trailer, and then the coach Martin Pierce there as well. So as they go down the backstretch here, now with 10 laps to go, Michelle Garrido, nothing's changed except the lead's gotten bigger. 7 seconds here with the fast lap of the race honors going to the 407.
Yeah, we lost a couple drivers, as we know. Mario Barrios, who had worked his way from the tail of the field up into second, having some kind of a mechanical. He retired that kart on lap number 9. Diego Rodriguez out as well very early, as well as Tom Gerstner. We know about him and that rear bumper getting the meatball flag. That leaves us with 5 drivers still on the racetrack. Garrido, Iglesias, and Portillo, the top 3. Quinones and Wu, 4th and 5th right now. 13 laps down, and 9 more remaining here for the drivers in KA 100 Master.
Yep, 9 more to go. Let's go back down to pit lane for some more intel on the upcoming K100 senior class presented by Nash Motorsports, and let's go side by side to it. Alex, Emery?
Thanks, Xander. Here with Finn Bailiff. Finn, qualifying and really happy hour as well, not what you wanted, but then in the pre-final, you worked your way all the way up into 4th within a second of the lead. Talk to me about how you were able to get it done and what sort of improvements you made to the chassis over the last day.
Yeah, happy hour. We were struggling with some engine problems. Finally got them figured out. Qualifying, we started in the slow group, so it's hard to get up from there. Just had to get a good start and keep passing people and get to the front.
Yeah, it's a 22-lap final. It's longer around this track than most any other track you're going to go to, and obviously this track is hard on the tires. What sort of challenges do you think that's going to possess as we come into this race?
Yeah, I think that it's going to probably be pretty rough. The passing and stuff's going to be crazy, and then it'll probably get greasy halfway through the race, and we'll just be fighting from there.
All right, Finnegan Bailiff, a great run through the pre-final to get himself up into 4th. We'll see what he can do here in the final. Back to you guys.
There you have it from old Finnegan here. Bailiff had a good way to navigate the chaos, it felt like, in that pre-final. He was one of the ones that was, for the most part, unscathed in KA Senior and hoping to continue that. And then on the flip side, you have a kid like Frankie Mossman here who's down with Alexander Searle trying to make up some ground, as well as more drivers down on pit lane as well. Let's send it down to Alex and see who else we got lined up here for the KA Senior main event. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Here with Colin Lloyd. Colin, it's been an overall pretty good weekend for you. I mean, just rolling off P3 in the final. We haven't spoken to you much throughout the weekend, so just talk to me. How has it been so far?
So Thursday we weren't doing too good. I think we went the wrong way with the setup. And then from there, Friday was okay. Again, we just couldn't figure out the setup. I think we just figured it out like this morning, and then we just started rolling from there.
Yeah, I mean, talk to me, because you keep saying that you were missing the setup. Was it due to this, the evolution of the track, or you just couldn't, different tire compound? What was it?
I mean, we just tried different things and see what would work.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, obviously, what you learned from the pre-final into this final, how's your pace here in the long run?
I think it's pretty good. I mean, we haven't done a super long session yet, but I think it'll be good.
All right, thanks, Colin.
You know, that's a key thing, Xander. We haven't really talked about it. Not many drivers probably have done a full race simulation, whether it's 22, 24 laps for the pros. As another driver's already pulled off. We lost the number 444 of Lucas Iglesias. So second place on the racetrack off, coming on the back straightaway, turn number 8. So, man, this is going to be just a battle of attrition right now to see drivers working their way onto the podium. But, again, back to that point from Colin Lloyd. Man, has anybody done full race distances in this kind of heat? It is now 90 degrees. We're very close. In fact, that's the high they're saying right now. So 90 degrees temp. The track the way it is. This is going to be really interesting to see how things play out setup-wise over the main event for KA 100.
Right, again, like we talked before, it's a perfect storm for the ultimate amount of tire wear. 3 heat cycles, long races, high air temperature, which means it's a high track temperature in the 100+. And then on top of that, again, the more that the track gets greasy because of the temperature and they lose grip and they slide, that also doubles the tire heat and doubles the tire wear. So with all these guys slipping and sliding around, they're just going to keep burning through that Evinco rubber. We saw it in X30 Senior. We saw it in Pro Shifter, how much those guys were babying their Evinco Reds by almost the halfway marker onwards to save some stuff for the main event. And you've got to kind of balance that act, know when to go and push to make sure that you don't fall too far backwards, but also when to take it easy so you got something for the last 5 laps.
Yeah, I'm loving the way this strategy is going to play out. I think we're going to see some great stuff, especially in the main events when we wrap up the day with the Pro Shifter and X30 Senior categories. Both of those classes, of course, even a couple more laps longer than the other senior categories. This is going to be a really intriguing storyline on what strategies end up working for the drivers up front. Here in this class, in the Masters program, Michelle Garrido leading by 15 seconds now over Jesus Portillo, who has gone to second. Luis Quinones now in third, and Shengji Wu rounding out the 4 drivers remaining on the racetrack. I think we have more information, folks, down on pit lane. Let's head back down to, I believe, Emery Lidas. Lots more coming here for the races we'll see over the next couple of hours.
Thanks, Xander. I'm here with Fernando Luque. Fernando, it's been a solid weekend so far for you. Qualified well. Pre-final, you almost got the win, only 12 1,000 short. Just tell me about how your weekend's been so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's been good. I have had good pace all weekend, and like it's a tough racing, but it's been good.
Yeah, and it's your first weekend in senior. Obviously, we saw you down at USP Gas running the junior category. Tell me about some of the changes you've seen from a racecraft standpoint and how it's been sort of adapting to the heavier weight, the different guys and whatnot.
Well, I mean, like the weight does make a big difference. Also, like the racing is so much more aggressive. Like people fight a lot more, but I think it's fun to race in junior.
One last thing, 22-lap main event. It's a lot longer than pretty much any other session you've had all weekend. What are your expectations when it comes to the tire wear and how you expect the race to evolve?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to manage my tires a lot and basically make everything go at the end.
All right, Fernando Luque starting outside front row here in the final. Back to you, Xander.
Thank you, Emery, again for Fernando Luque here. It's obviously good to see him in good spirits, and granted, like Emery said, he almost caught a win in his first ever senior start there in the pre-final. Still very much in contention when they roll off the grid here in a couple moments' time.
I like the fact that he's in his debut here in the senior category has been thrown everything he possibly can be thrown at, right? We're talking about how difficult the conditions are, how to be able to handle your tires, and as a young driver just working his way into senior, this is a lot for him to take in. Emery said, heavier go-kart. Everything's a bit different with what he's doing, and to be able to handle it as he really has been in the thick of things. So really solid debut for Fernando.
Yeah, great debut for Fernando Luque. Now here, we're coming to see the 2 to go signal. We're halfway through the grid of everyone dropping off. Luis Quinones is on the verge of maybe even getting to second. He's only about a second and a quarter away from Jesus Portillo for P2 as your leader comes down to turn 1. There's Garrido, the 407, 20 laps down, 2 more to go. Portillo still second, Quinones third, Shengyi Wu fourth. I mean, we talk about how difficult the conditions are for the kart to have grip and to be able to manage everything. Add on the fact it's 90 degrees out here with Florida humidity, Rob. I mean, can you imagine what these Masters guys are going through for 22 straight laps in terms of fitness?
Yeah, I know that I raced at the Super Nationals, but it was super cool and cold. I never once really got overheated. You run in a day like this, especially as a Masters driver, 30 and up, 40, 50. Tom Gerster's over 60 years of age. It's impressive what these guys are doing out here in very tough conditions. You can see them on the grid. They're in such great shape, and hence that's why a guy like Garrido is able to put good lap times down and continues to put the lap times down, even though he's got such a massive lead. I'm sure he's backed it off to about 80% right now, knowing he's got what he needs to lead this thing and win it 16.6 seconds up. And he'll see the white flag this time by 1 more lap to go here for drivers in KA 100 Master.
Again, Michelle Garrido, your leader over teammates Jesus Portillo, then Luis Quinones, and then the factory kart MRC entry of Shengyi Wu in the 456, who thanks to attrition is going to end up a net 2-spot gain here in the final with DNFs for Lucas Iglesias, Mario Barrios, Diego Rodriguez, and Tom Gerstner. But as he heads through, half a lap to go, Michelle Garrido, we've seen him dominate at Homestead, Miami. We've seen him win in close battles there. It will not be close today as he rounds turn number 8 for the final time. And for a different racetrack to come out and get a big win at is a great start to what could force him to follow the Pro Tour through the rest of the year and try and snag a national title.
Yeah, you go and come out here with a couple of wins. Maybe you think about doing that. Maybe you think about making the trek out to Utah. It's a fantastic racetrack for sure. Great city in Salt Lake City, just outside, of course, where the track is located. But for Garrido, a couple of wins. Maybe Alessandro Racing packs up and heads to Utah.
Might have to see it. Long haul for them, but it's a short haul to the finish line. Michel Garrido wins the main event in Aspen Fuels KA100 Master. Jesus Portillo is just now making his way over to the final couple corners. That's how big of a lead he's gotten. Garrido taking the cool-down lap. Here comes Jesus Portillo, Luis Quinones, and then there top of your screen you can see fourth placeman coming in, Shang Yi Wu. So that wraps up your Aspen Fuels K100 Master. KA100 Senior, presented by Nash Motorsports, is on deck. We've heard from all of them. The engines are fired. It's coming your way next from Orlando. Welcome back to Orlando. We got problems for one of the Nash Motorsports EOS kart drivers here on the outlap of this KA Senior main event. Unfortunate there. That's the 992 with a chain coming off of Kane Martin, who was slated to start 14th. 22 laps, and we'll lose our outside seventh row starter. But your front row, Noah Rosser, Fernando Luque. It's a little bit fast. Does he get the green? It does. We're racing to one, banging wheels down to the first corner, and a great start for Finnegan Bailiff, who gets into second.
Yeah, Bailiff started on the inside of row number 2 alongside Colin Lloyd. Right there on the back of Rosser will go immediately into defensive mode to the inside. They'll work their way through. Single file for the most part over the top, 6, 7, 8 Kart Center. Otherwise, 2x2 coming back further through that turn number 4 combination. Drivers looking good out front, and Ross are able to go to the P1 position from that great front row starting spot.
Here comes Bailiff right on him there over to turn number 8. He was open. Rosser would open the door. He did not. Down the back straightaway we go. Single file, and for the first time here in the K Senior class today, they haven't really broken the packs up yet. This pass here by Josh Campbell might help that a little bit to split him up as he goes wheel to wheel with Vinny Muskelis. Down into the S as we go, but Rosser, Bailiff, Colin Lloyd. Great start for Braden Robertson there in that Arcane Tesoro Raceworks CRG in 4th, and in 5th, championship contender from 2022, Peyton Phillips on that RPM Tony kart rounds your top 5 as the rookie Luque. Once again, same thing on the start, just kind of getting out-muscled, outplayed a little bit in the chess match. Falls to 6th and Here we go for the lead. Holy moly, the whole leader group just went way wide there in turn 4.
Yeah, Bailiff threw it to the bottom and couldn't get the thing turned. Did not have enough heat yet in the tires to get that front to activate. Just pushed way past the apex. The driver took full advantage of it was Colin Lloyd. Able to dive to the inside, get a better run out of the corner. He does the over-under to take the spot, but an aggressive move by Bailiff. He wanted to lead, not able to get the job done. You could just tell those tires not quite up to temperature. And here comes, I believe is that Rosser or no, that could be Braden Robertson, right? Back through on the CRG.
Yeah, great start for Braden Robertson there to avoid all that. And so the Tesoro Raceworks Arcane CRG moves up the order to second ahead of that TKG Kart Republic. Pass made by Luke K on Phillips. Here comes fast Frankie Mossman from 11th. He's already cracked the top 7. And he's at the end of this pack here, headed down to turn number 1. Anthony Rivera 8th, Jordan Hernandez 9th, Wheeler is 10th at the end of lap 2. And down to turn 4, what do we see down here in the hairpin? Bailiff is close, but not going to go by Robertson. They're all still sliding there.
At least this time he got the nose to point down to the apex because it did not happen a lap ago when he allowed Colin Lloyd to pull away. But you can see Robertson right there. Bailiff was able to go back by for second. Robertson in third. Right there, P4 is Rosser. He'll go down to the bottom of the racetrack. Rosser up over the curb, leading onto the straightaway. But you look at Colin Lloyd up front. So much success at the Winter Series in January and February, and Colin Lloyd on the Magic. A little bit of breathing room here early on.
Yeah, so now with, again, once a lap, we've traded up the driver holding second. It's kept that margin at just over half a second. 6 to 7 tenths there is a pass made by Mossman. Gets around Peyton Phillips. Move Frankie gets by Phillips for the 6th spot. So Mossman up another as Fernando Luque goes purple, 57.97, and the leaders took 4 tenths off the lead to Colin Lloyd that time. So now pass by Luque. He gets around Robertson for 4th. Robertson to 5th. And the pack is coming together here, Rob. You can rub your hands if you're hoping for a show because 7 karts are lined up here 3 laps into this show.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued by how the tires are going to handle this long run and the temperature. We talked about the fact it's up to 90 degrees here trackside now. And it's not 90 degrees Arizona, it's 90 degrees Florida. So it's going to be humid here as well. You can see the leaders start closing back in on Colin Lloyd. Bailiff is right there. Rosser, Robertson, Luque, Mossman, Peyton Phillips. Second and a bit back to Anthony Rivera. And as Xander said, 7 drivers in the lead group right now. Will they work to pull away? Will they settle in? When we talked to Peyton Phillips before, he said no way. There's no way they were going to work together. So, indeed, this is going to be an all-out war, but we're really early on. We'll go 5 laps in next time. 4 laps down right now. Again, a long way to go. 18 laps in a 22-lapper. Big move to the bottom right there as well for Luke K as he'll go side by side with Rosser and way to the outside. Look at the guy who took advantage of that on the inside. What a move for Mossman.
Yeah, great move. And now Luque is going to be the biggest loser out of that, along with Braden Robertson, as Luque gets put on the dirty side of the track. Phillips is trying to get through, cuts him a break here. Luque's been, I think, a little bit more aggressive at the end of the corner when the guys are fighting him for a spot, and he's got to be careful how much he fights those moves there to try and force himself clear when the guy's still there. Is a big slide from Braden Robertson at the end of the pack. Misses turn number 9 by a mile with the dirt on his tires there.
Yeah, that's going to bring Anthony Rivera back in. Remember, it was about 1.2 seconds back at one point for Rivera back in 8th position, but he's used this battle to get back into it. In fact, we got ourselves a dangerous little 2-driver breakaway right now with Colin Lloyd and Finnegan Bailiff. Mossman, of course, did a great job to get himself through. And again, Bailiff wants that lead. He tried to get it early. This time he gets it. He'll go to P1, move Colin Lloyd to 2nd. Hey, was that enough to potentially bring Frankie Mossman back in on the CRG?
Just maybe there. We've seen some passes in turn 4 cost a lot of time, some not so much. The benefit, at least for Bailiff, he didn't feel like he needed to block in 5. Lloyd didn't stuff him back, so they didn't lose too much. But Mossman's definitely there. He had a really good sector that time. He's 3 or 4 car lengths away. Needs one more pass or maybe 1 or 2 more really solid laps together, and he'll get back onto the scene for the lead pack here and give himself another shot at a big-time win on that Tesoro Raceworks CRG. So for Frankie Mossman, I remember talking with him and his dad Brian after the last time he was behind the wheel at the national stage at Challenge of the Americas. Led every lap of the weekend, it felt like, except for the last laps in the main events, and couldn't come away with any hardware. And they were, again, rocket ship level speed. They've got that again here this week. He's not leading the most laps early, so maybe it'll turn the tides as we see Bailiff with a mistake there in 4, and he blows the corner.
And indeed, that's put Colin Lloyd in the attack mode, thought about trying to do an over-under coming out of the corner. That is going to bring Mossman back closer. And, the inside, they're going to muscle it through. And Bailiff's not going to give it up. Here comes Mossman. He'll try to get another spot as well. He'll do the over-under. Big run out of the corner for Mossman. But will he hit that peak velocity? Does he have enough to be able to get to the inside? No. Tucks back in. And this is going to bring Noah Rosser back. There goes the pass for the lead. Colin Lloyd. They're going to go side by side. It could have been a 3-driver breakaway. Make it 4 drivers. Welcome back, Noah Rosser.
Yeah, Noah Rosser going to get that. Look at Mossman. Stuffs it deep in the final corner. Way too deep there for Frankie Mossman. Lloyd retains the lead with a nice crossover, and that move was all it took to bring Noah Rosser into the mix. Here comes Mossman again, determined to get to the lead here. It's at lap number 8. Still a lot of time left. 15 laps to go. Here comes Bailiff down the inside for second on Lloyd. He's going to make sure he pinches him to the outside edge of the racetrack to put him on the dirty part. And all the while, that next group closes up. Luque, Rivera, Phillips, Robertson faded back a little bit, and Aiden Levy has cracked the top 10, by the way, folks, on that 990 Team Tarp Kart Republic. He's up 6 spots, went faster than the leaders by a full second last time by, and he's right at the top of your screen in that blue and yellow Alonso kart. Now he's up to 8th. Move him 7 up as he's gotten around Braden Robertson.
Man, so much action here. We could have had potentially 4 drivers pulling away. This is great for Levy. He loves the fact that they're battling. He started all the way back in 15th position. He's now into the 8th spot, so continues to move forward, putting down good lap times. His best was the last time by at 57.509, significantly quicker than the leader. Luque now's gone purple, but here comes Levy, and he is going to work his way forward. The more they keep battling up front, again, here goes Bailiff to the inside. They're just slowing themselves by a half a second a lap, and this could have been a 3-driver breakaway. Now it's Rosser into second is an issue for Bailiff, and I think Lloyd's going to go by as well. These guys just keep scrapping it out.
Oh, no, big problems further back. Joey Botting gets together with the 996. That was just outside the top 10 with Brian Garcia, 2 Florida locals, 13th and 14th.
Yeah, just outside. He said outside the top 10, inside the top 15, contact in turn number 4. Here's your lead group. It was once 3. Now it's about 4, maybe 5, because Luque, who's gone purple over the last couple laps, closing up. So Luque, P5, right there with him. Not much of a gap back to the next drivers, though. That's the crazy thing, is you got Rivera in there. Peyton Phillips, look who just turned purple lap. Aiden Levy, 57.4 last time by, and he does it again, 57.1. 7/10 faster than Mossman on the last lap. Here comes Aiden Levy.
This will help again. Here comes Rosser. Now, Mossman can't cross him back up. Rosser can't open the door, though. He's watched Mossman stuff guys in turn 5. Now he tries to do it to him. They bang tires. Lloyd's going to push Rosser through, and Mossman falls back to 3rd, falls back to 4th. Problems for Frankie Mossman. Problems for Frankie Mossman here. I don't know if he blew a chain with the contact at the end of the corner, but the driver that just was in the lead has slowed to the outside edge of the racetrack and has gone behind the wall.
Wow, Mossman tried to make a move to the inside there, got the job done. Contact coming out of the corner. Then he got a lot more contact coming through. We saw, of course, first it was Rosser that went through, then Colin Lloyd pushed him through as well, and then things got pretty hectic. This is actually, with everything that happened there, has broken another 3-driver pack away. Xander, it was like 8 karts. Now these top 3 drivers, Rosser, Lloyd, and Bailiff, have a bit of room again, over a full second back to Luque.
And these 3 have been pretty tame here this race. I haven't seen a lot of dive bombs from them when it's just them in the pack. So I don't know if they're going to fight too much. They might ride enough here. Nope, there's one. Bailiff on the inside for second. But they've, again, got that opportunity to get away. So Noah Rosser the leader, Bailiff second, Lloyd third. The gap out back is about 1.25 seconds to Luque, who is charging forward with Peyton Phillips, Rivera, and Levy all on that train. Robertson's coming. How about Josh Campbell? Remember that pre-final? Josh Campbell decided to try and do some freestyle jumps. Well, he's got himself into the top 10. He's up 3 spots on the RPM Tony kart, and Henry Wheeler follows him there in that 10th position. So it's kind of loosely about 0.5 second to 1 second each kart back, and you'll all of a sudden go from 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 karts in this lead group here if they continue to shuffle. If they stay toe-to-toe and the speed is even, again, you can understand if they want to pass if they feel like the leader's slow, but the draft makes that so deceiving. It fills your head like, man, I'm all over this guy. I'm so much faster. But then you pass him, and he's all over you. So tough to deal with there as they go over to turn number 5.
Yeah, interesting looking at the pace right now for Aiden Lee. We did a 57.169 fast lap of the race on lap number 9, but it's fallen off that pace by about 0.6 of a second. I don't know whether or not he was having some issues on the racetrack. It looks to me like he's got open track as he tries to reel in the driver running right in front of him. Has not been able to do so. There you see him further back there. He's trying to see if he can get up on the wheel to close up on Anthony Rivera, the energy kart driver. But again, he'll need to get his lap times back to where they were. He was the fastest driver on the racetrack in the 990. There he is. That's the gap right there between 6th and 7th. I thought Levy may be able to capitalize on what he's seeing, but Xander just doesn't look like he's been able to continue that forward motion and the pace that brought him from outside the top 10 into P7.
Yeah, he needs some more fighting up front because the leaders are starting to hit their stride. Maybe Levy came in a little bit early on this one. We're just at the halfway marker, right? 12 down, 10 to go. A lot of racing left. This will make it where the cart coming in doesn't matter too much as Rosser starts to block in 4 and 5. Bailiff says keep going forward. Lloyd is going to rough him up over in turn 5 and get by there. I don't know if that was meant to be as rough or not. Lloyd kind of put his hand in the air. I couldn't tell if that was more of a, what are you doing, or my bad.
Yeah, it was definitely elbows up through there. We'll see whether or not Bailiff returns the favor. Luke K right there in 4th with a pretty good run. Let's see if Luke K tries to make a move. Links went to the inside. Yeah, he had a good run. Bailiff had to check up a bit, so move Luke K potentially into the spot. Oh, and yep, Bailiff's going to get roughed up a little bit there. And he wonders what's going on. Hey, he was all the way on the inside. That was a tough one there. Maybe Luke K could have given him a little bit more room for sure. I'll have a look at that in the replay, I'm sure. And here's Levy taking advantage of it because right now big issues for Bailiff. Xander moving backwards after that contact coming out of turn number 9.
Yeah, you got to imagine there, I mean, for Finnegan, Bailiff, obviously he's trying to fight backward momentum. One guy goes by you, then everybody wants to go by you because they think there's a reason you're going backwards and that you're slow. So he was trying to go, and Luke K has been the most forceful, in my eyes, of trying to force himself clear and kind of knock the other driver off, maybe a little more than where the rest of the field has been kind of finding their line of what's fair and what's not. And they were nose to nose. Bailiff tried to fight it, risk he felt like he needed to take, and it might have bent that axle a little bit with the contact with the wall. I'm trying to see if I look at it. It looks okay. We'll know probably after this race.
I was wondering whether or not how much contact there was when he got outside there, well to the outside of the racetrack, potential contact. We'll see whether or not it plays out, and we'll see whether or not Bailiff gets himself back up to Luke K. Remember, he's a junior driver racing with the seniors, and every once in a while when you start to get a little too aggressive, they may pay you back.
They might just let it know. So speaking of some of the seniors he was racing with, we saw Frankie Mossman pull off the racetrack. Unfortunate deal for Frankie Mossman. He's down here with us trackside. Let's send it down to Alexander Searle for an update. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Frankie, you started P11 there outside the top 10, worked your way up to the lead pretty quickly. It looked like you had a pretty quick kart to contend for victory there. What happened?
I mean, yeah, it was really fast, CRG, and I mean, to Tony, the Zio, he's put a lot of effort into it. And the kart in both classes, they're really good. And I mean, you could see it when it's running that we're able to get there, but we were lacking a little bit on the engine side, and I felt it start to go away. The chain started slacking up, and then once I got bump drafted by them, it was just game over. Seized, and no more motor.
All right, thanks, Frankie.
Well, unfortunate there for Frankie Mossman, and that's just such a deflating feeling when you can feel it. We heard it from Marian Kremers in his voice about it, the right rear flat tire as well, that, you know, you when you feel, again, something starting to go, and you know it's just a matter of when, not if, you're going to break down, just takes the wind out of your sails.
Agreed. 15 laps down, 7 to go. Drivers up front not feeling that right now as Noah Rosser continues to lead over Colin Lloyd. We've got ourselves a pretty good little group up front right now. Within a second for the top 4, Rosser, Lloyd, Luke K. There he is right there. And then Peyton Phillips has worked his way to 4th. Rivera still running 5th. Aiden Levy up to 6th spot. He's 1.5 seconds behind the leaders, but was 0.2 quicker last time by. Look at Levy coming right now on Rivera. Close enough to potentially look for that move to P5. This kid's having a tremendous drive to start off the Pro Tour.
Yeah, he's having an awesome run. For Anthony Rivera, again, the kind of independent operation with a little bit of help from coach and tuner Dan Schlosser. For him and his dad, one of the few energy full-size karts here on the grid this weekend, and probably we'll see them a lot throughout the rest of the national season. They did a lot of training over the winter down in Florida. They ran a course at the SKUSA Winter Series as well, and he's ready to try and contend for some major results. This will get him a little closer. Lloyd to the lead in 4. Rosser back to the lead in 5.
Yeah, these back and forth through 4 and 5 just bring everybody back into the fight and could potentially set things up for Levy. Another driver has gone off the racetrack there.
Brooke Berry there off the racetrack in the 924. Out as well as another move from Lloyd for the lead, but sucks for Brooke Berry. Unfortunate to see it for the young lady out of Houston, Texas, as she will have to watch the rest of this one from the sidelines.
Luckily, back tomorrow to try it all over again. Look at the fight we're seeing back and forth, and Levy's gone by. Aiden Levy has gone to P5, getting through on Rivera, and Luque's gone to second. So the battling continuing here up front. Rosser leading the way. Luque second, Lloyd third. This is going to get good. Still a lot of laps to go. 5 laps they come across the line. Rosser, Luque, Lloyd, Phillips, Levy, and Rivera. Then a second back to Finnegan Bailiff. Look at the fight up front. Now we're going to full defensive. Rosser to the bottom of the racetrack. Here comes Aiden Levy as well on a pass. Further back, Peyton Phillips to third.
Yeah, Peyton Phillips here. We talked about him early on. Kind of got shuffled to the wayside in the opening few laps. He's let this race come back to him, and now he's in the mix here. Peyton Phillips is there. Levy, of course, is on the bumper. Rivera looking for that first career national podium in his rookie senior season would be tremendous. And Finnegan Bailiff, again, it looked like he got wrecked. He's back there leading that second pack forward as Levy takes over fourth, and a late dive bomb from Fernando Luque to take over the lead in turn 9.
Yeah, Luque, the rookie, the first-year senior driver, works his way now up into the lead. But watch, everybody's coming. Lloyd's going to try to work up on Levy. This is also going to bring Finnegan Bailiff back in. He's bringing a bunch of drivers with him. Braden Robertson, Josh Campbell, Henry Wheeler, all there on the train being led by Finnegan Bailiff. Luque, though, up front.
10 carts strong here with 4 laps to go. At some point, Rob, this is that point of the race when that lead pack at crunch time gets a little bit too big, and it will explode at some point. There's part of it. There it is. Called it again. On it. I'm pumped about that. I'm so sorry, Braden Robertson, but my goodness, cleaned out in turn number 5.
Xander Clements high-fiving himself in the booth. That was a good call, though. Indeed, something was going to happen sooner or later, and you called it right there. It did. And you know where it happened? The drivers who were outside the top 5 that believed that potentially they were getting an opportunity, they needed to take it, and Braden Robertson, the driver, ends up being on the outside looking in.
Hate to see that there. Big fan of Braden Robertson and the run he had last week at the Texas Sprint Racing Series and then rolled that momentum here to good speed today. Like you said, Rob, he gets a new day tomorrow, but a bent-up go-kart doesn't make anyone have a happy Saturday afternoon. We're down to 6 now in the lead pack with the 7th and 8th place stragglers hanging on to Josh Campbell and Henry Wheeler. Robertson out of contention, Rivera out of contention as well.
I think it was Rivera that got together. Listen, they were trying to go for the same piece of asphalt coming out of turn number 5. Did not play well for them, and now we're seeing the laps wind down. In fact, there is Rivera. He has worked his way off onto pit lane. Tough one for the driver who was running there in the top 6 for a majority of the race. Otherwise, Peyton Phillips was the leader last time by. We got a long way to go. Phillips still leads. Look at this. 2-3 wide coming up the straightaway. Everybody having a look. Levy to the bottom. They'll go back around. Luque's right there. Way around the outside for Rosser, and Levy, Luque again, the second driver that he's used up coming out of turn number 9.
Yep, you're trying to write some checks. He may not be able to cash here. It's a bump and run or a rough him up and get away for a reason. Fernando Luque's got to be careful because right behind him now is Noah Rosser. Rosser tried the outside move. He's going to get to the bumper in turn number 1, and he might just pay that one back there. The junior driver moving into senior has been very aggressive today to try and force some respect given to him. And again, there's a lot of ways to earn respect. You can make them fear you. You can make them be a fan of you in the way that you race as well. But either way here, Fernando Luque's got himself to 3rd for the moment as they battle back in the group. Bailiff versus Josh Campbell. That's back for 7th here at the end of the train. And with all that skirmishing going on in turn number 9, it's spread them out. Lloyd to the inside of Wheeler. He gets himself back to the top 5. And Peyton Phillips through it all to the lead. Aiden Levy, 13 spots gained to 2nd as we battle again for P7.
Amazing drive for Aiden Levy. He looks forward on Peyton Phillips, the Winter Series champion, trying to see if he can't come out of the gate with the victory here at the Winter Nationals. White flag will fly. This time by 1 to go here in KA 100 Senior. And Levy, who started outside the top 10, has put in a drive. Team Tarp stepping things up. They'll work their way through turn number 3. Is he close enough to 4? Big move down the bottom. This is going to give Levy an opportunity for a sweet over-under. He'll look to the opening to the inside, not quite there. He is right on the rear bumper, though, Xander, and holding on up front is Peyton Phillips.
Yeah, Phillips doing a great job defending. Luke Hay could play spoiler. So could Noah Rosser, who's faded a little bit here. We've seen how aggressive Fernando Luque has been. What does he do? Look how slow Peyton Phillips went. He's going to kill his momentum coming out of the corner. Aiden Levy to the lead down the back straightaway. Luque to second. Rosser's on Luque's bumper. Does he get him back? He's going to stay in line, try to get third through turn 9. Aiden Levy looking for national win number 2 in a similar crossover move to Homestead's got one more turn. Look at Luque down the inside, drives him wide. Unbelievable. Luque across the line. The rookie wins in Orlando.
Luque with the victory. Slide jobs it in front of anybody. I'll tell you, that one is not going to go over well with race control. Fernando Luque just got himself in some level of trouble. Slide jobbing, trying to get a little impressive potential, a little artwork there coming across the line. They're not going to like that at all. But, man, even contact coming through the final couple of corners, there was no shortage of excitement coming to the line on that one. Luque gets the win. Xander, Aiden Levy holds on to second. A big move to the inside, used up Levy coming through turn number 12. Lots to unpack from that particular race.
Again, what I like to say a lot, short-term gain, long-term loss. Luque, the unofficial winner. We'll wait to see if the officials say anything, but you can bet Finnegan Bailiff and Noah Ross are taking little notes. Okay, that's how you want to race me? Yep. I'll keep that in mind for tomorrow when we line up again.
Agreed. I was going to say the same thing. Those are two guys that have already said, hey, you know what? Yeah, I got used up coming out of turn number 9. You're not going to get through there probably next tomorrow. But he will take the victory here unofficially right now. Again, tried to celebrate coming across the line, ended up sliding right in front of anybody. That could have got really ugly. Aiden Levy, as we said, coming home in second. Let's give him some props.
Yeah.
15th to second for Aiden Levy. Talk about, you know what, Winter Series, Xander, he showed us what he's made of. This is a national level guy that can win championships and really stepped it up to back it up again here, coming from 15th up to second. This kid is ready to win a championship.
Yeah, again, we talk about championship runs, making the most of your bad days, minimizing damage, right? You would think a spin out of the lead would just deflate a driver. We saw Stephen Miller manage it, come back, win the race. Levy comes back, almost wins, gets second, gets a heck of a points haul through the day, and big kudos to Aiden Levy and the Team Tarp boys on the Kart Republic. Wow. So he gets away there with second, and of course at the line there for that podium finish. What a run there to get third at the end for Peyton Phillips after kind of maybe missing the mark a little bit on raw speed throughout that main event. He gets some hardware, so we've got a lot more to unpack from that one, and we got a lot more racing coming your way, folks, for the Orlando Kart Center stop of the SKUSA Pro Tour. The action is not stopping anytime soon. Mini Swift, presented by Avinco Tires, is up next. Welcome back to Orlando Kart Center here for the Avinco Tires Mini Swift main event as we come off a crazy final in K100 Senior. Lots of drivers to chat with after that one. We already heard the unfortunate part for Frankie Mossman breaking down. Anthony Rivera gets collected late in the going. Braden Robertson as well. Bailiff, Luque, as well as Noah Rosser, Aiden Levy, Peyton Phillips, all in the top 10, had some kind of story and something probably to say about that one. So we'll see how many we can cycle through in this Mini Swift main to see how entertaining it'll be and how much we can cut away, because their pre-final, pretty smart, got it handed to a lot of them, broke away, stayed away, kept the race really between the top couple of drivers. Will the main event be like that? We don't know, but we're going to find out here as Marco Romero and Tristan Murphy will line up for row number 1.
It'll be Kai Johnson alongside Rocco Simoni on row number 2, starting 3rd and 4th.
Travis Pettit starts to the inside of the top 5 and the inside of row 3. They are on the TKG Kart Republic. Fionn Shi to the outside in row 3.
Lucas Palacio split the difference from his qualifying session. Qualified 14th, moved to 7th. We'll see what he's able to do here in the main event. He'll start alongside Royce Vega on row 4.
Row 5 will have Ashton Woon in the 195 machine on the inside lane. Cameron Marcia to the outside. William Kim and Santiago Namnum, row number 6. Then it's Max Cristia, Felipe Jesus Benito, Matthew Cagle, your top 15. And on down through the 42-driver field as they come into the tram lines. We saw how slow Kai Johnson did to start in the pre-final. Romero's not as slow, but it's pretty slow. And now we're on the gas. Let's go and make it last for 22 laps here in Mini Swift as they go down to turn number 1.
Couple drivers climbing up on the curbing through turn number 1. Others well off the outside of the racetrack, too. Romero getting a good start to work his way through. But here comes the train on the inside. They'll dive it down to the bottom. Romero looking to get a better run, but I think that's potentially Kai Johnson to the inside. Further back, 2-3 drivers together. Everybody else trying to keep the thing moving forward. And the 173, is that Pizzonia? And the 173 indeed, Pizzonia Nito. And there's 4 more drivers collected as well in the opening circuit.
Yeah, Edward Kennedy involved. One of the Bennecks involved as well. So lots of carnage on that turn 4 to turn 5 section. Meanwhile, a couple of Bennecks leading the way as it's getting crazy back there to the edge of the top 10. Lots of movement down the straightaway. They all got to be careful as race control. They've got a camera you can see next to that Avinco banner looking straight down that backstretch to watch for multiple moves and swerving. So they need to be wareful of that. But as we come across the line to put 1 lap in the books here for Avinco Tires Mini Swift, 19 laps to go. Marco Romero, Kai Johnson, and a great start for Tristan Murphy as the top 3 have broken away.
Into the second half of our main events, 4 down, 4 to go. Still the big shows coming. Pro Shifter, X30 Senior still to come for sure. But opening laps just getting things underway here.
Well, let's send it on down as we continue to go side by side for more interviews from the pit lane. Emery Lida will kick us off here with some of our post-race coverage from that KA Senior main event. Emery?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. I'm here with Peyton Phillips. Peyton, it was a really good race for you, all things considered, considering maybe not as much pace as you would have liked to have, but then walk me through those last couple of laps and the chaos that came from that.
Yeah, I got to the lead. Didn't really know what to expect, how many laps we had left, so I went like, I'll start blocking. I might as well do it because if they go by me, there's no chance of me winning. And then I just made a rookie mistake. For how long I've been driving go-karts, I should not be doing that, but it is what it is. Still P3 in the end. Not too bad.
Yeah, and the block you made in turn number 8, obviously you went all the way down to the white line, and it's just one of those corners where you kind of set yourself up for a crossover. If you're in that situation tomorrow, maybe for those that aren't quite as familiar with the defensive driving career, what sort of things do you think you can change to kind of make that to where you aren't so susceptible to the crossover?
Maybe look back before going into the bowl, because I thought we had a whole top pack behind us. I thought my block in the turn 7, I think it was, kind of stacked us all up. So I'm like, I'll go all the way to the bottom just in case. But it was just me and Levy, and then the others came.
One last thing, I mean, you've had a solid start to the season. You finished on the podium throughout Winter Series, went out really well there. You've been at 1 TSRS last weekend. You've been up front at USPKSL up front here. Who's making it all possible for you?
Ryan Perry, my mom, half of my dad, my uncle, of course, Austin Osborne, for being the best mechanic. OTK for the best chassis, Group A for the nice T-shirts and visor strips, and Frame for some good kit.
All right, Peyton Phillips, not the result he wanted given that he was up at the front on the last lap, but still a solid third-place effort to kick off his 2023 Pro Tour. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Emery. Yeah, that kid should not be hanging his head at all. Obviously,
Yeah.
we've seen what he's been able to do to start the season off. He's a race-winning driver, and that's just a minor mistake. He thought he was kind of stacked up behind, didn't realize what happened, and really, I know he's beating down on himself right now. He's got to keep his head up and come back tomorrow because he's got great speed.
Yeah, it's tough to watch those, right? You
Yeah.
can see how much they want to win and hate to lose. And when you know that you had that lead with just 4 to 5 corners remaining and it goes away from you, that's the stuff that keeps you up at night. And you think about weeks and months after. They've got, everyone's been racing almost every week here in Orlando. But now, and even like Emery said, he was in action last week at the Texas Sprint Series. He's got a month off till we come back with the U.S. Pro Kart Series at Speed Sports on the national calendar. So he's going to play that one out, and I'm sure he's probably happy it's Saturday, not Sunday, so he gets another try tomorrow. But, he drove a great race, man. The kid is still third. It's still good points. It still puts you in contention to maybe sweep all the SKUSA national titles on the year. I mean, our Winter Series champ, he's coming along. But, again, it also shows you how much he wants it, how much he expects of himself at this point in his career. And it's impressive to take a step back and say, I'm disappointed with third.
And what do they say? You learn more from your failures than your successes, right? He's not going to make that mistake again, so count it up as a learning experience for Peyton Phillips. Right now up front, we got the drivers settling in here right now again for the this race in Mini Swift. Marco Romero, Kai Johnson, Tristan Murphy, top 3 the last time by. Good racing just to get into the early laps.
They've still pulled away a little bit by working together beautifully so far from Ashton Woon and Lucas Palacio and company. We'll see if that continues here as we're now 4 laps in, 16 to go. Let's go down trackside to our unofficial winner while we wait for everything to clear tech inspection. Fernando Luque in his senior debut has had a wild run and more, all down here with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Fernando. Unofficial winner here in KA Senior. First start in any senior category. Really impressive stuff, really chaotic race from your end, from everybody's end. Walk through the race.
Yeah, I mean, it was like a very tough race, very long race. Everybody racing super aggressive, but I mean, it was good racing.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, you have a bumper penalty so far. You told me you're going to go protest it. You said it happened, I believe, when Frankie blew up. So, might be able to get it overturned. Either way, good run for you. Who'd you like to thank?
Well, I'd like to thank my dad, my family, Super Toon USA, Ben, Billy, my mechanic, and also Marco.
Yeah, and one last thing. Walk me through that final lap, final corner pass there in Aiden.
Well, honestly, I thought it was over, but then Peyton started to block, and I got the over on Peyton, and then honestly, I just sent it.
Yeah, you sent it for sure. Fernando Luque, unofficial winner in KA Senior. Back to you guys.
Cool to see the kid in good spirits, man. You can feel how pumped up he is with that result.
Yeah, I don't think he's worried about anything else that could happen when it's all said and done. Obviously, he's the pushback bumper. He thinks it happened when the contact with the issue with Frankie Mossman. We didn't talk at all about the spin after the line when he was showboating a little bit. But, hey, bottom line is he came in as a junior and was right in the middle of the fight. Unofficial, as we said. We'll see what happens with the penalty. But, yeah, the bottom line is he worked them pretty good and was right in the middle of the fight the entire race.
Yeah, he was. I mean, again, had to try and make sure that he didn't get pushed around. He was definitely looking like he got out-muscled on the starts, and maybe that explains why he was doing a little more out-muscling as the race went on to some of those other guys as the race went out. So, just stuff you learn. You pick up on little nuances and how everyone around you wants to drive in the group that's been racing in that class for a little bit. Again, for him, he said it's really been aggressive in his eyes more than stuff in junior, which I think it's a different kind of description of aggression. You see a lot more purposeful moves and dive bombs and tactical defensive moves, where in junior some of that stuff, it seems to not have as much of a direction to it. But nonetheless, congrats to Fernando Luque if that bumper penalty can get overturned. If not, a lot will change in that KA Senior leading order. Now, the leading order here in the Mini Swift division. Right now we are 7 in, 13 to go. Last time by Ashton Moon and Fionn Shi did not really make up much time, but they're also not far away. You can see Romero signaling back to Murphy, Johnson the same back to Marco Romero that, hey, what we're doing is working. We need to keep doing this. We can keep pulling away. They won't be able to catch us. Because at the moment, with how they are, and especially impressive for Ashton Woon by himself, evening out with this lead pack, 1 pass, 2 passes, 3 passes, little blocking, and we got a lot more joining.
I was going to say that has not been the theme for the day so far of guys working together up front. We've seen so many of them just making those dive bomb moves, making those over-unders, whatever it may be, running the defensive lines. This is so early in this run. We're only 7 laps in for a 20-lapper. And again, the cadet categories, mini and micro, both running 20-lap main events. 8 laps down right now. They have about a second and a half on Ashton Woon. this front-running trio of Kai Johnson, Marco Romero, and Tristan Murphy. Behind Woon, again, another second is Fion Shi. He's got Lucas Palacio very close. Palacio actually turning really good lap times. His best was the last time by. He wasn't quite, though, as quick as the lead drivers. In fact, the top 5 drivers were faster in front of him, so Palacio not making any moves forward. Currently holds P5. He's got a battle there with Travis Pettit, Cameron Marshall there as well. But right now, Xander, this front-running trio is doing a good job. They've done what they need to do, and just if they do what they're doing right now, we'll see a battle over the last 3 or 4 laps.
Again, they were only 1,000th of a second better than Ashton Woon by himself.
Wow.
So they need to keep doing it all the way to the bitter end, and that's where Ashton Woon's got to keep his head on straight. And they are up the road. I'm not in the tow, but they're not getting away from me. If I keep doing what I'm doing, at some point they will start to fight amongst themselves. And when they do, I will get there because my speed is good enough on my own. And for Fion Shi and Lucas Palacio, they need more of that battling for them because right now they're at best, even if not losing a 10th to 2 tenths, even to Ashton Woon up the road from them. So they need more fighting up front, but we're still early. We're still yet to get to halfway. I mean, the fastest lap of the race just came from the kid in 10th, William Kim, with a great run there in the number 5 for Ryan Perry Motorsports. So half a second, by the way, better than the race leader.
Yeah, I'm looking at kind of this group here, Fion Shi and Lucas Palacio. We're following it here right now. This is the guys running now in the 5th and 6th position. My thought is if they're able to close potentially up to Ashton Woon, would they be able to help push him up to the lead, or even Palacio? We kind of expected Palacio, I think, to be a little faster than he has been on the weekend, currently running in that 6th position. He needs to get by here really quickly to get by Fion Shi and potentially try to reel in Ashton Woon. Right now, there's Fion Shi in the 153 and then the 102 Kart Republic. That is Lucas Palacio. And again, their lap times are pretty good, but as they come across the line, let's have a look. A 101 flat for Woon, 1009 for Fion Shi, 1010 for Palacio. So really maybe a 10th faster, but they're still back by a full second.
Yeah, again, they're still a good ways away. So all the gaps have stayed pretty stagnant here in the mini Swift class. And, you know, for these kids, big kudos to all of them for being as smart as they are. Even the ones back here a little further down the line, Lucas Palacio, Travis Pettit working together. I mean, they're not trading up spots. They're not giving up hope yet, Rob. They're still hoping that they can catch the leaders at some point. The battle will open up, and they'll be able to get into the mix of things here with 10 down, 10 to go. Let's also go side by side once again. More of the aftermath from that KA Senior finish here and that main event with Emery.
I'm here with Aiden Levy. Aiden, provisional race winner, depending on what happens with Luque, second on the track. Walk me through, first off, your run from 15th on the grid to get to the race lead, and then what happened over the last lap.
Yeah, so I had a really good run. The cart was set up. It was really quick. We went into the last corner, and he was 3 kart lengths back. So I blocked 3 quarters thinking, he's not going to send it in there, and he sure did. So good move on his part.
Yeah, and obviously not the day you necessarily wanted starting from pole, but still, I mean, you recovered really well in that final. What made it possible?
Everyone in my under my tent making my cart fast, yeah, that's about it.
One last thing, you looking at tomorrow, you got a strong start to your Pro Tour. Any changes you're going to make heading into tomorrow's final with the new tires and everything?
No, we might change a thing or two, but I think for the most part we'll leave it the same. It's really quick the way it was now, so I'm really happy with it.
All right, Aiden Levy, we'll see how the penalties end up, but regardless, a strong run to get to second on track for him in the final. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, indeed. I probably should give himself some props as well, I think, because even though he was saying the cart was a hot rod, he really drove it well. You can see the passes he made were very decisive. He was able to position himself correctly. When you're coming from that deep in the field, I always say once you get somewhere, if you're faster than everybody, you don't wait, right? You make the pass, get by, and keep moving forward. Had he not done that, he would not have been in a fight in that lead group. So Aiden Levy did a great job to work his way up to where he could actually really put himself in a position to win this thing. Provisionally with the win right now. We'll see how it goes. He did give good props for Luque, too. He opened the door, he said. I gave him 3/4 of a cart width, and he sent it. So bottom line is he made a good move to the inside.
Couple drivers on the move as well here in Mini Swift. All the last few laps we've been going back and forth down to pit lane. I've been watching Cameron Marcia as well as Travis Pettit carve their way up the order. Pettit got around Fianchi that time. He's now up to 5th and chasing down Ashton Woon. Marsha's right there with him in 7th. Two drivers right now that seem to be the fastest two on the racetrack are starting to make some serious headway. They're not far from Ashton Woon. Granted, they're still about 3 seconds from the leaders with 7 laps to go, but they might be able to get there with some different talent again leading this pack. So Travis Pettit last time by a 1 minute point 79. He was about 100th quicker than the race leader with a pass. So I've got some high hopes here for the 129 TKG Kart Republic and that Ryan Perry Motorsports Nitro car to Cameron Marsha as the exit turn number 8.
Still that front-running trio doing what we expected out of them. They are not racing at all. Johnson, Romero, and Murphy, 1, 2, 3. They have 2.2 seconds on Ashton Woon. The drivers turning pretty good lap times, 1 minute 7, 1 minute 6. And just doing what they need to do. We talked about the fact that if they don't race, they're going to be able to pull away. Once they start racing, they could potentially bring Ashton Woon back into the fight. But those drivers up front, veterans and being smart, Kai Johnson leading the way, and he's putting down good laps, so it's not like they have to worry about getting reeled in from behind from Ashton Woon. I'm sure that Tristan Murphy looks over his shoulder every time up the straightaway to make sure he's got the gap he needs. But at this point, 14 laps down, 6 more laps remaining. Sooner or later, Xander, they're going to have to start racing. Otherwise, Kai Johnson's going to cruise to a victory.
Yeah, I mean, at some point you got to decide where do you want to be when that 2 to go signal is given. And kind of keep a rough mental number or watch your micron for the total laps you've turned so you know where you are mostly in the race. Obviously, they know they've been out there for a while, and you can kind of look and base off of it. You know, okay, we did 1 warm-up lap, so lap 1 was really lap 2. Do the math up, okay, we should be going to 21 laps completed or 22 more or less, depending on how it counts it. So when I'm at lap 17, 18, I need to make my move to be where I need to be. Do I want to be third? Do I want to be second? Do I want to be in the lead? I don't know. All of them probably got a little different mindset. And then again, not saying you're going to be able to be where you want to be. You might have an idea of where you'd like to, but you got to be good at thinking on your feet as well. So Kai Johnson obviously is happy leading the way. Romero happy for now in second. Murphy happy in third. Will they be that way for the whole way to the finish? I don't know, but we'll find out here as we continue to watch them. Let's go side by side for more down to pit lane.
Thanks, Xander. I'm here with Leo Scorpione. Leo, we haven't spoken to you much all weekend. You haven't really had the pace that we would have expected from you. You said you've been struggling with a bit of motor issues. I think you got them settled. Have you?
I mean, we found a lot of stuff in the carburetor that was wrong, and we fixed it for the final, and let's see what we can do. So catch RPGs, because the RPGs is fine. We need to catch them.
Yeah, obviously rolling off P7 here, like you said. A bunch of the same go-karts ahead of you. What's the game plan?
Just send it and not let them, or not so you pull away. Make it a fight.
Yeah, and I mean, what you learned from the pre-final, even from practice yesterday, do you think you have a kart ready for the long run?
I mean, we changed everything on the go-kart now for the final. Like, we're coming in with a brand new go-kart, basically. We changed everything, so we'll see how it goes.
All right, thanks, Leo. Good luck.
Well, there you have it from Leo Scorpione trying to chase down the boys in purple and pink here in the Arlington Performance Group Cosmic Brigade. It's a lot of them lining up in the front half of the field. The X30 Junior presented by the RPG Group or the Arlington Performance Group as well. Now looking at this group here for 4th, 5th, and 6th, Ashton Woon's lead back to the next pack has evaporated. Here comes Travis Pettit. Inside clear. Travis Pettit to P4. Wow. 2.5 seconds away from the leaders. So 2.5 seconds away from Travis Pettit with 4 laps to go. Can he get there? Can he bring this group forward? He's brought Cameron Marsha along for the ride as well as Fianchi. And up front, Kai Johnson, Tristan Murphy, Marco Romero. The order's switched up a little bit with 3 laps to go. Murphy now into second as we go side by side for one more interview before the end of this race with Emery Lida.
Here with Teddy Masella. Teddy, you've had a good weekend so far inside the top 3. Heat race got a little bit sketchy throughout parts of it with battles with Steven and the rest of your teammates, but you're starting in a good spot for the final. How's your weekend been going so far?
It's been going really great. I had race pace all over the weekend. I was always in the top 3, top 5. So I think I have a really good chance of winning it. We just this is the RPG one, like top 5. We just push together. I bet we can just pull away and just have a fight for the final 2 laps to see who wins.
Yeah, and you've had the opportunity to race with Ernesto pretty much the entire season, all throughout the winter. And now you guys sharing the front row again. It's been like that a few times now. Talk to me about kind of what you've learned about him as a driver and how it's kind of helped you in terms of just getting yourself up to sort of matching him and kind of continuing to race with him.
What I've learned is just like most of it is racecraft and just instead of just doing 1 lap, it's doing it that 1 lap consistently, lap after lap. that's the one thing that I feel like I've been struggling with compared to Ernesto, and that's why he had that edge on me every other race. So.
Yeah. One last thing, you're looking at kind of an RPG 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 on the grid. You've got Stephen Miller in 9th come after a penalty. Are you guys planning to work together to kind of work your way up to the front, or is it going to be kind of every man for itself up here?
We should be able just to push each other because we're all teammates. We should push each other until the final 2 laps because that's when it's a race and that's when you should just battle and see whoever wins. But from that point until that point, we should just push each other and see so we can pull a gap until the final 2 laps. So.
All right, Teddy Masella off to a nice start this weekend. He'll start the race from the outside of the front row. We'll see what you can do in the main event. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Emery, there. Obviously on your screen, problems for one of the Bennick machines. That is the 140 of Troy Ferguson, who is out in turn 9, and we are side by side for the lead. Marco Romero's faded here. Big mistake from him last time by. Murphy's got the lead. White flag coming this time by at Avinco Tires Mini Swift. Kai Johnson on the bumper down to turn number 1.
Yeah, indeed. Good job for Murphy coming through that 10, 11, 12 complex. But here comes a move to the inside, side by side, and coming through turn number 2. It is Kai Johnson back to the lead in the Bennick. Murphy had taken over the lead. He'll low line it down into turn number 4. This could bring Romero back in, maybe even Pettit and Woon. It blocks to the inside again. Defensive line in 5. Here we go, Xander. Final lap for the drivers in Mini Swift.
Half a lap to go. Marco Romero getting some new life as he closes back in after fading backwards there. Trying to get there is Travis Pettit and Ashton Woon. As here comes Tristan Murphy with a dive in turn number 8. Johnson's going to have the momentum. He'll look low. Tristan Murphy will block low. Romero goes high. He probably doesn't know how close Pettit is. Look at Kai Johnson sending it deep high. Crossover move coming out of the corner. He bangs wheels. And here comes Marco Romero. They're drag racing down in turn number 10. Probably a bent axle for Kai Johnson. Final corner. Travis Pettit around the outside trying to get there. Not going to. Kai Johnson is going to win round 1 in Orlando.
Kai Johnson gets the victory with a fist pump for Travis Pettit still as that group that he led all the way back to the lead finds themselves in the middle of an elbows-up scrap over the final 6 corners of this racetrack. Kai Johnson gets the over-under contact between he and Tristan Murphy on the exit of the corner, and he's still able to come out with a victory by over 0.2 of a second. A tremendous run, the first national podium as well for Travis Pettit on that Kart Republic. And Ashton Woon, who had ran 4th for the entire run, ends up capitalizing as well. He goes to 3rd. So the 2 of the 3 drivers in that lead group that led for 19 laps, indeed they did, just don't come home with a podium. Marco Romero ends up in 4th, Tristan Murphy in 5th. As that, Xander, that group that was closing, the minute they got there, they wanted to capitalize. They had worked so hard over so many laps to close up. They got their opportunity, and you can see a nice move around the outside for Travis Pettit. He's able to end up with the 2nd place finish. Nonetheless, a great run for Kai Johnson, but what a drive for Travis Pettit as well.
Yeah, heck of a drive. To my knowledge, his best career finish so far in the Mini Swift class. Heck of a debut with that Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic squad. Awesome to see from Travis Pettit there in the 129. As we get set for more action here coming our way. X30 Junior Rob, we saw them with probably some of the gnarliest moves between Stephen Miller and Ernesto Rivera in that pre-final. I'm sure the score may be, again, uneven, but probably just like, again, in baseball, you throw at the batter's head and miss. Umpires come out and say, all right, warning, warning, anything else, we are done.
Well, I know we've seen a lot of it here at this particular racetrack over a bunch of different events. These guys seem to have been going after each other. We know that the guys that are going to be running up front, both Stephen Miller and Ernesto Rivera. Rivera already with a couple of championships, 3, I think, in total on the season in a couple of different organizations. Stephen Miller fighting it out with him as well. But, again, there's been some issues. More for Ty Fisher.
Oh, what a rough day here for Ty Fisher. Here comes the external starter. They're going to try and give it some gas to get him going. You can see the engine vibrating there as they try to turn it over. They're going to spin the rear axle so that way they can move the tire so it's not bogged up.
And look at this. That's RPG, that's Speed Concepts, everybody jumping in to try to see if they can't get Ty Fisher fired back up again. It just ain't revving right now. Man, that's tough.
Yeah, the clock still keeps going. You can see the SKUSA official right there. They get 90 seconds as long as he was on the ground, on the grid before the main event here, that they'll try and allow him to join the show. But when that warm-up lap comes to a conclusion, that'll be done. They're trying to rev it there. You can see more from the Speed Concepts camp trying to tell them what they need. Starter looks like it's not the issue. They tried the external starter. They're scrambling for a little bit more. They can't do a spark plug change because no tools allowed on the grid, just a tire pressure gauge. So, and that's it.
Wow.
There's the time. So, unfortunately for Ty Fisher, he will not get to join the field here for this main event.
Unbelievable. It will be an all-RPG front row. Ernesto Rivero starting on the pole alongside Teddy Musella. Diego Ardiles and Max Taylor on row number 4, and rather 2. It's actually top 5 drivers all RPG.
Dominating start to the day here. Caleb Campbell on the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed completes row 3 with Wolney on the inside. Leo Escorpioni and Emma Scarborough, row 4. Stephen Miller, Charlie Smith, row number 5 as we come down the tram line.
Yeah, and Oliver Weldon there in 11th. Already had a great run in KA. Let's see what he can do here. We're underway. Green, and X30 Junior through turn number 1 and 2. Pretty good start early. Not a huge field, as you can see, as I think when we end. Oh, there's a bit of trouble. A number of drivers off on the outside of turn number 3.
Oh, a Scorpione getting tagged there on the outside. 3 wide. Charlie Smith to the high side. Miller got through into the dirt a little bit, and a big run through the dirt for the PSL Karting Bureau Larda. Christian Cameron started 13th, and he was probably the highest one in the air through turn number 3.
Xander, I don't know if the outside of turn number 3 is the best place to be. We've seen a bunch of drivers try to hold on to their spots out there, and they have found themselves off on the grass and going over the whoops.
And look at this here for the Rawlston Performance Group team. You can't ask for anything more. All 5 of their drivers with a breakaway gap in the top 5 here, nose to tail. And I bet you every single blue RPG shirt around the racetrack is trying to signal, do not pass yet. Do not pass. Do not let anyone else get here. This is perfect. You guys can battle with 2 to go, and that's it.
That's it. This is the breakaway pack we were hoping to get. This is the ideal situation. Just there they are there. There's the team up in the RPG on top of the hauler right now. Mike Rawlston off to the right side there, kind of just checking things out. And this is the key. Guys, run together, don't pass, pull away, but they're already starting to race.
Yeah, too late for that, Rob. We're going at it. Rivera got roughed up wide there while we were looking around for the crowd. Max Taylor's your new leader. Teddy Musella is still second. Ardiles is third. So maybe the boys realized, you know what, Ernesto's the best of us. Let's get him to the back. Let's get someone else in the RPG Cosmic to win and try and get a championship. He's got plenty of trophies already.
That's right. Share the wealth, man. Indeed, there they are. That blue and pink out front for RPG looking good. As we said, it's Max Taylor as the leader. Musella runs in second right now as they'll work their way around to put lap number 2 in the books. And again, Rivera led the last lap. He was pushed all the way back to P5. Taylor, Musella, Ardiles, Wolney, and Rivera, and Stephen Miller right there in 6th with his teammate Emma Scarborough right behind him.
So no passing this time in turn number 4. Bobble from Max Taylor. He goes a little wide. Pass actually, correction on mine. Rivera goes through on Jackson Wolney for that 4th position. And Stephen Miller looming in the distance there trying to join the party. Emma Scarborough is a little further back with Caleb Campbell trying to get there as well as we go through turn number 8 that time. Nice move by the 796 of Wolney. Back around. Actually, that was who was it around? Was that?
That was Ardiles, I think, going by Musella, yeah.
Yeah, so more shuffling there. This is where it gets tricky to pick them all out.
Well,
right?
yeah, we're literally having to go off their helmets right now and maybe race suits to a certain extent. It's tough to pick these karts up, obviously all with the same livery on the machine. So, again, out front, Max Taylor looking good as he is trying to pull away in that 703 machine. But, yeah, the RPG karts running first back through 5th. And then again, as we said, Stephen Miller. Caleb Campbell just went purple last time by in the Speed Concepts Racing Machine number 175. So or the 775. So Campbell showing some good pace early.
Yeah, Caleb Campbell getting there. And now all these guys battling for second are backing themselves up. Max Taylor's going to get gifted about a second lead here as they go through 6, 7, and 8 because Musella and Ardiles went back and forth. So did Wolney and Rivera. And now here comes Stephen Miller up to the pack as well, saying, hey, guys, remember me? I'm back. And Caleb Campbell, like you said, fast time closing in. Scarborough closing in. So if they can hunt down Max Taylor, it could be a pretty big show up front. At the moment, it might just end up being a fight for second, depending how they play their cards here, coming to see 18 laps to go. A lot of time.
Yeah, we got a long way to go. Campbell up on the wheel there. Campbell in the 775, went purple last time by from P7. And again, there's your lead for Taylor. And indeed, it is actually Rivera and Miller together back there, 5th and 6th. Those are the 2 drivers that have tussled it up but have some fire to their rivalry already developing here in 2023. Here's another big move. Musella's going to go back a couple of positions. Indeed, he'll go back a couple of spots. I think maybe Is Miller into P5 now? I think he is.
Yeah, Stephen Miller getting around Ernesto Rivera, who's maybe on a little lower tire pressure than his teammates here to start this one, or just getting shuffled and having dirty tires in the opening few laps as Miller takes another one. Gets by Musella, overcooks it though. Here comes Musella back on him. Miller's checking the gap back to try and find a place down low. Now he's going to go deep. Musella gets into him. They both go wide.
Rivera
gets by. Yeah.
What?
So just like that there, the pack splits up and shuffles again. Emma Scarborough down the inside, and a little hip check from Stephen Miller saying, hey, didn't appreciate that, you sending us both out to the weeds. I want that spot, and I want you to get behind me.
Yeah, you know what? Caleb Campbell leveraging that as well. He's worked his way to P4, I think, for Campbell, maybe 5th for Campbell. So he's into the top 5 here as well. But again, it's that lead for Max Taylor over 1.5 seconds that last time by. He's more than happy to let his guys battle with the Kart Republics and the Red Speed there for the Speed Concepts Racing driver. You guys have it out. I'll just take off here, try to win my first race of the year.
Yeah, see if he can get up there here. For Caleb Campbell, it's been a year of kind of slowly getting closer. Some weekends a little better than others, but an overall upward trending progression bar. And as he exits turn number 9, he's following the kid that's won almost everything there is to win in 125cc junior competition this year in the Mexican Ernesto Rivera. Out of the final turn, this time by 16 laps to go here. 6 down so far in this 22-lap final. And as they head for turn number 1, well, Max Taylor has given up 0.3 last time by. Was up a little bigger, down back to 1.3 seconds if they stay in line. What is Jackson Wolney going to do there in that 3rd spot? He'll follow Ardiles for the moment. Rivera is going to do the same. Now Wolney's going to go on him in 5, and that'll take him a tenth or two away, maybe. And the lead stays the same for Max Taylor.
Yeah, Taylor's more than happy to see his teammates battling it out for P2, or the chase position, if you will, because they continue to go at each other. Here goes Rivera. He'll go back to the inside again.
Slick move by Caleb Campbell there. Opened up when he saw the 2 teammates go low, and he gets around Ardiles as well. Nicely done by Caleb Campbell to follow Rivera through.
Yeah, Campbell having a really strong run here. Now, again, think about the thought of it. You're battling in here with all these teammates. You're like the interloper in the middle of the RPG party, and you're just trying to work their way forward. I'll give it up for the RPG guys. They've raced him very cleanly so far. But in and out, we're seeing a lot of really good racing. The passes are all pretty clean, and, again, things are settling in, but this is all playing into the hands of Max Taylor.
Yeah, this is all, again, everything he wants to see out back. That leads now 1.6 seconds. Probably add another tenth or two to it now as Rivera goes by for second. And Miller looked like he got a deep dive bomb there that time on – no, Scarborough going by. Oh, whoa, we got was that contact further back? Musella and Miller over in 5? I don't know if we missed it a little bit there with that camera in turn number 4, but I think they kind of got together, and Miller got shuffled back to that 7th spot now. So Musella gets around Stephen Miller. At the end of the train is now Diego Ardiles. But these two, again, trading blows. This time it's Musella and Miller kind of going at it as Rivera has gotten himself safely to second, and now will try to lead the charge of nearly 2 seconds away to get to Max Taylor with 14 laps remaining.
How about Emma Scarborough having a good run? She has worked her way up to P4. Great drive for Scarborough, the Chad Dawkins Racing Kart Republic number 718, and she has fought her way up now right behind Jackson Wolney, doing a great job on the Kart Republic. She's trying to work her way onto the podium here. I believe it'd be her first national podium as well for Emma Scarborough. The driver's gone off back at turn number 3. Another driver going the 4-wheel route.
Yeah, another one off over in turn 3 further back for the midfield fight that's currently headed up by Anthony Martella. Oliver Weldon runs behind him, and then there's more further back outside the top 10. We're closing towards the halfway marker. Where do you feel like everyone's tires got to be at this point, Rob? This is the fastest class we've seen so far today.
Yep.
At the moment, fall off really we're not seeing yet. Of course, Max Taylor just had his best lap of the race, so we're still early to get there, but should we expect something like that?
Well, you threw it in there. Did they go maybe a little lower tire pressure on an Ernesto Rivera? A driver has shown good pace throughout the entire season, a couple of championships already, kind of the lead junior driver here for Rawlson Performance Group. If they went lower, is he still going to come in? Because remember, he was battling out there in 5th, 6th, scrapped it out a bit. But that kart's starting to come in a little bit. In fact, he just turned his fast lap of the race. Jackson Wolney just went purple with his fast lap of the race. Everybody but Taylor essentially turning their fast laps of the race in the top 6, and we'll see whether or not Rivera closes up because he was 0.2 faster than Max Taylor last time by. It's 2.4 seconds the gap, but there's still 13 laps to go. Long way.
Yeah, still a long way to go. At 0.2 a lap there, he would get there in time for the final couple of laps as Emma Scarborough gets onto the bumper of Jackson Wolney just a touch through turn number 8. Now she's got Caleb Campbell looking for 4th. Here he comes to the inside. Stephen Miller is tired of waiting, and he's going to, oh, man, force it 3 wide, and the two come together at the end of the corner. Campbell and Emma Scarborough. Obviously, Stephen Miller losing his patience a bit, wanted to go 3 wide to the bottom, and the message was not relayed quick enough across the 3-way battle, and they collide on the middle and the outside.
I got a feeling that Caleb Campbell figured he had that move, like he was coming down the inside and there wasn't going to be contact. I don't think he figured there was going to be a guy on the inside. He had already made that move, had kind of pinched Scarborough to the outside, didn't realize that Miller was coming even deeper down into the corner as he's now going to make a move as well to get by Teddy Musella. A lot more racing further back. Starting to get a little more hectic here as we're coming to the halfway point. 10 down, 12 to go.
Yeah.
And I think guys starting to get a little more anxious to get themselves forward.
Yeah, Caleb Campbell just got popped up on top of Diego Ardiles rear bumper. So, yeah, definitely getting a little bit more anxious and a little bit more physical here through turns 5 and 6. Now, it's spread out the top 5 quite a bit. Musella and Miller together there, 4th and 5th. Here's Ardiles trying the inside on Scarborough. Oh, and around she goes. And what is going on today, Rob? Another spin, 360. She loses 3 spots.
Stays on the throttle, keeps it going. And again, that was just, I think, coming out of the corner and trying to maybe not give it enough room, and they did wheel-to-wheel contact. I don't know if Ardiles came back the other way or whatever happened, but that was that wheel-to-wheel kind of shooting yourself up in the air. We've seen that happen many times. And for Emma, able to keep on the throttle and continue on, whatever she gets from here on is going to be a gift because she could easily have been an axle been done there.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been done right now. It still could be bent on her. She dive bombs to the inside of, that was who we have, Anthony Martella side by side with her. The Scorpione going to follow suit through turn number 6 and 7. Coming this time to 10 to go. And Scarborough way back now, unfortunately, by trying to keep it super tight and just got a little bit too close as she was making that over-under. And sent her for a wild, wild ride coming out of turn number 9, 1 lap ago. Oliver Weldon, big benefactor. He's now all the way up into the 8th spot. So how about that for Oliver? 2nd place in KA Junior, getting closer to the speed he needs here in the X30 Junior class. 10 to go, 12 down. Weldon closing up to Caleb Campbell. He's up 3 spots.
Still a 2-second lead for Taylor, although Ernesto Rivera, we talked about potentially their move on tire pressure, just turned the fastest lap of 55.713. He was almost 0.3 of a second quicker than Taylor on that last time by. So 10 to go, 0.3 quicker, 2 seconds. So he definitely has the speed if he continues the pace they have right now. And if both drivers, of course, having the same delta, we'll see what happens if they come back out. There's 1, 2, 3. It's Rollinson Performance Group 1, 2, 3, 4 right now with Taylor, Rivera, Wolney, and Musella. Wolney, you mentioned it before, a strong podium finish in the Winter Series, kind of his breakout into the podium, the front-running group in this category, and finds himself running potentially with another podium here national for the Pro Tour.
Yeah, I mean, he's in a great spot right now. He's following the kid that is the fastest on the racetrack and has been pretty much this whole second half of the race so far. Rivera knocking off another 2/10 for Max Taylor's lead, so Taylor at this point in the race is trying to run the clock out with 13 laps completed so far, and again, 9 laps to go. A little error on timing. That'll update, so we may lose our lap counter here to the end of the session, but Max Taylor continuing to lead over Ernesto Rivera. He's probably knowing at some point they might catch back up to him. Not sure how well he's paying attention or knows that is on the way, but for the 3rd place in the championship for X30 Junior back in 2022, lining up for what I believe is going to be not the full Pro Tour. I can't remember fully if he'll be in USF Juniors and F4 this year or one or the other. You might know more.
I know there's no conflict in his USF Juniors program where he runs with VRD Racing, so unless he's doing some other racing that I don't know about, he will be okay to run the whole program, if that's indeed the focus, for sure.
Well, let's go down to track pit lane here. Danny Formal has got to be probably trying to keep an eye on his kart and an eye on all of his team drivers he's been coaching all week long. He's down here trackside, and a lot more of other Pro Shifter drivers making their way to the grid as well. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, Danny, you're upholstered here for Pro Shifter. You've been here for, you were here for USPKS. It's pretty hot outside. Talk to me. What have you learned from USPKS and what have you learned from practice for what you can expect into this race? It's 90 degrees, track super greasy. What can you expect now with tire drag and all?
Yeah, no, for sure. I expect it to be very similar to the pre-final. The times we were doing, it's crazy after this morning, going track record and stuff like that. I expect it's going to be very similar, maybe a bit faster because it's hotter, but it's less humid. so the motors will run a little bit better. But yeah, it's hot. It's 90 degrees. Under the sun is unreal. Here in the shade, it's actually pretty nice. But yeah, I think the tire deck is going to be pretty big, especially the last 5-6 laps of the race. Whoever takes care of them at the beginning and doesn't do a very hard heat cycle at the beginning, I think it's going to have good pace at the end. But we're all pros. We all want to win. We all want to win that purse that I still don't know how much it is this weekend. But yeah, extremely happy, extremely grateful to be here in this position. To watch the juniors of RPG be 1, 2, 3, 4 is fantastic, and be part of this program. Cedric, Dave have really taken care of the juniors this weekend. I've been, overshadowing them when I'm not doing data with the shifter and carburation and stuff like this. But yeah, it's just so great to be part of that family, that group, and hopefully I can bring another pro shifter win for them.
Awesome, thanks, Danny.
Well, there you hear from Danny Formal, really loving the environment that he's in, really proud of his proteges all on the racetrack right now at the front of the field. 6 laps to go still. Rob, we were talking during that interview as well. The lap times have really started to come down for Ernesto Rivera, 3 to 4 tenths a lap. It's down to less than a second. We're going to have a fight on our hands here for the race win. It's not over.
Exactly that. There is still 6 laps to go in this 22-lapper. Max Taylor leading the way, but less than a second back to Ernesto Rivera, who's been turning really good lap times, 2, 3, even 4 tenths of a second faster. You can see the gap between first and second. Taylor's got to dig in to see what he can do here. As I said, it'll be 5 laps to go when they get back by, and it is less than a second now. Rivera closing up here on Taylor.
Yeah, Ernesto Rivera on the way here. 5 to go, like Rob said, coming to us. Let's go to another interview down here trackside for Pro Shifter. AJ Myers is down with our Emery Lada. Emery?
Here with AJ Myers. AJ, it was a solid run through the pre-final gear, yourself into second position. Your pace looks pretty strong. What's your mindset heading into the final?
I think I was missing maybe a tenth of Danny. I think if we went out the same, I think he would have had an easy race. But I'm really confident with the change we made, and I'm really looking for some redemption.
25-lap final. It's a long, long race. Any thoughts on the tire wear and kind of how you're going to be able to manage that?
Yeah, I mean, we're all in the same boat. I mean, we're all going to be sliding around at the end. It's just going to be who can make the most of it.
All right, AJ Myers, outside front row. We'll see what we can do. See if we can get the whole shot. Back to you guys.
There you go, AJ Myers outside front row trying to hang on, seeing who can make the most of the used up rubber at the end. And we're about to see the same type of showing right here with Ernesto Rivera closing in. 5 laps make it 4 laps to go. The gap was 6 tenths last time by. It looks more like about 4 tenths this time. What's the margin? 4.5 as they head to turn number 1.
And Rivera, as we know, winning the Super Nationals last year, has come out of the gate like a rocket here, winning championships, both of them in the SKUSA Winter Series, looking to try to get things underway here in X30 Junior with the victory. He's got his teammate Max Taylor in front of him, and he has obviously confidence, motivation, and a belief in the package. They know, I think you were probably right, Xander, that he was struggling a bit early because they went lower on the tire pressures, but this thing's an absolute rocket right now. He just went purple last time by with a 55.532. He was just under 2 tenths quicker last time by. It's a half a second right now for Rivera. Not even that. How about a length as they work right out turn number 9?
He's super close here, coming now down to 3 laps to go. Ernesto Rivera on the bumper, ready to make that charge, ready to make that bid for the lead. It's been such a topsy-turvy day for him all the way through. K Jr. not having the speed that he'd like, not being able to contend for the race win. And an X30 Jr. having all kinds of contact in that pre-final. His teammates shuffling him back in the main. Here he comes to put 1 back, and to the top he goes through 4 as we go side by side to turn number 5.
Max going to try to run to the outside, but he did not give it up. Max Taylor was on the outside. He did not quite turn in, kind of held the inside line there. And Taylor tried to turn into the corner. Rivera was still there, so the pass getting done in turn 4, completed in turn number 5, and Rivera looking to pull away. Taylor still running in that second spot. Third is Wolney. 4th, Teddy Musella, who has got Steve Miller right behind him as Stephen Miller. Those drivers running 4th and 5th. But we'll see whether or not, you wonder about with contact like that. Yeah, that's the kind of contact where you could break a wheel or something could happen. Just kind of held on to the outside line before turning in to turn number 5.
Yeah, I mean, obviously wanted to pin him out in the dirty part of the racetrack. Max wasn't anticipating it. He turned at the normal marker for getting passed into the corner. And, then again, just getting popped up, going even further wide through turn number 5, I'm sure didn't help with the tire situation at all. So as they go through here with a lap and a half remaining, Ernesto Rivera by a car length and a half here. Back to Max Taylor, a healthy lead, and as he tries to make up, redeem himself here today, and get himself a main event win in X30 Junior.
Just keeps happening in this category for Ernesto Rivera. Kind of saw it last year with Caleb Gaffaris. He won a ton of races, 20-plus, running for RPG in this junior program. And Rivera's kind of picked up right where he left off as the leader of this X30 program in SuperKarts USA competition. He's been doing well in the other categories as well, the other series as well. But looking to get that first win of the year on the Pro Tour, trying to get that championship. Be nice to kind of bookend a couple of Super Nats if you can. White flag flying this time by. Final lap now for Ernesto Rivera as he leads now by 0.7 of a second. The last 5 or 6 laps have been incredibly impressive for this young driver. And again, as I said, coming off that victory at the Super Nats last year, you can't really say how much and how important that is to a young driver to get that big Super Nationals victory. For a guy like Ryan Norberg, think about how many years he had to work to be able to get a chance to win that. The championships all came first. He then was able to put the exclamation point on the CV by getting that victory at the Super Nats, and it was obviously a huge weight off of his shoulders to finally be able to win in Las Vegas early in the career, of course, for Rivera. But he's backed that up using so much momentum, so much confidence. He'll work his way through the final couple of corners here, and what a great race it's been. He was able to be patient through the opening couple of laps when the tires weren't perfect, but today he wins it. Cruising across the line, Rivera will win in X30 Junior, race number 1 of the Pro Tour here at the Winter National at OKC. Behind them, the scrap continuing. Max Taylor coming home in second. Jackson Wolney makes it a 1-2-3 RPG. Teddy Masella finishing in the 4th spot. Stephen Miller in 5th. The first non-RPG Cosmic on the order. Diego Ardiles, another RPG Cosmic 6th. Caleb Campbell in 7th. Oliver Weldon in 8th. Emma Scarborough 9th. Leonardo Scorpioni in 10th. And bless you, Xander. You all right?
Yeah. Sorry. I had to sneeze there and didn't get to the mute button quick enough. But, yeah, congrats to Ernesto Rivera. What a great, last 6 months this really has been for this kid. I mean, just phenomenal. And, when you've got the whole team sharing data, sharing video, you know that everybody is going to get to see your cards and you get to see theirs, and you can still go out and be top dog. That's impressive. I got to give a shout-out as well to Jackson Wolney. He was hunting down Max Taylor just like Rivera was in the final few laps. He was as fast as the two were, so he's close. And now as they'll get to the scale line, take a deep breath, they get to watch their lead pro shifter guy, Danny Formal, try to lead it off from the pole. Ryan Norberg in the X30 senior contingent starting second and on back in the final 2 headline classes here. So pro shifter is getting set to go your way, folks. One more commercial break, and we're commercial free to the end of the show. Get set for 2 back-to-back headline mains here from Orlando.
International Motorsport has you covered on every level of karting, and starting here in 2023 in cars as well. For your very first step into an F4 race car, try out the Formula Inter Arrive and Drive F4 Championship, hosted here at the Homestead Miami Speedway. Along with that, of course, the International Motorsport team covers every base of the karting pyramid, from the local to the national and international level. For more information, follow International Motorsport or Formula Inter on social media.
Welcome back here to Orlando. Pro Shifter, presented by International Motorsport and PSL Karting, onto the racetrack. Danny Formal and A.J. Myers will line up on the front row. Billy Musgrave and that Musgrave Racing Company factory kart aboard the IAME 175 power plant rolls off in third after qualifying in second. And to his outside, it'll be the GFC Karting leading man, Kyle Wick.
Row 3 of 04. These guys are going to have to get a good start to get themselves into the fight. On the inside for International Motorsports, Giorgio Carrera starting P5, and on the outside of the GFC, Jacob Gulick. Row number 4 on the inside, Remo Rossetti on the ITAL kart, and on the outside, Hunter Pickett, number 236, Burrell Art.
Jay Irwin on the PSL Karting Bureau Art from Australia lines up on the inside of row number 5. Alongside him, Antonio Pizzonia on the Orsilon Racing Bureau Art machine. Then it's Philip Niemkowicz and Jared Ramnarayan, Baylor Griffin, Mario Gill, and Marin Kremers rolls off P15 alongside Ayrton Hernandez due to his flat tire in that pre-final. And for Master Shifter on back, Daniel Debos, Luis Quinones, and the field gets set as well. So here we go to the lights for one more time today as the field slowly works its way into all of the spots, and we get set for a 24-lap grueling main event here, Rob. Final thoughts.
Yeah, great idea. It's going to be grueling, like you said. These guys are going to be figuring out what kind of tire grip they're going to have. This is going to be really kind of a crapshoot, I think, for everybody who handles that lack of grip. These tires are going to go away over the 24 laps. We'll see what happens over the last 10 laps of this race. Field set. We are going to the lights. Formal on the pole position, ready to go racing here at Pro Shifter. Green, green, green. And a whole shot for Formal as he holds on to the position. And we expected maybe a little bit more from Billy Musgrave, but no, he'll slot into P3. Myers goes into the second. The dive down to the inside of the apex of turn number 4. Formal will clean and green out of that corner. Further back, those drivers elbows up, but otherwise it's a good start for the RPG Cosmic of Danny Formal. A.J. Myers of the Magic Kart slots into second. Then Billy Musgrave on the factory kart in third, and a little bit of a gap, Xander, after that to P4.
Yeah, just a bit back to Kyle Wick there in fourth. Look at Musgrave. What a drive out of turn number 8. He's alongside A.J. Myers headed down to turn 9. Gets the inside. He's got the torque to get out of the corner as Myers tries to cross him up and move Billy up to P2. So Musgrave with a great start picks up a position on the opening lap. Wick still fourth. Gulick fifth. Battling behind them, still shuffling around with Hunter Pickett, Remo Ruscetti and company, and Giorgio Carrara as well. Carrara up to 6th here behind the 2 GFCs.
Yeah, Billy Musgrave on the factory kart flexing the muscles, that bottom end grunt of that 175 as he's able to go down to the inside and get out of that corner onto the back straightaway a little bit better than A.J. Myers. Getting a long run here, though. Let's not worry about where they are early because we're going to be thinking tire management. We're going to be thinking about how these karts are set up to be able to really take care of these Avinco rubber throughout what will be a long 24-lap race. 89 degrees. Not quite the hottest it's been all day, but Xander, hot enough to melt these tires over a 25-lap race.
Yeah, definitely hot enough to really melt them as Musgrave misses a shift there coming out of turn number 9 and quickly recovers. Good recovery by Billy to get back onto the power, but he gives up a little bit. He was just starting to make up ground on Danny, it looked like, coming through 7 and 8, and all that ground just goes back away. So Musgrave, little mistake there out of the hairpin. He still ends up with the fastest lap by 2/10, but he's got a lot of speed early. Billy obviously thinking, okay, you know what, I need to get going, get to the lead, and then we'll fight from there if I can just get Danny behind me, because he couldn't do it in that pre-final. Let's look at this. Marian Kremers already working his way up into the top 10. He's up 6 spots now, getting around Remo Ruscetti for 9th.
Yeah, for him, it's all about putting his head down, working forward. Here's your top 10 first time, or the second time by. Formal, Musgrave, Myers, Wick, and Gulick. Carrera 6th, Pickett 7th, Pizzonia 8th. We know now Kremers up into 9th and Ruscetti in 10th. So there is the lead coming out of turn number 9. Probably about 4 or 5 kart lengths right now. And here's the battle further back. That's Pizzonia. He runs an 8th spot. There is 9th, Kremers in 10th. As we said, was, I believe, now Jay Irwin, I think, potentially by Ruscetti.
No, actually, Hunter Pickett fell back behind all of them.
Wow,
Hunter Pickett
all right.
was 7th. He's now behind in the 9th spot. Kremers up to 8th. Pizzonia is up to P7. And your update on lap times, well, Danny Formal just found the extra bit of gas he needed. He got on the marker, pulled 2/10 on Musgrave that time. So already a lead forming for the big guy. Danny Formal half a second out in front and trying to edge away on that Rawlson Performance Group Cosmic.
Indeed, I mentioned Jay Irwin, the New Zealander driver coming over for PSL. He's 11th, but 1.2 seconds back last time by. So the top 10 have been able to pull out a bit of a gap, but also top 6 stretching almost over 2 seconds from Pizzonia. So Formal, Musgrave, Myers, Wick, Gulick, and Carrera separated by less than 2.5 seconds last time by. So they have a gap back to Pizzonia, who's just got overtaken by Marian Kremers.
Yeah, Marian Kremers' charge forward is now going to be a little bit more spread out as he's about 2.25 seconds away from Giorgio Carrara. You heard it, his optimism at the end of that pre-final after the flat tire, saying, you know what, at least I got a few laps left on my tires than everybody else does, so maybe I can kind of translate that into some speed. He's, as of last time by, a couple tenths quicker than this pack of 3. Kyle Wick, Jacob Gulick, Giorgio Carrara, 4th, 5th, and 6th. So he's got them in his sights, but A.J. Myers, Billy Musgrave, Danny Formal, class of the field at the moment. All 3 of them pulled half a second over that group there. But again, tire management. Who's got the best line? Who's got the best setup? Long race to settle into, boys.
You know, Xander, what I'm looking at is when do we stop seeing personal best times? That's when the tires are going to start to nose over, right? If you look at the top 10 right now, 7 of the top 10 all turning their fastest time this last time by. Now, again, we come across the line again. Musgrave goes purple, 51.337. This time, 8 of the top 10 turning their fastest times. The only guys not doing that were Danny Formal and Antonio Pizzonia Jr. Sooner or later, when these tires go off, no one's going to be turning fast times. Then we'll see that we're truly into the tire degradation time of this race. Otherwise, right now, everybody's still with good grip. This is the best they've had it throughout the race so far, but we're only 5 laps into a 24-lapper, 19 laps still to go.
Here they come down the back straightaway towards turn number 9. Musgrave definitely closing. Formal had a little look over his shoulder. A second one there, checking the gap back to Billy. He might have tried to take it easy or level out at a 51.4 pace. It's not going to be good enough. Musgrave is hauling the mail. So coming all the way from California, he did not drive all the way out to Orlando, Florida to finish second, Rob. You know he's going to be going for that win.
Yeah, this is a guy with 4 wins at the Super Nationals, but does not have a Pro Tour championship yet. He would love to get that here this year, especially driving the kart of his design that they manufacture and build and weld with American steel in Southern California. He goes purple again with a 51.324. So the motivation is all there for Billy Musgrave, and we'll see whether or not he's able to capitalize on that today. The gap still just over 0.4 of a second. Myers still running third, Wick in fourth, and Gulick in fifth. The GFC drivers running now fourth and fifth. But again, watching this gap between first and second, does Musgrave have what it takes to potentially get by Formal?
And again, if they all fight here, Marian Kremers is 4.5, 5 seconds away. If they fade away, could he get up to the podium? I don't know. It's a wild, wild option. At least right now you can see he's gaining on that group there. He just went purple by 0.4. So maybe not that crazy here with 17 laps to go for the reigning series champion.
Yeah, 0.4 quicker than Formal and Musgrave, a half a second quicker than Myers and Wick and Gulick. So indeed, although he is 8.9 seconds behind the leader, was significantly quicker that last time by. And who is going to fall off first and who's going to fall off the most? How much are these tires going to degrade over 24 laps? What are these guys going to be driving at the end of this thing? There's the leaders, a boom. There is Kremers.
Yeah, great job to carve through that pack as quick as he did there in the opening few laps. And now, again, he is just looking like I feel like he's going for broke right now. Any kind of tire conservation for Marian has got to go out the window. He's got to get up as high as he can, as quick as he can, and just hope that the kart will stay or that he can block good enough. We saw a great display of blocking and defending from him 2 weeks ago here at the Rock Cup race for a pre-final when he was on used rubber and Karel Paschwicks on the Lenzo car was on new rubber, and he held him off for the entire 12-lap pre-final. So he might be able to put that blocking experience to the test here if he can get around a few more guys if the tires do fall off. And that's, again, a big if. He's less laps than everybody else. He knows he had the speed to run up front. He was running third at the time, so he could definitely make some noise here. And down the backstretch here, Kyle Wick, Jacob Gulick, they were starting to pick the pace up a little bit. The leaders have kind of evened out at a 51.4, 51.3 for Musgrave quickest. But the 4th, 5th, and 6th place guys not losing as much time now. As you see Formal, he's got that radiator overflow bottle loose. It's the zip ties or the mount broke. So that's starting to flap in the wind. Now, that's not really a big performance issue at all, but Of course, see one thing comes loose, you wonder if anything else comes loose on that cart there in the lead.
Watch this here when they get back around to turn 6, 7, and 8. You see the difference when they come back around through 5, back through 6, 7, and 8. Formal takes a different line coming through 7 and has a much different corner line entering into turn number 8. Watch when they come through turn 7. Just a different line coming through as Musgrave this time follows him through. This time Musgrave a little closer. Look how close he is right now. Musgrave closing. Do we see a pass into turn number 1? Musgrave thought about it. Look to the inside. Bit of a slide there as Formal having trouble turning in. Musgrave going to try to hold him. No need to over attack if he's got the cart that's faster. You can see how close he was. And I think Musgrave knows he's got the good race car right now. Yep. This is Musgrave's move.
Musgrave's got the advantage. Danny knows it. You're going to see that 237 start to get real wide here at the midpoint of this race. Try and help Billy gets back. That mistake there from Musgrave's going to help Danny as he really got out of shape trying to follow him over the curbing. Now, he eats him up there out of turn number 4, and Formal, not sure how far back he is, blocked, so that's going to allow them to stay kind of pretty even. And A.J. Myers is licking his chops back there saying, yeah, boys, get after it, burn your stuff up, and come on back to me there in third.
Let's see whether or not Musgrave can make the move. Maybe he's starting to get a little bit hungry for that lead. And indeed, as Xander said, A.J. Myers kind of biding his time back there, was quicker than both those drivers, 0.3 faster than Formal on that last lap. So are they using up their equipment up front? Number 1, trying to hold off the guy behind you. Number 2, trying to make that move for Musgrave, because you can see, indeed, A.J. Myers is closing up. Musgrave has not yet been able to pull the trigger. He was not quite as good through turn number 3 as Formal. Formal still running some pretty good lap times here. But again, the guy moving right now is A.J. Myers, a 10th quicker than Formal on lap number 11.
Yeah, he's not been as quick as the lap traffic there of Matt Machiko's Magic Cart from the Masters class is pulling off the side. Or that might be Michael Gauch going off on the side there, coming out of turn number 5. So either way, giving away to the pros. Appreciate that here as they go down to turn number 9. And again, I'm surprised Billy Musgrave doesn't want to try a more aggressive dive into 9. He looks like he's a car length away. We've seen some major dives there. But again, we're talking about a guy who, first time to the racetrack is here. He doesn't know where the limit is, how far back you can really send it on someone into those corners, and how much he may want to do that, where he may end up burning the tires up in the pass and then, kind of lose the go-kart by the end of the race.
Yeah, we're still not even to the halfway point here. Remember, a 24-lapper. We're going to put lap number 12 in the book, so halfway this next time by. And you can see that Formal doing whatever he can to hold off the factory kart machine of Musgrave. Billy's been looking good. He's, again, as Xander says, had a couple of really good runs. Formal pretty good coming through as he really climbs those curbs in through turn number 7, 8. You can see that much different line there as I was talking about before. Didn't see it before, but Formal's got the car rotated a lot quicker and takes a different apex, a little later apex coming through the corner than Billy Musgrave.
And I feel like Billy right now, his line might be a little better for tire management because he's kind of a little more point and shoot with that more torquey, more bottom end powered IME 175. Danny's kind of trying to roll more center corner speed, and that's, of course, putting a little bit more load on the tire, just a little bit. But maybe that's factoring in here in Billy Musgrave's mind saying, hey, he's going wider than me. I just got to keep pushing him. He's going to fall off. And now here with 13 down, 11 to go, a lot of time left. Formal continuing to defend. And Musgrave with a big outside run. He's going to put him on the inside. That'll force Formal. They're going to go a little narrow through here, hurt him a little bit. Maybe force him to go narrow into 8 as they come through that corner. Here they come down the back straightaway.
A different approach to that corner for Billy Musgrave. As a dive coming, not quite yet. I will say this, no one's turning fast times right now. Last time by, Formal was about 2/10 off his best lap. 3 for Musgrave. Myers was about 3/10 off as well. Wick was 8/10 off his fat. No, pardon me, 4/10 off. Everybody on the downside of the grip level of these Avinco tires. 10 laps still to go. We have ourselves a barn burner up front. Drivers who have had uber success at the Super Nationals. Both these drivers, all multi-time winners in Las Vegas.
Yeah, multi-time winners all at the front. Well, at least these two here. Of course, A.J. Myers has been so close to it multiple years in a row now. And again, for the guy that I feel like probably has a big chip on his shoulder, knowing how dominant he was in 2021, how much speed that Magic Cart has had, and then to just, barely get away with some good finishes throughout the end of last year and be the vice champion. That's what hurts the most, right? Second in the championship, knowing that you could have won it and you just go up a little bit shy. But as they exit turn 9, he's closing in thanks to Danny blocking. And look back here. Marin Kremers has gotten to 4th around Kyle Wick.
Wow.
And Jacob Gulick's going at it with Giorgio Carrara. That's keeping him away. But all of a sudden, Marin Kremers, who was not a factor, has not been a factor all race, could be a factor. He's only 2.5 seconds back from Myers. Still a good ways back, don't get me wrong, but if someone's tremendously fallen off, Marin could really start to play spoiler here.
Nonetheless, a good recovery from where he started, getting back to P4. We'll see whether or not he has enough speed to work his way forward. The gap up front still just about a length as Billy Musgrave working every angle he can to try to see if he can't make a pass, and we'll continue to watch lap times here. He was a bit faster last time by. And again, what is the tire fall off going to be like for the last handful of laps? It's Formal, Musgrave 1-2. Myers back by about 1.5 seconds. Kremers another 2.5 seconds back in the order. Then it's Wick running 5th, Gulick 6th, Carrera 7th, Rossetti in 8th, Niemkiewicz in 9th, and Pizzonia Dune Jr. rounding out the top 10. But this battle, epic right now between Formal and Musgrave to see who wins the opening round of this year's Pro Tour.
And Formal got a little bit of dirt on the right rear tire there coming out of 3, so he had to go a little slower through 4 and 5. And you can see the rear end starting to slide a little more. Here comes Billy again, pressuring him, just reminding him with that black and red nose of that factory kart that he is there. And again, we got to keep in mind, right now they're not at 100%, probably 80 to 90. They're pushing each other, but I think both of them are at least trying to save a little bit in the tank for those last 3 to 4 laps, so they've got something left there. And then once they get that 2 to go signal, let's give everything you've got and then find some more as well. But the thing for Billy Musgrave is, I mean, he's been faster a lot of this race. He just cannot find a way to get around Danny, and it's going to have to come down to the final few laps and say, hey, do you have the guts to really send it?
Yeah, this is it. He hasn't done that yet, right? He hasn't pulled the complete trigger and sent it and made that move, made that kind of one big move to see if he can get it to happen. There's still lots of time, though. I think that's the key for him. We're still 7 laps to go in a 24-lapper. 17 down. Formal and Musgrave 1.7 out on A.J. Myers. We thought for a time Myers may be able to close up, although Kremers is still closing on Myers, but he's 2.2 seconds back. We're pretty much lining up right now for this mano-a-mano battle to see who's going to win here in Pro Shifter. Formal versus Musgrave. Cosmic OTK versus Factory Kart. Italian versus American-made.
Again, you're talking the biggest racing kart manufacturer in the world versus a guy that's been welding his own tubes and building his own independent shop here in the States over in California. For Billy Musgrave, this would be a big, big win to win over this type of go-kart. And, of course, the level that Danny Formal is as well. But the most dominant team, the most dominant go-kart leading the way, and then having that American-made factory kart right on him, pressuring him through 5. Here we've got 6 laps still left to go in this one, and Billy just gets ever bit closer to getting that kind of outside over-under, maybe a run on him here. Let's see how he does coming out of turn 8 this time. Oh, a little slide there. It looked like center of the corner for Billy, so not what he needed. And again, A.J. Myers just keeping these guys in his sights as we Formal starting to get a little bit sideways under the braking zone there with the rear brakes. So I'm curious if we see Danny come down the front stretch, try to make a bias adjustment down under by his left knee because, again, you saw him with that rear end stepping out on the 237, headed down into turn number 9. He's probably feeling the rear end going away. Musgrave staying on him here. They're half a second off their pace, and Billy is just right there. Here he is, looking. Formal holds him off.
Wow. He got to hook up on the curbing there on the inside. Formal get a little bit of a breathing room here as Musgrave's got to put his head back down. He hung the right front up on the curb, trying to get back down to the inside there after Formal really dived into that corner, got down. So this is going to give him some room. Musgrave's got to put his head back down, and we're not done yet with A.J. Myers either. He was 4/10 quicker than Formal and Musgrave last time by. Here comes A.J. Myers on the Magic.
This is exactly what A.J. Myers was hoping would happen here. I don't know if they're going to fall off much more. Now with Danny having a little gap, he can go back to the normal line. Doesn't need to block as much. I mean, Musgrave's closing back up to him. Wow, did he get a run out of that last turn. Holy moly, that gap is back down like nothing ever happened.
Indeed, Musgrave's got to get by here soon. Obviously, just waiting for the opportunity. Tried to get it done down the inside here in turn 4 last lap. You can see how Formal went straight from the middle of the track right down to the apex, and that forced Musgrave to kind of check up and get up on the curb. He is right there. Look at through some of these corners. You can see how much faster Musgrave is. I have to believe if he was able to get by, he'd be checking out on Formal here right now. Just can't get enough out of turn number 8 to get the pass done down in turn 9.
Two guys at the top of their game, top of the sport, going at it. And again, you got A.J. Myers and Martin Kremers looming in the background. They're hoping for some fireworks. Formal nicked the pylon there coming into turn number 10, so that hopefully didn't bend anything on him. Danny finds a way to make that kart pretty rigid with him and his style. 3 to go, though. 3 laps left. A.J. Myers 1.3 seconds away, and we've got lap traffic looming again for master shifter drivers up the road. And Formal, again, sideways through 4, but he launches out of the corner, forces Musgrave to have to wait to get on the power, opens the gap up a little bit. Musgrave will close that right back up here through turn 6.
Yeah, he's so good through 6 and into 7. Just can't get the thing to rotate quite enough in turn number 8 to get onto the straightaway quite as much. Even with that low grunt we talked about, just can't quite get it. That'll be one of the VRT drivers getting out of the way right now. There's all 3 of them rolling through. And again, Myers is still coming. A.J. Myers still closing up, looming in the background there. But we'll see 2 to go this next time by. What a drive it's been for Musgrave. But you think about both these drivers right now as they'll see the 2 to go sign. The sheer focus, lap after lap, 22 so far, Xander. They have not been able to flinch even one time.
No, Billy Musgrave has given Danny everything that he could to handle, and he's handled it well so far. I mean, this has got to be one of the hardest races they both have probably had to drive in the last year or so. Every single lap with the pressure on, or in the case of Billy, trying to apply that pressure. Formal has not wavered, like you said, once. He's been flawless here. Little hiccups here and there, but he's managed them and not given Billy any opportunity for the lead. And as he looks back, now he's going to go low a little bit into turn number 9. He knows it's the final couple laps. AJ getting into the corner, got a little bit sideways. Look at this! Billy Musgrave nearly down the inside into turn 10.
They are coming through the 10, 11, 12 complex. They've got drivers in front and one coming from the tail. AJ Myers from P3 looking to try to see if he can't get his name in the fight, and we have a couple of Masters drivers in. It's 2 laps to go. No, the last lap. This is, I believe, the last lap, right? 1 to go. Don't see what up on the screen. A little bit of an issue there. Coming to 4. Formal gets into the curbing a little bit. Here comes Myers still. And it's Musgrave looking to try to find a way by. Can he get it done? Coming out of turn number 5 through 6. He'll try the outside line. Maybe the over-under. Haven't seen a bump and run as of yet either. And this will be it through the turn 7, 8 complex. Needs a good run. He doesn't get it. Here comes Formal again holding on. He'll go to the bottom of the racetrack. Musgrave's going to go to the outside. Try the over-under, and Myers is back into it. A.J. Myers is there. The Masters driver's going to get out of the way. Myers is right up on him. Over into turn number 12. Not close enough, and they'll get out of the corner, and it's not going to be enough. It is Danny Formal winning round number 1 of the Pro Tour in Orlando.
Kudos to Billy Musgrave. He gave him every single thing that he had to throw at him in his toolbox, but he never roughed him up.
Wow.
Pure class from Billy Musgrave on that one. Formal excited about this one here. A.J. Myers gets there just a little bit too late as they started to go, but was right there the whole way. And for Marian Kremers to cut that gap down to 2.5 seconds from the lead from dead last, I think he is going to be a threat tomorrow. Those guys might be saying, yeah, we had the field covered, and then they're going to go and look at the live timing in the stream and see from how far back Marian Kremers just drove up through that grid. He ends 4th, of course. Giorgio Carrara, top 5 as the GFCs fade down the order to 6th and 7th for Kyle Wick and Jacob Gulick. Ramo Ruschetti on the Catalyst Driver Development. It's Talcart 8th, Philip Niemko 9th, Antonio Pizzonia. Solid top 10 here in his Pro Shifter debut.
Yeah, not bad for the Master Shifter champion from the Super Nationals. But Formal, what a big win for Rawlison Performance Group and OTK as well. You know how focused they have been on trying to get that top level Pro Shifter victory. Big one for him, big one for RPG. And of course, Danny Formal kind of paying off Mike Rawlison for bringing him into the program. For Musgrave, I think an awesome performance for Factory Kart as well. Again, that American-made machinery. This is Billy's design. They build it in Southern California. I think that's a great story. And, of course, A.J. Myers right in there as well. These are three drivers we've been talking about as the top of the pro shifter category for so many years. You can throw Marjan Kremers, the former world champion and current reigning SKUSA champion, in there as well. I think you're right. I think he's going to be a player tomorrow as well. This is just a great start to the season here in Pro Shifter, and I can't wait for race number 2 tomorrow.
Well, with that, again, we get excited off one headline show. We've got another one coming our way here with the X30 Pro Seniors lining up on the grid. A little bit of track cleanup to go, but not a whole lot as they get set to go. Let's see if we can get our camera up down on the grid area. You can see some of the drivers just on the far end of the racetrack down by the grid, kind of chatting with each other a little bit before they suit up and get set to get after it here for this final. Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg on the front row. The best in the world and the best in the States and the reigning series champion line up on row number 1. A little more talks on the grid here going back, but let's take you on through your starting lineup for X30 Senior, presented by Speed Concepts Racing. Starting there in third on the inside lane, Brandon Carr, the highest rookie, lining up here on the grid to the inside of row 2. To his outside, it is the 320 Prime Power Team Bureau art there of Alessandro DiTullio, who through attrition and a lot of moves up the grid, moves to the second row for the final. Moving back to the inside of row number 3, it'll be Paulie Massimino starting P5 and trying to still get himself that big breakthrough Pro National race win. To his outside, another driver looking for it and looking for a way to turn his luck around after that KA Senior DNF. Frankie Mossman on that Tesoro Raceworks CRG rounds off the third row.
You'll see Harley Keeble, the British driver, running for Sodi Racing USA and PK Sports, starting in the 7th position on the outside. A driver who we talked to earlier thinks he's got the speed to go to the front for Nash Motorsports. Blake Nash in the number 364. And back there on row number 5, a couple of Speed Concepts Racing drivers, both with the opportunity to run up front. This guy's a winner before, Austin Garrison in the 392 starting 9th. And how about this young driver here looking for that first big win in the senior category, Aiden Ingrata in the 305 starting in 10th.
Ridiculous speed for Aiden Grata and a lot of speed for your reigning OK Senior world champion Mateus Morgado. Will take his PSL Karting Bureau art from 11th on the grid and hopefully up the order to the front for the guy who was fastest in final practice yesterday. To his outside, the national number 2, Hayden Jones. Great drive forward in that pre-final, and he joked he did have a little bit fresh rubber by not making it off the grid for qualifying. What does one less heat cycle do over the course of a 24-lap main? We're going to find out here for that TKG entry. And then you go back, row 7, the PSL karting entry of Timothy Pernod on the inside. To the outside, his teammate, Diego Ramos here, who would love to get a big result here at home in Orlando.
Row number 8 on the inside, Zachary Clayman DeMello's ECD in the number 349 machine for International Motorsport. He'll start inside. Outside, Tyler McIntyre in the number 338, that Motaz Sport Parolin starting 16th. We'll have Jose Carlos Hernandez on the inside starting 17th for RPM. Ryan Perry Motorsports, and on the outside, Wes Duchak, who's already had some success this year for RPG. He'll start 18th in the Cosmic.
You move further on back the order there. You've got, of course, Luis Colamodio there in 19th there on the inside in the AM Racing Team X-Spree. You've got the likes of Yash Rampal there on the comp cart to the outside in the 390. Gianluca Savalio, William Botillier, Nolan Bauer, Jacob Kolar, Dario Vizarro, and the rest of the field all the way lined up. And let's go a little further back here to see a couple more drivers that have got to go a long way to go. How about Jeremy Fletcher and that number 3 plate machine? A last-second decision to get himself on the X30 Pro grid. Not ideal for where he'd like to roll off for the main event, but the hometown kid could really make some moves here in this main event. We'll see how far he can climb up the order. You got a number of drivers behind him as well. Big names that got taken out in that pre-final. John Burke, you can see to the left-hand side in the 304 Motaz Sport Parolin with a brand new nose cone after the damage. He's ready for more action. Behind him, Caleb Schrader there in that RPG Cosmic. The rookie was collected with a fellow Caleb, and Caleb Gaffera to the outside on that Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic, who's got a long way to go forward here. But we'll hope for some excitement out of these youngsters as your field is set. And we are ready to go here. Rob, final picks here for this one to get going. Who do you got in this X30 Senior main event.
Yeah, I feel like it's an easy pick to go to Joe Turney. I just think he's been so good. You talked about the fact that he showed so much poise, right, in that pre-final. Just kind of sat where he needed to be and then worked his way forward. Obviously, Norberg, this is his racetrack as well. If you look for somebody maybe coming from the outside, and I think Paulie Massimino's had really good speed throughout the entire weekend, and I think that if everything plays right for Paulie and he gets himself on the right spot, we could see him standing on top of the podium at the end of the day.
I think he could be there. Paulie Massimino's had good short-run speed. The long-run pace has been a little bit left to be desired from what we've seen here in the main event from USPKS here, and even that pre-final kind of faded after leading some laps early on. So adjustments made for the SCR Red Speed boys. They've got, again, 3 entries there inside the top 10 of Massimino, Ingrata, Garrison. Norberg was leading the RPG brigade, and they had a lot of guys up front, and a lot of them got taken out on the opening couple of laps, so they were out of contention. And then Brandon Carr in the Ryan Perry Motorsport camp, he's on his own. I think that's equally impressive for him, for the likes of Frankie Mossman and Harley Keeble, that are the only drivers on their package under their team inside the top couple rows.
Indeed, this is going to be a good battle. Again, you said it, right? You got the top driver from Europe coming off a couple of big wins already in CIK FIA competition for Joe Turney. You've got Ryan Norberg right there, who's a 5-time SuperKarts USA champion. This is his racetrack. He has a school here, Norberg Nation's based here. This is a place he even has hundreds of thousands of laps at this racetrack. And again, then you got the young guns like Brandon Carr, DeTulio. You'll go back further to an Aiden Ingrata. I think Aiden's a guy that's ready to have his breakout run as well. We know the speed he has. He could be a driver who works his way up. But for me, again, it's all about what tire management happened during the pre-final. We saw it already. What was around lap, I think, number 12 or 13, when the shifter drivers kind of hit their peak in terms of lap times. Who's going to have the good tires? Who's going to have a good car they can drive over the last 10 laps of a 24-lapper?
And those guys, again, not a lot of dirt on the racetrack, not a lot of multiple, 3-wide passes and stuff like that we expect to see from the wild X30 Pro Senior class here, presented by Speed Concepts Racing. So that's something else to take into account is, you're slipping and sliding a lot more when you're going offline, getting forced offline. And for Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg, this is kind of the tides turned a little bit on him. We go back to that first round of the season and the SKUSA Winter Series back at Homestead, Miami. And Ryan Norberg kind of admitted a little bit after that he knew how to game the starts over here because Joe hadn't raced over here before. So he knew how to play it and knew that Joe didn't know what to do, what to expect, and could kind of outgame him a little bit. Now, roles reversed. Joe, having a couple races over here, he knows where the limits are, what he needs to do on the starts, and Ryan's got to try and guess how that start goes. Because, again, from Joe Turney, from Ryan Norberg's side, based off what they saw in the pre-final, they are the 2 guys to beat. They're worried probably mostly about each other. So if they can do anything to show the other guy or shove the other guy down outside the top 5, they're going to try it.
Well, I think Ryan said, too, the fact that he probably could have reeled in Joe at the end of that pre-final, but why bother, right? There's no need to do that. Hold on to the tires, take care of them, because he knows he has this 24-lap longer run right now. And again, that for me, it's which driver took care of their tires enough, and maybe which team, Xander, can make that little final tweak that's going to make the car better at the end of this one.
Yeah, we're later here in the day than we've been all week long. 5:23 p.m. Eastern local time, a little bit later than where we were anticipating starting this main event for the X30 Pro Seniors presented by Speed Concepts Racing. Later than where we ran in practice yesterday, later than all the practice test days. They know roughly around 4 o'clock what the track does. What does it look like at 5:30? Is it a big difference? It's hard to say, but we're about to find out as the engines have come to life down on the grid.
Still 89 degrees here, the warmest we've had throughout the day. We did get to 90, but still super hot, super humid outside. So that's still going to play where we expected it at 4 o'clock anyway. So really right now, temperature-wise, it's where it is. How much rubber went down over Pro Shifter as well. This track could be way different than it was at the pre-final. And as they roll out, we're gonna find out, Xander. We're gonna wait till the end of this thing. And again, I think the last 10 laps are what's going to be crucial. I think this is going to come down very similar to what we saw in Pro Shifter. There's going to be a bunch of guys up front. I don't know that we're going to get a guy that's going to be able to pull away.
I don't think so. I think I'd be very impressed if anyone was able to pull away and stay away, right? Because you think at that point, with how close the field is and matched speed-wise through hot laps, that they're going to be having to push at 110%, and that their cart would fall off before the end of the session. But here we go. for all the marbles and the final race of round number 1 of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. Make sure you've got nothing else on the TV and it's powered and you're ready and a good comfy place to watch. This is going to be one heck of a showing here for 24 straight laps in the second of our 2 headline divisions. For Joe Turney, again, already less than 6 days ago, he was a winner in the FIA Karting European Championship. Can he do 2 wins in a 7-day span? That'd be mega impressive. And the first time, I think, in a while, someone's gone over, won one of the biggest races there is to win over in Europe, and then the next week come over and win one of the biggest races there is to win here in the States.
And how good would that be, or big would that be for the Kart Republic brand as well? They're already flexing their muscles over in Europe to be able to do it here as well, already with that Winter Series Championship. So, again, it would be a big 7-day run for both Joe Turney and Kart Republic, the whole organization, the whole company, and we'll see how everything plays out because he's going to have to go against the guy that knows this track like the back of his hand, a 5-time champion. The win here at this particular track may even be more sweeter for Joe Turney, and it would be tough for Ryan Norberg to win at his track as well. He's going to want to get this victory.
Yeah, he's got his suite filled up here with friends and family and fans all watching. There's that Norberg Nation banner in the background. He wants to win on home turf. It's one of his final 2 chances today and tomorrow. Into the tram lines we go. Joe Turney, Ryan Norberg, X30 Pro Senior looking for the green flag. We'll get it down to turn number 1.
Norberg trying to run the outside. Can he make it stick? He's going to go side by side coming out of turn number 1 and 2, and he's going to get the lead. Norberg leads it coming out, and he low lines it down into turn number 4. He'll hold it coming out. So the driver who knows this racetrack holds it, and a couple of drivers further back, right, spinning sideways coming out of turn number 4.
Blake Nash spun around in front of the field out of turn number 4, and that has shaken up the whole lead pack here. Look at the gap back from the top 5. It's Norberg over Turney, Carr, Massimino, and Harley Keeble on that PK Sports Sodi. What a start for Hayden Jones from 12th to 6th here on the opening lap.
So a lot of chaos coming out of turn number 4 as a couple drivers kind of got stacked up, getting pushed on the outside of the track into the barriers on the exit of turn number 4. That's what kind of caused the chain reaction that sent Blake Nash around. But right now, here's the top 5. The breakaway here. Norberg, though, Xander using a little bit of track knowledge, was able to get the grip on the outside and then out-drag Turney to that really tight kind of turn 3 kink that comes back over to turn number 4.
Yeah, here they go over to turn number 4. You got the 2 veterans in the division. Ryan Norberg, Joe Turney leading the way. Brandon Carr following. Massimino right there. Keeble, the young kid there, along with Carr, trying to find a way around here with a big crossover, but he'll be on the outside with no way to get back in line. So he'll tuck in over through turn 6 and 7. And all the while, Hayden Jones on that Trinity Karting Group supported Kart Republic closes in. And Norberg knows that the pressure's there. Turney does as well. What do we do down to turn 9? We're going to go low, boys. Keeble's going to go even lower on Massimino to try and get by for 4th.
Interesting with Harley Keeble. You mentioned earlier he's literally running KZ2 this year, so into a single-speed kart for PK Sport over here. A good move to the inside of Paulie Massimino as Paulie tried to defend down the inside of the corner. They're not able to make it work, and this is allowed for a 3-driver breakaway right now. It's Keeble now to P4.
Yeah, Harley Keeble up the order here. What an impressive debut for this young kid here out of England as we see Laurent Legault for the second Orlando main event in a row has gotten himself into trouble, and the 328 is done. Hayden Jones, nice pass there on Massimino. He cracks the top 5, and so Hayden Jones now begins to roll as here comes Brandon Carr on Joe Turney. Nearly gets by in turn number 6 and over to 7. Can't quite do it. And they stay single file coming out of turn number 8. Turney's not going to let Norberg, I think, get out of his sights at this point. He's going to take his time. Again, Norberg said in his interview that Joe is one of those guys here that he will wait a long time for that kart to come in and is so good on cold tires and low air pressure. He's the only guy that Norberg can't just let get away and run back down. And look at all that dirt on the racetrack. Norberg goes wide in the final corner.
First driver to come through there, and there was a ton of dirt out on the track, all laid out by the drivers further back. Look at them all trying to get their tires cleaned off after coming through that corner. Norberg got in there, the first driver through, and there was dirt all over the place, and nothing but understeer coming through turn number 12.
Masterclass by Joe Turney to get through that without losing all too much time. Here they come out of turn number 4. Brandon Carr on the bumper of that PK Sports Sodi kart of Harley Keeble, who's still struggling to get grip back in the 311 machine. The 2 drivers here trying to close back up to Norberg for second. Massimino's got company as well, closing in on him here. His teammate down the inside, actually, Massimino on Jones, because Austin Garrison has arrived on the scene. He's trying to move his way up the order. Massimino got a block there. He'll hold them at bay for now as Ingrata gets a move done on Ramos with Frankie Mossman and Mateus Morgado in the middle.
Yeah, crank up the intensity outside the top 4, top 5 right now as these drivers really going at it. That is, again, Massimino trying to hold back Hayden Jones. We talked about Jones with the issue in qualifying. Did not get a lap at all. Not able to start the kart. Worked his way back up to 12th in the pre-finals. Now finds himself in the fight within the top 10 right now. And again, Turney, Norberg, Keeble, Carr, Massimino, top 5. But, man, we got some aggressive racing early on in this 24-lapper.
Yeah, Morgado going back on Garrison there in turn number 4. He wants to get himself up the order after a not-so-great start for the 362. And so let's see if the reigning world champ can get himself up the order. Again, out of turn number 8 and down the backstretch we go with Turney, Norberg, Keeble, Carr, Massimino, your top 5. It's one long line of go-karts, and everyone, again, just feeling each other out a little bit as DeTulio was the biggest loser, or one of the biggest losers on the start. He's trying to get himself back up the order, and he's frustrated. As you can see the movement there given to Diego Ramos, his teammate. DeTulio is now back at least to 11th, but a long way still to go for the Prime Power Team Beer Alert driver.
Yeah, indeed. And again, we saw Ryan Norberg do a masterful job at the start, able to grab that lead from the outside pole from Joe Turney. Some dirt over in turn number 10 and 11. Put him straight off the racetrack early, and he ends up falling back into second as Turney somehow able to get the kart rotated into that corner despite all the dirt that was on it. We saw every driver scrubbing their tires coming through 13 over to turn number 1 to try to get things cleaned off, and that's where things have kind of settled down. So Turney not able to really get back by its speed, but fully leveraging an opportunity.
Yeah, he's doing a great job of managing this race so far. He pulled about a couple hundredths away from Norberg last time. Norberg closing in now here on Joe Turney as they go to the S's in the final corner. This time by, it'll be 6 complete here, still 18 to go. Big diver from Hayden Jones on Paulie Massimino. Here comes Mateus Morgado alongside him down the front stretch. He'll tuck back in line and wait to make a move. But Morgado, purple lap time, 55.038 for Mateus Morgado, the quickest from final practice yesterday. Obviously really good in the late part of the day. Here he comes to the inside of Massimino, and Austin Garrison will not be able to follow suit. He stays in line.
Yeah, wonder whether, there's Massimino goes back down the inside, turn 5, and a couple drivers go. That's Wes Duchak being one of them.
DeMello, the other one.
Okay.
ZCD and Wes Duchak coming together over at turns 3 and 4. There is Morgado holding back on Austin Garrison, gets back around him, but they've lost a little time battling. Massimino saying, follow me and go forward. Morgado, I don't think wants to do that, but for now he will as he lets the tires clean back off.
Indeed, you wonder how many of these guys went low on tire pressure. Everybody's still turning their best laps. This last time by, lap number 6, the only one that didn't was Paulie Massimino. But again, he was in the middle of a scrap as he continues to be right now. Garrison flying through. I think is that Ingrata in there as well?
Yeah, teammates there. The SCR boys side by side. Ingrata not going to give way to Austin Garrison. Yellow flags also, by the way, in turns 3 and 4 for something up the road. Oh, that's still for Duchak versus DeMello. So yellow flags for them. And here's a dive from Garrison back on Massimino and holds off Ingrata. And so Austin Garrison now will lead the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speeds here. 7th for Garrison, 8th for Massimino, 9th for Ingrata, DeTulio and Ramos there. It's SCR and PSL Karting and Prime Power Team for Beer Larts and Red Speeds all here, 6 back to 11th.
Worth noting that Ryan Norberg, purple last time by, lap number 7, still 17 laps to go. A long way to go in this one, but we're going to keep watching the way these drivers are turning fast laps. We did that in the Pro Shifter category. When do the tires hit that peak, and when do we see the fall off through the remainder of this race? We know how hot it is. We talked about these drivers and how the tires are falling off. We'll see how it plays out right now. Turney turned the fastest lap. Then Harley Keeble came and got it. The 16-year-old British driver for Sodi Racing USA, running with PK Sports, 54.744, full tenth of a second quicker than Turney. The Sodi car potentially up, ready to fight with these two top guns.
Yeah, so let's see if Harley Keeble can really do some damage here for the Sodi Racing USA PK Sports operation in the first couple of months back at a high level, and their first time bringing over their newly signed sponsored gun. Harley Keeble, if they could get a win, that would be mega over, again, two of the best in the world right now between Ryan Norberg and Joe Turney.
Yeah, especially for an operation, the kart distribution program and Sodi Racing USA is just kind of establishing their program over here this year, based here out of Florida. How big would that be to be able to get a national level victory in the Pro X30 category? Keeble doing a great job. Even a podium finish, I think, would be tremendous to get that brand reestablished here in the U.S.
Well, they're getting closer here. A tenth better for Keeble and Norberg on Turney. Brandon Carr still trying to hang on. He's He's fading a little bit. How about Hayden Jones here? He's on pace still with the leaders as of last time by on lap number 9. Morgado and Garrison a bit slower, and they're about 2.5 seconds away. But Hayden Jones is looking sporty, and he should be able to challenge for 4th here in a couple of laps, if not sooner, as Brandon Carr is still not exactly where he needs to be to fight for a podium right now.
Yeah, you're right. Hayden Jones, again, coming back from what was a very disappointing situation in qualifying as he was not able to get a lap in, started dead last in the pre-final, fought his way forward to get up to 12th position. And now, again, you talked about it, one less heat cycle on the tires, potentially going to give him maybe an advantage in the second half of this race. We're not even there yet, Xander. We're at 9 laps right now, just putting up 10 in the books, and another purple lap for Harley Keeble.
Yeah, Harley Keeble just continues to roll forward here. Norberg the same on Turney. And here comes Hayden Jones on Brandon Carr. Turn 4, P4, inside and clear. Hayden Jones here looking to maybe get up to the podium, especially if they fight the for the top 3 spots. Could get up to them. He'll signal the car to follow him here forward. And what a story for them as here comes Norberg for the lead. Turn 8, crossover from Turney. We race down the back straightaway. It'll be side by side. No, Turney tucks in line behind Ryan Norberg down to turn number 9.
Oh, you can be sure Harley Keeble loves seeing that. That's one of those passes you make that's going to lose a little bit of that speed up the straightaway. So Keeble's going to close back in here quite a bit. And last time by, neither Norberg nor Turney turning their fastest laps. In fact, they were off a bit by about 2-3 tenths of a second from Keeble. They'll come back across the line. Norberg P1, Turney second. Keeble that last time by with about a tenth quicker than Norberg. But yeah, you got to go back to Morgado now as the fastest driver on the track. Man, we've talked about how good he's been getting throughout this weekend. And man, Morgado, 54.450. He's only 4.1 seconds back. And I got a feeling we're going to have more racing up front, Xander.
Yeah, there's no one right now that stands out as a clear-cut top guy here so far as we approach the halfway mark in this main event for X30 Pro Senior. Norberg the leader, Turney, Keeble right behind. And again, here we go. Turney inside, turn 9. Norberg trying to cross him over. Keeble's right there, so he's going to have to tuck in line to make sure Harley doesn't get down the inside. And Joe Turney said, all right, I've given you a shot for a lap. I don't like what I see. I want that lead back.
It was weird. It seemed to me like Norberg almost left the door wide open for him there. He'll try the outside coming down in here into turn number 1. Keeble's right there. So make it 1, 2, 3, nose to tail. I like it. Kart Republic, Cosmic, Sodi Kart, 1, 2, 3.
Here we go down to turn number 4. Turney starting to block. I wonder if he's feeling like Norberg's a little bit quicker than him as they make contact. Here comes Harley Keeble, 3 wide for the lead.
Norberg make the move to the inside. They're side by side coming through. Norberg's going to go back to the bottom. Keeble around the outside. Book it. Keeble puts the Sodi Kart to P1.
Are you kidding me? Harley Keeble, you want to come over to the States and race and play? Well, how about that? Leading down to turn number 9.
What a pass that was for Norberg. Came out of turn number 5. That's track knowledge. Out of 4, rather. Kept the cart all the way to the inside. There is some asphalt to the outside. He kind of hung the left side on that as Turney goes back by the inside of Keeble, coming through turn number 12.
I think Joe Turney feels like he does not have the fastest kart out there, and he is just going to get to the lead and low line this thing and hope that they fight for second.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, so here we go, down to 4. Turney going a little low, leaving the door a little open. Keeble goes even lower. And look at a Brandon Carr around the outside on Hayden Jones. He'll take over 4th, but opens the door, and Jones gets him back, and Norberg gets around Harley Keeble.
Solid X30 senior racing here in Orlando. Opening round of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour, the Winter Nationals, and these drivers are putting on a show. You're right. Turney went back to the front. What do you got, Xander?
Mateus Morgado has joined the party here into the 6 guys. He's gotten around at the end of that group. Looks like Brandon Carr. And with all the battling, you can see the lead forming for Joe Turney, exactly how he wanted it.
Said like Turney's just going to stack things back up again, let those guys battle it out, and that's indeed what's happened. Turney's pulled out a really massive lead right now over Norberg and Keeble. So the way they ran before is the way they run again, but they brought Hayden Jones back in, Morgado, Carr, all back into the fight. You got to go 2.5 seconds back to Aiden Ingrata and Austin Garrison 7th and 8th. So really about a 6-driver battle right now, 2.3 seconds to separate them all because it's a 1.1 second lead for Turney last time by.
Hayden Jones tried to muscle his way around Harley Keeble, couldn't quite do it. Mateus Morgado, fastest car on the racetrack right now in that fit spot. He's trapped. He needs to get through all these guys, hope they don't fight him too hard, and then hopefully Ryan Norberg can get back to Joe Turney, because that lead is 1.1 to 1.2 seconds with 10 to go. That's a big margin for Norberg to chip away at as Morgado gets by Hayden Jones and Brandon Carr will follow.
Yeah, I could see that one coming out of there. Morgado got a good run out and really got good forward bite. Getting out of turn number 8, went to the inside of turn number 9, a really textbook inside move. That pushed Hayden Jones back into the 5th position. But the gap now I think is crucial out front. 1.3 seconds is the lead now for Joe Turney. Kind of stacked everybody back up, and then they got pretty aggressive coming through 4 and 5, and that's given him a ton of breathing room. So we're going to go back at watching lap times and splits again, because Turney and Norberg, that last time by, Turney was 0.3 quicker than Norberg, 1.3 seconds now the lead, because we're getting down there. We got 9 laps remaining.
Yeah, and the field all the way through. There's some big spreads in the lap times here, but it's really going to rest on the shoulders of Mateus Morgado, maybe Ryan Norberg, maybe Harley Keeble. But again, they played into Joe Turney's hand as good as he could have asked for, with 8 laps to go this time by, and one of the best drivers in the world leading the way. You don't expect mistakes from Joe Turney. You got to hope that cart really falls off for him.
And look at lap times, too. A 54.66 last time by for Turney. 54.62 is his best. He was 0.04 off. In fact, just turns his fast lap on lap number 60. I was going to say, does anybody else go quicker here? Norberg about 0.2 slower. Joe Turney, knowing that cart, you mentioned it before, they go low on the tire pressure. He struggles for the first couple of laps, but he has to believe in what's going to happen. He just turned his fastest lap of the race and stretched over a 10th again on Ryan Norberg.
Textbook stuff here from Joe Turney on the opening day of the SKUSA Pro Tour as they go through turns 6, 7, and 8. Harley Keeble still right there. Morgado closing in a little bit on Keeble. Picked up 1/100th last time by. Looks a little better this time. Jones starting to fade just a touch back there in the TKG Kart Republic, so we'll see if he can get back to the top 5. Big story, of course, for Hayden Jones. You know, last year, second in the X30 Pro standings, but under the tutelage and coaching of Ryan Norberg and on the dominant team of the season with Rawlson Performance Group and the dominant chassis brand with OTK. Now you go out on your own. You find an opportunity. Kart Republic and Trinity. Hayden Jones was not set to race this year, Rob, and those operations between the two of them put a deal together to help him out and get him back out here, and he is starting to prove his worth as a top-level contender no matter where he is as an independent driver, getting out of the shadow of the mentor, basically.
Indeed. You got to step out of that shadow and kind of get your own deal put together, right? And there he is, Hayden Jones, running very strongly right now in that 6th position. We'll see how things dial in when it's all said and done. A little further back in the pack, just to look at some of the drivers who are showing well. Up 22 spots for Jorge Ortiz, started all the way back in 35th. He's up to 13th position. Donovan Bonilla started 30th. He's up to 15th. Caleb Gaffera started at the tail of the field in 37th. We see him move his way up into 16th. What a great drive for Caleb Gaffera as well. His first Pro Tour race as a senior.
Yeah, very impressive from those drivers here. Now, that time by, Ryan Norberg and Harley Keeble have found a little bit extra. Lap 18, fastest laps for everybody up front. Norberg takes a 0.5 away from Turney. Keeble takes 0.2 off both of them. Now, the gaps are still pretty large, but let's see. What does the reigning series champ, the 7-time Pro National champion Ryan Norberg, have left? What more tricks does he have up his sleeve to try and hunt down Joe Turney with 6 laps to go?
Yeah, he's going to have to put those magic laps in here right now. It's a 1.4-second advantage, and we'll see who has the tires to the end. This is interesting. I was looking for that tire fall-off. We saw it, of course, in Pro Shifter, but not the same power dynamics or weight in those in that category as you have here in X30 Senior. But right now, everybody's still going quicker. There is only 6 laps to go, and they're still turning fast laps. So the crews, of course, doing a tremendous job in terms of chassis setup as well. And we'll see what happens this time by. Norberg gaining about 1/10 of a second, 1.4 seconds. But guess who went quicker by 0.3? Mateus Morgado. He's 3 seconds back, all told, 0.7 behind Keeble, but Morgado in the Burrell Art continues to push.
Yeah, better qualifying effort for Morgado here today, and he would have been easily in this conversation all day long. You can see how much he wants it. Mateus Morgado closing in on Harley Keeble. At minimum, be able to bring PSL Karting and Burrell Art a podium results here and get it done. And you've again got the veterans 1, 2, and 4, all the early 20-year-olds leading the majority of the way. Then you got rookies there, 3rd and 5th. Well, Keeble, I guess, on his 2nd senior season. Brandon Carr on his 1st as they climb through the curbs and come out of turn 13 One more look at the lap times. Is it coming down at all? 4 to go. Joe Turney still leads. Norberg, a 1/10.5 better. 1.1 seconds away in closing.
Yeah, Norberg again with his personal best lap. He gets it down to 1.190, a 54.403, over a 10th quicker. Norberg just keep going in the right direction. Is it too little too late with 4 laps to go? The local driver trying to reel in the pilot coming off a CIK FIA European Championship victory in Europe. Can Joe Turney hold back the local hero, the legend that is Ryan Norberg, 5-time SKUSA champion, starting off the Pro Tour, and the gap shrinking ever so slightly.
Yeah, here we are. This is, again, the fight between the Titans that we expected coming into the weekend. As problems for Austin Garrison. The Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed is out at the outside at turn number 9. He climbed all the way as high as 6th or 7th today and started to fade backwards pretty hard here at the end of this main event. He's done. 3 to go. Turney, 54.5. Norberg, 0.2 better. Keeble, 0.3 better. Both of them closing. It's down to a second even, but it's going to be close. It's going to be right on the limit if they get there.
It is, no doubt about that. Keeble actually going purple last time by, and he needs to because he's getting chased down by Mateus Morgado. There's that battle there. There's a fast driver on the racetrack. On that Sodi kart, the Brit, Harley Keeble, trying to close back up as well. That is 3rd and 4th for the final stop of the position on the podium. Norberg closes again by almost 2 full tenths. It's down to a second even. Norberg up on the wheel, but again, laps winding down. It'll be 2 to go next time by.
Ryan Norberg was hunting down Joe Turney at the end of the SKUSA Winter Series and made one mistake getting up and high-siding on the curbing at Homestead, Miami with a couple laps to go. It's a repeat deja vu moment for the national #1 plate holder, trying to hunt down Turney and hopefully minimize mistakes. Picks up a 10th there. That's not enough. 2 to go, 0.9 of a second to lead for Ryan Norberg to hunt down Joe Turney, Carly Keeble, Mateus Morgado continuing to chip away as well. They both just went 0.3 better than Turney. So again, all these guys so fast, got to be so frustrated with themselves the way the race played out that they fought just a touch too much to let Turney get away.
You know, and you had said it, what Joe Turney didn't think he had the fastest kart, and he does it right now. He's not going any quicker. They're all going faster, but he was able to get himself back up front, forces his way to the lead, and let everybody else battle out behind it. It's really played essentially exactly the way I think he probably hoped.
I mean, he has navigated these fields here that have been so wild in X30 Senior, even coming from sometimes outside the top 5 in qualifying and or in a pre-final getting shuffled back. Never rattled, never frustrated, and making the perfect moves, it seems like, almost every single time. As he goes through turn number 1 that time, he just gives a little lock-up of the brakes to us as he hits his new personal best. He looked back, a frantic look a little bit to check the margin one more time. It stays at 9/10. Turney is looking phenomenal out of turn number 5.
Just a huge final lap here for Joe Turney. The penultimate lap, as I said, he turns his best time. He was not the quickest guy over the last 5 laps, but he's getting it done here like he just needed that one little bit extra, grabbing another gear. He'll work his way out of turn number 8 down the back straightaway. The gap just over 9/10 of a second. Keeble is rolling up here on Norberg. Morgado trying to get himself to the podium as well. But as they come out of turn number 9 over to the final complex of corners, Joe Turney getting the job done on the Kart Republic. He won last week in the European Championships. And the winner today in X30 Senior in Orlando, Joe Turney, scoring round number 1 of the SKUSA Pro Tour, a victory by 0.807 seconds. Ryan Norberg holding on to second. Harley Keeble, Xander, P3. That's a win for Sodi Kart and PK Sports.
That's phenomenal there. Again, first time over here, gets himself onto the podium, into the money. He said that was one of the big reasons he was happy to come over here. And good kudos there from Joe Turney to Mateus Morgado, world champion level drivers between all these guys at the front end of the field. Top level talent from them all. And again, 2 races that were high strategy, a lot of hard decision making, but up front in both cases, a lot of class showed here in X30 Senior and Pro Shifter, and that's the example these guys need to set week in, week out for all the younger divisions.
I 100% agree. We saw it in turn 4, a lot of action, turn 4, turn 5, drivers diving on inside each other, trying to give each other room, a little bit of contact, but this is top level racing, right? The bottom line is Joe Turney played that so well. He knew he had everybody on top of him, and you could see after he got back into the lead from Norberg, that's when the battling happened. He pulled himself a 1.4 second advantage and was able to cruise it home to a big win.
And that does it. So Joe Turney comes back to the States here and ends on top again He's now 2 for 2 here from his last race back in February. Ryan Norberg in second. Keeble, Mateus Morgado ends up 7 spots gained again to fourth with the fastest couple laps, getting nipped there on the second to last lap by Harley Keeble. Hayden Jones, 7 spots gained to the top 5. Brandon Carr, Frankie Mossman, Diego Ramos, Aiden Ingrata, Alessandro D'Atulio, the top 10. And look at the kids from the back. Yeah. The rookies, Jorge Ortiz and Caleb Gaffera, 24 and 25 spots gained. They even raced each other to the line by 600ths there to finish 11th and 12th, and then on through the rest of the field.
Great for those two young drivers. You know, we're watching the stars of the sport running up front in the Turneys, the Norbergs, the Morgados, the 16-year-old Keeble in there. But to see those two drivers, Jorge Ortiz and Caleb Gaffera, coming back from what were really disappointing starts to the pre-final, the wreck that they had at the start of that run that put Caleb Gaffera at the back. For them to get 24 and 25 position improvements, massive result here. That's going to springboard them into Sunday.
It's going to make things, again, a lot easier for them to go into that knowing that the speed is there. So with that here, we've got a little track cleanup, scales and post-race tech inspection. We got press conferences coming for the top 3 in Pro Shifter and X30 Senior, some post-race interviews as well. In the meantime, while we take that little break here, let's send it over. If you missed it earlier today, who is Joe Turney? Well, we got to sit down with him earlier this year, and here's a little bit of an insight into now the round 1 winner here from the SKUSA Pro Tour and X30 Pro Senior.
Hi, I'm Joe Turney. I'm 21. I live in England and I'm a factory driver for Kart Republic. Like a birthday party, rental kart. Yeah. When I was like 9, I think, and then sort of like enjoyed it, did a bit of that, built up. Pretty normal after that. I mean, nothing crazy happened after that, but yeah. I guess Hamilton's a good one because he sort of came from nothing, and what he's doing now is crazy for like on and off track. So I'm gonna go with Hamilton. And he raced for Dino, who's Kart Republic. I started as a factory driver in 2019, so I did 2 years of senior as well before that. I mean, like, people helped along the way and everything, but I only started as an official driver in 2019. I'd sort of raced in England and Europe for 10 years, and I'd won a lot of what was possible to win, so I didn't want to carry on doing the same thing that I was doing. I wanted to try and progress, so I spoke with who's the dealer of Tony Kart in the UK, and sort of got him through that. So yeah, I was like to him, look, I wanna go and do something different. And I think I was racing for a team against him as well, so he kind of wanted me to get out anyway, so he sort of helped me, yeah. The racing in the UK, from what I hear, is pretty similar to the racing over here. Like, I'd say in Europe, the class that we do, I mean, like, there's not a lot of slipstream in there and stuff, so if you start first and you're the fastest, you just go away. Whereas here and in the UK, with the X30 and Rotax and the Rock and whatever, racing always seems pretty close. So I think the racing in Europe's maybe, I mean, the level's obviously high, but the race in itself maybe isn't as exciting as over here. So we did the World Championship in 2019 in Alahama in Finland, and that was a really cool track. It was inside a theme park, but the track was like CIK regulated, but it was like up and down, like driving it was like a roller coaster, so it was a pretty awesome track, but now it's not regulated because they built too much theme park on top of it, so it's not safe anymore. But it was good. I'm not a good chef. I try to not cook really, probably to save myself, but I can make toast, I guess, stuff like that. I mean, my limit's pretty low on cooking. At the moment, the priority's in Europe, but if we do all right over here, then hopefully we'll be back for some more stuff, yeah.
welcome back here to Orlando Kart Center. We have post-race interviews coming from some of our Pro Shifter and X30 Pro seniors, and then the top 3 finishers will be coming up to us after for Pro Shifter and X30 senior press conferences. But for just some shorter interviews here with a number of storylines in the field, let's go ahead and we'll get set to send it on down trackside here to pit lane. Emery Light on Alexander Searle queuing up a handful, and well, we got to start off with the man that pulls off a win. He's now 2 in a row here stateside, 2 in a row in 6 days around the world for Joe Turney and Kart Republic, and he is down here with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Joe, I mean, that was impressive. I mean, those last 5 laps, the top 4, you guys were just swapping purple laps after purple laps. Like you were telling me before, what's really cool is that, the top 4 are all different chassis as well. It's just super impressive to watch. Walk me through the race. I mean, obviously you are spent right now.
Yeah, I mean, I prefer to go from the front if I can, so I tried to get a gap, and then they closed me down. We had a bit of a race for a few laps, which was tough, but managed to get back a gap. I'm not sure what happened behind, but I got another gap, and then again they closed me down, but in the end it was just enough.
Yeah, I mean, this seems to be like your strong suit. You get out to an early lead, maybe have a second gap, and you can manage that pretty well. How do you do that mentally? How do you get out to a lead, look back, you have a second gap, and just consistently pump out those consistent lap times?
Well, it's tough. I mean, you just got to focus on what you're doing, keep trying to improve, because you don't know what time the people are doing behind you. So you just got to keep doing what you can, and today it was just enough.
All right, thanks, Joe.
We'll hear more from Joe Turney later on here this afternoon with post-race press conferences for the top 3 in X30 Pro Senior, but he's far from the only one we want to hear from about their stories from today's race. Emery Light on Alexander Searle getting you everything from the aftermath of that one. Let's hear from the other half of the 2 Titans on the front row that end up 1 and 2. Ryan Norberg on home turf just comes up a couple of laps and a couple tenths short. He's down with Emery.
Thanks, Sander. Here with Ryan Norberg. Ryan, just a little bit short. You were closing in the last few laps. Obviously had the battle, made a pass in the dirt, went 3 wide, and when it came down to it, just a little bit short. Walk me through your race.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of knew Joe's game plan. It's always, he kind of takes it easy in the beginning, lets everybody else lead, and then he waits for his tires to come in, and then it goes from there. So my goal was to try and get in front of him, slow him down a little bit, and keep everybody close. But, I didn't get the chance to do that because I just drove through a thing of dirt and almost spun out there. So after that, it was just kind of, he got out to an early lead. I needed to chase him down and get back in front of him. I get back to the game plan. And we did that, and then, again, we just got racing too hard for second, and then he got another lead. And so, I was planning on trying to be a little bit faster at the end of the session, and I think we were finally. Normally Joe kind of outpaces us towards the end of the session, and this time he wasn't. But it's unfortunate, a little shy of the victory, but still a hard race.
Yeah, and taking away some positives for the day, I mean, after lap number 1 in qualifying, breaking a chain, you had to get that repaired. Started the pre-final in 8th, quickly got your way up through the field. You made some solid points today. What positives can you take away, both from, obviously, the championship side of things, but also just in general, kind of getting the kart dialed in after what looked to be a bit of an up and down yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, we were better today than we were yesterday, but we don't go for positives, we go for wins. So we got to focus on getting the win next time.
All right, well, Ryan Norberg, he'll have another chance tomorrow. Again, a solid second-place run. Came up just a little bit short here in the main event. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emery. Here again, Ryan Norberg. You can hear the disappointment there in his voice. Obviously expecting nothing less than the top step of the podium, and just comes up a little bit shy. So you can bet that determination he'll put it to good use here tomorrow and try to come away with a round 2 victory. For Harley Keeble, unofficially there was a slightly light at the scale line, which is disheartening for such an amazing drive here in his United States Pro debut. Let's send it down to Emery Light on hear from the kid.
Thanks, Sander. Harley, it was a really good race for you. You were able to kind of get yourself up to the lead briefly. Again, a good battle between Ryan and Joe and you, and in the end, on track, finished in 3rd. Obviously, the scale line kind of made it down, but still a solid on-track result with the Sodi car. Just walk me through your race and kind of how you were able to see it develop.
Well, I got up to 3rd very quickly, and then I saw Ryan slowly but surely catching, so I was just waiting, biding my time. He finally got to Joe, he overtook, and then they started to battle. I caught them 2, got past them, and then there was loads of dirt on the track, and going into the back hairpin,
missed my brakes. And then Joe got me into the last corner, and on the outside was very dirty, so I lost loads of time. But in the end, it was a good race. Very fast, positive with the speed, and on to tomorrow.
Yeah, and talking about the speed that you guys have, I mean, you came over here, first race in the U.S. aboard the Sodi Kart by PK Sport. I mean, you guys had a lot of pace all weekend long. We saw Thursday, Friday, consistently top 10 from a pace standpoint. In the race today, it finally really showed up. Just talk to me about kind of how your whole operation is going and what you guys found over the course of this weekend.
I mean, yeah, we've been changing a lot. We had a few issues this morning before warm-up, so we had to change a few things. And then quali in the pre-final, it wasn't too fast. We didn't know what was the problem. And then for the final, we just decided to change everything, and it paid out.
All right, well, Harley Keeble, a really good run. Unfortunately, not going to count for him in terms of the point standings, but still a solid effort. He finishes third on track. Back to you guys.
So Harley Keeble, again, at least some positives to take away into tomorrow, but it does obviously take him out of championship contention, or at least makes it a whole lot harder having to sacrifice a drop on a really good start to his weekend. Let's go down for some more here for Harley Keeble, getting knocked out of the top 3. It now promotes some more drivers up the order. Hayden Jones here with the best run so far this year in his second start of the season with the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic boys. Starting to feel like he's probably getting a little more comfortable. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Clearly pretty comfortable in the kart, Hayden. I mean, you didn't have the call you would have wanted because you didn't even make it out on track. You know, you didn't seem too confident, but you had the go-kart underneath you, finished P5 on track, P4 after penalties. Clearly a solid run. Walk me through your race.
Yeah, so I had a miracle start. I went from, I think, probably 12th to 5th in the first hairpin. And, you know, I was surprised at that point, and I was like, well, I need to start pushing and catch the leaders because they had a little bit of a gap. And then the dirt got on the track, and I caught up. And then I got in the mix and just I was pushing a little too hard in the middle there, and then Mateus and Brandon got around me, and then I fell back and just put my head back together and started putting good laps down.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the laps there, you were consistently about a tenth or two off the pace of the top 4 guys. What do you think it is that you would need for tomorrow?
I think it was a little bit of driving. You know, we can obviously work on the car and get that just a little bit faster, but just figuring out where I need to push and when not to push.
All right, thanks, Hayden.
There you hear it from Hayden Jones here with a lot to build on going into tomorrow, and a very strong recovery after not making it out on the racetrack for qualifying. Put that little bit of a rubber advantage to good use, and the DKG Kart Republic driver is going to get credited with a top 5 result after the end of that one, eventually moving up to 4th here with everything standing the way it did with Harley Keeble having an underweight DQ penalty, unfortunately. But we've got more coming down to us. I know we've got our shifter pros here lined up as well. And, of course, Mateus Morgado with a really solid run. How about the kid who was the hard charger forward? Jorge Ortiz, 24 spots picked up, 25 for Caleb Gaffera. The rookies did an awesome job. He ends 11th, and he's down with Emery.
Here with Jorge Ortiz. Jorge, after the pre-final incident, it did not look good for you, but a sensational final to put yourself on the back end, almost to the top 10, unofficially, officially with the DQ inside the top 10. Talk to me about your race and how you're able to make up that many positions.
Going off the start, we were a bit back, so I just floored it and gained about 3 spots, and then there was some space on the inside, so I just full-on sent it, gained a couple more positions. Yeah, going around the track, we gained more positions by the lap. Then one of the laps, there was a lot of dirt going into the last corner, and I got some of it, and I almost spun out. So it looked like I caught it. But we had some pretty nice pace, pretty good. But overall, I felt like the chassis was just a bit off, maybe a bit more grip, and I think we could have broke the top 5 almost, top 7.
Yeah, looking ahead to tomorrow, I mean, you guys have kind of struggled a bit for pace all weekend long. Yesterday was particularly rough for you, but this has been the best you've looked all weekend long. And compared to the rest of your teammates, I mean, being able to drive almost up to where kind of they were and just being really as quick, if not quicker than them in that final, what sort of confidence boost does it give you heading into tomorrow?
I have high hopes. I know the chassis is good now. We just got to tune some things on it, and I think we'll be for sure top 5, top 7, like I said. Yeah, I have high hopes. Yeah.
I gotta ask you one more thing. I mean, your first senior season aboard the pro category level. I mean, you've got a lot kind of going on, a lot of racecraft development that happens there. Talk to me about kind of some of the stages of going through the field like that, and just seeing some of the chaos and how you were able to kind of pick them apart. Because I mean, looking at it from the outside, it looked like a very mature drive for someone that is in their rookie season as senior.
Yeah, for sure. The stages of getting even to the top steps is very difficult, especially if you're starting 20th. You're gonna see a lot of wrecks. You're gonna have to avoid them, have a good reaction time, and you just gotta stay focused.
All right, Jorge Ortiz stayed focused. In fact, picks up 25 spots in the main event, gets a provisional top 10 result after the DQ. He finishes off with an outstanding result here in the final on Saturday. We'll see what he can do tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emery. There, here from Jorge Ortiz and Caleb Gaffera. Of course, Gaffera also with a great run forward in that TKG Kart Republic. The rookies end 11th and 12th from dead last on the grid. We go from them here to a couple more in post-race interviews, and then we'll take a short break as we prep for the Saturday evening press conferences for the top 3 finishers. How about this guy, Matheus Morgado, reigning world champion, and he ends up 3rd in the final standings with the way everything shakes out with some of the fastest laps all race long. He's down with Alex.
Yeah, like you said, Xander, one of the fast guys on track. You know, after penalties from Harley, unfortunately, P3 for you, Matheus. Unbelievable drive from you. I mean, if the race was, maybe 20 more laps, you would have had a chance at the win there, but walk me through your race.
Yeah, for sure. Really happy with the results. Even more from coming from 11th on the grid. It's not easy in a grid like this. Always hard, many fights. So yeah, I can just start thanking my team, my engine builder, everyone that has been working for me, and being here with me is really important. So yeah, I had a hard final, I think. I'm really exhausted right now. 24 laps is not easy with a weather like this. For sure, if I had more laps, maybe I could fight. I don't say for the win, but for sure for the P2. I think Turney got away in the last laps because the guys from 2nd, 3rd started fighting. So yeah, 3rd was the maximum I could do after the penalty. Rules are rules, so cannot say anything about it. And yeah, happy with the results.
Yeah, one more thing. I mean, going through the whole day today, you've been super, super quick. I mean, obviously the qualifying didn't go your way, but really quick in the pre-final, super fast in the final, almost that fast lap of the entire race. What can you take away from this race going into tomorrow?
Well, I feel really confident for tomorrow. I think if with a good quali, we can take the win in the final. Material works. As I say, the chassis, the engine, everything works perfectly. For sure, we have a bit more for tomorrow. We know what we have to work on, and we will keep pushing.
Thanks, Matheus.
There you go from Matheus Morgado. Again, obviously, the heat, along with a very long main event here at 25 minutes in total, factoring into a lot of fatigue here for all of the drivers at the top level of the field. And these guys, again, top of their game, best in the country, best from around the world. You've got world champions, top-level guys, and, of course, the best in the States all on an even playing field and putting on a show at the highest level. You're going to see a lot of that just being pushed to the absolute limit, physically, mentally, and every bit in between. So they have to be in a really, really good shape, and you can not be surprised at all for Harley Keeble to come in underweight. You can't even imagine how much water weight those guys maybe lost just in that 30-minute main event due to, sweating out buckets, battling with each other in this high 90-plus degree weather with high humidity here in Central Florida. So it looks like we're just about ready, I think, to start wrapping up. I know we've got our shifter post-race interviews, I think, planned, but they may end up just moving into the press conference as we wait to get closer and closer to podium ceremonies.
Oh,
All right, guys.
Conversation is really interesting.
So, Danny, Marion, AJ, appreciate the time and everything. Danny, let's first go to you. Obviously, super close race the whole way through. 24 laps. Walk me through it, and how was it from your eyes?
To be honest, it was really rough, really tough. We're underpowered a little bit. Not just me. My motor's actually a rocket ship. It's a rocket ship of a KZ. But, yeah, Billy's got that 175 like a dragster down the straight. It's like it's unbelievable. It's very, very hard. He's driving really well. His chassis is working really well. So it was really hard to keep him behind me. I had to push for 24 laps. I was not expecting to have to push that hard for that many laps. I was actually pretty gassed at the end of that race. My tires were done. So, yeah, it was definitely a really, really hard final for me.
And how much adjusting were you kind of doing? There was like one or two times looked like the rear brakes locked up going in the hairpin and stuff like that. Were you really having to change lines and markers almost every lap, or what you were doing?
Yeah, because I cooked my tires trying to keep them behind me. I saw AJ. We had a decent gap to AJ, not huge, maybe 8/10, 9/10. So he was there, you know. And then one moment to another, Billy just caught me in 3 corners, and that's when I started pushing really hard, and started locking the rears, going to the front bias, trying to, you know, not lock the rears as much, starting to use the engine, downshifts, probably broke all the reeds, just trying to stop it. So, yeah, it was definitely a very hard final. He drove me really, really clean. I drove pretty defensively the last 3 laps, and there was a lot of dirt in the last lap. Someone went off the into the last corner, went off the track, and there was grass and sand all over it. Going to the white flag, me and Billy had to go to first gear at the end of the straight because it was sand everywhere. I went to second gear where the chicane curb is just because there's so much sand. So it made it even more interesting. And I know AJ had sand too. He almost missed the break-in. I know Marion almost missed the break-in. So it was crazy how much sand there was in the last lap. So made it even more cool, you know, more interesting already, a really interesting final. So, yeah, hopefully we could get a little bit more grip in the chassis for tomorrow in the final. Again, it was phenomenal. It was just very hard to keep that 175 behind me for 25 laps.
And AJ, I'm sure you got the same. You know, you and Billy traded places a little bit throughout the day, so you got a really close eye on how to get around it and also watching it get around you. But in your main event, you know, I mean, you were kind of keeping those guys at maybe arm's length, and the last couple laps pushed, and thanks to Danny defending, closed up. How do you rank your final?
Pretty disappointed, honestly. I was hoping to be where Danny's at, but at the end, it was a pretty boring race, actually. I mean, it was a second gap to Billy and Danny the whole time. They would battle. I'd catch a little. They'd gap me slightly, and then at the last couple laps, they battled hard. Dirt on the track, I was able to close right there, just in time to get to the checkered flag. So disappointed there, but just got to improve.
And Mario, what about you, man? I mean, how can you have you been able to kind of almost run the numbers in your head of like where your pace would be had you had, you know, more laps on the tires, or do you feel like you were even to those guys and really fast going to tomorrow?
I don't really have any idea how much of the tires difference that it made. I mean, my tires were definitely better, so I knew I was going to be faster than those guys. I was making my way up through the field pretty decent. I think there's a couple of laps where I finally had some free laps, and I was catching, I think, Danny 3/4 a lap, and I saw him like coming into that hairpin, the tight hairpin. I saw him coming, and I was closing, so I was feeling good. And then once I tried to get past Giorgio Carrara, I locked up the tires and the braking, and I felt something break in the engine. I grabbed the clutch and just prayed that I would refire on corner exit, and luckily it did, but I lost all power there, and my pace never really came back to it. So yeah, I lost power in the engine, I think, and if it wasn't for that, I think I could have been further up on the podium. Maybe, I mean, I would have been able to catch up, I think. I don't know if I could have gone around. I mean, these guys are hard to pass once you get there. So, I mean, speed-wise, I think we had something for them today. Tomorrow it's going to be a different day. I'm going to have to improve my quali. My pace in the warm was very good, so I don't know really where I went wrong in quali. But then, yeah, the pace in the pre-final was good until it wasn't. So, yeah.
Danny, you especially have had a really, really busy month of March, but kind of to all of you guys a little bit. I mean, the conditions today, you know, low 90-degree air temperature, high humidity, sun out, long sessions, right? I mean, how physically demanding was the race for you guys, especially you, Danny, first?
To be honest, the pre-final was okay. You know, took my helmet off like any normal race. I had my Apple Watch I started turning it on like as a workout to see, you know, the heart rate, stuff like that, the calories we burned, stuff like this. By the way, it was 1,100 calories in that final. It was crazy. In the pre-final, it was 180. That's the difference of how hard I was pushing. My heart rate was 110 in the pre-final. It was 183 in the final. I was pushing so hard. I was sliding so much to try to keep Billy behind me. So it was definitely difficult. It was really, really hot. And I've been dieting a lot. I was the scale 394. I think it was lighter than mine. I'm proud of that. Obviously, I have some titanium, lighter stuff. I don't care. I'll take it. But yeah, you know, so it's even more. I'm kind of dehydrated from dieting. So it was definitely tough. I was tired. I looked gassed. All these guys looked normal. I looked gassed. So again, I'm so thankful Mike Rollison giving this opportunity. The go-kart has been on rails all weekend, and it was on rails there. I cooked the tires myself. The engine's a rocket ship to all the other KZs. That's not a KZ. That's a 175. So again, Billy did a fantastic job. These two did a fantastic job. Martin was on rails. I was watching him come, and I was getting really pissed that he was that much faster than me. Probably another reason I cooked my rears. But yeah, great day. That's 2 wins. That's 3 final wins in a row here at Orlando. I love this place. I love the curbs. They took my favorite curb away, which sucks. But
yeah, saw that.
It's I haven't hit it one time this weekend so far. The stick yet. I'm really proud.
I saw you hit it in the final with like coming to the white lap.
Really?
No, yes.
Oh, I didn't feel it.
Coming to the white flag
I don't
lap,
feel
bro.
it.
I'm like,
got
please
a
bend
good
the
angle
axle.
on it.
Yeah?
You left a tire mark on
Oh,
that
hell
thing,
yeah.
actually.
Dude, oh man, I was like,
go.
oh, did he bend something?
Oh, there we go. I didn't even feel it. That's,
Yeah.
That's
You were
awesome.
in warm-up.
Yeah.
I was behind you.
No
and
way.
Every time the thing
Oh,
goes
there
like
they
this
go.
when I go by it.
Yeah,
That's
just a little
awesome.
bit. Not killing it, but
That's
just kissing
awesome.
it.
I didn't even feel it.
Yeah.
So again, it kind of sucks. I was really fast through there. Took one of the I was really good through there. So it kind of sucks. But again, the track's awesome. This track races so well. One of the best tracks in the country for racing. That race was awesome. All the races were awesome. The Tag Senior race was awesome. X30 Junior was awesome. So yeah.
Just saying that because you guys won X30 Junior.
Yeah, we didn't win senior though.
It was like a 1 through 5 almost.
Yeah, that one was boring.
Well, it's a coaching, bro. Come on, man. I'm just kidding. But no, I'm not. No, yes, I am. But yeah, it's a fantastic track. I love this place. I'm excited for tomorrow. It's gonna be as hot. Hopefully, we could go in the 49s in qualifying, which would be really cool. Like Myron did this morning. Me and Myron both did 49.7 early on the week when he was working. His was a 49.78. Mine was a 49.79. So it'd be really cool if we could beat that. We won't. It's not possible how the track condition, it's not improving as much it was when it was getting colder because it's not as cold. So I think 49.9 50.0 will be pole again tomorrow. Yeah, so hopefully we have a good go-kart. We've had a great go-kart all week. 2 races in a row. 3 races in a row because in Supernats that thing was hooked up too. So yeah, hopefully we could do it again tomorrow and fight these guys for the win.
AJ, obviously you had to work this week where some of the other guys were getting a little more testing. And is that something you kind of thought about a little bit through the day? Like, it would have been nice to have another day to try some more things? Or at this point it was just, you know, we gave everything you had. I don't think it would have benefited.
I mean, at the end of the day, usually how Thursdays go is I make my mechanic Peppo pretty pissed because I like to try things. Oh, maybe this will be better, and then Friday morning, Friday afternoon, back to standard. And so basically I just skipped that and just started where I left off the USPKS, and it worked right away. I did a 49.8 my first session on Friday morning. And then, yeah, I've been lived here for 5 years. I know this track in and out, so I'm not thinking that's what cost me today, but obviously practice helps.
Marian, you first here because I haven't asked any of these guys this yet so far. But track conditions from USPKS Saturday to today. Obviously, we know that it was hotter, but did it feel significantly different? Did the track kind of do what you think it was going to do? You know, in the pre-final, get greasy and stay slick for the main, and anything that stood out, or did it feel similar?
I can't really remember back at USPKS what the track was like, but it did exactly what we were thinking, what we thought it was going to do. I mean, it always gets greasy in the afternoon here. The heat is definitely not helping it, so it's only getting worse. So yeah, we were prepared for that. I think I was caught out a little bit in qualifying, but that's about it.
Danny, again, a lot of you guys are you know, pretty standard on setup. So when you know the track's going that way and we line it up again tomorrow, is there a part of you that, knowing how quick Billy is wanting to at least try and fine tune a couple things or test something in warm up?
Yeah, I'm actually changing the axle for the first time in 3 races. Again, we've been running the same setup all this whole time. The go-kart's really, really good. It's going to change some things, maybe get some better drive off to try to gap him enough in the bottom that he can dragster past me in the straight. But yeah, the go-kart's really good on new tires and when it's cold, so I don't want to change too much because qualifying is quite important when we're all this fast. You know, it's hard to pass. But yeah, it did change a lot for me because obviously we ran 50.2 in the final at USPKS. I did a 51.3 now because we started on new tires, right? So it's same amount of laps with brand new set of tires, which a lot nicer, right? So that's the only thing. Conditions identical. The track's, you know, even in the USPKS, the last couple of laps, me and Myron were running 51.6, 51.7, 51.7, 51.8. It's like same times as now. It's just that's what it is. That's what the track is when it gets hot and greasy, and especially when some of the masters were rallying out there, you know, getting dirt on the track was making it a lot worse.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, it's got to feel pretty good, you know, for you guys. At least the Masters gave way. I mean, they didn't have to, right? They were in their own race.
They did a fantastic job there. I'm really thankful. I was just joking about that comment. Sorry, guys. But they were going off the track quite a bit, and there was a lot of sand that at USPKS we did not have. Sometimes in USPKS during the heats, we all experienced it while leading. The gust of wind would come, and they were building last week. They're not building this week in the sand plant, and sand would come in the track, and especially in the showcase corner in front of the mechanics, and you would just go four-wheel slide everywhere. Happened to me a couple times while I was leading. Happened to AJ. Happened to Myron. So it definitely happens around here, especially with this sticky tire. It picks up any kind of dirt and just slides. So yeah, I think the track condition's the same. It's going to be the same tomorrow, if anything worse, because it's going to be a little bit hotter, and 2 days in a row being hot, I think is just going to make it really bad.
And did you ever find out what the purse money was for today?
I know. I was going to ask you. It better be something. That was those calories. I rather, you know, we need some money.
AJ, you know, obviously no driver, you know, likes to just come up just a little bit short. I felt like, you know, for you and for Billy both just being that close to Danny but not coming away. How do you rate today? Where's your head at? Where's your feelings at going into tomorrow? You know, are you positive? Are you kind of neutral? Are you still a little bit frustrated that you just weren't where you thought you'd be?
I was super confident going into that final. We made a change, and I thought it was going to be the way to go, and it turned out after about 8 laps it wasn't the way to go. So I'm a little disappointed after that, but I'm just going to regroup, go into tomorrow, make a couple changes, and go for him.
And Marian, what about you? Again, we don't really know roughly where you stand. We know it's a little better. We don't know how much better, but you know, for you, is the focus into tonight just trying to wrap your head around what you can do to get a better quali lap in?
Yeah, mainly. I mean, my pace. I know my pace has been strong all week. So that quali just came out of nowhere, and I was a freak quali. I think tomorrow should be better. I mean, we expect better, and yeah, we didn't really change anything from warm up to quali, but we also didn't change anything from quali to the first race. So the first race, the pace seemed to be back. So yeah, maybe I was sleeping in quali a little bit, I guess.
Well, either way, we appreciate you guys and the time and everything. We'll let you get ready for podiums and all, and get some water and get back to work here tonight to get after it tomorrow. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's good. It's easy. I don't have to worry too much about learning a new racetrack. You know, I've got a rhythm there. The rhythm works. All I got to do is, you know, zone in on the setup, get it to work, and I'll be fast.
Orlando's a full-blown driver's track. You know, I really enjoy driving on Orlando. It's nice.
I like Orlando. The facility's pretty nice. The track, it's small, but it's also, you can race quite good on it, so it's a fun track.
Orlando is good because it's like my home, you know, like I live in Orlando and I also like the track.
Orlando, when I think of it, it's like the most like comparable track you can get to F1. I think it's super smooth. You're racing inside a stadium, which is really cool. The curbing is like really, I mean, there's parts of it that are super rough, there's parts of it that are smooth. It's like, if I could compare it to F1, it's like the Brazil of F1 for some reason. The atmosphere that you get from it, it's really cool.
I definitely like the track. I don't really know what I like about it, I just like it.
When I think of Orlando, I just think about hitting the curbs and the chicane. I think the track is a lot of fun, and those curbs, they're very tough. But when you hit them just right, it just feels great.
My name is Ryan Norberg. I'm 24 years old from Orlando, Florida, and I drive for Rolison Performance Group. So my introduction to racing, you know, my family doesn't really come from a racing background. We got a little bit of horse racing in our family, but that's about it. My dad did a little bit of motorcycles, but not really racing. But my introduction to racing came just watching NASCAR. I watched Jimmy Johnson. That was the first ever driver I ever saw win a race, which was before he was like 5-time, 6-time, champion. So I wasn't a bandwagoner. I was on his side before everything went well. So I watched him win a race. From that point on, I was like, I really like racing. That's why I rocked the 48, and that was like my introduction to racing, was watching him win. It was like at Bristol or something. I can't remember. It was a short track. And from that point on, it was like I was hooked on the sport, and that's where it all started. Orlando Kart Center.
Of course.
And I didn't get paid to say that. It generally is though. Orlando's just a good track. I mean, I think like there's a lot of tracks. If you're slow at a lot of the racetracks, you're probably only going to be like 3/10 off. If you're slow at Orlando, you're about a half second, 6/10 off. It's a tough track. You can't just like get there and just like, if you're not a good driver, there's a big gap between good drivers and bad drivers. So that's why I like it. Jeez, I'm a terrible chef. I'm learning to cook better. Actually, a long time ago, not a long time, a few years ago, I made this dish with like some sauteed mushrooms and a little bit of soy sauce, and I was just throwing random stuff together to prove to somebody that I'm actually a good cook. No idea what I was doing. By the time it had simmered and set and I made these noodles and I put it in there, it was delicious. And it's fantastic. And I still make it to this day. I don't have a name for it. It's literally, it's like mushrooms and butter and garlic, and it's fantastic. And that's the best thing I can make. And like, to me, is like just all culinary skills. Like, I was like, this is what needs it, this needs it, and that was it. And so I'm a terrible chef except for that meal. I have like a great sense of taste with that meal. I focus a lot more on the sport off of the racetrack. Obviously when you're young, you focus a lot on, like, you have school, you have friends, you have a lot of other things taking up your time outside of the sport. And then when you come to the racetrack, you're 100% focused on racing. I'm still 100% focused on racing when I'm at the racetrack, but a lot of my time and energy is spent on racing stuff now. And when I'm home, whether it's training other drivers or trying to get my little garage that I have built out, a lot of my time is focused on racing. That's why the gym has come into being important right now. It's, let's try and get everything in line with the sport and become the best that we can possibly be at it.
Who's sleeping in the triple bedroom upstairs?
I am.
Is it just you?
It's just me.
Damn.
I'm scooting.
That
was where I found that fucking bed bug in there.
You found a bed bug?
Yeah.
Dude, I forgot you told me about those. Oh shit. I found a roach. There's a roach last night and a bed bug. Oh, bro, we really left all that fucking trash out all day. You ignore it, you leave that. We gotta clean it. One day, you fuckers will learn. Yeah. Not throw shit away. Not soon, but one day.
You know what else happens in our Airbnbs? We will throw shit away. The trash can be full, and then nobody will
fucking take it out. God damn.
Why are you staring at me?
I know, because I know that you're a culprit of it.
Okay, why are you just staring?
I've been retired. I kept Airbnbs clean.
I know Caleb did. Airbnbs have been a fucking mess.
No, I don't think Alex is that dirty. He just has to put everything on a plate.
Do you know why
dirty dishes.
There's a bunch of plates.
But then he doesn't throw away his trash.
Yeah, who picked up Alex's? It was Alex's steak and shake that sat on the table. You did.
Yeah,
You picked up his shit.
Fucking Alex.
Do you know why they're a mess? Because Sean and I are here every weekend.
You're right. But they're right behind you. I need to do a better job.
Hey.
They're on the left.
Oh.
What did Sean do?
Congrats, Doc.
Sean just made you want. Just made you want.
It was. Not to drive.
Because you like your dad. Yeah, you his dad.
You guys both got a lot of sun.
I fucking hate your state. I want you to know that.
You can buy sunscreen, dog.
And
It's
your
right
town.
there, bro. Yeah, it's
there.
free. What the
It's fucking 70 FPS.
FPS.
Fuck, bro.
FPS.
I don't know how to spell FPS. Think I'm gonna wear that shit?
That'll learn you, baby. The sun has got everyone fucking weird.
I'm just saying, no disrespect. I fucking hate Orlando. That's
Hey.
what I'm saying.
Hell with disrespect.
You guys got the Disney weirdos down here.
I'll tell you about it after the presser.
I do.
All right, Joe takes the center, stays on the side. Tips up, boys. Since Ryan's done it, everyone's got to do it.
What, do we have to?
Cheers, Ryan.
It's AC in here, bro. Yeah, it's still hot. You literally just split it up. They're putting enough stop bitch.
This table to slot forward, just so I get a little more room.
I still have those, bro. My face is like red.
Yeah, no, I can see, bro. I was like, dude, that looked like one of the hardest fucking veins in a while. Were you guys getting like heat vision like the last couple laps? Where it was like glare and shit?
So I couldn't see.
Like, cause I couldn't even keep my pressure on the brake anymore.
Why am I so tall?
I don't know. Why am I so small?
Yeah, you're down.
Try and make it look like I'm not doing my hair.
Alright, you're already on the so we're good. Alright.
All right, fellas. Pretty wild show today for all three of you guys in a couple different aspects. Joe, it's been a busy week and a half for you, I'm sure. So, how are you feeling now? It's been 30 minutes. It looks like all you guys are still pretty wiped after that one.
Yeah, I mean, another tough final. The heat definitely didn't help, like 24 laps. Or, yeah, it was 24. Yeah, it felt like it just kept going and kept going. So, yeah, another tough race, but yeah.
Mateus, over to you. Uphill battle today. It seemed like both you and Marian just issues in quali. You said in your interviews you just kind of missed it on the lap. Do you feel like you've still got that single lap speed you had from yesterday that should be good for tomorrow in the morning, or what do you think?
Yeah, for sure. I did a big mistake in my lap in quali, and I think I ruined everything. When I saw the result, I was really pissed. So yeah, for sure, I will have the speed tomorrow, and I'm really confident on going tomorrow.
Ryan, we already got your interview as well as the rest of you guys on the race as a whole. But, again, you know, talking about how demanding that race was. We got air temps 90+, humidity really high, sun beaten down, 24 laps. I mean, that's got to rank up there as probably one of the hotter and tougher physical races the last little bit in recent memory, no?
For sure it is. I mean, it's always tough, especially when Joe's
doing what he's doing, where it's just ahead. It's agonizing because you're just driving and looking at the same thing every single lap, and it's it really is tough. It's when you're racing, it kind of all that pain goes away, but as soon as you're just back to this same, one lap after another, and you're just driving, and you're not really gaining a lot, that's what wears you out.
How is it for you mentally, Joe? How often were you kind of checking back behind you on the gap in the last half of that race when you built the second lead a little bit that you had?
Checking back every lap. I mean, I was pushing for the whole race. No, I couldn't pull a gap. Like, I felt like I felt slow, to be honest. I felt like they were coming every time. So, yeah, really tough. Checking back every lap and just couldn't. I mean, it's hard to lead because you always take the rubbish first, but even still, like, just felt like they were coming at me every time. And when I saw Harley there as well, it was Ryan did me in the middle of the race, and I thought it was just us two, but then there was another 3 cars behind, so that wasn't nice.
Yeah, Ryan, that was a hell of a moment in the S's when you hit the dirt first out of the lead early on in that. Did you anticipate it, or was it a little bit too last second when you saw it was across the racetrack?
No, I didn't anticipate it at all. I almost crashed. So I hit the first curb and then hit the second one and looked up, and while I was in the air, I was like, oh, I'm gonna almost die. So I hit the brakes, and it was pretty scary. But I mean, I didn't lose that much time. I think Joe was able to kind of see that I hit the dirt and kind of went around it. But yeah, I mean, the racing was tough. I mean, it was every lap you're just giving it everything you can. I thought it was a 2-kart battle too for a while there. I didn't really notice he was catching us. And I knew once I passed Joe, I was like, oh, he's probably going to tuck back in, because that's normally the play, is tuck back in and then wait till the end of the race. And so I was like, okay, be all right. And then you passed me back, and I looked back and I was like, oh, wow, like everybody is there. Like they're a lot closer. So, yeah, that was surprising. So it definitely changed up the whole dynamic of the race, because I thought it was kind of a 2-kart battle, and then that door opened up to, like, I think at one point it was like 3 or 4 carts were behind us, and it was a melee.
Yeah, going on about closing up to these two guys. We look at the Winter Series. There was that one crazy race that Donovan won where everyone's just kind of passing each other, Mateus. But then, the other 3 rounds in Homestead on the X30 stuff, it didn't look like you had everything you needed. You weren't as fast as you wanted to be. And then USPKS rolls around really, really quick. This weekend, really quick. Obviously, the rock package you've got with Ariel from last year is still phenomenal. But do you finally feel like you guys are closing in on the IAME engines to have something to go to head-to-head with these two guys that have been – level?
Yeah, for sure. It's not easy, especially when we have high-level racing. I think racing, like, I'll give the example of them both. Ryan, Joe is like the best level in karting. I'd say the best in America, and one of the best, if not the best, in Europe right now is Joe. So yeah, it's not easy to keep up with them, but we've made some changes in the chassis. Ariel have been working really hard with the engines. So yeah, I'm really confident for next races. I know the speed is coming. It's coming slowly, but we've been doing a good job, everyone as a team, and I'm really happy for that.
Now, you guys have all had time to kind of go back to your tents a little bit and debrief after the race just for a minute. So once you come off the racetrack, obviously you knew it was going to be slippery at that time of day. You knew you'd have a lot of tire deg. You were still all pretty fast by the end of the race, running really good lap times, but knowing how level the playing field was, especially for you, Joe, not maybe having as much pace as you want, where's your head at in terms of, are you wanting to make some adjustments to try stuff and warm up tomorrow?
Yes and no. I don't want to change too much because in the end the kart was good enough to win the race. So I think just check the karts all straight and then go again tomorrow. I think we'll have to just see what happens with the track. I think it's not going to be really fast tomorrow, but hopefully it's not as slow as it was today. Like, we were running easily a second slower than quali in the race, so hopefully it's not like that tomorrow, but we'll see. At the moment, just pack everything up and have a good evening.
Ryan, obviously you've got the most laps here out of a lot of guys. Mateus, granted, he's had a lot growing up here as well, but I don't want to make you give your secrets away of where you expect the track to be tomorrow. So let's talk about today. Did it do what you thought it was going to do at the right points, or were you guys just a little bit off?
I'm as caught off as everybody else. I have a lot of laps here, but there's not a lot of races that come here per year. So the rubber being where it is and how the track develops through the day, I mean, normally practice ends here at like 2, so like to be racing at 5 o'clock is kind of different. But I don't know. I mean, we're probably not going to change a whole lot. Like he said, I mean, we all that top 5 had karts to win the race. I've got an idea of where Joe's better. You know, just being behind him, you know, you can kind of see where the pace is throughout the run. So, you know, aiming to be more efficient in those parts of the races and try and maximize the other parts where I feel like I'm quicker. So, yeah, hopefully we can get that and fight everybody else off as well. I mean, Morgado kind of had a bad qualifying, but I mean, looking at the times, he's always there. So it's like if he had a couple other things go his way, he'd be right in the fight as well. And it's that 3-kart battle turns into a 4-kart battle, which, you know, once it's 4 karts, it's 6. You know, so ideally, you know, we can get some things figured out and just get that little edge that it'll take to keep away from everybody.
Yeah, and Mateus, for you, I mean, you know, you and Harley were quicker than these two guys in the last few laps by quite a bit, tracking them down. You know, you had to come through the field, so you had to kind of get more probably dirty laps than clean laps than they did. But for you into tomorrow, is it just minimizing the mistake? What was the mistake in your eyes from qualifying, if you could explain it?
Well, I was the first one to go out in quali, and in my last lap, someone went out of the track in the chicane, and I was the first one to pass after. So I get all the grass in the track, and this also affects Diego that was coming behind me. So we both lost about 2 times in the chicane, which if we see by my rolling lap, I could be P2, maybe not the pole, but P2, P3 I could easily be. And for sure this affects a lot my day, makes much harder to come from the back, especially when you have drivers that are fighting for the 9th position like if they are for the 1st. So yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan, obviously you had to navigate that a couple weeks ago. I mean, I tell everyone I feel like it's a completely different race outside the lead group.
It's the World Championship for 13, and then it's SKUSA up at the front. It's crazy, man. When you're coming through the field, I mean, unfortunately we had an issue as well in qualifying, so that was, you know, not the best. And ideally tomorrow we don't have anything, I would hope. But yeah, I mean, even coming from 8th, you got guys in 6th or whatever that are racing harder than the leaders race at a pre-final. So it is a bit much, but that's why, you know, it pays to be up front. You know, it pays to have a good qualifying, and you know what Joe does in qualifying, where he, you know, goes out and puts 1 lap down and gets it done. That's what, you know, pays off. You know, qualifying is what sets everything off, and so, you know, that little bit of managing your tires you can do in the pre-final obviously helps in the final, and everything starts from there. So yeah, I mean, you got to be perfect to win these races.
We got podiums getting started here, so we'll go one question to wrap things up with you boys here. Joe, over to you first. Going into the slow group after yesterday, were you any bit concerned about qualifying? Obviously, it didn't end up mattering. You end up putting it on the pole anyway, but were you thinking that was even really realistically within reach?
No, not at all. Like, I mean, the quali wasn't ideal. I had to back out of 2 laps before my last lap and risked it a bit, because if someone went out like they did on Mateus's lap in front of me in the last lap, I would have been screwed. So sort of rolled the dice, and it worked that time, but I've got to do it again tomorrow.
Mateus, over to you. Last kind of thoughts into tomorrow. We asked these guys about changes for tomorrow. Any changes you want to try in the warm-up session, or do you feel pretty happy with what you got?
Well, it's something really hard to answer right now. For sure we'll try to find a bit more. I don't know, I want to work more in overall. So I'll think about it. I have to speak with the team, everything, and we see what we can do to get better tomorrow.
And yeah, Ryan, we already asked you a lot of stuff about tomorrow and a lot of stuff about today. I mean, you go back from everything today, you know, outside of maybe that battle for second that kind of exploded a little bit. Is there anything you look back and wish you did a little different?
In qualifying, I probably wish I didn't hit the curb. But I don't think that was probably inevitable. Anyways, better it happened on the first lap, so I could take it easy for the rest of the session and stay off the curbs. But yeah, we gotta do better in qualifying, and there's obviously some stuff that I think we can maximize as a team. So ideally, we get to the drawing board tonight, stay a little late, think about some stuff, and I mean push for tomorrow. I mean the problem is it's gonna be a roll of the dice of what the track's gonna be like. So you know, we can do all this testing and all this ideas and stuff, and it might not matter at all tomorrow.
Sweet. Well, we appreciate the time, boys. Go get your trophies.
Thank you.
Thank you.